The Fourth Great Ninja War has erupted, yet the enemies of the five great nations are not the infamous Uchiha Obito, known by the name of Uchiha Madara. Beneath the blood-red moon, a figure clad in white stands at the horizon. Uzumaki Naruto gazes down upon the legacy of Hokage and the 80,000-strong ninja allied forces. The era of ninjas and feudal lords has come to an end. It is now our turn to establish new rules. Chapter 1. Transformed into a golden-haired child. Get lost, Demon Fox. You are not welcome here. Why does the third allow this monster to remain in the village? Damn Demon Fox. Your presence brings misfortune to all. Just being near it is unsettling. It's truly ominous. Why hasn't it died yet? I clearly requested the third to execute it. The third is far too merciful. And I heard the fourth Hokage also fell because of it. The third should have just killed this wretch. Hiss! In the depths of darkness, Zhang Ming opens his eyes, his heart pounding fiercely as if it might leap from his chest. Sweat trickles down his forehead, soaking the pillowcase, while an unsettling chill pervades the air. He gasps for breath, attempting to separate the dream's imagery from the waking world, but the distorted figures and their curses echo in his ears, blurring the lines between slumber and consciousness. What a peculiar nightmare. Zhang Ming muses, though he often suffers from nightmares, this one feels profoundly different. The vividness and the palpable malice suffocate him, and oddly enough, even upon waking, that malevolence seems to linger, making it difficult to breathe. After a while, his eyes gradually adjust to the darkness, allowing him to discern the contours of the room. The dimly lit furniture and decor seem vaguely unfamiliar, yet their presence reassures Zhang Ming that he is safely nestled in bed. He attempts to reach for the bedside lamp, but cannot locate the switch. The feeble light fails to dispel the shadows of his dream. Taking several deep breaths, he tries to calm himself, reminding that it was merely a dream, despite its striking realism. As the moonlight filters through, when he finally examines the dark, narrow, and cluttered room, his breathing quickens. An unfamiliar room, strange decorations, even the bedding feels utterly alien. What a diminutive body. The strangeness of the environment instills a profound terror in Zhang Ming. He leaps from the bed to survey his surroundings and scrutinize himself. Have I crossed over? Zhang Ming's mind momentarily spins the unfamiliar surroundings. The shrunken physique pinches his arm sharply, the intense pain jolting him too. Clarity. Indeed, I have truly crossed over. Upon realizing the truth of his situation, Zhang Ming's initial panic subsides, replaced by a sense of calm, albeit tinged with exasperation. Could this transition not have occurred at a better time? After 2 months of toil, just as he was about to be promoted, he finds himself thrust into this new reality. At the very least, he wishes he could deliver a punch to that wretched supervisor. Ding. Detection indicates the host's dissatisfaction with the current transition. The life choice system will now present the host with the first life choice. Please select wisely. System? Zhang Ming exclaims inwardly, his previous resentment dissipating, as the prospect of having an auxiliary force makes this transition seem less grim. The system, unfazed by Zhang Ming's change in attitude, proceeds to present 2 options. Option 1. Choose to return to the original world and continue as a mere beast of burden. Reward, none. Option 2. Choose to embark on an entirely new life, leaving your mark in this world. Reward, mastery of chakra. Chakra? Is this the world of Naruto? Zhang Ming's eyes widen in astonishment. He does not arrive at an immediate decision, but rises to find something that could serve as a mirror. Golden short hair, azure eyes, a slightly round face, and cherubic cheeks adorned with whisker-like markings. In the bathroom, Zhang Ming stares incredulously at his reflection, momentarily rendered speechless. Not only has he crossed into the world of Naruto, but he has also taken on the form of the destined child, Uzumaki Naruto, appearing to be merely 3 or 4 years old. Zhang Ming feels a headache brewing, his emotions swirling in complexity. This age is hardly an ideal phase. He exhales, raising a hand to rub his youthful brows, feeling a twinge of gratitude that he lacks the habit of talking to himself. In the original narrative, Naruto was constantly monitored by Konoha's Umbu during his childhood. Outside this house, there are likely several Umbu lurking in wait. If he were to inadvertently utter something alarming, he would likely find himself summoned for interrogation by the Umbu the very next day. Zhang Ming silently observes his reflection, the stars of destiny shining brilliantly, illuminating his path ahead. What was once a straight road now branches into two distinctly divergent paths, presenting an opportunity to shape his fleeting moment capable of altering the course of the future. How often does one encounter such a chance? Without hesitation, he chooses the more grandiose path. I choose the second option. Ding! The host has made a choice. Rewards will now be dispensed. Please enjoy your new life to the fullest. As the mechanical voice of the system fades, Zhang Ming senses a subtle energy gathering within him. This energy, initially as delicate as a trickling stream, gradually coalesces into a river with each breath he takes. Each inhalation feels like a silent dialogue with his power, and each heartbeat seems to set a rhythm for its flow. As this energy begins to crystallize within him, he realizes he can wield it freely. I wonder what my current chakra level is. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, Zhang Ming's spirits lift. He recalls the chakra measurement from the original narrative. If memory serves, Naruto wielded the Nine Tails chakra, which was around 100 units and could be replenished at will. However, I wonder if any sensory ninjas among the Umbu watching me will notice the sudden surge of chakra within me. Otherwise, I must devise a way to handle Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries. After all, the so-called strongest Hokage, the third, is perpetually vigilant regarding the movements of this Jinchuriki. Ironically, he boasts of being the strongest Hokage ever, yet relies on such underhanded tactics to monitor a Jinchuriki. It is truly laughable. If he once possessed a measure of ninja spirit, he is now but a worm, corrupted by power, occupying the Hokage seat and continually siphoning the nourishment of Konoha, allowing the new leaves to burn, ultimately illuminating their continued survival. How grotesque! Speaking of the system. System, are you there? Zhang Ming softly calls out to the system, which has fallen silent since he made his choice. He notes that systems in many novels often maintain a jovial rapport with their hosts. System, are you there? Are you there? System? Hello. Zhang Ming calls out several times in his mind, yet the system remains unresponsive, leaving him bemused that it seems he has encountered a rather aloof system, in stark contrast to those depicted in novels. He gathers his emotions in the bathroom and returns to bed, deciding that whatever the case, a good night's sleep is in order. Ding, 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 ding. Hissed at a series of abrupt and urgent electronic sounds jolted Zhang Ming from his slumber, propelling him to sit upright in bed after a brief spasm of motion. Damn it! What's wrong with you, system? Please show respect to the system, host. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in Zhang Ming's mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Well then, may I inquire about your purpose? Zhang Ming humbly posed his question. This system will only issue choice tasks during significant life decisions faced by the host, subsequently providing corresponding rewards based on the options selected. Daily life will not involve communication with the host. Please refrain from disturbing the system. However, rest assured that regardless of the choices made, the host will experience an extraordinary life. After the series of mechanical utterances, Zhang Ming felt a buzzing sensation in his head. In other words, this system only manifests during pivotal moments, implying that there are likely no rewards during ordinary times. Yet this was not a significant concern, as he was, after all, Uzumaki Naruto, destined for greatness at the very least at the Six Paths level, that he would merely need to engage in some pretense with those elderly figures for a while longer. Chapter 2. Deceiving the Nine Tails. In the dead of night, Zhang Ming found himself once again unable to attain a peaceful slumber. His youthful visage bore the strain of an invisible force, twisting his features into an expression of both agony and helplessness. He was ensnared in a nightmare. Though it was not a mere nightmare, it was the recollection of Uzumaki Naruto's past 4 years' memories laden with malice, far more terrifying than any dream that in this narrative. He was perceived as an outcast, a cursed fox demon, reviled and tormented by the entire village, with everyone wishing for his demise. The once tranquil village transformed into a silent battlefield upon his mere presence. Naruto lived in solitude in the village's shadows, enduring unimaginable hostility yet harboring little resentment, always adorned with an innocent smile, yearning for the village's acceptance and genuine friendship. Nevertheless, the piercing derision, scornful curses, and the cold, fierce glares cut through his fragile spirit like daggers. He stood alone in opposition to the village, though he was, in truth, one of them, surrounded by bitter words and engulfed in profound loneliness and suffering. Zhang Ming passively absorbed the entirety of Uzumaki Naruto's past, overwhelmed by the tide of malice that submerged him. like sediment burying him beneath its weight. The intense sensation of suffocation rendered him voiceless. He longed to awaken from this nightmare, yet felt utterly powerless. The 4 years of memories swiftly coursed through Zhang Ming's mind, etching deep-seated malice and hatred into his soul. He opened his eyes once more in the darkness, his azure gaze still reflecting the terror of his recent dream, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming malice and fury. With the dream's conclusion, he sensed that Uzumaki Naruto had now completely merged with him, the 4 years of memories granting him a first-hand experience of Naruto's past. The immense hatred left him in turmoil, yet a voice within urged him to forgive those who had wronged him. How absurd! Is this the chakra of Ashura? Can one truly choose to forgive under such circumstances? Repaying kindness with enmity, what of repaying kindness? This wretched lot of inherently malevolent villagers from Konoha and those ancient parasites. Let me take matters into my own hands. Ha! Have you finally awakened, Uzumaki Naruto? A voice, laced with mockery and filled with malice, suddenly resonated within the vast space, accompanied by the faint sound of water droplets creating ripples on the surface. Zhang Ming felt a gust of wind sweep past, tousling his golden hair and brushing against his cheek. He looked up to find that he was no longer in his sleeping quarters, but rather within a pitch-black cage. Within this confinement, a pair of enormous vertical pupils flared open, radiating a fiery intensity as a massive fox head materialized before him, its body obscured in shadows. This was the ceiling space. Zhang Ming then realized he was lying on a floor submerged in water. He gradually rose, examining the ground and himself, noting that despite being surrounded by water, he could breathe freely and bore no signs of being wet. He bent down to scoop up a handful of water, inspecting it curiously. How wondrous! Kid, you certainly possess some audacity. The Ninetales was taken aback to see this little yellow-haired boy playing with water upon encountering him. It was unclear why this child appeared in the ceiling space. The sudden extraction of chakra had startled the Ninetales, followed by an eruption of unadulterated malice and resentment, such pure, malevolent hatred that even the embodiment of hatred, the Ninetales, was internally astonished. It felt there was an opportunity here. The Ninetales' voice snapped Zhang Ming back to reality, causing the water in his hand to spill, sending ripples across the surface as he gazed blankly at the enormous fox. It did not seem particularly terrifying. In fact, it appeared somewhat endearing. Was this what frightened him? The Ninetales was somewhat surprised. It had anticipated the encounter would yield some amusement, having spent far too long alone in this ceiling space, yet found this child. Merely a wide-eye would have to entertain itself instead. The immense fox head curled its lip, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth, and disdainfully remarked, "Kid, are you not coming a bit closer?" Gazing at the contemptuous face of the giant fox, Zhang Ming felt a flicker of surprise. He had not expected to meet the Ninetales so soon, an encounter that should have occurred years later, possibly due to his sudden mastery of chakra. He recalled the system's indication that he would control chakra, meaning he could harness the chakra within him. Since the Ninetales was sealed within him, it stood to reason that he could also command the chakra emanating from it. Perhaps this was the reason for this premature meeting. Kurama, it has indeed been a long time. Zhang Ming, having perfectly integrated all of Uzumaki Naruto's memories, knew that he had encountered the great fox upon his birth, making his remark of it being a long time not inaccurate. The Ninetales, not having heard its true name in centuries, momentarily froze, but quickly regained its composure. Its previously curled lips straightened, and its crimson, vertical pupils fixated intently on the yellow-haired boy, adopting a defensive stance. "Kid, how do you know my name?" A broader smile spread across Zhang Ming's face. Eager to toy with the creature, he replied, "I am Ashura." "Ashura? That is impossible." The Ninetales' voice brimmed with intense fury, feeling mocked. Ashura had perished centuries ago. Even his grave was lost to time. How does this child know that name? Zhang Ming stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, pondering how Uzumaki Naruto had discovered his reincarnation as Ashura. Unable to recall, he decided to abandon the thought. A rather old man with 2 horns on his head, dressed in a white robe, and possessing 3 circular eyes told me. He said, "I am the reincarnation of Ashura." 6 paths sage. The Ninetales stood utterly stunned, as if transformed into a statue, motionless. After a prolonged silence, the Ninetales regained its composure, gazing at the obedient figure of Naruto Uzumaki standing on the opposite side of the ceiling gate, and with a hint of uncertainty in its voice, inquired, "Are you truly certain you are the reincarnation of Ashura?" Instinctively, the Ninetales hoped this was a falsehood, for if it were indeed the case, it would be at a loss as to how to confront Naruto Uzumaki. Zhang Ming, however, appeared utterly indifferent, replying, "Whether I am a reincarnation or not is beyond my concern. I am simply myself." The Ninetales exhibited a complex expression to be truthful. When Zhang Ming uttered the name Ashura and described the general likeness of the Sage of Six Paths, it had already begun to believe him to some extent. "So, you have come here to harness my chakra?" The Ninetales asked with a tone laden with complexity. "Well, more or less, but..." The smile on Naruto's face blossomed even brighter, yet the Ninetales suddenly sensed that the light within the ceiling space seemed to grow dimmer. Ninetales, it must be rather dull to remain confined in this ceiling space, isn't it? Chapter 3. The prejudice of the human heart is like a great mountain. What do you wish to do? The expression in the Ninetales' eyes revealed a spark of interest. Perhaps due to the shared topic, and it adopted a friendlier demeanor towards Naruto. "Kurama, will you join me in the destruction of Konoha?" Naruto invited the Ninetales. The creature fell silent for a while before replying in a tone tinged with an inexplicable sentiment. That fellow Ashura would never utter such words. Naruto, however, remained unfazed by the Ninetales' remark, recalling that in the original narrative, Ashura was portrayed as a rather naive character. Curiosity piqued, he asked the Ninetales, "What kind of person was Ashura?" The Ninetales paused, momentarily lost in thought, its brow furrowing as it reflected. As Ashura's former companion, the Ninetales possessed a profound understanding of him. Despite the passage of hundreds of years, it still vividly remembered the essence of Ashura, the second leader of the shinobi sect. Yet, being a tailed beast, it had lain dormant in the mountains after Ashura's departure, remaining, despite the centuries, an illiterate entity. It struggled to articulate a proper introduction for Ashura, using its seemingly grand, but actually limited intellect. After considerable contemplation, it finally managed to utter, "Ashura was a very kind person." Naruto, taken aback, had expected a more elaborate portrayal after such a lengthy deliberation, only to be met with this simplistic description. "Is this the extent of your vocabulary? Did it take you this long to arrive at such a conclusion?" Nevertheless, describing Ashura as kind was indeed fitting. It was a kindness reminiscent of a saint. After all, in the original work, under the influence of Ashura's chakra, Naruto Uzumaki, upon witnessing the death of Niji Hyuga, could still proclaim that Obito, who aspired to be Hokage, was the most admirable. This was a true belief in love's ability to foster peace. However, what right did one have to forgive the enemy who had just taken the lives of the sacrificed? So, Kurama, do you also subscribe to that notion? Creating peace through love? Naruto inquired, eager to hear the Ninetales' perspective. The Ninetales remained silent. Truthfully, it had once believed in such ideals, having fought alongside Ashura. Yet, after being sealed for decades, it had come to view Ashura's beliefs as somewhat naive. Though the Ninetales did not respond, its expression conveyed an answer. With a smile, it remarked, "It is difficult for me to become such a person. After all, forgiving those wretches is no simple task." Naruto's smile faded. His azure eyes now filled with a chilling resolve. The Ninetales too fell into silence. Although it had been confined within the ceiling space, it could sense the malevolence directed at Naruto from the outside world. It was fair to say that it had witnessed Naruto grow up. Had it not been for Naruto's identity as the host of the Ninetales and the innate vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he might not have survived to this day. How ironic it was. The hero must bleed, and his children must continue to weep. Kurama, if kindness is stripped of its teeth, it becomes weakness. If imposed upon others, it becomes malice. Was Ashura truly a good person? Choosing to spread his love to influence others to accept his self-righteous ideals and to abandon hatred. Could that not also be a form of oppression? The Ninetales remained silent, merely observing Naruto, who continued to speak. The prejudice of the human heart is like a great mountain, immovable despite one's efforts. If I were to emulate Ashura of the past and attempt to build bridges of mutual understanding through love, would those ignorant villagers truly accept me? Ultimately, in the world of shinobi, strength reigns supreme. Although in the original narrative, Naruto Uzumaki indeed gained the recognition of all through his efforts and became the 7th Hokage of Konoha, the current Naruto did not wish to adhere to that predetermined trajectory in shaping his life. Why should the perpetrator escape unscathed while the victim is left to plead for recognition? What a farce. He was not like all the other weaklings. Did you see this enormous crimson fox before you? He truly possessed the power to annihilate Konoha. He, Naruto Uzumaki, would do as he pleased. The prejudice of the human heart is like a great mountain, utterly unmovable. At this moment, the Nine Tails empathized deeply with Naruto Uzumaki, reminiscing about its own past. The so-called embodiment of hatred only began circulating after it was sealed within the body of Kushina Uzumaki. Before that, it had merely been a great fox residing in the mountains. As a conglomerate of chakra, the Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, would naturally grow in power simply by lying dormant. Even without action, its strength would remain among the world's elite. Hence, it had chosen to recline in the mountains after departing from Sage of Six Paths. After lying in seclusion for hundreds of years, suddenly someone appeared, exclaiming, "Nine Tails, your power is too great, too dangerous," and proceeded to seal it within a woman. The Nine Tails couldn't help but erupt in anger. "You, with such power and danger, why don't you seal yourself away instead? I have done nothing but eat and sleep in the mountains. Why am I being imprisoned? Just because I am a tailed beast? I did nothing wrong, yet I am sentenced to life imprisonment." The Nine Tails began to darken in spirit. Yet, within, it harbored a lingering question. "Little brat, you should know this, right? What? Your parents died at my hands." Chapter 4. Danzo, you will never become Hokage. The sealing space fell into silence. Naruto was deep in thought, while the Nine Tails awaited his response. "To be honest, Kurama, your candor surprises me, but such honesty is also the foundation of fruitful collaboration." Naruto smiled, his expression devoid of distress, instead marked by satisfaction as he continued, "Truthfully, the concept of parents is quite foreign to me, as they provided me with nothing but the gift of life and the malice of this village. They could have sealed you within another or allowed you to leave the village entirely. Yet, they chose to keep the Nine Tails in Konoha, never considering the treatment of the Jinchuriki within the village. In the end, they opted for the village over me. Even if their intentions were not malicious, they nonetheless played an indirect role in causing all of this. Yet, as they gave me life, I bear no hatred towards them, nor will I harbor malice towards you. Therefore, you need not fear my intentions." Naruto grinned once more, revealing his pearly white teeth, a sight that even sent a shiver down the Nine-Tail's spine. However, it soon resumed its haughty demeanor. The prospect of annihilating this village established by Hashirama Senju indeed thrilled it. "In that case, let us play together. Tell me, what do you wish for me to do?" "The reincarnation of Ashura. Simply transfer your power to me." A crimson thread of chakra quietly appeared in the damp ceiling space, linking the Nine Tails and Naruto. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building in Konoha, the same moment unfolded. Due to his position as the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen often found himself entangled in various village affairs, leaving him unable to extricate himself from his duties. Thus, he frequently stayed overnight at the Hokage building. Today, he had to spend another night there to address the discord between the police department and the civilians. It was truly a vexing situation, despite Uchiha Shursui mediating. The Uchiha clan remained as contentious as ever. Hiruzen picked up his old pipe, which had accompanied him for over a decade, and took a deep drag, briefly revealing a look of relaxation. However, after exhaling a cloud of smoke, he was once again beset by a headache. What truly troubled him was not the Uchiha police matters. After all, the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village was a historical issue that could not be resolved overnight. Had chakra been extracted suddenly? Was someone clandestinely approaching the Jinchuriki? Or was it related to the tailed beasts? Amidst the hazy smoke, Hiruzen's weathered face, lined with age, flickered as he murmured to himself. Bang! Just as Hiruzen was lost in his thoughts, the sudden sound of the door slamming open disrupted the silence. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, strode in briskly. Without needing to glance, Hiruzen knew who it was. In contemporary Konoha, there was only one person audacious enough to treat the third Hokage with such disrespect. The man was Danzo Shimura, the founder and leader of the Root organization, a notorious figure in the dark underbelly of the ninja world. Before Hiruzen could even inquire, Danzo seized the initiative. "Hiruzen, I have heard that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has suddenly learned to extract chakra." Bang! Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen slammed his pipe down on the table. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. What nonsense is this? Just last night, I received a report from the Umbu regarding Naruto's sudden chakra extraction, And you, Danzo, have the audacity to rush here? Hiruzen's frustration boiled over. In Konoha, do your root abilities surpass those of the Umbu? Who is the Hokage here, you or I? In summary, due to the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen's mood was already soured, and Danzo had stumbled directly into the crossfire. The previously imposing Danzo, upon entering the Hokage's office, was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's formidable presence. What was happening? He hadn't even begun his usual tactics, yet it felt like the conclusion had already been reached. However, Danzo, a figure of the ninja world's shadows and a man with aspirations of becoming Hokage, would not be easily intimidated. He quickly regained his composure, his expression morphing back into one of anger. Hiruzen, this situation is extremely serious. Someone has evaded Root's surveillance and directly approached the Jinchuriki. There are villains in the village, skilled in Jinjutsu and reconnaissance. Danzo's face was etched with fury, his cane waving animatedly in the air. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki is now being targeted by certain individuals. We must ensure his protection. Hiruzen forcefully suppressed his emotions, inhaling deeply from his pipe before exhaling rings of smoke. Danzo, I have told you many times. I will not hand Naruto over to you. He has the right to choose his own path. This infuriated Danzo even further. He recalled the burden he bore. When he had spread rumors that the Jinchuriki was a demon fox, he had intended to seize control over Naruto, only to have Hiruzen reap the rewards while the blame fell squarely on him. He knew well that Hiruzen was no longer the ambitious ninja of yore, having been corrupted by power over the decades. Faced with even minor threats from small ninja villages, he had become a feeble figure, merely playing the political game. Hiruzen remained silent, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Danzo was not entirely wrong. Naruto did require guidance, but it absolutely could not come from Root. Hiruzen harbored suspicions that Naruto had already come into contact with the Nine Tails, as it was improbable that he had acquired any knowledge related to chakra extraction. He was almost certain that no one in the village would dare to approach the Jinchuriki, for it was a forbidden matter that everyone was aware of. As for Danzo's mention of a ninja skilled in Jinjutsu and perception, Hiruzen knew exactly to whom he referred. He resolved to meet Naruto tomorrow, coincidentally bringing the living expenses for the following month. Danzo, Hiruzen declared, it is late at night. I have worked all day, and I am weary. It is time for you to leave. Hiruzen, enough, Danzo. Hiruzen interrupted again, his expression obscured by the smoke, complex emotions swirling within. I no longer wish to discuss Naruto with you. Depart now. Remember, I am the Hokage. Click. Danzo instinctively tightened his grip on his cane, hearing those words once more. Whenever Hiruzen wished to evade a debate, he wielded this phrase like a weapon. Yet, Danzo found himself powerless to counter, for even his root lacked legal authority within Konoha. Had it not been for Hiruzen's need for his existence as the third Hokage, he might have been replaced long ago. Thus, when Hiruzen spoke those words, it signified the end of their conversation. Danzo could only leave with a parting remark. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Bang. Hiruzen watched as the heavy door slammed shut, unable to suppress a weary sigh. Danzo, having dwelt in darkness for too long, you are fated never to bask in the light again. Even if I perish, you shall never ascend to the role of Hokage. Chapter 5. Benevolence above and filial piety below. In the early morning, as dawn broke, a delicate moment unfolded between night and day, as if the entire world was enveloped in a layer of tranquil gauze. In the back mountains of Konoha, a winding stream flowed like an exquisite brushstroke in a verdant painting, brimming with poetic charm. A thin mist hung over the water, shrouding it in a veil of mystery. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the fog, golden light spilled upon the surface of the stream, causing it to shimmer like countless tiny diamonds. The water flowed gently in the morning light, crystal clear, revealing the pebbles and aquatic plants swaying softly beneath. Occasionally, small fish leaped from the water, swiftly diving back down, creating delicate ripples. On either side of the riverbank, lush trees provided a canopy, their leaves adorned with glistening droplets of dew. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound that mingled with distant birdsong. Dewdrops slid gracefully from the tips of the leaves into the river, sending forth tiny ripples. A small golden-haired boy stood barefoot at the water's edge, his upper body exposed, his pant legs rolled up to keep steady against the flowing current. He remained motionless, regardless of the stream's relentless flow. His large eyes squinted into narrow slits, revealing glimpses of azure. He stood silently on the surface of the water, seemingly having been there for quite some time, his hair and dark pants already damp from the splashes of the flowing river. Droplets of water traced the contours of his slight physique. Splash, splash, splash. Just then, 3 little fish leaped from the water beside him, and Naruto's previously squinted eyes widened in astonishment. The 3 fish appeared to hang suspended in the air. With swift precision, he thrust a wooden stick forward, slicing through the water with a whoosh, piercing all 3 fish in one fluid motion. Breakfast was served. Naruto smiled and leaped effortlessly to the campfire not far from the riverbank, where a tent stood nearby. He had resided there for several months, away from the bothersome village, which was beneficial for both his physical and mental well-being. His primary reason for relocating was to train, even on the second day after his arrival. Hiruzen Sarutobi had come to assess him. After all, an orphan who knew nothing suddenly learning to harness chakra under his watchful eye was certainly a cause for concern. Naruto attributed this to the 9 tails. One night, while he was asleep, he encountered a large fox trapped in a cage. The fox claimed that if he followed its instructions, he would gain the village's recognition, which he did, successfully extracting chakra. The fox also promised that if the cage were opened, it could teach him several powerful ninjutsu, thereby making it easier for him to earn everyone's approval. This revelation nearly prompted Hiruzen to summon the Monkey King on the spot, as he feared that Naruto had broken the 9-tail seal. After thoroughly examining the seal and finding it intact, he sighed with relief. Before departing, he solemnly confirmed that the 9 tails could not perform ninjutsu and certainly could not teach Naruto. If Naruto truly wished to learn, he could seek his guidance. From that point forward, Hiruzen's visits to Naruto became more frequent. As Naruto finished cleaning the fish and skewered them on sticks to roast over the fire, he heard the sound of somewhat unsteady footsteps behind him. Without needing to think, he turned to find none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Despite the weariness etched on his face, Hiruzen wore a kind smile and greeted Naruto warmly. "Naruto, it's been a while. Are you having grilled fish for breakfast again?" Naruto mused internally about the old man's early visit, questioning whether he had no one at home to cook for him, as he seemed to have come solely to partake in his meal. However, he maintained a sunny demeanor and replied excitedly, "Grandpa Third, you've come. Would you like some fish?" With that, Naruto joyfully handed him a nearly cooked fish. "Thank you, Naruto," Hiruzen said, his smile growing broader as he accepted the grilled fish. Indeed, little Naruto remained a well-behaved child. Although he had distanced himself from the village, his intent was to avoid causing any trouble for the villagers, and his spirit of fire was no less than anyone else's. "We are all new leaves of the village," Hiruzen thought reflectively, while Naruto felt a mix of annoyance. This old man had accepted his gesture, without considering that he had not anticipated Hiruzen's visit at this hour. The 3 fish were just enough for him alone. Why not just tell him you don't want to share the fish? The 9 tails commented from within the ceiling space, observing Naruto's conflicted expression with a sense of irony. "What do you know? If I refuse to share this fish today, he might take me to the Umbu tomorrow, using my lack of fire spirit as an excuse, and then inundate me with lectures on the will of fire. These old folks love to brainwash others with the will of fire, urging them to sacrifice themselves for their gain. This grilled fish may be small, but it embodies my profound will of fire," Naruto responded, somewhat disgruntled. "I truly cannot comprehend you humans. Only those lacking strength resort to such convoluted methods," the 9 tails scoffed. "Which is why you are sealed within me," Naruto shot back. "Be cautious of the fish bones, Grandpa," Naruto warned, concern etched on his face. Hiruzen's smile widened. "I know, my boy." The two sat quietly on a stone by the riverbank, enjoying their breakfast, a scene of familial bliss. "Naruto, will you continue your training after this?" Hiruzen inquired after they finished their meal. "Yes," Naruto affirmed eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. "I want to become stronger quickly, so that I can protect everyone in the village and earn their acceptance." Ultimately, he felt that his progress was insufficient. The system had only granted him chakra mastery on the first day and had not activated any options since. During the initial days, his aimless wandering in the village had resulted in scorn and taunts from the villagers, with no opportunities emerging. Under such circumstances, Naruto chose to temporarily abandon the system and rely on another resource, the 9 stars tiers. He resolved to train relentlessly, undeterred by the dangers of the wilderness. Reassured by the presence of 2 Umbu squads nearby, "You are truly a good child, Naruto. One day, Everyone will acknowledge you, for you are the true hero of Konoha. Hiruzen thought, secretly astonished by Naruto's rigorous training regimen, which even surpassed that of Guy in the Ninja Academy. He cast a glance at the enormous rock nearby, covered in countless fist, palm, and footprints. With the Nine Tails chakra combined with the Uzumaki clan's lineage, Naruto's potential was indeed formidable. Even if he never mastered the Nine Tails, he would still possess the strength of an elite ninja. I will achieve it, Naruto declared, standing tall and confidently thumping his chest, though his expression soon faltered into uncertainty. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Hiruzen speculated about what troubled him. Despite wanting to feign ignorance, he recalled Naruto's yearning for recognition and ultimately asked, "What is it, Naruto? Is there something you don't understand?" After a moment of hesitation, Naruto seemed to summon his courage and said, "Grandpa Third, I have completely mastered the Shadow Clone technique and the Rasengan. Could you teach me a new ninjutsu?" Despite having been monitoring Naruto's progress through the telescope technique daily, hearing it directly left Hiruzen both astonished and impressed. "Minato, you have truly raised an exceptional son. This is the hope of Konoha," he thought. "Little Naruto's talent surpasses my expectations." Hiruzen expressed his surprise and admiration. "Your potential even exceeds that of the fourth Hokage." Naruto blushed, scratching his head as he replied, "I want to be a hero like the fourth, protecting the village." Hiruzen stroked his beard, the world around him blurring as he gazed at Naruto in the sunlight, momentarily seeing the shadow of the fourth Hokage. "In that case, let us discuss the nature and transformation of chakra today." Chapter 6. Learning Wind Release. With the infusion of chakra, the chakra test paper in Naruto's hand split in two. He blinked in surprise at the torn paper and turned his curious gaze towards Hiruzen. The knowledge barrier in the ninja world is quite formidable, with a near-complete separation from top to bottom. Chakra nature transformation is knowledge reserved for J-level ninjas, rarely shared with lower ranks. Thus, aside from those from prominent clans, common ninjas are largely unaware of what chakra nature transformation truly entails, which is one reason why so few commoners become J-nin. Hiruzen chuckled and began to explain. "The test paper splitting in two indicates that your chakra is of the wind nature, little Naruto. Chakra is generally categorized into 5 elemental attributes: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. Each attribute elicits a distinct reaction on the chakra paper. Fire ignites the paper, wind cleaves it in two, lightning causes it to crumple, water dampens it, and earth shatters it. If one possesses all 5 attributes, one would witness a conflagration in one area, a split in another, crumpling in yet another, dampness in another, and finally fragmentation in the last. Does this imply that the more attributes one possesses, the stronger one becomes?" Naruto innocently inquired. "Not at all. The nature of chakra is merely one method of its utilization. By possessing the corresponding attribute, one can manipulate and refine the attribute-less chakra within oneself, transforming it into the desired elemental nature for jutsu. For instance, to perform fire release, one must convert attribute-less chakra into fire chakra. This is the essence of elemental transformation. However, the most crucial prerequisite for executing the 5 elemental techniques is the quantity of chakra possessed by the ninja. If one's chakra is insufficient, even with 5 attributes, it would be challenging to perform ninjutsu. Furthermore, chakra attributes can also be cultivated and refined through diligent training. As for the transformation of chakra's form, it involves externalizing chakra and then manipulating its shape. For example, the Rasengan you practice represents the purest form of chakra externalization, compressing chakra into a rapidly spinning sphere. Therefore, little Naruto, you should focus on practicing wind release ninjutsu. "Grandfather Third, how do I convert my chakra's attributes?" Naruto asked excitedly. The wind attribute chakra is particularly distinguished by its cutting ability, possessing formidable offensive potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, released chakra, and instantly sliced the leaf in half. You simply need to practice until you can effortlessly cut through this leaf, and then you will be able to learn wind release. Naruto eagerly picked up a leaf and began to try, but after several unsuccessful attempts, a look of frustration crossed his face. Seeing this, Sarutobi nodded knowingly. Mastering the transformation of chakra attributes is a lengthy endeavor. Although he is now renowned as a master of ninjutsu, effortlessly wielding the 5 elemental techniques, it took him years to fully grasp a single transformation of chakra's nature. "Don't rush, little Naruto," Sarutobi began to comfort. But his words were caught in his throat as Naruto beamed with delight, proudly holding the leaf he had sliced in half with chakra, looking at him expectantly. What a joke. The system guarantees quality. Even if it isn't exquisite, it cannot be subpar. The reward he received was mastery over chakra, effectively saving him years of arduous training and allowing him to bypass many obstacles. Not only was he free from the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, but he could also shape his chakra as he desired. His initial failures were merely to test Sarutobi's expectations. He didn't anticipate that his performance would be so extraordinary. He assumed that the transformation of chakra's nature was not particularly difficult, especially since in the original story, Sasuke could breathe fire at the age of 5 or 6. Thus, after a few attempts, he inadvertently showcased his success. Sarutobi swallowed hard, managing a strained smile. It seems young Naruto possesses remarkable talent. Thankfully, Naruto's will of fire is pure enough, and he harbors the well-being of the villagers. Otherwise, Sarutobi would be apprehensive about allowing him to learn the ways of the ninja so soon. Contemplating this, Sarutobi's face broke into a satisfied smile. Sensing the shift in Sarutobi's thoughts, Naruto's heart fluttered momentarily, but upon regaining his composure, he sighed in relief. Knowing this meant he wouldn't become a rogue ninja at such a young age. Grandfather Third, can you teach me a new ninjutsu now? Naruto blinked eagerly, gazing up at Sarutobi with longing. Sarutobi smiled, extending his withered hand to pat Naruto's head, the calluses on his palm causing Naruto's scalp to sting. Little Naruto, the ninjutsu you currently master are all close-range offensive techniques. Therefore, step back for now. Today, Grandfather will teach you a long-range wind-release ninjutsu. Naruto quickly retreated a few steps as Sarutobi stood firm, forming 3 hand seals directed at the gently flowing river. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Chakra swiftly gathered in Sarutobi's mouth, which he then expelled toward the river, launching the amassed chakra like a bullet. Following this, he rapidly released several short bursts of air, akin to a machine gun's fire. The vacuum sphere soon struck the river, causing a massive splash as the once tranquil surface became riddled with craters, transforming the previously slow-flowing river into a turbulent torrent until it filled the numerous depressions along the riverbed, eventually returning to calmness. Wow, that's incredible, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, little Naruto, let me explain the requirements for this ninjutsu. Sarutobi meticulously detailed the 3 hand seals necessary for this technique. Although it is a basic ninjutsu, its simplicity makes it less complex, with the emphasis on chakra quantity and proficiency. Naruto quickly learned the technique, approached the riverbank, and mimicked Sarutobi's stance, awkwardly forming the 3 seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A massive amount of chakra coalesced in Naruto's mouth as he confidently directed it toward the river. However, the result was underwhelming. Despite gathering substantial wind-release chakra, the released vacuum sphere was no larger than a marble, slowly drifting toward the river, creating only the slightest ripples upon contact. Naruto's face visibly fell in disappointment. Haha, it's all right, little Naruto. Sarutobi approached him, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's head once more. It's already quite impressive that you managed to release ninjutsu on your first attempt. Just keep practicing. I will practice diligently, Naruto asserted with unwavering determination. Indeed, I believe in you. Sarutobi glanced at the sky, noting the sun had fully risen. In that case, be sure to prioritize safety while you practice. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Yes, goodbye, Grandfather Third, Naruto replied reluctantly. Naruto, I will return to check on you when I can, Sarutobi said with a smile before vanishing in an instant. Watching the spot where Sarutobi had disappeared, Naruto's smile remained undiminished. Sensing the presence of the hidden Umbu, his grin grew even brighter. Today is indeed a splendid day. Chapter 7. Danzo's Plan Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals before unleashing multiple vacuum spheres toward a massive boulder 10 meters ahead. As the ninjutsu was released, Naruto propelled himself toward the boulder, simultaneously conjuring a blue and white chakra sphere that rapidly spun and condensed in his hand. As the chakra sphere whirled, the surrounding air surged, scattering fragments of rock and dried leaves, creating a swirling haze. Wind release, spiraling sphere. This was Naruto's version of the Rasengan infused with wind chakra. Although it could not be thrown like the Rasen Shuriken, substituting the attribute-less chakra with wind chakra significantly enhanced the cutting power and destructive capability of the technique. The vacuum sphere swiftly struck the boulder, creating several head-sized craters upon impact. In the instant the vacuum sphere struck, Naruto had already dashed to the forefront of the colossal rock, forcefully imprinting the wind-release Rasengan into its center. Boom! The Rasengan erupted instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of wind chakra that surged and splattered in every direction, enveloping a spherical area with a diameter of 2 meters, within which Naruto himself was caught, generating a thick, heavy mist that obscured the scene within. As the fog dissipated, a hollow spherical region of 2 meters in diameter was left behind, devoid of any substance. While the exploded Naruto transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished from sight, it was merely a shadow clone. Bang! A sudden sound of earth breaking resounded as a golden-haired figure emerged from beneath the half-spherical pit, swinging a fist, reinforced by layers of chakra, directly towards the giant rock. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the once mountain-like boulder fractured around Naruto's fist, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, ultimately exploding into a cloud of debris. After a year and a half of rigorous training, his time here was drawing to a close. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already informed him and arranged for him to enter the Ninja Academy. Although Naruto had reached a level where attending the academy seemed unnecessary, it appeared that Sarutobi still hoped he would further refine the will of fire there. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the 4 members of Konoha, observing Naruto's training through Sarutobi's telescope technique, collectively gasped in awe. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office felt noticeably heated. The Jinchuriki had nearly attained the strength of an elite chunin. The only woman among them, Kurama Shikamaru, wore a grave expression as she spoke. At that moment, the elder with spiky hair and glasses, Mito Gate, solemnly inquired, "Hiruzen, allowing the Jinchuriki to train freely, does that not pose a risk of losing control?" Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, confidently responding, "Rest assured, I conduct regular inspections of Naruto's seal. I can assure you that Minato's sealing technique is remarkably effective, as the Ninetales shows no signs of attempting to break free." The Ninetales, meanwhile, expressed a sense of leisure, content to lie in repose. Given that, the Jinchuriki likely has no need to attend the Ninja Academy, the one-eyed Dans remarked after a prolonged silence. His gaze was intense, and his murky eye gleamed with a peculiar light as it fixated on Sarutobi. Even Sarutobi, who prided himself on understanding Dan's character, felt a chill run down his spine under that scrutinizing gaze. Considering the current strength of the Jinchuriki, attending the academy would be a mere waste of time. Sarutobi frowned, intuitively grasping Dan's intentions. For the sake of fairness in their 4-person meeting, he chose to respect Dan's input. Then, "Dans, do you have a better proposal?" Dan's lips curled into a sly smile, and upon noticing, Sarutobi's heart skipped a beat as an instinct urged him to intervene, but it was too late. It appeared that Naruto possessed a remarkable talent for wind release, able to comprehend chakra's elemental shift in a single day. Within a few months, he had not only mastered the vacuum sphere with exceptional skill, but had also fused wind release chakra into the Rasengan, an accomplishment that even Minato Namikaze had not achieved. Dans paused briefly, casting a glance at Sarutobi. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Sarutobi's expression darkened. He found it difficult to discern Dan's motives. Previously, at this juncture, Dans would typically demand the Ninetales Jinchuriki for roots training. Yet today, astonishingly, he praised Naruto and even displayed a sense of camaraderie towards the Jinchuriki. Could it be that someone was masquerading? In stark contrast to Sarutobi's anxiety, Kurama Shikamaru and Mito Gate watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. "You are all aware that in the current Konoha, my wind release techniques are unparalleled. Should Naruto be personally instructed by me, even without the Ninetales, Konoha would swiftly gain a combatant not inferior to the 4 of us." Dan's voice, aged and gravelly, grew louder, culminating in him standing upright, looking down at Sarutobi with a commanding presence. "I wish to take Uzumaki Naruto as my disciple." Dans gazed down at Sarutobi, whose face was shrouded in shadow, evoking a sense of victory within him. The notion of taking the Jinchuriki as a pupil was merely a tactic for Dans to claim the Jinchuriki for his own agenda, an idea inspired by Sarutobi himself. After all, Naruto's exceptional talent for wind release was undeniable, and Dans was confident that no one in Konoha could surpass him in wind release ninjutsu, providing an excellent opportunity to recruit the Jinchuriki as a student. Furthermore, with the pretext of rapidly enhancing the village's strength by adding another shadow-level combatant, It would be impossible for Sarutobi to outright refuse, as this was a means to bolster the village swiftly. He cast another glance at Kurama Shikamaru and Mido Gate, considering them mere indecisive individuals, posing no threat. Dans, I have long stated that Naruto is not meant for Root. Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his aged visage hidden in shadow, though his deep voice concealed a seething fury. Dans. Sarutobi's tone suddenly escalated as Dan's solitary eye, typically shrouded in darkness, sparkled with light, momentarily stunning the three present. I am the Hokage's advisor. Could it be that this man now sought to step into the light? Sarutobi's expression remained inscrutable as he glanced at the other two advisors, who appeared oblivious, sipping tea in feigned ignorance. It was unexpected for Dans to exert such pressure upon him. Did he truly believe that by claiming a sense of righteousness, he could manipulate Sarutobi? After all, he was the Hokage. You may teach your ninjutsu to Naruto, but you cannot become his master. Why not? Dans retorted, his tone urgent. Taken aback that Sarutobi remained obstinate despite the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi met Dan's gaze, speaking gravely, because you represent the shadow of the ninja world. The roots of Konoha, the leader of Root. What do you mean? Sarutobi continued. Naruto requires a clean political background. He glanced at the three perplexed individuals before adding, because I aspire for Naruto to become the next Hokage. He was urging Dans to recognize his true identity. The other three advisors, upon hearing Sarutobi's declaration, were left wide-eyed in disbelief. How long do you intend to remain Hokage? They struggled to comprehend, particularly Dans, whose exposed eye nearly bulged from its socket. Sarutobi, you actually wish for the Jinchuriki to become Hokage? Why not? The current Mizukage is the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi replied matter-of-factly, showing no concern for the implications. There has never been a Jinchuriki as Hokage in Konoha. Dan's gaze turned predatory, gritting his teeth as he remarked. Does Sarutobi prefer to bestow the title of Hokage upon a Jinchuriki rather than offer me a chance? Now there is, Sarutobi countered calmly. You, Sarutobi. I have no objections to the Jinchuriki becoming Hokage, but the Jinchuriki's reputation within the village. Indeed, Sarutobi, after all, we are still uncertain of the Jinchuriki's stance towards the village. Kurama Shikamaru and Mido Gate could not restrain themselves from interjecting, acknowledging the difficulty of accepting a Jinchuriki as Hokage in Konoha. This time, a subtle smile crept onto Sarutobi's lips as he earnestly addressed the three. I can assure you that Naruto's will of fire is exceedingly pure, and I firmly believe he will earn the recognition of everyone in the village and ultimately become the next Hokage. Observing the unwavering expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Shimura Danzo found himself at a loss for words regarding the idea of accepting Naruto as a disciple. He had never anticipated that it would take him so long to devise a plan, only to have it so effortlessly unraveled by this individual. The very identity he had relied upon as a source of confidence, the position of Root leader, had ultimately become his greatest shackles. There was no opportunity left, at least not in the foreseeable future. Thus, he resolved to give the Jinchuriki another attempt. Chapter 8. The Byakugan girl. Look, it's that guy. Is he still in the village? How infuriating. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? That's why I fell in the bathroom yesterday. It's all his fault. Shut up. Have you forgotten the third Hokage's orders? Why does the third Hokage favor him so? It became evident that despite Naruto's absence from the village for nearly a year, the villagers' animosity towards him had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's unnecessary orders, it had only intensified. Ignoring the disdainful and hateful glares directed at him, Naruto walked home with an air of indifference. Only the narrow-minded would allow themselves to be angered by insults. Naruto aimed to elevate the overall strength of Konoha to that of a Hokage and lead everyone towards becoming sage-like beings. Hey, you bumped into us. Do you even realize that? Huh. Suddenly, Naruto was jolted from his thoughts by a raucous commotion. He turned to see a familiar figure, and his expression shifted slightly in surprise. A group of taller boys had surrounded a little girl clad in a pale pink yukata. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl quickly apologized, her expression tinged with fear. Her porcelain-like skin, cherubic face, shoulder-length hair, and delicate features, combined with her unusually wide eyes, unmistakably revealed her identity, Hyuga Hinata. However, the boys encircling her seemed oblivious to the Hyuga clan's renown. One boy boldly pushed the girl forward. Perhaps not anticipating such crude behavior, Hinata fell to the ground, mud splattering her yukata, now tainted with dirt. Upon rising, Hinata's distinctive white eyes caught the attention of her assailants, causing them to pause momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, look at her eyes. They're white. Another monster. Just like that creature. Let us crush her. The four boys picked up stones from the ground, preparing to hurl them at Hinata. The malice of children is often the purest form of cruelty, untainted by ideology or self-interest. It arises simply from the differences one may have with others. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The Hyuga clan, second only to the Uchiha in Konoha, and yet their heiress could be bullied by commoners? It was astonishing to see that, more than a year later, she remained in such a predicament. Well, time hasn't he been kind to you? Naruto's voice suddenly resonated behind the group, startling the four boys. Hinata, who had been curled up on the ground, looked up in surprise, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Naruto. Naruto and Hinata were already acquainted, having met about a year and a half ago when Naruto had first crossed into this world. Their encounter had unfolded in a manner strikingly similar to the current one. At that time, Naruto had just begun mastering chakra and had inadvertently injured those boys, leading to their hospitalization. He had been filled with regret for a long while, managing to appease Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire through sheer luck. You're that monster. Weren't you supposed to be executed by the third Hokage? Is he really a monster? Monsters eat people. The four boys gawked at the approaching Naruto, unable to contain their rising panic. The Naruto of today bore little resemblance to the frail child he once was. With an immense chakra reservoir and a physique honed over a year and a half, he exuded an intimidating presence, towering over his peers and instilling fear in the hearts of the boys. In Naruto-kun, Hinata stood up, her face filled with joy. Ever since Naruto had helped her a year ago, she had longed for an opportunity to thank him in person, but their paths had not crossed again until now. Ignoring the four malicious children, Naruto approached Hinata, disappointment etched across his features. In Naruto-kun, Hinata's expression turned somewhat pitiful, as she suddenly saw a reflection of her father in Naruto. Monsters will eat monsters. Run away. Seeing that the fox spirit had disregarded them, the four boys scattered in panic. Dealing with them shouldn't be difficult, right? Naruto's tone was stern, echoing that of a father. My father said that power should not be used carelessly to harm others. It would be wrong to hurt them. Hinata mumbled, her head downcast, her voice barely audible. To possess power yet refrain from using it, preferring to endure harm rather than inflict it upon others? Naruto gazed quietly at Hinata, whose head hung low in silence, his disappointment growing more palpable. I had thought we might become good friends. Naruto's tone was filled with regret, prompting Hinata to instinctively lift her head, gazing up at him with her pure white eyes brimming with urgency. She could not comprehend why, despite Naruto having saved her last time and driven away her bullies, he appeared reluctant to forge a friendship. Why, Naruto-kun? Hinata's urgency caused her words to tumble out, her once clear eyes now misty, glistening with tears like a spring in the snow, evoking a sense of compassion. Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He wished for Hinata to undergo a transformation. If she remained as fragile as depicted in the original narrative, akin to a mere ornament, she would only serve as a burden to him. After all, in Konoha, Hinata was one of the few who bore him no malice. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been kind to him, occasionally emanated an aura of hostility. Thus, he sought to guide Hinata, hoping she would not be brainwashed by the will of fire. After spending too long in the darkness, one inevitably yearns for a glimmer of light. This reunion had only evoked feelings of joy and excitement within him, for the girl's emotions were so pure and untainted. Yet, if she remained so weak, getting too close could only lead to mutual harm. Did you see the looks in those boys' eyes? Naruto suddenly turned to the gathering crowd, each individual radiating a nauseating malevolence. Among them, several glaring eyes were particularly intense. Is this yet another ploy by the Konoha elite? Why? Hinata also noticed the villagers converging, their gazes piercing through Naruto as if demanding his demise, intensifying her distress. Because of your weakness, they cannot even see your value. Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the crowd surrounding him rather than on Hinata. He spotted the previous group of boys standing beside their parents, whispering and snickering, as if they were on a pedestal, playing the victim. Hinata saw this too. Why is it that Naruto-kun, who helped me, is treated as the villain? A cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd. Was that man about to harm someone again? I had foreseen that his sudden arrival in the village would spell trouble. Indeed, this monster should be expelled. Hey, by the orders of Lord Third. But what do those commands matter now? That fox spirit is about to cause harm again. Is that little girl the target this time? Could this creature be intending to devour her? Hurry and notify Lord Third. We must banish this beast. The villagers' malice intensified. Yet Naruto remained composed, his heart undisturbed by the turmoil around him. Suddenly, a soft yet resolute voice pierced through the din, silencing the once hostile crowd. Naruto-kun is not a bad person. He saved me. Naruto-kun is a good person. Hinata, her face flushed, clutched the hem of her yukata tightly, trembling with fear, yet mustering all her strength to speak out. It was her first brave declaration. Unwilling to witness the disappointment in Naruto's eyes, she stood defiantly against the villagers. However, the ignorant crowd could not perceive the truth. Surely, this little girl must be under the fox's threat. How despicable, indeed, this wicked fox dares to intimidate the villagers. Why hasn't the security force arrived yet? Drive him out. Drive him out. In that moment, the crowd's fury flared anew. Hinata realized her words had backfired, and panic surged within her. As she prepared to shout again, a small hand rested gently atop her head. Enough, that will suffice. She met the gaze of gentle, azure eyes, reminiscent of the sky. Hinata, you should leave. It may become dangerous here. He had noticed several villagers picking up stones. No, tears welled in Hinata's eyes. She yearned to stand beside Naruto. Just then, a Hyuga ninja appeared before her, deflating the villagers' anger. They were mere civilians and could not contend with a ninja. The Hyuga ninja positioned himself between Naruto and Hinata, eyeing Naruto with disdain. Stay away from the lady, demon. His voice faltered, choked by fear as he met Naruto's gaze, which glimmered ominously. No, it's not like that. Hinata cried out, desperate to explain, but the Hyuga ninja seized her, fleeing with all his might. Faster than he had ever run from a kunai. It is truly a monster. The Hyuga ninja was the first to discover the truth, initially dismissing it as mere rumor. His departure reignited the villagers' fury, now more inflamed than before. Get out of our village. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, and a stone struck Naruto's head, blood gushing forth and staining his face. Hinata's vision blurred with crimson. In that blood-soaked world, she envisioned the gentle Naruto being devoured by a horde of monsters. It's all my fault. I'm still too weak. Naruto wiped the blood from his face, nonchalantly gazing at the barrage of thrown eggs, vegetables, and stones. With a resounding chime, a voice filled with madness echoed in Naruto's mind. At the crossroads of life, the system presented the second choice that would determine his fate. Faced with the malevolence and ignorance of the villagers, his options were: Option 1. As the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, kneel and beg for forgiveness, seeking their recognition. Reward would release. Option 2. As the inherently evil fox spirit, to do as he pleases, demonstrating to these foolish beings what they had provoked, instilling greater fear within the villagers of Konoha. Reward, Sharingan. Choose wisely, the system's voice concluded. Naruto's growing hatred and malice came to a standstill as he stood in shock, head bowed to conceal his astonishment. Indeed, the system produced unparalleled offerings. While the first option felt distasteful, it aligned with the character of Ashura's chakra reincarnation, akin to Naruto or the original Hashirama Senju. It was no wonder they granted the wood release. Hashirama, for the peace of the shinobi world, I bow to you all. Madara, for the peace of the shinobi world, you all bow to me. Yet, this was the wood release that quelled chaos, established Konoha, and distributed the nine-tailed beasts. Truthfully, Naruto felt tempted. Although there were disparities in wood release, he was not like Yamato. In a few years, his chakra combined with the nine tails could rival half of Hashirama's power. But what of the past year and a half of training? What of the malice he had endured? He, Naruto Uzumaki, should do as he wishes. Kurama, lend me your chakra. As for Sarutobi, he would think of an explanation later. For now, he needed to silence these people. Ha! Go ahead and use it, you bunch of fools daring to treat my Jinchuriki this way. Savage, hateful, chaotic, and malevolent chakra surged into Naruto, yet it bore no impact on him. The crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped him, a chakra tail extending behind him. What is that? That SA tail. This guy is truly a fox spirit. Run, run. The fox spirit is coming to destroy Konoha. The villagers, who had been hurling stones at Naruto, were now paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. They had not expected the very Naruto they had bullied for years to be the fox spirit. They merely sought to vent their frustrations, not to court death. Before long, Only a few terrified villagers and some root ninjas, who had stoked the villagers' emotions, remained. It must be said, the root ninjas, having been brainwashed, only broke a sweat, posturing as if ready for battle against Naruto's altered form. At that moment, Naruto had lost consciousness, his azure eyes transformed to blood red, with dark slit pupils glinting ominously. Lowering his body and preparing to attack, a massive and malevolent chakra erupted from him, causing the root ninjas to feel imminent dread. They may have been brainwashed, but instinct remained. This was a true monster. Get back. Then, a burst of white mist enveloped the scene, revealing two elderly men in combat attire and a cadre of Umbu ninjas. Shimura Danzo's expression was grave, his single eye clouded with apprehension. He had intended to provoke the Jinchuriki to reveal his hostility towards the village, aiming to confine him. Yet he had not anticipated the Jinchuriki's actual loss of control, especially in the heart of Konoha. He felt the weight of his responsibilities growing heavier. This test had been his suggestion, and if things went awry, his position as Hokage could slip further from his grasp. Determined, he resolved to take the initiative. It appears that the Jinchuriki should indeed be cultivated as a weapon of war. Silence. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a cold glance at his old friend. The methods of your root have crossed the line. After this matter is resolved, I will handle your root personally. Hiruzen could hardly be bothered to engage in further conversation with Shimura Danzo. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his longtime companion. It was a decision made by the four of them together, yet this man was attempting to shift all the blame onto him. First, I must calm Naruto down. Fortunately, it is only one tail. Hiruzen felt somewhat relieved. A single tail was manageable. He then placed his right thumb to his mouth, suddenly biting it open, swiftly forming hand seals, and then striking the ground with force. Summoning jutsu. After a puff of white smoke, a monkey clad in a tiger-striped sweater, wearing a ninja uniform and a Konoha headband, appeared before him. Hiruzen, who are you fighting this time? The monkey spoke directly, but upon seeing the figure not far away, on all fours and enveloped in the chakra of the nine tails, with the tail swaying behind him, he was rendered speechless. Monkey King, Vajra Rod. Without further ado, Hiruzen had the Monkey King transform into a black rod that materialized in his hands. Naruto, calm down. Hiruzen leapt high, wielding the rod, aiming to strike Naruto. This old man sure is quick, Naruto muttered under his breath. He was not eager to engage in battle with Hiruzen. After all, he needed to feign a state of losing control. This would be akin to taking a beating. Moreover, the nine tails chakra he could currently wield was limited. With just one tail, he could not overpower Hiruzen. He exerted force through all four limbs, propelling himself like a streak of red light towards a nearby building. Boom, boom. Two thunderous crashes rang out almost simultaneously. Hiruzen's long rod struck empty air, while Naruto crashed headfirst into the structure. Yet, before he could escape far, he felt as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall of air, causing him to see stars, dizzy and nauseous, his footing unsteady. Damn, there's a barrier. Today, he couldn't be the hero of the village. A slight buzzing filled Naruto's head, but the sounds coming from behind him soon brought clarity. Damn it. I can only manage this for now. After all, he had completed the task. The inherently malevolent villagers of Konoha had witnessed the true form of the fox demon. And with the barrier in place, he could do no further damage. Naruto immediately lay flat on the ground, pain evident on his face. When Hiruzen and Danzo arrived, they found Naruto sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds and a pained expression. Naruto, how are you feeling? Hiruzen inquired with genuine concern, albeit from several meters away. Hearing the voice, Naruto looked up to see Hiruzen and an old man with one eye, tears streaming down his face. I can't help it, it hurts. I just used the Nine Tails chakra to cut my skin, otherwise I couldn't fake the loss of control. Third Hokage, I'm so sorry. I did something to harm the village. Sob sob sob. Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Naruto had managed to suppress the rampage himself. He stepped forward, gently lifting Naruto, and softly asked, Can you tell me what happened just now? This old man is so impatient. I'm in so much pain, Naruto thought as tears and snot streamed down his face. Everyone said I was a monster, a demon fox. I felt wronged. I just wanted everyone to recognize me. Then, that fox told me that if I surrendered my body to it, it would help me gain everyone's acknowledgement. But it wanted to harm them instead. Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, Naruto's will of fire was purer than anyone else's otherwise. He could not have subdued the Ninetales rampage on his own. Humph. Once you've been seduced, there will be a second time, Danzo interjected darkly. Be silent. Hiruzen glared fiercely at Danzo, who dared not speak further. After all, Hiruzen was genuinely angry. Fortunately, Naruto had managed to control his rampage. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered greatly. Naruto, what if the big fox speaks to you in such a manner again? Hiruzen asked, his expression now kind. This old man truly does not consider me human. I am covered in blood. Can't we go to the hospital first? Third Hokage, I will never listen to that big fox again. It is a villain. It only wants to harm everyone. No matter what it says, I will. Naruto's head suddenly tilted, and he lost consciousness, entering the ceiling space. Hiruzen, watching Naruto faint, felt a bit dazed, but upon seeing the multitude of wounds on him, he quickly understood and realized he had acted too hastily. Someone, Lord Hokage. 3 figures from the Umbu appeared before Hiruzen in unison, bowing. Hiruzen carefully entrusted Naruto to one of them, commanding, take Naruto to the hospital to treat his wounds. Yes. The 3 figures vanished simultaneously. It seems that even the Ninetales cannot shake Naruto's will of fire, Hiruzen remarked, glancing at Danzo, a hint of pride in his tone. Even though the Jinchuriki managed to suppress the rampage, the village has already suffered harm. Danzo implied that Naruto had now solidified his reputation as the demon fox. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression turned cold, and he spoke sternly, since this matter arose because of you, it is your responsibility to mitigate its effects. In 2 months, Naruto must enroll in the Ninja Academy, otherwise, your route will have to secure its own funding. After delivering this ultimatum, Hiruzen vanished in an instant, needing to comfort the terrified villagers. Only Danzo remained, his expression dark as water, his posture slightly hunched as if burdened by something heavy. Where did Naruto-kun go? Much time passed before Hinata, panting heavily, returned to the scene, only to find chaos and some villagers still gripped by fear. At that moment, she suddenly spotted familiar figures, those boys who had bullied her, now huddled together, talking. Hinata rushed over, gritting her teeth. Despite her nerves, she mustered the courage to ask, where did Naruto-kun go? You are that companion of the demon fox. You are indeed a monster. The boys, already frightened by Naruto, reacted like cats with their tails stepped on, cursing and preparing to attack Hinata once again. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes as she recalled Naruto, bloodied and hurt. Why? Why is kind Naruto-kun called a monster? It is you who are the true monsters. Hinata shouted with a trembling voice, her once pure and gentle eyes now fierce, veins bulging around her, radiating an intense ferocity. Chapter 10. The past is the past. The present is the present. What are you doing? Making such a racket just to get yourself into the hospital? The Ninetales lay on the ground, resting its head on its paws, utterly perplexed. What do you know? This is none of your business, Naruto replied, eyes closed, lying on the ground with a dismissive snort. What do you mean by hanging brothers? You always talk about how not using cheats leads to a dead end, and that small openings aren't considered cheating. So what exactly is hanging? Once again, the Ninetales felt a sense of confusion upon hearing the new term. Recalling the previous remarks made by the other party while in the ceiling space, he could not help but voice his doubts. Naruto suddenly sat up, still with his eyes closed, yet a sly grin crept onto his lips. Do you truly wish to know? That little rascal. The Ninetales gazed at the impudent expression on the young man's face, uncertain of what mischief he was contemplating. Speak if you wish. The Ninetales turned his head away proudly. In that case, allow me to show you. As he spoke, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The aloof fox, now looking away, kept a vigilant eye on Naruto's transformation. Suddenly, every hair on his body bristled, and he leaped up from the ground, the entire fox appearing electrified. Is this an illusion? When did this happen? The Ninetales instinctively believed he had fallen victim to a genjutsu, immediately adopting a defensive stance, his eyes fixed intensely on Naruto's. When Naruto opened his eyes, what were once azure orbs transformed into a blood-red hue, within which 3 tomos spun continuously, ultimately aligning into a single line resembling the vertical slit of a fox's eye. This revelation exceedingly surpassed Naruto's expectations. The system had originally bestowed upon him a single tomo Sharingan, requiring him to upgrade it himself. What he did not anticipate was that upon acquiring the Sharingan, memories from the past 5 years began to flood his mind. The palpable malice, the abyss-like agony, combined with his long-term rigorous training and the mental fortitude from 2 lives, had directly awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unexpectedly, after more than a year of traversing this new world, he found himself burdened once more. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Regardless of his previous abilities, he needed to cultivate them himself, although he had drawn upon the Ninetales' power to a slight extent. The bulk of the achievements were indeed the fruits of his own labor. Moreover, that journey of cultivation, while initially yielding rapid growth, would inevitably slow down over time. He had reached a bottleneck in his current strength. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto's significant power surges were attributed to the Ninetales chakra and Sage Mode. Now, without easy access to the Ninetales chakra and lacking a place to train in Sage Mode, his progress faced substantial limitations. However, the situation had changed. With the burdensome knowledge of his newfound eyes, even without utilizing them, the feedback from the activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan alone had vastly exceeded the results of his arduous training over the past year and a half. Coupled with the abilities contained within these eyes, he had already acquired a semblance of power that rivaled the legendary Sannin. If those fools remained oblivious, he could lead them to transcendence, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen would be unable to intervene. Indeed, no amount of effort could compare to the advantages of a cheat. Hard work paled in comparison to lineage, and lineage was overshadowed by extraordinary abilities. With an amalgamation of effort, lineage, and extraordinary powers, if Uzumaki Naruto were to fail, who could succeed? His current achievements were a testament to his relentless determination. In the midst of this profound silence, a deep, hoarse laughter shattered the tranquility. Echoing from an unfathomable abyss, crescendoing into a wild, unrestrained guffaw. This laughter was imbued with unfathomable madness, liberation, derision, and ecstatic joy. The tides of battle had shifted. This little rascal. The Ninetales realized this was not an illusion. The boy had genuinely awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Observing his maniacal laughter, the Ninetales could not help but draw a resemblance to the infamous Uchiha Madara. Murmuring to itself, the Ninetales felt increasingly uneasy, its eyes widening in realization as it scrutinized Naruto, pondering past events. It recalled that neither Minato Namikaze nor Kushina Uzumaki possessed Uchiha blood. Thus, how could Naruto suddenly awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan? It seemed to have stumbled upon a blind spot, and an unsettling thought began to take root. Ugh, my head itches. It feels as if I'm about to grow a brain. Yet, his hair was indeed identical to that of Minato Namikaze. But he was undeniably the offspring of Kushina Uzumaki. Furthermore, the Uzumaki lineage coursed robustly through him. Suddenly, the Ninetales recalled that Kushina had a good friend from the Uchiha clan who frequently visited. Could it be some yellow-haired Uchiha? The Ninetales felt its mind nearing overload, nearly smoking from the complexity of human relationships. Indeed, the simplicity of tailed beasts was far more appealing. I dare say, you seem to be contemplating something rather impolite, Ninetales. The Ninetales, lost in thought, displayed a myriad of expressions on its fox-like visage. Naruto swore he had never encountered a fox capable of such human-like expressions. Clearing his throat, the Ninetales coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratching its head with a paw. After all, even a fox felt it inappropriate to speculate about the parentage of the human before it. By the way, what exactly is the story behind your kaleidoscope Sharingan? I have never seen you possess a Sharingan before. Naruto chuckled, responding confidently, the past is the past, and the present is the present. This is what it means to have a cheat. Awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan as a cheat? The Ninetales felt perplexed. However, Naruto's assertion held a grain of truth. The Sharingan was indeed a cheat, especially since awakening the kaleidoscope was an achievement that could take an entire lifetime for an average ninja to attain. Enough of this, Naruto declared, suddenly leaping to his feet, provocatively gazing at the Ninetales. Kai-bai, let us train together. Ha ha ha, little rascal. Do you think awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan permits you to provoke me? The Ninetales' gaze sharpened, akin to two glistening blades fixated on Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto bore a mysterious smile, asserting, Kai-bai, you have been controlled by the kaleidoscope Sharingan twice. You little brat. The corners of the Ninetales' mouth twitched, not in a smile, but as a manifestation of suppressed rage, akin to the calm before a storm, heralding an impending tempest. Get in here. I shall tear you apart with my own hands. Ha ha ha. Kai-bai, allow me to witness the might of the strongest tailed beast. With the skies clearing and the rain ceasing, Naruto felt invigorated, charging directly into the cage that held the Ninetales. This was primarily due to the fact that this was a ceiling space. Even in death, he would not perish for real. Roar. The Nine Tails emitted a contemptuous roar, swiftly swiping a massive paw towards Naruto with astonishing speed. In response to the straightforward attack, Naruto merely sidestepped, causing the Nine Tails assault to strike empty air, splashing water everywhere. During the moment of evasion, Naruto clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, dozens of chakra clones materialized around him, dispersing in various directions, forming a semicircular formation that encircled the Nine Tails. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. All the clones simultaneously clapped their hands, inhaling deeply, gathering vast amounts of chakra before simultaneously unleashing a barrage of wind release. Vacuum spheres, raining down like machine gun fire upon the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails shook its nine tails, shielding itself with an imposing barrier. Boom, boom, boom. All the vacuum orbs fell upon the nine tails of the Nine Tails, instantly igniting a vast cloud of smoke. With the enhancement of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Naruto's vacuum orbs surpassed even those of Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving multiple wounds on the tails. Not bad for a little rascal, Naruto remarked, executing the wind release, Rasengan. The Nine Tails spread its tails, revealing its crimson-slitted eyes, and was about to retort when it noticed dozens of yellow-haired clones rushing toward it, forming Rasengans. What the hell? No honor in this. The Nine Tails' heart quivered. Being struck by so many wind orbs was no trifling matter. It quickly maneuvered its nine tails, 5 to shield itself and 4 to sweep towards Naruto's clones. From a distance, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, before his left eye widened suddenly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, rebirth of the deity. In an instant, 9 torii gates descended from the heavens, pinning the Nine Tails' tails to the ground. What is this? The deity of divine gates. The familiar sight caused the Nine Tails' heart to skip a beat, momentarily forgetting to resist, believing that Senju Hashirama had returned. While the Nine Tails was momentarily stunned, Naruto was not. Dozens of clones charged forth, attacking the Nine Tails in a self-destructive manner. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the Rasengan explosions and vanishing clones echoed simultaneously, enveloping the vast form of the Nine Tails in a cloud of smoke, obscuring its appearance. However, Naruto's Sharingan perceived the situation clearly, although the Nine Tails appeared disheveled. Its fighting spirit burned fiercely. With a mighty roar, the Nine Tails broke free from the 9 torii gates and dispersed the surrounding smoke. It had only been momentarily dazed by a psychological shadow but quickly regained its composure. Although it resembled Hashirama's divine gates, it was merely an imitation. You've riled me up, little brat. The realization that the strongest-tailed beast had been intimidated by a counterfeit irked the Nine Tails deeply. Its 9 tails unfurled, charging directly at Naruto. Naruto remained steadfast, slightly breathless, as he split into dozens of clones to perform the Rasengan. At just 5.5 years old, he had yet to fully master chakra control and needed to recuperate after such exertion. Nevertheless, he displayed little fear in the face of the Nine Tails' fierce tail assault. Clapping his hands together once more, suddenly, 9 massive wooden hands materialized within the ceiling space, blocking the Nine Tails' attack. Would release? The Nine Tails retracted its tails, its expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. The wooden hands vanished, and Naruto pointed to his left eye, declaring, "This is not would release, but a power from my kaleidoscope Sharingan, known as rebirth of the deity, an impressive ocular technique." Naruto took immense pride in his Sharingan ability, which was a remarkable power in both his past and present lives. The rebirth of the deity was akin to, yet far superior to, the techniques of the Karasuma clan. It could materialize the imagined into reality, manipulating illusions to become tangible. As long as his chakra was vast enough, his mental fortitude strong, and his body robust, he could conjure anything from thin air. Just like this. Would release, true thousand hands. Naruto clapped his hands again, and numerous trees erupted within the ceiling space, spiraling upward at a visible speed, coalescing into a half-human form seated cross-legged. Finally, to the astonishment of the Nine Tails, it transformed into a colossal statue of a Buddha, its enormous form filling the ceiling space, with only 9 hands, just enough to match the Nine Tails' 9 tails. After all, he genuinely could not fathom how the 1,000 hands of Senju Hashirama were utilized in battle. Fewer hands were just fine. Standing atop the Buddha's head, Naruto beamed with pride, proclaiming, Kaibai, what do you think of my ocular technique? The Nine Tails stared blankly at the statue, memories of past humiliations flooding back. The shame of being grasped by Hashirama resurfacing in its heart. Damn it, little brat. Do not underestimate the tailed beasts. Furious, the Nine Tails raised its head high, gathering two types of chakra before it, swirling rapidly to form a highly dense black energy sphere. The Nine Tails swallowed the condensed energy ball, its cheeks bulging, before unleashing it in a straight line towards Naruto, like a black shooting star. This was a genuine tailed beast bomb, even at the level of an elite shinobi's full power. Whoa, the Kaibai is serious. Naruto's expression shifted, but he did not panic. 11 massive hands positioned themselves before the tailed beast ball, attempting to intercept it mid-air. However, an imitation was still an imitation, despite the intimidating aura of Naruto's Buddha. It could never match the strength of Hashirama. Without the Nine Tails chakra, Hashirama's mere chakra reserves could rival hundreds of Naruto, as he was now. The 11 hands were crushed by the tailed beast ball, merely slowing its velocity as it continued to surge toward Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the tailed beast ball, his right eye widening dramatically. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Bishamatan. The space before him began to distort and whirl, ultimately transforming into a colossal black vortex that devoured even light itself. As the tailed beast ball approached Naruto, it came to a halt before the immense black vortex, slowly being consumed. What? The Nine Tails widened its eyes again, but it was already gathering a second tailed beast ball. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was indeed a troublesome ability. How many tailed beast balls could it absorb? Observing the Nine Tails forming another tailed beast ball, Naruto refrained from using the vortex again and opted for the shadow clone technique, beginning to form another Rasengan. This time, four clones combined their efforts to create a single Rasengan. Naruto's original self quickly retreated as the four clones struggled to shape the ball. He refrained from using wind chakra, as the chakra obtained from the previous tailed beast ball was already substantial. Adding too much wind chakra would likely hinder its formation. The Rasengan was swiftly completed, and the other three clones exhausted their chakra, dissipating, leaving just one clone triumphantly, holding a Rasengan larger than itself atop the Buddha. Kaibai, have you ever heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? Supersized Rasengan. The clone leaped down, brandishing the gigantic Rasengan as it plummeted toward the Nine Tails. Naruto. The Nine Tails snarled, its mouth once again spewing forth a tailed beast ball like a sword, intent on cleaving through the descending giant Rasengan. As the two forces collided midair, the entire ceiling space trembled under the energy clash. The tailed beast ball, a sphere of highly compressed tailed beast chakra, met Naruto's supersized Rasengan, which too was derived from the extreme compression of the Nine Tails chakra. The explosion of their collision illuminated the surroundings, akin to a miniature sun erupting, tearing through the darkness and revealing blinding light. In the air, a formidable shockwave emanated in a circular pattern from the two-tailed beast orbs, causing the ground to tremble. The colossal Buddha, conjured by Naruto's ocular technique, was swiftly reduced to dust within the shockwave, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, rendering it suffocating. Amidst the brilliance, ripples of energy spread outward at a visible pace, distorting the very fabric of the ceiling space. At the juncture of light and darkness, two contrasting chakras clashed violently, producing a dazzling array of colors, intertwining red and blue like the realms of yin and yang, each eroding the other. Ultimately, as their energies waned, the radiance gradually dimmed. The nine-tailed fox remained crouched, its tail shielding itself, while Naruto stood at the entrance of the cage, protected by layers of crumbling stone walls. The surroundings remained unchanged. For this was the ceiling space. So long as the seal remained intact, nothing could be destroyed. Is this your ocular technique? Naruto pondered. Given his current chakra levels, it was inconceivable for him to produce such a powerful Rasengan. Even the fourth Hokage could not defend against a tailed beast orb with it. How vexing it was that the mightiest of tailed beasts could not subdue a mere child. Adjusting his disheveled attire from the shock, Naruto smiled and pointed at his right eye. This is the ocular technique Bishamon. Bishamon possesses the ability to consume everything. When Naruto employs this technique, he can absorb other substances, any form of energy, be it physical, mental, or chakra, directly enhancing his own abilities after consumption, allowing him to wield the power of others as his own. The synergy between his two eyes is intriguing. He wondered if absorbing a bloodline limit user would grant him that variability. Chapter 12. Naruto, you are the true hero. Which path to take? You wicked child of the vortex. The furious roar of the nine-tailed fox echoed as Naruto exited the ceiling space, awakening to the ceiling of Konoha Hospital. Glancing outside, he noted the sun shining brightly. Despite his battle with the nine-tailed fox, the flow of time within the ceiling space differed significantly, and he had only been unconscious for a couple of hours. Perhaps due to his enhanced strength, he felt a sense of exhilaration, devoid of any shame for his retreat. Ridiculous. The Nine-Tails was poised to unleash a third-tailed beast orb, treating such a devastating attack as a mere casual move. For Naruto Uzumaki, that was not an option. Even if Bishaman could absorb chakra, it still required ocular power. One-tailed beast orb likely equated to the strength of hundreds of Kakashis. However, Naruto was taken aback to discover that the ocular power of his Sharingan could also recover. Was it due to the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan, or the influence of the nine-tailed chakra? Regardless of the cause, the relief of not becoming blind was already a significant blessing. He wondered if absorbing the Sharingan could increase his ocular power and whether consuming the Mangekyou Sharingan would lead to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. A sudden desire to test this on an awakened Uchiha surfaced, but he quickly reined in his thoughts. He was about to turn 6. Just in time to enroll in the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha clan's massacre was nearing, and perhaps he could seize an opportunity to absorb a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. If he could attain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, he would be free to utilize ocular techniques without the burden of depleting ocular power. Yet now, he needed to find someone to test the efficacy of his ocular technique. Who should he approach? Staring at the ceiling, he fell into contemplation, recalling the many individuals who had displeased him over the years. He decided to think things over before Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. As he emerged from the ceiling space, he sensed through the malice of the nine-tailed fox that two malevolent presences had suddenly vanished, likely one to inform Hiruzen and the other to notify Danzo Shimura. However, he no longer needed to curry favor with Hiruzen and his associates. In the past, he had to endure due to his weakness, but now, armed with the Mangekyou Sharingan, he possessed a certain degree of power to challenge them. There was no way he would let his Mangekyou Sharingan go to waste. Lost in thought, he felt like a college student deliberating over what to have for lunch. If he chose one option, he would lament missing the other, and vice versa. Caught in a web of indecision. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his musings. Before he could respond, the door swung open, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, donning the Hokage hat, entered with his characteristic warm smile. You really didn't need to knock, Naruto thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. How is your recovery, young Naruto? Hiruzen inquired. Naruto smiled back, responding, much better now, third Hokage. The sudden shift in Naruto's address caused Hiruzen's heart to skip a beat. Despite his amiable demeanor, Naruto could sense a rise in the man's malice. Why no longer call me Grandpa Third? Are you feeling unwell? Old man, I'm only addressing you as Third out of courtesy. Were it not for that, I'd simply call you Dirt. Naruto longed to say this, but refrained, as he intended to extract a few more pairs of eyes from Konoha. However, it seemed that the Sarutobi clan possessed considerable strength. Just by observing Hiruzen's energy, he could tell that absorbing it would significantly enhance his physical prowess. Unaware of Naruto's inner thoughts, Hiruzen misinterpreted Naruto's vacant expression as a sign of profound distress. Young Naruto, none of this is your fault. Many in the village harbor misunderstandings about you. Third Hokage, I must be the fox spirit after all. Naruto lowered his head, striving to appear despondent. Why does it feel like acting has become so difficult? Hiruzen's gaze sharpened slightly, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Naruto, this is not your doing. But I truly did become the fox spirit. Hiruzen fell silent, contemplating before letting out a long, weary sigh. Let me tell you a story, Naruto. A story? Naruto's curiosity piqued. He wondered what ploy the old man had in store. Hiruzen's face suddenly bore a nostalgic expression, a mixture of sorrow and reminiscence. This tale begins with the fourth Hokage. He was a bright, gentle child. Though shy, he could be serious and cautious when dealing with adversaries. Even during his time in the Ninja Academy, I held high hopes for him. Ultimately, 5 years ago, during the Nine-Tails Rampage, he sacrificed his life to seal the beast and save the village, earning him the title of the hero who safeguarded Konoha. Hiruzen continued to speak at length, extolling Minato Namikaze as an exceptional ninja and a great Hokage, a true guardian of the village. Naruto pondered his own experiences over the years. Minato, what exactly did you protect? Your wife perished, you died, your son became a pariah, and all your legacy was taken away, leaving nothing behind. The villagers of Konoha had never truly believed Naruto to be a fox spirit. They simply required an outlet for their emotions. The devastation wrought by the Nine Tails attack was incalculable, and someone had to be held accountable. With the fourth Hokage deceased, and the village leadership eager to protect their own reputations, Naruto naturally became the target of their collective ire. When they beheld Naruto as the true embodiment of the Nine Tails, their hearts were consumed by fear, leaving no room for any other emotion. Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out, snapping the contemplative Naruto back to reality. With a look of confusion, he gazed at the now serious Sarutobi. Although it was the fourth Hokage who sealed the Nine Tails, you also carry the hopes of the entire village. If you had not become the vessel for the Nine Tails seal, Konoha would not enjoy the peace it has today. Naruto, though I am the third Hokage now, you are the true hero. When I pose this question, it is not due to my own issues, but rather I perceive a problem in you. Sarutobi's caliber was indeed remarkable. He nearly ignited Naruto's fervor. Truly, he was the mastermind behind the strongest genjutsu, the will of fire. Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears as he proclaimed, "Third Hokage, I am the hero of Konoha, and I will earn everyone's recognition. The villagers will become my motivation to grow stronger." Sarutobi nodded in approval. Although Naruto had yet to revert to his previous address, the fire of his spirit remained undiminished. If you wish to gain the acknowledgement of the people, you must first become a ninja. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you will be a true ninja. I will strive to do so, third Hokage, Naruto replied, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi, filled with longing. Chapter 13. You have chosen the path to death. Little Naruto boldly walked home, surrounded by indifferent and scornful gazes. The malice of the village had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it had intensified. However, no one dared to cluster together and whisper maliciously about him. For this time, their animosity stemmed more from fear than anything else. Everyone avoided him like the plague. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Konoha was a small village. News of the morning's events had circulated by afternoon, but due to the decree issued by Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and the arrest of offenders by the security department, the villagers were left with resentment they could not voice. This brought an unprecedented clarity to Naruto's mood. After all, he was the Nine Tails. It was only natural for them to be afraid. The bullying and curses directed at him were utterly reversed. With his hands in his pockets and a warm smile on his face, he strolled through the streets of Konoha as if he were in his own living room. No one dared approach him. They all cleared a path upon seeing him. Wherever he went, silence enveloped the area, as if the birds themselves held their breath until he had passed a distance away, at which point they would mutter a few curses under their breath. Even the stray dogs lurking in the corners sensed his Nine Tails chakra and scurried away, exhibiting a stark display of disdain. With this in mind, Naruto felt no urgency to return home. Throughout the afternoon, he wandered aimlessly through Konoha, gravitating towards the liveliest spots. Whenever he encountered a store that harbored strong animosity towards him, he would boldly enter, touching this and peering at that, nearly causing several establishments to go under. However, a few particularly defiant ones retaliated with harsh curses, their venomous insults flowing freely. Naruto could only watch with a rueful smile as the security department took them away for a chat. The sight of their frustration, knowing they could berate him, yet still face consequences, only heightened Naruto's spirits. Do you truly enjoy such trivial games, you little rascal? The Nine Tails, who had been silent in the ceiling space, finally spoke up. Naruto was taken aback, responding in his mind. Kurama, are you no longer angry? His words elicited a grunt of frustration from the Nine Tails. Humph, even if I were angry, what could you do about it? Huh, I'll challenge you to a duel once I enhance my strength, Naruto retorted cheerfully. The Nine Tails, having spent over a year with Naruto, had come to realize that this young boy had no sense of decorum. With a dismissive tone, it remarked, "Is this your way of seeking revenge on Konoha? Well, I can't exactly engage in nefarious deeds in broad daylight, can I?" Naruto replied, a hint of mischief bubbling within him. But at night, that's a different story. The Nine Tails fell silent, suddenly aware that the already dim ceiling space had grown even darker, with shadows creeping along the bars of the ceiling gate. It understood now why Naruto's chakra had not led to chaos. A drop of ink in a bucket of water only creates ripples, with little impact beyond that. After acquiring those eyes, Naruto's malice had been unshackled. Dusk arrived, the threshold between day and night, also known as the witching hour. After a day of wandering, despite still having ample energy, Naruto felt a twinge of hunger as the aroma of food wafted from the buildings lining the streets. In a corner of the commercial district, he hesitated at the entrance of a shop, uncertain whether to enter. The red and white sign above, boldly proclaiming Ichiraku Ramen, drew his attention. The enticing steam from the ramen slipped through the curtain seams, beckoning passers-by. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto pushed aside the curtains and stepped inside. The interior featured a long counter where patrons could dine. At that moment, two individuals were already seated at either end of the counter, while a man and a woman busily worked on the other side. Ayam, who had worked alongside her father for years, immediately noticed the new customer and paused her task, flashing a friendly smile. "Welcome. May I help you, Naruto?" Ayam's initial surprise quickly transformed into delight. "Naruto, you little rascal. Where have you been all this time? We've been so worried about you." Her expression turned serious, reflecting a sisterly concern for her younger brother. "Oh, it truly is Naruto. You haven't visited in over a year. We've added quite a few new dishes to our menu." Tochi, the master of Ichiraku, turned upon hearing her voice and greeted Naruto with a smile. "Haha, I've been training outside for a year. I just returned today, and I plan to sample all the new dishes you have." Naruto chuckled, scratching his head, a rare moment of genuine joy on his face in front of others. Indeed, neither Tochi nor Ayam held any animosity towards him, despite the day's events. This place felt like a rare haven for him in Konoha. However, the sudden surge of malevolence upon his arrival still made him uneasy. Furrowing his brow, he chose to sit near another patron. Oddly enough, this individual bore no trace of malice. Naruto looked over curiously, taking in the distinctive silver hair, the forehead protector obscuring his eyes, the mask covering half his face, and the small book tucked away. Kakashi Hatake. Naruto was surprised to encounter him here, but chose to act nonchalantly as he sat beside him. Kakashi merely glanced at Naruto when he entered, his eyes momentarily flickering before returning to their usual vacant stare. "Wow, Naruto, you've grown quite a bit this year," Ayam remarked as she prepared chopsticks for him. "Really?" Naruto stood up once more, confirming that he was indeed half a head taller than the bar. This was quite normal, given that he had spent the past year indulging in various high-protein, nutrient-rich delicacies, supplemented by chakra, leading to considerable growth. Perhaps it was a result of his training. With a smile, Naruto boasted, "Sister Shoppu, I have learned ninjutsu now." "Ninjutsu? How impressive, Naruto." Shoppu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having run a ramen shop in Konoha for over a decade with her father, she understood the significance of mastering ninjutsu at the tender age of 6. By the way, wasn't Lord Kakashi also able to perform ninjutsu at 6? Suddenly, Shoppu turned to Kakashi, perhaps sensing no hostility towards Naruto and wishing to foster a connection between the two geniuses. Kakashi, momentarily tightening his grip on the book he was holding, hesitated before giving a slight nod. Naruto made an exaggerated, playful expression and exclaimed, "Wait, this one-eyed uncle is just as impressive as I am." "One-eyed uncle?" Kakashi's deadpan expression barely concealed his annoyance, and he offered no response. "Your teacher's child certainly has a personality that diverges significantly from that of his mentor." Kakashi mused as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Shoppu, who had initiated the conversation, felt a bit awkward and quickly shifted the topic. "Are you finishing your training now because you're going to enroll in the Ninja Academy?" "Yes," Naruto replied, nodding happily, unaffected by Kakashi's indifference. Shoppu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Since you're going to school, you'll surely make many more friends." "I definitely will." Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Naruto's unfinished sentence. Shoppu jumped, realizing that a customer had finished his ramen, stood up, and slammed his chopsticks onto the table. She quickly approached with a polite expression. "Excuse me, sir. Was the ramen not to your taste?" The man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto's table, silently cursing, then turned to Shoppu with a look of disgust. He bellowed, "This is the most dreadful ramen I have ever tasted. Opening a shop here is a waste of Konoha's land. You should close down." With that, he stormed out without a backward glance. Shoppu stood momentarily dumbfounded, quickly realizing he was deliberately provoking her. Her previously gentle expression hardened, her brows furrowed, and a faint flush crept onto her cheeks due to her agitation. Looking at the empty bowl on the table, she clenched her teeth, leaned over the bar, and shouted angrily at the departing figure, "Hey, you! If the ramen was so bad, why did you eat it all?" The man quickened his pace, soon disappearing into the crowd. Shopu, feeling helpless, began clearing the empty bowls, only to realize another issue. That jerk had the audacity to dine and dash. Her anger intensified. She had never encountered someone so brazen about skipping out on a bill. This guy is asking for trouble. Naruto lowered his head, a glint of menace in his eyes as he committed the man's sent to memory. I'll be at your doorstep soon. Sister Shopu, I'm sorry, he said. Hearing this, Shopu's expression softened slightly, though traces of dissatisfaction lingered. Naruto, this has nothing to do with you. It's one thing that he didn't pay for his ramen, but to be so rude about it is unacceptable. At that moment, Naruto felt a hand patting his head. He turned to see Kakashi had finished his noodles and was leaving. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, was advised against too much contact with the Jinchuriki. On the table where Kakashi had been sitting lay a stack of bills far exceeding the cost of 2 bowls of ramen. It seemed that Kakashi actually had a fondness for Naruto. Shopu looked at the money in surprise, stifling a laugh as she remarked, Kakashi is rather tsundere, isn't he? Is he? Naruto propped his chin on his left hand, watching Kakashi's figure fade into the darkness, lost in thought. Chapter 14. Intangibility. When Naruto returned home, it was already late at night. He felt the need to apologize to Handachi and Shopu for monopolizing the ramen shop, as there had been few customers all evening. After finishing his ramen, he had intended to leave, but Shopu had kept him engaged in conversation, asking numerous questions. Seizing the rare opportunity for normal interaction, Naruto decided to stay, sampling every type of ramen the shop offered. Having not spent money in over a year, his wallet was quite full. What a simple pair of father and daughter, Naruto mused as he opened his front door, only to find his expression quickly morph into one of confusion. The house was far from clean. After a year away, dust had accumulated in many places. He didn't turn on the lights, merely peering into the refrigerator, which was stocked with expired milk and instant noodles, remnants from before he left untouched out of laziness. He retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles and boiled some tap water that had been sitting in the kettle for a year and a half. After soaking the noodles, he settled onto the tatami in the living room, reclining against the shadowy couch. The moonlight illuminated his lower body, leaving the upper half obscured. Having survived in the wild for over a year, the dust was of little consequence to him. This is truly abysmal, he muttered in frustration, but in the dim light. His eyes, hidden in the shadows, glimmered with 3 tomos spinning silently. I had already chosen to ignore you. Why do you insist on intruding upon me? In a fleeting moment, the room seemed to echo with hurried breaths, only to vanish just as swiftly. Naruto fell silent, his expression growing cold as he awaited the noodles to soften in the bowl. Do you prefer your ramen overcooked? If it's too mushy, the texture suffers. He suddenly spoke, as if to himself, yet there was no response from the empty room. If you don't speak soon, you might just starve to death. Naruto abruptly turned his head, his slit pupils fixated on a corner of the room. The Umbu ninja, currently utilizing intangibility, felt a jolt of surprise. Although he suspected he had been discovered, he never expected it would happen so soon, especially with a mere 6-year-old child. A ninja wearing a cat mask materialized before him. Astonished as he asked, "You can sense chakra? Is this the legendary intangibility?" Naruto did not respond, curiously observing the Umbu ninja who had revealed himself. In truth, Naruto possessed no such sensing abilities. He had yet to awaken the unique talents of the Uzumaki clan. However, upon opening the door earlier, he had felt an overwhelming malevolence and intent to kill that was hard to suppress. He experienced various forms of hostility daily, even while training in the wild. But he had never encountered someone who exuded such intense murderous intent right from the start. As he peeled back the lid of his instant noodles, revealing them to be thoroughly overcooked, he smiled gently at the Umbu ninja and said, "Would you like some? I made it just for you." The expression beneath the mask darkened, his eyes filled with revulsion as he mockingly replied, "Only a beast like you would eat such garbage. Such a pity." Then, Naruto retorted. Naruto, with a look of regret, fiddled with the instant noodles in the paper bowl. "By the way, you haven't answered my question." "What question?" The Umbu ninja was already preparing to depart. Since their cover had been blown, there was no longer a need to linger. He was aware that although Uzumaki Naruto was a mere child of under 6 years, his strength had already reached the level of a chunin, a talent as remarkable as that of Kakashi in his youth. Nevertheless, he was a special jonin, and he still held some confidence. He wished to stay a bit longer to teach this arrogant and loathsome criminal a lesson. Was your ability to become invisible a form of intangibility? Naruto resembling a curious little boy, inquired about the matter that piqued his interest. What do you intend to do? The Umbu ninja did not reply directly, but acknowledged Naruto's question with a counterquery. In the dimness, only a sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, obscuring the room's layout. Shadows danced across Naruto's form, and suddenly, he flashed a grin, his white teeth gleaming. There's nothing much to it. It just seems quite fun. May I play with it? The Umbu ninja, upon seeing Naruto's bright smile, felt a sudden chill run through him, as if he had been locked onto by some unseen force. As an experienced Umbu ninja, he recognized this premonition all too well. He had felt the same sensation when he had been discovered while investigating one of the legendary three. Orochimaru. This monster desires his bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled 2 shuriken, targeting Naruto's forehead and heart, before dashing towards the door, bursting through it with such force that he tumbled several times upon hitting the ground. It appears that the Jinchuriki is not so formidable after all. The Umbu ninja had not yet caught his breath when a remark became lodged in his throat. He suddenly saw the Jinchuriki, silhouetted against the moonlight, seated on the sofa. Shuriken embedded in his forehead and heart, grinning at him. How peculiar. That spot had just been in shadow. How could it suddenly be backlit? This is an illusion. The Umbu ninja realized what had transpired and immediately made a hand sign to dispel the Jinjutsu, but he merely felt his chakra become chaotic for a moment. And then nothing happened. What a disappointment. I thought I could play a little longer. The Umbu ninja could not discern Naruto's expression in the shadows, but could hear the disappointment in his voice. Uzumaki Naruto, do you intend to betray the village? Do not forget that it is the village that raised you. An orphan. Are you truly so ungrateful? The Umbu ninja exclaimed, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. Drawing a short blade from his back, fully focused. How could the Jinchuriki's illusion techniques be so potent? Observing the taut form of the Umbu ninja, Naruto suddenly posed a question. Before today, I do not believe I have done anything to wrong the village, have I? What? As an Umbu ninja, you should know that I am the Jinchuriki, the child of the 4th Hokage. Why, then, do you harbor such intense resentment towards me? Naruto was perplexed. If the other had not been lurking in the corner with murderous intent, he would not have bothered engaging him. The Umbu ninja pressed his lips together, gripping his short blade tighter, his voice hoarse as he said, My parents perished on the night of the 9 tails. Naruto frowned in confusion. What relevance does this have to me? I am merely a Jinchuriki. The Umbu ninja's voice turned venomous. If you had not been born, the 9 tails incident would never have occurred. Your parents were not heroes of Konoha. They were the true villains. The Umbu ninja's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. A person like you should never have been born into this world. How arrogant, yet so pathetically weak. Naruto was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. He had never considered it from that angle. If Uzumaki Kushina had not been pregnant, perhaps none of this would have transpired, yet such thoughts were undeniably self-centered. Die. As Naruto pondered this logic, a blade glimmering coldly in the moonlight lunged towards his heart. The Umbu ninja seized the opportunity. He had yearned to slay the one responsible for his parents' loss every day, but due to his identity as a Konoha ninja, he had to suppress his hatred. Now, he could finally exact vengeance. Even if he were punished by the 3rd Hokage, he would have no regrets, only hoping that the swift wind would not be embroiled in his actions. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. The Umbu ninja's lips curled into a smile of triumph beneath his mask, unable to suppress a mocking laugh within. Humph, even if the Jinchuriki possesses extraordinary talent, so what? True ninjas grow through countless battles. Those who have not experienced war lose their lives easily. UGUH. The Umbu ninja intended to deliver a taunt, but a thick liquid surged from his mouth, rendering him mute, the pain in his chest transforming his disdain into sheer terror. He suddenly found Naruto's face, adorned with shuriken, as terrifying as a demon. GUH. The Umbu ninja emitted a cry of agony as his vision blurred. When it cleared again, he found himself seated on the sofa, a short sword piercing his chest. Struggling, he turned his gaze to the sword's owner. It was a figure wearing an animal mask. The Umbu ninja could still perceive the contempt beneath the mask, and he suddenly realized. It was I? Did I kill myself? Naruto sat quietly on the opposite sofa, having returned to observe the Umbu ninja amuse himself by driving the sword into his own heart. Watching the still twitching corpse on the sofa, he felt no discomfort. After all, one rarely feels sympathy for food. Naruto approached and removed the mask, revealing a young, resolute face, likely in his 20s, but not the swift wind. How ugly. He glanced at the mask in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it into his pocket. His right eye's slit pupil quivered slightly, and a vortex appeared in Naruto's hand, absorbing the Umbu ninja and the splatters of blood on the sofa entirely. Naruto sensed a slight increase in his chakra, and a peculiar energy surged within him. Following his body's natural instincts, he formed a seal with his hand. Little by little, he began to vanish from the spot. Chapter 15. Uchiha sure sway in the depths of night. Although there was no curfew in the world of the Hokage, nighttime revelries were virtually non-existent. It was already the early hours, and the city had shed the clamor of the day, replaced by the tranquility of night. The streets were sparsely illuminated, resembling scattered stars against the backdrop of the night sky, casting a soft glow upon the deserted pavement. Naruto strolled alone along the empty streets. The moonlight was gentle as water, and a light breeze caressed him. Although it carried the chill of the night, it bestowed upon Naruto an inexplicable comfort. However, what truly brought him solace was not the serene night, but rather his tranquil state of mind. He had entered sage mode. He had used a shadow clone to impersonate himself sleeping in his bedroom, and not a soul had detected that his true self had slipped away using intangibility. In ordinary circumstances, anyone employing a sensory ninjutsu would easily discern his location. After all, intangibility merely rendered his body invisible but could not prevent chakra from emanating from him. However, Naruto was able to achieve this feat. He could completely master the chakra within his body, sealing it entirely without a trace of chakra being released. Aside from those who possessed the unique bloodline limit that allowed them to perceive chakra directly, it was challenging for ordinary sensory-type ninjas to detect him. This inspiration was drawn from the series Hunter x Hunter, where he had previously concealed his presence while hunting in the woods. As he strolled through the commercial street, Naruto suddenly halted, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding residential buildings. The area had succumbed to darkness, with only a few windows still glowing with light, imbuing the night in Konoha with a touch of vitality. A childlike smile adorned his face, reminiscent of one who had finally found a cherished toy. 15 minutes later, Naruto returned to the street with a refreshed demeanor, having resolved the matter of a person on a path to demise, which left him feeling revitalized both physically and mentally. Having dealt with the issue, he did not rush home, but instead continued to wander through Konoha. The Hokage Rock, the highest point in Konoha, offered a panoramic view of the village. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional call of nocturnal birds, which shattered the tranquility of the night. The moonlight cascaded like a silken veil over every rooftop and treetop, enveloping the entire village in its glow. Standing atop the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the tallest figure among the four, Naruto could survey all of Konoha. In the deep of night, Konoha resembled a reflection of the starry sky, with the Hokage building still aglow, guiding the entire village's direction. A gust of night wind swept by, yet Naruto felt no chill. The vitality of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, coupled with the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, rendered him akin to a furnace, embracing the night breeze. He even felt a hint of refreshment as he gazed down at the darkened Konoha, slowly spreading his arms wide. Suddenly, he recalled the character pain from the original work. The once thriving Konoha had swiftly transformed into a wasteland, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Could the Nine-Tails-tailed beast bomb utterly obliterate Konoha? Naruto pondered in his heart, questioning the Nine-Tails sealed within him. The Nine-Tails paused for a moment, contemplating, then replied, "If you release me, I might be able to do so." Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, his chakra levels and those of the Nine-Tails were not on the same scale, and any release-tailed beast bomb would not be of equal caliber. It appeared he still had a long way to go before he could shoulder such burdens. Oh, it seems there's a technique called the Big Spiral Wheel. What was its principle again? I believe it involved compressing both yin and yang chakra attributes, and then detonating them. Just as Naruto and the Nine-Tails discussed how to effectively destroy Konoha, he suddenly spotted a shadow darting out from the Hokage building. Under normal circumstances, a person clad in black at night would be difficult to detect, especially if they walked normally. However, the shadow leapt directly from the Hokage building to a street lamp, then sprang onto a rooftop, heading towards the outskirts of Konoha. Naruto squinted at the departing figure. It was headed toward the Uchiha clan's territory. It seemed an intriguing event was unfolding. Let us follow and see, Naruto thought, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. A ninja emerging from the Hokage building at this hour was certainly noteworthy. Would it be Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi? Transforming his appearance with a jutsu, Naruto donned the mask of the recently departed Umbu ninja. Uchiha Shursui was unlike other Uchiha ninjas. He bore no trace of the clan's arrogance, appearing as an exceptionally honest Uchiha at first glance. He was also the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, having gained notoriety during the Third Great Ninja War for his swift and deadly use of the body flicker technique, earning him the title Shursui of the body flicker. Now, at the tender age of 16, he had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, a talent unparalleled in history. Yet at this moment, even the darkness of night could not conceal the anguish etched on his face. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had reached an almost irreconcilable point. During today's clan meeting, many who were previously conservative had shifted towards the radical faction, and numerous clan elders had begun suggesting a coup to the clan leader. If this continued, the Uchiha clan would find no foothold in Konoha, and the village itself might once again be engulfed in the maelstrom of war due to the Uchiha's insurrection, inevitably inflicting great harm upon the village. As soon as the clan meeting concluded, he rushed to the Hokage building to report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, informing him of his Manjiki Sharingan's abilities. The understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan within the ninja world still revolved around Uchiha Madara, who possessed eyes capable of altering the very fabric of the ninja realm. Shursui's Manjiki technique, Kodo Amatsukami, could manipulate others' thoughts and will without their awareness, permanently and thoroughly altering their beliefs. He assured Sarutobi Hiruzen that he would use this ability to mend the rift between the Uchiha and the village, and had received the elders' consent. However, attempting to change the clan leader's perceptions and attitudes with Kodo Amatsukami would require a gradual approach. If he suddenly unleashed it upon Uchiha Fugaku, the leader's transformation would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the clan. He needed to remain close to Uchiha Fugaku, subtly shifting his attitude and suppressing the voices of the radical faction within the clan. Only then could there be a genuine breakthrough in the relationship between the clan and the village. At least, that was Shursui's belief. Lost in thought, Uchiha Shursui's pupils suddenly contracted, his body momentarily pausing in midair before swiftly descending into the forest below. Is someone following? Naruto, concealed and suppressing his presence, felt a flicker of confusion. Had he been discovered? Chapter 16. Susanoo inside the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearily in his Hokage seat. Tonight, he found himself unable to sleep. During the day, he had been busy addressing the concerns of the villagers regarding the Jinchuriki, barely managing to quell the complaints against Naruto. Just as he was about to drift off, Uchiha Shursui had roused him from his slumber. Though he had long suspected a coup from the Uchiha clan, he never imagined they would dare take such a step. Did the Uchiha clan truly intend to disregard the village's safety? If they were to rebel, the other four hidden villages would certainly not stand idly by, seeking opportunities to attack Konoha, potentially igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. The village, once mighty enough to challenge the four great ninja villages, had lost much of its core strength. The recent suicide of Konoha's White Fang, Tsunade's departure due to personal demons, Jiraiya's wanderings in pursuit of a fleeting prophecy, and even his favorite disciple, Orochimaru, turning rogue had all contributed to this decline. Having endured so much, Konoha could no longer withstand another war. They had to act preemptively. Was the Uchiha clan truly as inherently malevolent as Tobirama-sensei suggested? Just like Uchiha Shursui's Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami, which could permanently and thoroughly alter another's will. Such a perilous ability. He should not have been affected, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of white smoke, yet the apprehension in his eyes deepened. Shursui, I hold your will of fire in high regard. However, this power in the hands of the Uchiha is exceedingly dangerous. Summon Elder Danzo to the Hokage's office at once. Naruto also landed directly in front of Uchiha Shursui, but he found no evidence of anyone else having descended. Instead, a faint malevolence continuously shifted around him. Is it the body flicker technique? It made no sound, yet the speed of the movement was elusive, indicating a high level of skill. It appears to be Shursui of the Uchiha. Let's engage him in a game. I must admit, activating the Manjiki Sharingan can indeed lead one to become overconfident. Naruto swiftly deactivated his invisibility, his transformed figure materializing from thin air. He possessed a tall, robust form, exuding agility, clad in a long robe made of white linen. with a hood that concealed half of his masked visage. His attire was complemented by a leather belt and shin guards, adorned with an array of tools and weapons, coupled with specially crafted leather gloves and boots, rendering him an anomaly in the ninja world. Since earlier, Shursui had been circling him, seeking an opportunity to strike. It was evident that he had pinpointed Naruto's location with his Sharingan. Given that his position had been compromised, there was no need to employ this redundant bloodline ability. Moreover, he had prepared an array of transformation techniques. Ordinary transformation techniques might be easily discerned, but the one he executed with the Manjiki Sharingan was far more intricate. At least Shursui, who also possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, failed to detect it. Similarly, as Naruto appeared from nowhere, Shursui's body, which had been swiftly moving, hesitated momentarily, clearly surprised. What followed was an onslaught of shuriken and kunai, raining down from various cunning angles. The Uchiha clan's shuriken throwers utilized the collision of their projectiles to alter trajectories, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for their adversary. Naruto had nowhere to evade, yet he saw no need to retreat. The shuriken and kunai hurled from all directions appeared to him as if they were suspended in time, a testament to the profound insight granted by the Manjiki Sharingan. With the enhancement bestowed by the Manjiki Sharingan, he unleashed his hidden blades. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes erupted, illuminating the pitch-black forest with a flurry of sparks, as Naruto deflected all the shuriken and kunai with his hidden blades. Yet, he did not cease his movements. His body swiftly pivoted, raising his hands defensively before him, crossing the two hidden blades to intercept Shursui's descending strike from the shadows. In the darkness, the two pairs of three-tomo Sharingan reflected each other's figures. One pair was filled with surprise, anger, and confusion, while the other remained indifferent. Their clash was brief. Shursui, unable to land a hit, retreated several meters before halting. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the towering figure before him, his eyes burning with a fire of rage. "Why are you doing this?" Shursui gritted his teeth, his expression one of profound anguish. "Do you not realize your actions will position your clan and village in opposition? What have you done to the cat?" Shursui recognized the mask adorning Naruto's face, mistakenly believing him to be one of the Uchiha clan. "Heh, are you referring to the owner of this mask?" Naruto's voice erupted in a harsh, grating laugh, akin to the sound of rough sandpaper scraping against itself. Shursui could not discern a familiar face within the Uchiha clan through Naruto's voice. "Your bloodline is quite fascinating. I think I shall borrow it for a while. However, it appears to be just that." Upon hearing this, Shursui's eyes widened, the three tomos swiftly aligning into a straight line, his voice betraying an unmistakable fury. "You scoundrel! How dare you usurp the bloodline of a fellow villager? Oh, is that what incenses you?" Naruto smirked. "I shall apprehend you here, and then take you to Lord Third to plead for forgiveness." The three tomo in Shursui's eyes morphed into the shape of a single-bladed shuriken. "Is that so? It seems you value Konoha more than your own clan." Naruto retracted his hidden blades while drawing out a long sword from his waist. "You deem my theft of the village's bloodline an unforgivable sin. Have you ever seen the true form hidden beneath Danzo's bandages?" "What do you mean?" Shursui's face hardened, seemingly responding. Yet he was actually searching for a weakness in Naruto, only to find an abundance of vulnerabilities that left him perplexed and hesitant to strike. "You truly are unaware. Concealed beneath those bandages lies a Sharingan." "Well, what?" Naruto's raspy words momentarily stunned Shursui. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's reverence for their bloodline. If this were true, their clan would surely erupt in chaos upon discovering that Danzo possessed an Uchiha Sharingan. Seizing the instant of Shursui's distraction, Naruto swung his long sword towards the bewildered Uchiha. There was no escaping it. Shursui promptly regained his senses, but the long sword was already upon him, imbued with wind chakra. He could not afford to take it head-on. Clang! Susanoo! Naruto gazed in astonishment at the emerald-green ribcage that intercepted his attack. It was indeed the initial stage of Susanoo. Quite impressive. He quickly retreated a dozen meters. "Before these eyes, you stand no chance." Shursui coldly regarded Naruto. "I shall defeat you and compel you to divulge all that you know." He resolved to unleash his full strength, intending to resolve this matter before Konoha and the Uchiha clan could react, thereby preventing the revelation of the Uchiha clan's involvement in the massacre of the ANBU and averting any awareness of Danzo's condition. Consequently, from the skeletal form enveloping Shursui, A multitude of tendons and muscles sprouted, transforming him into a formidable warrior wielding a spiral sword. The second stage of Susanoo. Chapter 17. Uchiha Shirsui's naivety. Possessing such formidable power, yet still placing hope in others? Naruto's voice dripped with derision, but Shisui uttered no further words. The enormous spiral sword in his grasp lunged towards him. Naruto leaped to evade Shirsui's strike, laughing as he said, "Such immense power directed not at the enemies of the Uchiha, but rather wielded against your own kin? Shisui, I cannot discern whether you are an Uchiha or a Sarutobi." "Humph, the Uchiha clan is a part of Konoha. Since you have committed acts that harm the village, you are thus an enemy of the Uchiha clan." Shirsui's face tightened as Susanoo's spiral sword relentlessly lunged at Naruto. Yet, Naruto's eyes were equally the Mangekyou Sharingan. Despite Shirsui's rapid assaults, he evaded each one with ease. Furthermore, Shisui, intent on keeping the Uchiha clan's involvement in the deaths of Konoha's Anbu a secret, refrained from employing large-scale attacks. Consequently, he struggled to subdue Naruto. Should I resort to Kodo Amatsukami? The left eye's Kodo Amatsukami is reserved for Fugaku. I can only use the right eye. I wonder if it will suffice. Uchiha Shisui was able to perceive the ocular power of his opponent. Although he was uncertain whether his right eye's Kodo Amatsukami could truly influence the other, he had no choice but to attempt it. Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Shirsui's right eye widened dramatically, locking gazes with Naruto's eyes below. A surge of shadowy chakra shot forth toward Naruto. Mid-leap, trying to evade attacks, Naruto's body suddenly paused in mid-air as an external shadow chakra sought to alter his perception, distorting his thoughts and compelling him to protect Konoha. How absurd of Uchiha Shisui to think of making him guard Konoha at such a moment. Naruto couldn't help but scoff inwardly, faced with the unavoidable spiraling blade. His own three-tomo began to rotate rapidly, forming a line that ultimately transformed into two crimson vertical pupils. How is this possible? Uchiha Shisui stared, dumbfounded, at the dark, ink-like skeletal structure enveloping Naruto, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could you possess a Mangekyou Sharingan as well? Shirsui's voice nearly erupted in a roar. Unable to fathom the consequences if the elders of his clan learned of the emergence of another Mangekyou Sharingan within the Uchiha, he was certain that the conservatives within the clan would swiftly ally with the radicals. Even if he could manipulate Fugaku, the clan leader, the others would inevitably force him into a coup, for such was the influence of the Mangekyou Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. This was also the reason he had kept the awakening of his own Mangekyou a secret from the clan. What? Are you surprised? Naruto chuckled, as the skeletal structure began to sprout an abundance of chakra veins and muscles, morphing into a horned, demonic black Susanoo, appearing before Uchiha Shisui. Why do you conceal your own Mangekyou Sharingan? Shisui halted his assault, realizing that in this situation, a swift resolution was impossible unless he resorted to the Kodo Amatsukami of his left eye, which was intended to resolve the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village. Even with two pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, Shisui still placed his faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen rather than his own kin. A fleeting fantasy emerged in his mind, imagining that Naruto, like him, wished to prevent the complete eruption of conflict between the village and the clan, as he too concealed a Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto was examining his own Susanoo, finding it rather impressive, certainly more aesthetically pleasing than Shirsui's greenish form. Hearing Shirsui's inquiry only heightened his amusement. What? Do you think I would be like you? Then why do you hide your own eyes? Uchiha Shisui clenched his teeth, feeling the weight of powerlessness like never before. If he were just a bit stronger, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. Naruto fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. Should he directly reveal that he had only acquired the Sharingan yesterday and immediately awakened a Mangekyou? Perhaps he found it amusing. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Amusing? Uchiha Shirsui's expression shifted from shock to fury as he bellowed. What is amusing about this? This is a matter concerning the future of the village and the clan. Do you see nothing beyond yourself? In the forest, two towering figures, one green and one black, stood in opposition, the surrounding trees tall enough to shield their massive forms. So, which side will you stand on? Naruto asked, intrigued by Shirsui's audacity in posing such a question. I will find a way to resolve the conflict between the village and the clan, Shisui declared with unwavering conviction. Though Naruto couldn't help but find it somewhat laughable. Is your solution to directly manipulate the clan leader using your left eye's power? Why not control the third Hokage directly? You. How do you know? Uchiha Shirsue's eyes widened in shock. He had only disclosed this to the third Hokage. Could it be that the third Hokage? No, that was impossible. He had just left the Hokage building. How could the information have leaked so swiftly? He suddenly turned to Naruto's eyes. Aha, it must be the ability of your Manjiki. Is that the power of your Manjiki? Quite formidable. Shisui regained his composure quickly, though an undercurrent of wariness remained. After all, many ninja battles often revolved around intelligence. Those who held the upper hand in information typically gained a significant advantage in combat. Perhaps, Naruto replied without elaboration, relishing the misunderstanding, and continued, So, you intend to turn your own clan's leader into a puppet for the sake of outsiders? This is for the hope of the clan, Uchiha Shisui struggled to articulate. That truly is a rather laughable hope, Naruto mused, reflecting that Shisui was only 15, barely out of middle school in his past life. It was a pity to see an illiterate with power, yet such a combination was terrifying. What plan do you propose? Uchiha Shirsue's emotions seemed to falter. He desperately sought to bridge the gap between the village and the Uchiha, yet Naruto continued to mock him. Of course, Naruto had no solutions either. But he had already hinted at being part of the Uchiha clan, possessing 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. His thoughts remained consistently timid. Even if he had the ability to resolve the issue, why should he? He was eager to absorb a few pairs of Sharingan during the night of the massacre to see the effects. Why do you believe the Uchiha coup would fail? Naruto countered. Uchiha Shisui clenched his fists. The Uchiha's reputation in the village was too tarnished. Even if they became Hokage, they would not gain the village's support. Ha. Naruto laughed as if he had heard a joke, unable to contain himself. Uchiha Shisui, have you not realized? The Hokage of Konoha has never relied on the villagers' support. They support whoever is strong. The major ninja clans would never endorse someone for Hokage. They would only support the one who becomes Hokage. As long as you reveal your Manjiki Sharingan and oust those old fossils, no one will stand in your way. Uchiha Shisui grit his teeth. That would harm the entire village. How naive he was. Rest assured, I've said my piece. Whatever you choose to do, as long as you do not trouble me. I will not interfere with your plans, Naruto's raspy voice declared. What? Uchiha Shirsue's heart raced at first in surprise. He thought Naruto had come to thwart him, only to discover that was not his intention. Then what is your purpose? The tension in his chest only heightened. A hidden Manjiki Sharingan owner without a known agenda was even more unsettling. I said I was simply bored and wanted to witness the spectacle, to seek some amusement. Do you believe me? Naruto replied candidly. Uchiha Shisui regarded him with an expression that clearly said, I am not a fool. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Naruto, uninterested in further elaboration, allowed his towering dark Susanoo to gradually revert to its skeletal form before slowly fading away. Just as a tree sprouted from beneath him, lifting his body higher, he prepared to depart, having seen enough excitement. You need not worry. I will not intervene in Uchiha matters. As you said, my focus lies solely on myself. With your own Manjiki Sharingan. Why can you not assist the Uchiha in overcoming their plight? Uchiha Shisui called out anxiously to the retreating Naruto. In response to Shirsue's stunned expression, Naruto's raspy voice echoed from afar. Your naivety and foolishness will lead you to demise, while your incompetence and timidity will drag the Uchiha clan into the abyss. Chapter 18. The Fury of Hiruzen Sarutobi Scoundrel. Is what you say true, Shisui? Hiruzen Sarutobi's roar echoed throughout the Hokage building, his aged face ablaze with anger. An Umbu had been killed within the village, and there was an attempt to ambush another Leaf Ninja, a blatant affront to the entire village. Indeed, third Hokage, the assailant wore a cat mask, and I can assure you, he was definitely not a cat, Shisui hastily affirmed, never having witnessed such fury from the third Hokage before. What was he after? Interrupted Danzo Shimura, his eyes fixed intently on the window despite addressing Shisui. Shisui had already prepared his explanation. While he trusted the third Hokage's character, he could not allow the involvement of the Uchiha clan to be disclosed to a third party. He sought my Sharingan. It appears he possesses the ability to directly seize others' bloodlines. Shisui's expression turned grave as he continued. Not only did he utilize the body flicker technique, but he also employed wood-release techniques. Suddenly, Shisui recalled the tree that had moved beneath Naruto's feet, the shock of that moment still fresh in his mind. That was wood release, the very technique that had allowed Hashirama Senju to dominate the ninja world. What did you say? Not only was Hiruzen taken aback, But even the previously composed Danzo's expression shifted dramatically. This ability to commandeer another's bloodline brought to mind a past rogue ninja of Konoha. Yet they dismissed the notion. They knew that individual could never have mastered wood release, for it was far too perilous, and he had never had the opportunity to fuse with it. What mission was the cat on? Hiruzen inquired. Though as Hokage, he typically issued commands directly to the team leaders, leaving him unaware of the specifics of the cat's mission. At that moment, an Umbu agent appeared in the Hokage's office, respectfully bowing before stating, the cat was assigned to monitor the Jinchuriki. Not good. Both Hiruzen and Danzo sprang to their feet, their expressions grave. We must check on Naruto's condition, Hiruzen declared, despite his advanced age. His actions were swift as he utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from sight. Danzo hurriedly followed suit, unwilling to remain alone with Shursui. Among the three, Danzo, the weakest, was still a fully realized elite jonin, a half-step away from being a Kage-level ninja, thus making the journey swift. In no time, they arrived beneath Naruto's residence. Is this where the Jinchuriki resides? The building stood solitary at the street's corner, devoid of any neighboring structures. Naruto was the sole occupant, and the surrounding silence was occasionally punctuated by the whisper of the wind and the rustling of leaves, the natural murmurs resonating in the empty street, particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. It is indeed quite desolate, Shursui mused, this being his first visit to this location. After the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan had been strictly prohibited from interacting with the Jinchuriki, rendering this area almost a forbidden zone, managed exclusively by the Umbu. Typically, whenever the Jinchuriki appeared in the village, any Uchiha members with the Sharingan were mandated to maintain their distance, despite the unreasonable nature of these demands. Fugaku, the clan leader, had repeatedly sought clarification from the third Hokage, only to be met with Danzo's vehement refusal. The Uchiha could not afford to appear too forceful in this matter, as it involved the village's most critical asset, the Jinchuriki. The Uchiha had their own issues to contend with, and so the matter was left unresolved. The Ninetales incident. Shursui felt a pang of bitterness, his reflections interrupted as his eyes widened in realization. The one who controlled the Ninetales could not possibly be one of the Uchiha. He was well aware that Fugaku had scrutinized all Uchiha members who possessed the Sharingan, including Kakashi Hitaki, and none had the capacity to manipulate the Ninetales. Yet, within Konoha, there was one individual with the Sharingan who had never been discovered. Danzo. Shursui's gaze deepened with intensity. He could not confront a village advisor based solely on the word of a mysterious Uchiha, but he could utilize his abilities to uncover the truth. Shursui suddenly felt a headache coming on. Even refraining from thought was burdensome. The village's tensions with the Uchiha were already reaching a boiling point, and now a mysterious Uchiha had emerged, with Danzo potentially being the architect behind the Ninetales incident. Each event seemed to chase after him, and he had never felt such urgency regarding time and place, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt even when attempting to clear his mind. Hokage-sama. The presence of the three was evident, and the Umbu, who had been covertly monitoring, immediately sensed the Hokage's arrival, promptly revealing themselves and bowing in respect. Hiruzen merely nodded in acknowledgement before employing a sensory ninjutsu to ascertain the situation within Naruto's home. When he discovered Naruto fast asleep in bed, he finally exhaled in relief. Where was the cat on his mission? Hiruzen inquired. The task of protecting the Jinchuriki was shared by two Umbu teams, so one would logically expect that if one member encountered problems, the others involved in the mission should have been the first to notice. It appeared that the issue had been resolved without the awareness of the other Umbu. This is quite troublesome, he mused. The cat? The Umbu exchanged bewildered glances, and the leader spoke up. The cat was directly monitoring the Jinchuriki in his room due to his ability to use the body flicker technique. The speaker's voice wavered, clearly lacking conviction. Shursui did not detect any issues, but Hiruzen and Danzo immediately recognized the problem. Did I not instruct you to maintain a safe distance while protecting the Jinchuriki? Hiruzen's eyes turned icy, and his simmering anger radiated an aura that caused the Umbu to break into a cold sweat. Gulp. The leading Umbu swallowed hard, braving the pressure to say, the cat lost his entire family in the Ninetales incident, with only one brother surviving, so he sought to take advantage of this opportunity. Fool. Hiruzen erupted in anger. Do those villagers not understand? Does your Umbu not know? Naruto is the Jinchuriki, a vital part of our village. How dare you engage in such reckless behavior? Several Umbu quickly knelt, urgently pleading, "Please forgive us, Hokage-sama." Although the cat harbors resentment towards the Jinchuriki due to the loss of his family, I can assure you he would never harm the Jinchuriki. Please grant him another chance. Hiruzen's expression remained frosty, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the impassive Danzo beside him. He was certain that Danzo had covertly incited the cat. Otherwise, as an Anbu, he would not have disregarded his orders. This was a common tactic employed by Danzo to recruit individuals. "He has run out of chances," Hiruzen replied grimly, already contemplating how to address Danzo's root faction. "Hokage-sama." The cat. The Anbu hesitated, struggling to find the right words. The cat is already dead. Only his chakra remains in Naruto's room. Hiruzen ignored the stunned Anbu and continued issuing commands. "Notify all the shadow ninjas to enhance the village's defenses and protect Naruto. Then inform the clan leaders and all the high-ranking ninjas within the village to convene at the Hokage building." Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage building with a somber expression. A single command could summon the entire upper echelon of Konoha to stay up all night alongside him. Chapter 19. Hinata Hyuga seeks change. In the early morning at the Hyuga clan's estate, the unusually quiet surroundings allowed for the faintest sounds to echo from within the compound. Whenever a member of the Hyuga clan emerged from their quarters, their gaze would instinctively drift towards the residence of the clan leader. Thud, thud, thud. The youthful, melodious calls of a girl, accompanied by the rapid thumping against training posts, emanated from the clan leader's manor. Hinata was different now. Every member of the Hyuga clan could sense a distinct shift in Hinata's demeanor during her practice of the gentle fist. Her once timid nature had been replaced by a fierce determination, embodying the essence of the clan's heiress. Moreover, many in the clan had already learned that Hinata had awakened her Byakugan. While the Byakugan differed from the Uchiha Sharingan, its activation was contingent upon adequate age and chakra. Yet, awakening it before the age of 6 was a testament to Hinata's remarkable talent. However, few knew what had transpired the previous day to alter Hinata's character so drastically, or what had enabled her to awaken her Byakugan. They were only aware that a branch family guardian had been reprimanded by the clan leader using the caged bird punishment after a long absence. Within the expansive courtyard of the clan leader's residence, wood shavings flew about in disarray. The once upright training posts leaned haphazardly, covered in an array of palm prints, while the formerly pristine lawn was marred by numerous footprints left by Hinata. Now, little Hinata donned a loose black training outfit, her expression serious as she enveloped her hands in chakra, striking the wooden post with determination. Her gentle fist bore the weight of her pent-up frustration. This vexation infused her technique with newfound ferocity. Hinata's training served as a small outlet for her emotions. Even though she had received news that Naruto was safe, the image of his bloodied face lingered in her mind. This emotional turmoil was not rooted in romantic affection. Hinata was merely a child of over 5 years, still too young to grasp notions of love. Instead, her admiration for Naruto led her to despise her own weakness. As Naruto had said, she possessed the ability to confront challenges alone, yet her timidity prevented her from wielding her strength, believing she could endure everything by herself. This mindset inadvertently caused Naruto, who had come to her aid, to endure harm. She did not wish to hurt others, even if they were adversaries. And her reluctance to utilize her powers allowed evildoers to become emboldened, endangering those who sought to help her. Had she been braver in that moment, she could have driven away the villains, sparing Naruto from injury due to her fragility. Hinata yearned for change, desiring to inform Naruto that she was no longer the same and aspired to be true friends with him. "Hinata, take a break," a gentle voice chimed in. Beneath the eaves stood a beautiful woman cradling a 1-year-old girl, her features reminiscent of Hinata's. Her lovely almond-shaped eyes exuded the same warmth and innocence, complemented by delicate features akin to those of a nurturing mother, though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. This was Hyuga Keiko, Hinata's mother. Observing her daughter diligently practicing the gentle fist, Keiko's brows knitted in concern. In her arms, Hinata Hanabi babbled curiously, seemingly questioning why her sister was not playing with her this morning. Hinata paused her training and smiled at her mother and sister. "I'm fine, Mom. I just want to practice a bit longer." With that, she resumed her relentless assault on the wooden post. Keiko's heart ached for her daughter, and she couldn't help but harbor a tinge of resentment towards a certain blonde boy. However, seeing her daughter's earnest expression left Keiko with no choice but to shake her head in resignation. "Then I'll have Natsu prepare breakfast. Does little Hinata have any requests?" Hinata hesitated for a moment, her hand movements faltering. A flush crept onto her cheeks as she seemed to wrestle with something she wished to express but found difficult to voice. Keiko looked on expectantly. Mom, could you ask Sister Natsu to prepare 3 extra portions of breakfast? Though resolved to change, Hinata still shyly lowered her head. Keiko smiled warmly, relieved that her daughter remained as endearing as ever despite her transformation. I understand, little Hinata. I will ask Natsu to prepare 3 extra portions. 3 portions is too much, Hinata exclaimed, her eyes widening as if she had been mistaken for a glutton. Although she indeed could eat that much, she felt overwhelmed by shyness. Hinata wanted to clarify with her mother, but she noticed that Keiko had already disappeared to arrange breakfast. Ultimately, Hinata could only continue her training in the gentle fist. When Hyuga Hizashi returned home, he appeared somewhat fatigued. Being abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by the umbu of the 3rd Hokage and attending an all-night meeting was far more exhausting than battling an enemy. He had to maintain his composure and be mindful of his words and actions, ensuring that he did not say anything that could jeopardize his standing. After all, the heads of various clans had attended, alongside many common genin, making the scale of the meeting comparable to that of the previous Nine-Tails incident. Upon learning the reason for the meeting's summons, Hizashi's expression turned grim. The prospect of someone possessing the ability to usurp others' bloodline limits was a matter of great concern. While common ninjas might not regard it as significant, it was of utmost importance to bloodline clans like theirs. Fortunately, the target this time was Uchiha Shursui, a name not earned lightly, but rather through his prowess on the battlefield. Even back then, Shursui had already demonstrated elite genin-level strength, and after so many years, his capabilities likely rivaled those of a typical Kage-level ninja. Yet, even so, Uchiha Shursui had failed to overcome the adversary. This thought weighed heavily on Hizashi, who knew that while the Byakugan might not be as formidable as the Sharingan, it still held considerable allure. The bloodlines of Konoha had indeed attracted the attention of such a terrifying figure. After all, following the 3rd Great Ninja War, the village had begun its decline. Hizashi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, yet he maintained an air of authority. After all, he was the leader of the Hyuga clan and could not afford to lose face. Thud, thud, thud. As Hizashi approached his home, he could hear the sound of striking the wooden posts from afar. His eyes widened slightly, and he quickened his pace. Entering the courtyard, he immediately spotted his little Hinata, her small frame delivering powerful strikes, her movements no longer soft but infused with newfound vigor. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was not solely about softness. Though it lacked the brute force of a strong fist, its precision and ferocity were equally compelling. Swift and decisive attacks were essential to seizing the opportunity in battle, allowing chakra to be delivered into an opponent's chakra points. In the past, Hinata's gentle fist was always timid and hesitant, lacking in decisiveness and ferocity. Even during practice, she refrained from striking at weaknesses, rendering her gentle fist devoid of spirit. How could such a soulless technique lead the Hyuga clan? Observing the transformation in Hinata, Hayashi's eyes reflected a hint of relief, yet he quickly recalled the circumstances surrounding her change in demeanor. Upon hearing the news yesterday of his daughter sending someone to the hospital, he initially dismissed it as a rumor. However, upon learning it was due to a boy with yellow hair, his face turned a ghastly green, much like now. With a stern expression, Hayashi entered the courtyard, and Hinata, still training inside, immediately sensed his presence. She quickly halted her movements and, upon seeing his sullen face, lowered her head. Faced with the father she had always feared, the courage she had mustered momentarily retreated to her previous, more fragile state. In a timid voice, she greeted, "Father, welcome home." Hayashi's lips twitched involuntarily, a pent-up frustration bubbling within him. Let us have dinner first. Chapter 20. Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga in the dining hall of the clan leader's residence. The Hyuga family of 4 gathered to enjoy breakfast. Hinata's mother, Keiko, tended to Hanabi while gazing at her eldest daughter with astonishment, as if seeing her for the first time. Even Hayashi, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor while eating, was taken aback, his chopsticks halted midair in disbelief. Hinata had consumed the equivalent of 3 people's breakfasts and was now finishing the last portion. They were baffled as to how such a flat abdomen could contain so much food. Guilt washed over Hayashi and Keiko as they realized they had never noticed their daughter's remarkable appetite all these years. "Father, I'm finished," Hinata said. Her cheeks flushed as she set down her porcelain bowl. Her soft-spoken words snapped Hayashi back to reality, and he gently nodded before laying down his own utensils, regarding her with a serious expression. "Father," Hinata stammered, sensing his sudden seriousness. She feared that her hearty appetite might have displeased him, causing her to lower her head, though she refrained from apologizing as she once would have. Hayashi, feeling a measure of comfort, exchanged a glance with Keiko and spoke with genuine remorse. "Hinata, we have failed to notice all this time. We are very sorry." Hinata was still processing his words. Hinata. Chakra generally refers to the product of a balanced amalgamation of one's mental and physical energy, Hayashi explained earnestly, observing the serious expression on Hinata's small face, which softened his own demeanor slightly. However, the initial combination of physical and mental energy produces stamina, which is the foundation for executing physical techniques. This stamina can subsequently be transformed into chakra, enabling a ninja to utilize ninjutsu. Noticing Hinata's puzzled expression, Hayashi continued. Our Hyuga clan's gentle fist combines chakra with the bloodline limit, requiring stamina to execute techniques. The consumption of food is the most effective means to replenish physical energy. Hinata began to grasp her father's intent, yet she shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing as she felt heat rising within her. Although Hayashi found his daughter's shyness somewhat exasperating, he was no longer as intolerant as before. If she were to completely change due to a boy with yellow hair, it would leave him, as her father, utterly despondent. Hayashi gently encouraged her, "You need not feel embarrassed about your appetite. A larger appetite signifies greater stamina, which allows for a more substantial extraction of chakra. This is your inherent talent for training. Therefore, Hinata, feel free to express any needs you may have." As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, it is perfectly acceptable to be a bit more greedy. Even as he expressed concern for his daughter, Hayashi unconsciously adopted the demeanor of a clan leader, his expression grave, which made Hinata uneasy and rendered her speechless. Her reverence for her father had been cultivated over many years, and despite her desire for change, she found it difficult to enact immediately. At that moment, Keiko stepped in. She placed the comforted Hanabi in Hayashi's arms and approached the still hesitant Hinata, softly whispering, "Hinata, do you think today's breakfast was sufficient?" She had noticed that even after consuming 3 servings, Hinata appeared unchanged. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata shyly nodded. If eating more could make her stronger, she thought, then to remain silent out of shyness would leave her no different than before. A gentle smile spread across Keiko's face as she asked, "How much do you think would be enough? If you truly wish to grow stronger, you must first fill your belly. One cannot grow strong on an empty stomach." Hinata placed her hand on her small belly, pondering for a moment before softly replying, 3 more portions would suffice." Keiko's eyes widened slightly, her gaze glistening with unshed tears as she beheld her daughter's understanding nature. She felt at a loss for words. It must have been difficult for Hinata to go hungry every day. Unable to restrain herself, she shot a disapproving look at Hayashi, who wore a similarly astonished expression, realizing that his serious demeanor had caused their daughter to hesitate in expressing her needs. Once he turned away, Keiko's gaze returned to Hinata, her heart heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, little Hinata. I have not noticed. It's all right, mother. I want tea, let it happen again." After breakfast, Hayashi reinforced the protection around his wife and daughters before heading out with several jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen had instructed the Hyuga clan to constantly use their Byakugan to monitor the village's situation, reporting any suspicious individuals or occurrences to the Hokage. For any ninja village, a bloodline limit represented a crucial boundary, especially when it had been brazenly seized within their own village. Hayashi chose not to inform his family about these developments, merely advising them to stay indoors for the time being. The village's higher-ups wanted to keep this matter under wraps. The assassination of the Umbu and the theft of the bloodline limit were issues that could tarnish the reputation of the great ninja village. Within the Hyuga clan's territory, dust swirled in the training grounds as 2 small figures engaged in a fierce exchange. Hinata and Niji faced off, their movements agile and precise. Hinata, with a determined expression, exerted all her strength to fend off Niji's relentless attacks. Yet, Niji's talent in the gentle fist was manifest, and despite his youth, his technique, footwork, rhythm, and application of the Byakugan far surpassed that of his peers. He utilized his Byakugan to discern the flow of Hinata's chakra pathways, targeting her with pinpoint accuracy, each strike landing with precision. In contrast, Hinata struggled to keep pace, at least in this practice match. A closer look would reveal the red marks dotting her arms. Evidence of Niji's strikes. Despite her vow to change, the years of differing training and their age gap rendered it improbable for Hinata to catch up to the prodigious Niji Hyuga in such a short time. Nonetheless, Niji felt a sense of astonishment. Having trained alongside Hinata since childhood, he was acutely aware of the nuances of her gentle fist, describing in 2 words, indecisive and hesitant. With a fighting style that is rigid and formulaic, resembling a mere imitation rather than an authentic expression of skill, the movements are riddled with flaws, lacking in spirit. While they may appear formidable, they are ultimately superficial. However, today's Hinata is different. Niji can distinctly sense a newfound sharpness and agility in her actions. Unlike before, when she merely defended, she now seizes opportunities to counterattack during her defensive maneuvers. Niji is perplexed by Hinata's sudden transformation, gazing at her unwavering resolve, which starkly contrasts with her previous timidity. He feels an unsettling agitation. Despite lacking any innate talent and being destined to stand beneath him, he knows that no matter how exceptional his abilities, he will forever be shackled by his fate. The son of a sacrifice may yet have to bear the burden of dying for the main family. Lady Hinata, relinquish this endeavor. In your current state, you are no match for me. Niji instinctively increases his force, sending Hinata reeling back, his gaze icy and voice tinged with impatience. Out of consideration for Hinata's status as a member of the main family, he has already tempered his strength, hoping she will swiftly conclude this tiresome confrontation. Despite her lineage, she possesses little strength. Yet, such a person demands the lives of countless branch family members for her protection. Observing the breathless Hinata before him only fuels Niji's anger, leaving him feeling powerless. Hinata rises unsteadily, once again assuming the stance of the gentle fist. Niji and I hope you will fight with all your might. At her words, Niji clenches his fists, brow furrowed, perplexed by Hinata's unexpected tenacity. He glances at Keiko, who is cradling Hanabi, her face etched with concern. Mother, this is my battle. Hinata states earnestly, locking eyes with Keiko, not allowing her to interject before continuing. I wish to understand the extent of my disparity with Niji and I. Only then can I establish a true goal and cease to feel powerless. Hinata's declaration does not alleviate Niji's mood. Instead, it exacerbates his irritation. This girl, already a member of the main family, should be content to be a protected, albeit powerless, figure. Why must she display such determination? Niji tightens his fists, and Keiko, sensing his agitation, feels a surge of worry and hesitation. She wishes to refuse. But upon witnessing Hinata's resolute expression, the words die on her lips, leading her to silently nod in agreement. The two engage in combat once more. This time Niji's strikes are like a tempest, his blows more ferocious. In mere moments, Hinata is once again downed. This time, she cannot rise. The gentle fist technique has incapacitated her chakra pathways, rendering her immobile for the foreseeable future. Keiko hurries to assess Hinata's injuries. Let us call it a day. I shall take my leave. Niji's tone is cold as he observes Hinata, blood trickling from her mouth, while leaning against Keiko. He offers a slight bow to the visibly distressed Keiko before turning to depart. Niji and I. The sudden call from behind halts Niji in his tracks, and he frowns at Hinata. See you tomorrow. Chapter 21. Uchiha Itachi, a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, possesses formidable strength and extraordinary aptitude, distinguishing him as one of the few unbound by narrow tribalism. At the tender age of 7, he received commendation from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for his ability to think from the Hokage's perspective. As a ninja who stepped onto the battlefield at 4, the will of fire resonates deeply within him. Presently, he has awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan and joined the Umbu of Konoha. By the banks of the Nanga River, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui sit on stone stumps, facing the rising sun. This is their shared sanctuary for training, gatherings, and relaxation, yet the atmosphere is heavily laden with tension. Itachi peruses a scroll, his expression grave. The scroll depicts the guise of Naruto Uzumaki, donned in a hooded cloak and white robe, adorned with leather armor, an attire uncharacteristic of the ninja world. However, his unusually tall and robust physique bears resemblance to that of a warrior from the land of lightning. Truth be told, even with this image, its utility is limited. Shursui cannot help but let out a weary sigh, his expression tinged with bitterness. The adversary has employed a masterful transformation technique to conceal his appearance. Even he cannot discern the true form, noting only the traces of the transformation. Shui realizes why the opponent seemed fraught with openings during their battle. It is because his original stature was entirely different, leading to an inherent dissonance that appeared as vulnerabilities. Even Shui cannot see through it? Itachi exclaims, astonished. Shui has never concealed anything from Itachi, who is aware that Shui's eyes are not ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, but rather the Manjiki Sharingan. Could a transformation technique elude even that? Shui nods gravely, acknowledging the precariousness of the situation. If the foe lurks in the shadows, seeking to seize other Kekkei Genkai, it could spell irrevocable disaster for the village. Itachi's countenance darkens as he bows his head, fists clenched tightly around the scroll. He will not permit anyone to harm his beloved village. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he looks up at Shui, teeth gritted, his voice trembling as he asks, Shui, is there truly nothing your eyes can do? Shui discerns the underlying meaning in Itachi's inquiry. He has previously divulged the nature of his Manjiki techniques to Itachi. His left is Kodo Amatsukami is reputed to be the strongest Jinjutsu. Yet, he remains uncertain of its efficacy against another wielder of the Manjiki, even if it could work. He fears the implications it would have on resolving the tensions between the village and the Uchiha. Itachi, I have already confessed my abilities to the third Hokage, and I intend to use these eyes to address the issues facing the Uchiha clan. Shui's expression is a tumultuous blend of complexity and anguish, grappling with the weight of his choices. Sometimes, suffering does not stem solely from a lack of ability. It can also arise from one's own folly. Blinded by the will of fire, Shui's blind trust prevents him from recognizing the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen lurking behind that ideal. He cannot relinquish the family that raised him, thus becoming ensnared in an unbearable predicament. It can be said that his will of fire is not as pure as Itachi's. Itachi does not waver between the village and the Uchiha. In his eyes, aside from Shui and Sasuke, the Uchiha are a proud, foolish, and inherently malevolent lineage, which allows him to justify the slaughter of all the elderly, women, and children of the Uchiha in the name of the village. Shui and what do you mean? Itachi asks, astonished. Shui grits his teeth, fully aware that his actions may hurt Itachi, yet he sees no other way to avert the Uchiha coup. He casts an apologetic glance at Itachi, burdened by guilt as he confesses, I am sorry, Itachi. Yesterday, I proposed to the third Hokage that I would use my left Kodo Amatsukami to control clan leader Fugaku, thereby halting the Uchiha coup. Upon uttering these words, Shui instinctively lowers his head, feeling shameful for suggesting turning Itachi's father into a puppet before him. In addition, he still could not reveal the truth that the mysterious figure belonged to the Uchiha clan. It was sufficient for him to know alone, as the relationship between the village and the Uchiha could not deteriorate any further. After a prolonged silence, Itachi Uchiha finally spoke, much to Shui Uchiha's surprise. Itachi did not express any blame. Rather, he seemed somewhat relieved. Shui, it's all right. If this can resolve the Uchiha coup and maintain peace in the village, it would be a good thing. I believe my father would also be pleased about this. Shui stared blankly at his friend, suddenly feeling as if he was meeting him for the first time, his expression one of astonishment. It seemed that Itachi cared more about the village than the Uchiha clan. As the sun climbed higher, nearing noon, Naruto finally awoke from his slumber. Glaring at the familiar yet strange ceiling, he felt dazed and disoriented. Such was the consequence of a late night. He had stayed up too late in excitement, experimenting with Susanoo, which led him to oversleep. As Naruto's world transformed from 360 to 1080, his stomach audibly protested, announcing its hunger. He yawned deeply, rummaging through the refrigerator for a few containers of expired instant noodles. Although past their expiration date, they were still edible, unlike expired milk, which was certainly off limits. Kyubi, do you think I can take on that Uchiha head-on? He asked while brushing his teeth, directing his question to the nine tails sealed within him. Kyubi yawned in response, not even contemplating before answering, I don't know. You two were too restrained yesterday. It was rather dull. Naruto chuckled lightly, not surprised. Although he had briefly unleashed a fraction of his power, the clash had not been satisfying. Shui Uchiha sought to resolve matters without alarming the village, while Naruto merely wished to test his own strength. In such a constrained scenario, it was indeed challenging to gauge their true power disparity. However, that guy's Manjiki Sharingan far surpasses yours. I have a feeling his Susanoo could even be 2 stages higher, Kyubi remarked. Is that so? Naruto wasn't surprised. He recalled that in the original story, the opponent could activate Susanoo with just one eye, indicating a formidable ocular prowess. Na'vi and indecisive individuals endure the greatest suffering. What do you mean? Kyuubi asked, confused. I'm talking about that Uchiha, Naruto replied with a smile, wiping his face before leaving the restroom. Just then, the hot water had boiled, and he prepared all the noodles, sitting down to wait. He firmly believed in the will of fire, but couldn't let go of his own clan. He wished to protect his family, while still trusting the old man Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was evident that everyone was hostile towards the Uchiha. If he were to show leniency towards them, how could he possibly hold the position of Hokage for decades? Kyuubi pondered Naruto's words. So you want him to help you deal with Konoha? Naruto couldn't help but let out a scoff, a hint of disdain in his tone. Kyuubi, don't you understand? Those brainwashed by the will of fire are the most troublesome. I merely desire his Sharingan. Shursui Uchiha, I have already warned you. I hope you can preserve your right eye. Chapter 22. The third training ground. You want that Uchiha's eye? Your current strength may not suffice. Kyuubi doused Naruto's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Kyuubi, you've been sealed for so many years, and you still don't grasp the nature of battles between ninjas. Naruto replied, somewhat exasperated by the fox's lack of understanding. What do you mean? Kyuubi asked, puzzled. The essence of battles between ninjas lies in intelligence warfare, Naruto explained. In such conflicts, intelligence plays a crucial role. Did you not see how Madara Uchiha, despite becoming sage of six paths, could still be caught off guard? I possess all the intelligence on Shursui Uchiha, yet he remains oblivious to my Manjiki abilities. Thus, I hold the advantage. Where on earth did you acquire such extensive intelligence? Kyuubi's expression was one of disbelief. Despite Naruto's relentless training, how was he so well informed about the ninja world? Not all that glitters is gold, Kyuubi. Besides, Shursui doesn't need me to intervene. Those old geezers in Konoha will take action on their own, and I'll just be there to pick up the pieces. Pick up pieces? You mean someone in Konoha will take action against that Uchiha? Kyuubi's expression grew animated. That's a Manjiki Sharingan. Do the higher-ups in Konoha truly lack such wisdom? That guy's ocular technique is called Koto Amatsukami, capable of manipulating others without their awareness and permanently altering their will. Naruto continued, fiddling with his chopsticks. Those old men are not foolish, they are merely afraid. No matter how steadfast Shursui's will of fire may be. As long as he holds such an unreasonable ability, Konoha's higher-ups will never trust him. One's fate is safest when held firmly in one's hands. Is that the reason behind what you said? Kyuubi suddenly recalled Naruto's words when he left. Naivety and foolishness could lead that Uchiha to perish at the hands of Konoha's upper echelons, while the Uchiha clan, stripped of their Manjiki, would be entirely eradicated by Konoha. Naruto grinned. So, we can just pick up the pieces later. Perhaps we might even see Konoha's Umbu suffer further losses. Kyuubi fell silent as Naruto quickly finished off the containers of noodles on the table. After lounging on the sofa for a while, the long-awaited relaxation left Naruto feeling somewhat uneasy after his rigorous training. Indeed, it was best to exercise. He sprang up from the sofa in a swift motion. After rummaging through his bedroom for some breathable, loose clothing, regardless of cleanliness, as Kyuubi's chakra kept insects at bay, Naruto soon emerged, clad in a white shirt and black shorts, ready to head out. However, just as he opened the door, an old, wrinkled face appeared before him. Prepared, Naruto instinctively thought, greeting the figure with a cheerful smile. Good morning, Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi's previously cheerful expression suddenly froze as he glanced at the sun overhead. Good morning? Why is little Naruto awake so late today? Naruto maintained his cheerful demeanor. I initially planned to take a day off, but I feel my youth must not be marred by regrets, so I'm preparing to train. The corners of Hiruzen's eyes twitched, almost losing his smile, as Naruto's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain Jonin from Konoha, especially with those gleaming teeth shining in the sunlight. Little Naruto, the village has been somewhat unstable lately. How about taking a break until the Ninja Academy resumes? Hiruzen advised earnestly, concerned that the mysterious figure might pose a threat to the Jinchuriki. Naruto, intrigued, asked, is something wrong with the village? Hiruzen nodded, expressing worry. A villain has emerged in the village, and I fear for your safety, little Naruto. Huh. It dawned on Naruto that he was the cause of this instability. It followed that Shursui had not disclosed his Uchiha identity. If he had, The Uchiha's attempt to seize the bloodline of their fellow villagers would surely have led to a complete breakdown of trust between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shisui intended to resolve matters with him alone. Don't worry, Lord Third. My strength is no longer weak. If any villain dares to challenge me, I will simply knock them down. Saying this, Naruto proudly displayed his fist. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen could only manage a bitter smile. If even Uchiha Shisui struggled against the adversary, how could Naruto, whose strength was barely that of a Nin, possibly prevail? Hiruzen wished to decline, but he also desired to avoid inciting Naruto's displeasure, ultimately arriving at a compromise. In that case, why not train at the village's training ground? The training ground? Naruto had never heard of such a place. Hiruzen chuckled and gestured to a nearby Umbu ninja, saying, the training grounds in the village are specifically designated for ninjas to practice ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja knowledge. There are a total of 44 in Konoha. If little Naruto trains there, he can hone his skills without issue. Would you like to go? Upon hearing Hiruzen's description, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. The small village of Konoha harbored such a wonderful place. Yes, I want to go. The Umbu ninja Hiruzen had signaled returned and respectfully reported. Lord Third, the third training ground is currently unoccupied. Hiruzen nodded and replied, then you shall take Naruto there. Understood. When Naruto arrived, he realized that this third training ground was indeed the very place where Team 7 would later compete for bells. The surroundings were brimming with life. A vibrant scene where all things thrived, and a gently flowing river meandered through the woods. You will practice here from now on. After uttering this, the Umbu ninja vanished without waiting for Naruto's response. Unfazed, Naruto turned his gaze toward the riverbank, where a silver-haired figure awaited. Hey, one-eyed uncle. Chapter 23. Vortex Elbow Strike Konoha, third training ground. Two figures, one large and one small, stood several meters apart, facing each other. Wind release. Air gun. Naruto suddenly raised his hands, his index fingers pointing like pistols at Kakashi. In an instant, wind chakra coalesced and compressed at his fingertips before being unleashed like bullets. This technique resembled the Marine 6 styles from One Piece, yet it was Naruto's improved version of the wind release, vacuum sphere, allowing him to attack without the need to vocalize the technique. Shooting with his fingers certainly appeared far more impressive than before. Naruto launched a barrage of vacuum spheres directly at Kakashi while simultaneously clapping his hands together, summoning several shadow clones that began to form Rasengan. The use of non-hand seal ninjutsu granted a significant advantage in combat, allowing for faster releases and enabling one to seize the initiative and dictate the rhythm of the battle. Seeing Naruto unleash wind ninjutsu without hand seals, Kakashi's exposed eye narrowed slightly. He had already lost the initiative, needing to employ defensive ninjutsu for protection. He realized that one misstep would lead to further disadvantage. Fortunately, his hand-sealing speed was among the fastest in the ninja world, allowing him to release his technique almost instantaneously. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth, sculpted with a dog's head, surged from the ground, intercepting the vacuum spheres before they could reach Kakashi, raising a cloud of dust. Not done yet, one-eyed uncle. In a mere moment, Naruto was atop the earth flow wall, forming a Rasengan and leaping downwards. Kakashi, having completed the earth flow wall, swiftly retreated. Boom. The Rasengan struck the ground, unleashing a massive crater from the violently compressed chakra. Kakashi's eyes widened, and as he retreated, he formed seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi placed his right hand before his mouth and unleashed flames toward the unprepared Naruto. Bang! In the face of such a close-range fireball, Naruto had no time to dodge and was engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi, unfazed, landed on one foot, quickly crouched, and propelled himself sideways, leaping into the air. Boom! Four of Naruto's figures burst forth from the ground, each forming a Rasengan aimed at Kakashi's previous landing spot. Noticing the area was devoid of Naruto, the four shadow clones halted their actions, Rasengan in hand, and gazed skyward. Kakashi formed seals once more, leaning back slightly and inhaling deeply before unleashing a series of air blasts. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Countless wind chakra projectiles obliterated the four shadow clones. However, Kakashi remained vigilant. With no sign of Naruto, it was evident he had utilized a substitution technique to conceal himself. Swish! Kakashi landed on the river's surface, where he no longer had to worry about Naruto emerging from the ground for a surprise attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. A sudden gale surged from behind Kakashi, the furious winds forcing him to squint and struggle to keep his balance, the strength of the gusts threatening to topple him. Kakashi hastily formed seals. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water rose from the river, countering Naruto's wind attack. Positioned behind the water barrier, Kakashi discerned Naruto's location through the direction of the wind. He formed seals and instantly appeared behind Naruto, who was executing the great breakthrough. As Naruto blew forth wind, his eyes widened in surprise. From his peripheral vision, he saw a colossal fist hurtling toward his cheek. Bang! Another clone? Kakashi watched as Naruto once again erupted into a cloud of smoke, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Does this guy have that much chakra in a single clone? Whoosh! Kakashi swiftly sidestepped as Naruto's chakra-encased fist struck the ground in front of him, sending dust and debris flying and leaving a sizable crater in its wake. Kakashi harnessed the force of the impact to retreat quickly, while Naruto burst forth from the smoke, soaring high into the air, charging towards Kakashi. In midair, Naruto adjusted his stance, bending his right arm at the elbow, preparing to use his elbow as a striking point. Are you going to employ taijutsu? Kakashi pondered, bracing himself to engage in a physical contest with Naruto. Naruto reached the peak of his jump, chakra enveloping his elbow as he summoned every ounce of strength, driving it downward. One-eyed uncle, taste my vortex elbow strike. As the chakra-wrapped elbow closed in on him, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yet, to Kakashi's astonishment, Naruto cleaved through the rising wall with his elbow, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. Kakashi instinctively crossed his arms to defend himself, but he soon felt an indescribable force surge through his arms from the point of contact. Kakashi was lifted off the ground and sent flying, his vision blurring as he gazed up at the glaring sun, momentarily glimpsing his deceased father smiling down at him. Bang! Kakashi, propelled away by the elbow strike, exploded into a cloud of smoke. Naruto suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Turning his head, he discovered the real Kakashi standing behind him, holding a kunai poised at his throat. One-eyed uncle, I'm sorry I couldn't force you to use your full strength. Naruto chuckled, unable to contain his laughter despite the situation. Kakashi's eye widened in exasperation as he sheathed his kunai. Your non-hand seal ninjutsu is truly troublesome. It was precisely because Naruto's non-hand seal ninjutsu seized the initiative that Kakashi was compelled to use ninjutsu for defense, falling into Naruto's rhythm and enduring a relentless assault. Fortunately, his body flicker and hand-sealing speed were swift enough. Otherwise, he would have certainly faced embarrassment today. In this past month, Kakashi has faced Naruto several times in combat. From an initial overwhelming dominance, he now finds himself increasingly challenged by Naruto, with their abilities nearly reaching parity. Dusting off his clothes, Naruto chuckled, it's evident that you, one-eyed uncle, have little experience in high-stakes battles. Who, in their right mind, performs hand seals? Kakashi, with his characteristic deadpan expression, was at a loss for words. Hand seals are essential for effectively guiding and controlling chakra, ensuring the successful execution of ninjutsu while conserving energy. Releasing ninjutsu multiple times leads to proficiency, Naruto remarked nonchalantly, suddenly displaying a cheeky grin. As for conserving chakra, who truly cares about a little bit? You fool, having an abundance of chakra does not justify waste. What if an unforeseen situation arises? Kakashi, exasperated, suggested Naruto practice on his own and wait for Guy to arrive for physical training. Unable to contain his frustration, Kakashi pulled out a Risco book from his ninja tool pouch and retreated to a nearby tree. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Naruto couldn't help but feel the urge to tease him. Uncle, you really ought to read less of those yellow books. Otherwise, you'll become even more delusional. Kakashi merely rolled his eyes, ignoring Naruto. Witnessing Kakashi's obsession, Naruto shook his head in disappointment and focused on his own training. Chapter 24. Might Guy Kakashi was dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to guide Naruto's training while also tasked with protecting the Jinchuriki. With nearly half the village's elite ninjas investigating the mysterious figure stealing bloodlines, Kakashi was undoubtedly the best candidate for safeguarding the Jinchuriki. As for Might Guy, their encounter was purely incidental. One morning, Naruto stood at the entrance of a Bowsy shop, swiftly grabbing an entire steamer of freshly made buns, leaving a pile of money behind without a second thought. The shopkeeper, his face turning a shade of green, found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to pick up the money or leave it be, despite knowing it had been touched by the nine-tailed fox. As he made his way, Naruto felt the growing malice of the villagers becoming increasingly distorted, yet he heard no whispers. After all, speaking out would not only attract the fox's attention, but might also draw the ire of the vigilant guards. Perhaps it was this feeling of bottled-up anger and fear that twisted their malice further. Naruto ceased his attempts to provoke the villagers. Though he had been excited for the first couple of days, the thrill quickly faded. Would one find amusement in a group of unresponsive, grotesque individuals? Those who could only cower in fear lacked even the desire for destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen had robbed him of his rare joys. Ah, this village is beyond redemption. Naruto lamented as he bit into a bun, heading toward the third training ground. Hey, young man, daydreaming while walking can lead to injuries. A robust voice suddenly called out in front of him, pulling him back from his wandering thoughts. Naruto's gaze landed on a flash of green, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a pair of muscular legs clad in green spandex. Lowering his gaze further, he encountered a rugged face with thick eyebrows. It was Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha. Young man, in the prime of your youth, why wear a frown? Guy flashed a classic smile, his gleaming teeth almost blinding. Naruto, taken aback for a moment, hesitantly inquired, Green uncle, what are you doing? Me? Guy gave a thumbs up. I am igniting my youth. Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment. It was just as depicted in the original story. So, uncle, you are training? Ha ha ha, sweating profusely. Igniting my youth. That is my training. Guy erupted into laughter. What are they doing? I don't know, but that guy in green seems to be a ninja. Huh, how can there be such a peculiar ninja? The surrounding villagers began to murmur. Naruto remained impassive, while Guy began to feel slightly embarrassed. Haha, young man, my apologies for the trouble. If there's nothing else, I shall continue igniting my youth. As punishment, I will do 100 laps around the village while upside down. Guy was indeed a bit eccentric. Before Naruto could respond, Guy dashed off. Wait, uncle, Naruto called out, hastily trying to stop him. Is there something else, young man? Guy paused, turning back. Despite the time that had passed, Naruto still found it hard to adjust to his demeanor. If you want to apologize, why not teach me some physical techniques? Guy looked at Naruto in disbelief. Are you sure you want to learn physical techniques from me? Naruto smiled. Uncle, you must be a master of physical techniques, right? Ha ha, of course. I am one of the few elite taijutsu users in Konoha. Is this what youth is? Guy suddenly laughed, tears streaming down his face. He had never expected that a young person in Konoha would be captivated by his display of youthful passion. This was the true essence of burning youth. His flame could ignite others, and it moved him deeply. Naruto, feeling utterly bemused, thought it strange that their conversation had taken such an emotional turn. Uncle, can I really learn physical techniques from you? He asked again. Ha ha, of course. However, to learn physical techniques, we must first build your stamina. Let me see how strong you are. Guy wiped his tears and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Follow me. Show me your youth. With that, Guy charged ahead, his excitement causing him to pick up speed. Naruto mimicked Guy's movements, attempting to keep up. Hey, after running a distance, Guy glanced back to see if Naruto was following, only to find him upside down, mirroring his actions. He had merely wanted Naruto to run normally alongside him. Noticing Guy's surprised expression, Naruto grinned widely, his teeth gleaming. Uncle, I can speed up. Suddenly, Naruto accelerated, surpassing Guy. Tears streamed down Guy's face once more. This is youth, but I will not concede. And so, the two raced around Konoha, one large and one small, both upside down. Even Kakashi, who had been covertly following Naruto, was left in a daze, momentarily imagining Minato with a watermelon hairstyle. Thus, it was only natural that Might Guy became Naruto's physical training instructor. Naruto did not seek the 8 gates technique, as Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow him to learn such a perilous form of taijutsu. After a month of training, Guy had only taught him a single level of wind release, likely to keep his power in check for fear of losing control in the future. What a hypocritical old man, hoarding the wealth and legacy of the Uzumaki clan while refusing to teach him even a few ninjutsu. Humph, Sarutobi, your end is nigh. Naruto thought coldly, although he was genuinely interested in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Alas, the path to learning remained elusive. Naruto unleashed the wind release, great breakthrough against the trees in the forest, repeatedly practicing how to execute this jutsu directly from his hands, much like his wind release, Rasengan. Otherwise, even without hand signs, using his mouth to expel it would be ineffective in catching anyone off guard. However, His mind also wandered to where he might learn sealing techniques, a distinctive feature of the ninja world that he felt compelled to explore. While practicing and pondering, he suddenly recalled the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Surely, no one understood them better than they did. If memory served him right, he bore the chakra of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze within him. He resolved to discuss it with Kurama that evening. Suddenly, a robust and hearty laughter echoed through the air, and a watermelon-haired figure appeared within their sights. Might Guy had arrived. Kakashi, without lifting his gaze, waved his hand in acknowledgement, already engrossed in the profound pursuit of contemplating the origins of life. Naruto, too, burst into laughter and rushed toward Might Guy, raising his elbow gleaming with a cold light. Ha ha ha, Uncle Guy, let us ignite our youth together. I could elbow you all day. After finishing dinner at Ichiraku Ramen with Kakashi and Might Guy, Naruto returned home late at night, utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto his bed, having indeed spent the entire day elbowing with Might Guy. While Guy still seemed in good spirits, Naruto found himself somewhat depleted. After all, even with the Nine Tails chakra and the Uzumaki bloodline training for a year and a half, he still could not match the prowess of the esteemed taijutsu master. He had not sought entertainment for the past month, primarily due to the persistent efforts of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had not given up on finding him. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was akin to a spotlight, sweeping back and forth, making it difficult for him to find an opportunity to venture out. However, he sensed that an opportunity to escape would soon present itself. Sarutobi could scarcely contain himself, and his eyes, capable of turning him into a puppet at any moment, needed to be addressed lest he suffer sleepless nights. Naruto figured that Shimura Danzo would coordinate with Sarutobi, leading to a cessation of the Byakugan surveillance, as matters involving the bloodline techniques of the Uchiha should not be disclosed to the Hyuga clan. After a brief cleansing, he lay in bed and entered the sealing space. The Nine Tails, initially bored, immediately noticed Naruto's sudden appearance, a flicker of unrecognizable emotion crossing its eyes. "Little brat, it's rare to see you here this month," Kurama remarked, his tone hinting at a playful arrogance. "What's this? Do you miss me, Kurama?" Naruto teased with a grin. Kurama fell silent, and after a moment, replied, "You really are quite unlikable." Naruto chuckled, realizing that the world of Hokage had an abundance of tsundere characters. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking, Kurama. I have something important to discuss with you today." "Me?" Kurama questioned, perplexed. "Besides granting you chakra, I can't do much else. Are you planning to challenge me again after practicing taijutsu?" Naruto shook his head and pointed to the sealing paper affixed to the door. "I want to tear that down." Kurama fell silent, his calm gaze rippling with intensity as he fixed his stare on Naruto. If Naruto were to truly break the seal, the moment Kurama left, the host would undoubtedly perish without the tailed beast. To be honest, Kurama felt a strange sense of emotion rising within him. "You're not joking, are you?" Naruto continued to smile, reassuring, "Rest assured, even if I tear that down, you won't be able to escape." Kurama's expression froze momentarily, as if struck dumb, demanding the return of the earlier emotion. "Then what do you intend to do?" Seeing Kurama's bewildered expression, Naruto maintained a serious demeanor, striving not to laugh, lest Kurama shun him thereafter. This 8-trigram seal comprises 2 4-symbol seals. It is precisely these 2 seals that allow the Nine Tails chakra to transform into my chakra. I can only remove one of them since the key to the other is in the hands of someone rather troublesome. "What use is it to tear down this seal?" Kurama inquired. Naruto shook his head. Minato had left his chakra within him. "Once I tear down this seal, he will appear to prevent you from seducing me." Fourth Hokage. A flash of hatred flickered in Kurama's eyes. "So, you wish to meet your father?" "Not exactly. I merely seek the Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan." Kurama remained silent, his countenance darkening, evidently reluctant to see Minato. Yet suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him. "Ha! I am quite eager to see the 4th Hokage's reaction upon witnessing your current self." Kurama erupted into laughter. "Little brat, can you still destroy Konoha now?" Within the sealing space, Kurama observed Naruto interacting harmoniously with the 2 Konoha Jonin, and he noted that Naruto no longer exhibited the same aggression towards the ignorant villagers as before. Naruto shook his head. "Kurama, to tread upon ants without slaying them is a challenging power to master." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. Chakra of both red and blue hues surged from his palm, coalescing into a purple-black chakra sphere reminiscent of a tailed beast ball. Yet, this was not the end. A significant amount of yin-yang chakra continued to gather, swirling around the sphere, compressing until it formed a center of deep black, surrounded by a faint purple glow, with rings of light encircling it. What? When did you learn yin-yang release? Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the chakra sphere in Naruto's hand. Feeling the dual chakra's essence, his voice faltering. Not quite. Naruto chuckled. The technique of yin-yang release can create form from nothingness and imbue life into that form. I'm not capable of that yet. However, merely manipulating the properties of chakra is not particularly difficult. The chakra I extracted from you is of the yang attribute, and upon awakening my Manjiki Sharingan, my chakra can also transform into the yin attribute. Thus, I have simply combined both attributes of chakra through the Rasengan technique, adding a bit of my understanding to create this technique, using a miniature-tailed beast ball as the explosive trigger. The outer layer of yin-yang chakra serves as the medium for the explosion, generating unimaginable destructive power. The fusion of yin and yang chakra is inherently more stable than other chakra attributes, yielding greater destructive capability. Naruto had hardly practiced. He merely applied the principles from the Rasengan and tailed beast ball, achieving success in an instant. So, you intend to use this technique against Konoha? Kurama stared wide-eyed. Sensing that while this technique may currently pale in comparison to his tailed beast ball, it had yet to reach its limits. More chakra could certainly be incorporated. And if sufficient chakra is available, it might even surpass the tailed beast ball. Who knows? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Konoha is far too weak now, regardless of its growth. The outcome remains unchanged. Bang! Naruto clenched his palm tightly, and the chakra sphere was effortlessly crushed, dissipating into chakra that reintegrated into his body. All right, it's time to focus on the task at hand, he said, turning his gaze towards the Nine Tails. Once Minato emerges, I'll need you to expend some chakra to stabilize his condition. The Nine Tails, incredulous, retorted, you want me to assist that guy, the fourth Hokage? You've got to be kidding me. It let out a furious roar, extending a claw towards Naruto. Indignant that this impudent child would ask it to aid the one who had sealed it away, Naruto quickly sought to placate the Nine Tails, for he knew that if Minato were to appear and vanish in an instant, he would gain nothing from the encounter. Listen, Kurama, even if the fourth Hokage emerges, he is merely a manifestation of chakra. If you don't help stabilize him, he'll likely dissipate before you can witness all his intriguing expressions. Chapter 26. Minato Namikaze within the ceiling space. Naruto had little trouble soothing the Nine Tails, for it was merely a fox that had been imprisoned for decades, yearning to witness the pained expression of the one who had once sealed it. Standing directly beneath the great gate, Naruto felt his chakra surge, causing the water beneath him to swirl around his form, gradually enveloping him. Elevated by the pillar of water, Naruto approached the sealing mark affixed to the gate. He raised his hand and pressed it against the seal, pinching a corner with his fingers, ready to tear it away. Just as he initiated the motion, a golden light blossomed quietly in the stillness, slowly coalescing into a humanoid figure before Naruto and the fox. This radiance was gentle and benevolent. Unlike the scorching heat of the sun, within this resplendent golden glow, a firm yet warm hand precisely grasped Naruto's, halting his attempt to rip away the seal. Minato brought Naruto gently to the ground, his gaze tenderly assessing him. He had often envisioned their reunion, yet upon this moment, he realized Naruto was still a child. However, observing the boy's robust physique, handsome features, golden hair, and azure eyes, he mused that with the dual identities of the fourth Hokage's son and a hero's descendant, Naruto must have enjoyed a childhood nurtured by the villagers' affection, living a life of happiness. You've grown, Naruto, Minato expressed with a face full of warmth. Naruto, however, took a quiet step back. Minato's expression turned awkward as he smiled and said, perhaps the third Hokage never revealed my identity to you. I am actually, no need for pleasantries, fourth Hokage, Naruto interrupted. I didn't break the seal to engage in idle chatter. Minato froze, his expression caught between words. Momentarily at a loss. He might manage relationships among comrades well, but facing his seemingly rebellious son left him uncertain, especially since Naruto had been but a tiny infant at his birth, now transformed into a young adult. Was it possible that his identity had led him to rebel against the village? Yet, guilt gnawed at Minato for the circumstances that had rendered Naruto an orphan. He found it hard to articulate his feelings. Fortunately, Naruto appeared not only well in appearance, but also in health. He must be living comfortably in the village. Naruto, do not be easily swayed by the Nine Tails' temptations. If you wish to train with tailed beast chakra, Jiraiya-sensei must be present, Minato explained with a gentle smile. Ha ha ha, fourth Hokage. This is hardly my deceit, came a mocking laugh from behind. Nine Tails, you're behind this, Minato exclaimed, turning to confront the derisive creature, his eyes filled with fury. Ha ha, fourth Hokage, you cannot blame me for this. Without me, this little brat would have perished long ago at the hands of Konoha. The Nine Tails' claim held merit. Without the powerful regenerative abilities granted by its chakra, given Naruto's childhood experiences, he would have likely been left with numerous hidden injuries, if not worse. Impossible. Minato instinctively countered the Nine Tails' assertion, quickly turning back to Naruto, eager to learn the truth from him. As a ninja raised under the will of fire, Minato held profound love for his village and dedicated himself entirely to Konoha after becoming Hokage. He could not accept the Nine Tails' words. This is troublesome, Naruto remarked, his brow furrowed. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Fourth Hokage, I have grown indifferent to this village. My purpose in unsealing the barrier is merely to acquire more of the Nine Tails chakra, as well as your flying thunder god technique and the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. Acquiring more of the Nine Tails chakra? Minato suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. A flicker of relief crossing his otherwise troubled face. Naruto, can you truly harness the chakra of the Nine Tails? He marveled, recalling how even Kushina had taken a significant time to achieve this. How could Naruto, at his young age, possibly draw chakra from the Nine Tails? Fourth Hokage, you are too arrogant, Naruto coldly retorted, casting a glance at Minato before tearing the seal from the great door, stepping inside the barrier and standing beside the Nine Tails. It is not about mastering the Nine Tails. Rather, I and the Nine Tails are companions. Minato stood in stunned silence, feeling as though his worldview were shattering. Why was Naruto so at ease standing beside the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails wore a fierce expression, baring its teeth at Minato, its eyes filled with mockery and hatred. This did not resemble a relationship of mutual understanding. Yet, Naruto did not appear to be under its influence. As Minato regained his composure, he began to reflect. From the moment he appeared in the sealing space and saw Naruto, his understanding of Naruto's situation in the village had been entirely subjective. The treatment of Jinchuriki in the village was evident from Kushina's experiences. Could it be that even the identities of the son of the fourth and a hero's descendant could not alter such treatment? Naruto, I can teach you the flying thunder god technique and sealing arts, but this is merely a fragment of chakra. I fear I cannot impart everything to you, Minato lamented, feeling a pang of guilt for being unable to fulfill even his son's first, and perhaps only, request. This is not an issue, Kurama, Naruto said, turning to the Nine Tails. This was our agreement. The Nine Tails, possessing ample yang chakra, could significantly enhance the quality and stability of Minato's chakra fragment, as long as it was supplemented in time. There was no concern of it vanishing. TCH, you little brat, the Nine Tails scoffed, its face contorting with disdain. Yet it allowed a portion of its chakra to cross the seal and infuse Minato's body. What is this? Minato marveled, feeling the transformation of chakra within him stabilize. The quality enhancing and the previous sensation of imminent disappearance fading away. This was the power of the Nine Tails chakra. He then turned to Naruto with eager anticipation, asking, Naruto, could you share your experiences over the years? Chapter 27. Collapsed. Naruto remained silent, lowering his head in contemplation for a moment before meeting Minato's gaze, which was filled with both anticipation and trepidation. I have little interest in lamentation, for the past is but a distant memory, and the present figures can only harbor silent resentment towards me. Upon hearing this, Minato Namake's expression dimmed slightly. However, Naruto's tone abruptly shifted as he proclaimed, if you truly wish to know, why not witness it with your own eyes? With that, Naruto disregarded Minato's eager gaze and turned his attention to the Kyuubi, who was similarly bowed in contemplation, raising his fist aloft. Kurama, if I recall correctly, this is referred to as the ninja religion, is it not? The Kyuubi's eyes widened in shock, laden with hesitation. You didn't forewarn me about this, you little brat. Gaining my acknowledgement is no trivial matter. Ha ha. Your acknowledgement is not a prerequisite. The lifespan of humans is quite fleeting, and soon there will be no next Jinchuriki. In a few decades, you shall regain your freedom. Why not simply pass the time? Naruto replied with a grin. The Kyuubi fell silent, observing Naruto's cheerful visage, which felt oddly misplaced. Such a sunny demeanor should not grace his countenance, and that insincere smile suited the fourth Hokage far better. Nevertheless, this boy was palatable in his own right. At least this year promised to be far more entertaining than the preceding decades, as they were comrades, and surely many amusing events awaited them in the years to come. The Kyuubi smirked, extending his massive claw to meet Naruto's fist. Very well, let us consider this a diversion. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping him in a golden whirlwind akin to a tsunami, forming a colossal vortex. His body became enveloped in this force, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils, while intricate golden patterns danced across his skin, outlining mysterious designs. Having released half of the seal, it was sufficient for Naruto to enter this tailed beast chakra mode. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Kushina could not wield the tailed beast chakra to such an extent. Only the first Jinchuriki, Mito, could have achieved this level of mastery. On the other side of the door, Naruto raised his fist towards Minato. Fourth Hokage, feel free to witness the past of Uzumaki Naruto. As Minato gazed into the Kyuubi's mocking eyes and Naruto's unwavering slitted pupils, his inner unease magnified. Gritting his teeth, he approached, his gaze filled with remorse. Their fists collided. In an instant, Minato froze in place. As Naruto's chakra flowed into him, Minato gained the Kyuubi's malevolent perception. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. What is this? What expression is that? And what are these tears? The Kyuubi's chakra had long since receded, returning Naruto to his former self. He regarded Minato with a hint of disdain. What purpose do your tears serve now? Do you seek my forgiveness? Minato's body trembled slightly as he wiped away his tears, gazing at the familiar yet alien visage of his son, shaking his head. I do not seek your forgiveness, but allow me at least to rectify some past wrongs. With clenched fists and a sincere expression, he implored. Naruto wasted no time. I require the Flying Thunder God technique and the four-symbol seal. Chapter 28. The four-symbol seal in the ensuing days. Naruto refrained from training at the third training ground with Kakashi and Guy, choosing instead to remain at home, more precisely, within the sealing space. Learning the four-symbol seal from Minato, it took an entire week for Naruto to nearly master the four-symbol seal. The study of sealing techniques is no trivial endeavor. It is far more intricate than conventional ninjutsu, possessing the remarkable ability to compress and reduce objects, much like the 8-trigram seal upon Naruto's abdomen, which created its own space. This was facilitated by Minato's tutelage, for his sealing skills were exceptionally high, owing to Kushina's lineage. In the past, the Kyuubi was far less docile, and in the event of a rampage, it was Minato who would be called upon to seal it. I recall in the original narrative that Minato was even pierced through by a rampaging Kushina, yet still managed to seal the Kyuubi back. Coupled with Naruto's inherent talent as a member of the Uzumaki clan, known for their sealing prowess, their combined efforts allowed him to grasp the four-symbol seal in a mere week. As for why the Naruto of the original tale lacked sealing techniques, the current Naruto was uncertain. It was likely due to the overwhelming influence of Ashura's chakra, rendering him capable only of creating chakra balls. In the room, Naruto gazed at the comic book on the table, feeling the sealing mark upon him. He pressed his hand onto the comic, and the intricate patterns of the four-symbol seal spread from his palm, enveloping the entire book. With a resounding pop, amidst a cloud of smoke, the comic vanished from the table, reappearing within Naruto's sealing space. Success! Minato exclaimed in delight, catching the comic as it tumbled from the air. Humph! What an irksome technique, the Kyuubi scoffed, observing the scene with disdain, displeased that it had been sealed for decades. Haha, Kurama, now that I've mastered this sealing technique, we shall not be bored in the sealing space. Minato placed the comic before the Kyuubi. He had learned the Kyuubi's name from Naruto. Though there was a deep-seated enmity between them, they now shared this sealing space, and it was likely they would remain together for decades, relying on each other's chakra for sustenance. Thus, a cordial relationship was prudent. Humph, I have no need for such trivialities, the Kyuubi huffed, prideful. Oh, you remain as obstinate as ever. Naruto's figure materialized within the sealing space. You little brat. The Kyuubi roared in indignation. Naruto, congratulations. I never expected you to master the four-symbol seal so swiftly. Minato approached with genuine joy, his eyes filled with pride. If only learning the Flying Thunder God technique could proceed with such alacrity, he would be even more gratified. It was undoubtedly a source of immense joy for a father to see his child inherit the talents of both himself and his wife. This was largely due to the fourth's excellent instruction. Naruto graciously expressed his gratitude. Naruto's politeness did not surprise Minato. This amicable interaction was already a significant improvement. It primarily reflects your considerable talent. Shall we begin training the Flying Thunder God technique now, or would you prefer to familiarize yourself further with the four-symbol seal first? Naruto pondered before asking, isn't mastering the Flying Thunder God technique considerably more challenging than the four-symbol seal? Minato nodded solemnly, responding, the Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu. Besides requiring immense effort, it also depends on the practitioner's innate talent for space-time manipulation. Then let us postpone that for a while. Something significant may occur in Konoha soon, Naruto remarked, glancing at the Kyuubi, who was surreptitiously eyeing the comic book. Contemplating the potential release of Kushina in the near future. Significant matters? What great event is about to unfold in Konoha? The expression on Minato Namikaze's face was rather intricate. Despite his current disdain for Konoha, he was once the Hokage of the village. Thus, upon hearing the latest news, his emotions were inevitably tangled. Naruto, too, bore an enigmatic smile, thinking, soon you shall witness the hypocrisy of Konoha's upper echelons. Fourth Hokage. It had been over a month since Sarutobi Hiruzen had failed to locate the intruders in the village, and he was likely beginning to suspect Uchiha Shursui. As the only witness to the invasion was Shursui himself. It was common knowledge that the Uchiha clan was not trusted in Konoha. Once the Hyuga clan sealed their Byakugan, he could commence with his own plans, laying a web of traps around the Uchiha district, certain that an opportunity would present itself. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan was indeed worth the wait. Have I truly erred? Naruto observed Minato, who was lost in contemplation and began to question his own existence. He chose to remain silent. He felt indifferent towards Minato, neither harboring hatred nor regarding him as a father figure, which was quite natural, as he was not truly his father. This relationship was, in fact, quite satisfactory. Suddenly, as Naruto was deep in thought, his expression shifted slightly before he vanished into the ceiling space. Minato, still ensnared in his own thoughts, remained oblivious to this occurrence, while the Ninetales, who was peeking at a comic, merely cast a furtive glance, momentarily loosening its grip on the comic. Shortly after Naruto's consciousness emerged, a knock echoed from outside the door. Let us rewind to an hour prior. In the third training ground, Might Guy was training alone, engaging in a solitary regimen of running, handstands, push-ups, sit-ups, punches, and kicks. After completing his exercises in silence, he could no longer contain his irritation. For reasons unknown, Naruto and Kakashi had not visited the training ground for a week. Lacking knowledge of Naruto's residence and unable to locate Kakashi, he speculated whether they were on a secret mission or perhaps both were ill and confined to their homes without care. I must inquire with the third Hokage for clarity. With this thought, Might Guy sprang up from the ground and sprinted towards the Hokage tower. Coincidentally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also sensed Naruto's unusual behavior over the past few days. Though capable of observing Naruto through the Byakugan, he could only perceive Naruto's vacant demeanor, leaving him unaware of the true circumstances. Thus, he disclosed Naruto's address and informed Might Guy of Kakashi's current location and mission, suggesting they investigate together. Might Guy, brimming with excitement, dashed out and soon discovered Kakashi, who was hiding in a tree, secretly reading a Riska book. What brings you here? Kakashi inquired, his expression as flat as ever, fixating his gaze on Might Guy. Kakashi, my dear friend, we have not sparred in a week. Might Guy exclaimed, flashing his signature grin. Today, let us rekindle our competitive spirit. The challenge, of course, was to discern the reason behind Naruto's seclusion. Chapter 29. Hiruzen's suspicion. Naruto, upon witnessing Kakashi and Might Guy at his door, wore an expression of surprise. Uncle Guy? One-eyed uncle, what brings you here? Kakashi, still maintaining his deadpan stare, remained silent and directed his gaze towards Might Guy. With exuberance, Might Guy bent down and wrapped his arm around Naruto's shoulders, exclaiming, young man, are you ready to join us in igniting our youthful passions today? Naruto felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had anticipated that Might Guy and Kakashi would find their way to his home. Previously, he had assumed they were sent by Hiruzen to monitor and protect him, as no one else had been permitted to approach him in all these years. After all, one was a top-tier elite shinobi, while the other possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage, more than capable of safeguarding a Jinchuriki. Yet now it seemed Kakashi's presence was indeed a deliberate arrangement by Hiruzen, while Might Guy's arrival was likely a serendipitous encounter permitted by Hiruzen to guide him. Perhaps it was the purity of Might Guy's character, devoid of ulterior motives, that allowed him to remain by Naruto's side. After all these years, Might Guy was still unchanged. Reminiscent of his mentor, while Kakashi appeared to still be grappling with his past shadows. In the ceiling space, Minato observed the descendants of his former students and friends. Feeling a sense of nostalgia, they say time changes all things, yet it seemed that while the individuals remained the same, Konoha had transformed into something unrecognizable. Disregarding Minato's musings, Naruto smiled at the two and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Uncle Guy, one-eyed uncle, please come in." Curiosity piqued, Might Guy and Kakashi stepped inside. Given that Naruto lived alone, his home appeared exceedingly modest and sparse, exuding a sense of desolation, reminiscent of a hermit-esque dwelling. The furnishings were simple. The living room contained just a table and a sofa, yet it was remarkably tidy, save for a trash bin filled with empty instant noodle containers. Kakashi maintained his silence upon entering, his head slightly bowed, concealing his expression, perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt. If Kakashi represented a stagnant pool of murky water, Might Guy was akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Tears streamed down his face as he enveloped Naruto, who was hesitating over whether to prepare tea. "Young man." Suddenly embraced by a grown man, Naruto felt his mouth twitch involuntarily. In mere moments, he noticed his shoulder dampening. It was said women were made of water. But he realized Might Guy was the true embodiment of water. What man shed so many tears? It seemed he could never quite match Lee's unwavering spirit. Perhaps only Lee could genuinely become Might Guy's disciple. Struggling to extricate himself from Might Guy's embrace, a bit embarrassed, Naruto said, "Uncle Guy, please have a seat with one-eyed uncle. I'll explain everything shortly." He poured each of them a glass of plain water, as that was all he had. He had no habit of drinking tea, and guests were a rarity. Besides instant noodles, plain water was all he could offer. Naruto briefly explained his absence from the training ground, opting not to divulge the complete truth. He merely stated that he was developing a formidable jutsu at home, and that his intention was to keep this technique as a trump card until it was perfected, at which point he would invite them for a spar. Confident in his victory, Kakashi regarded him with his usual deadpan expression, attributing Naruto's youthful spirit and stubbornness to his desire to surpass them, though he knew victory was unattainable. Despite appearing to struggle against Naruto, he often held back, ensuring he would emerge victorious. Might Guy, however, regarded Naruto with utmost seriousness, declaring that he would train doubly hard before their next encounter, vowing not to lose to anyone except his dear friend Kakashi. Thus, with differing sentiments, the two departed from Naruto's home, developing a new jutsu. "Truly, you are the child of Minato," Hiruzen mused upon receiving Kakashi's report, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Naruto brought him, bordering on shock. Not only has the proficiency in existing ninjutsu improved rapidly, but many simple techniques can now be executed without hand seals. Furthermore, there are indications that one has begun to develop their own ninjutsu, surpassing even their predecessors. However, ever since the last incident involving Danzo's malevolent scheme, Naruto's personality has exhibited some troubling changes. Perhaps it is time to summon Jiraiya back to address these issues. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this, a figure abruptly entered the room without knocking or greeting him, immediately inquiring, "Hiruzen, do we still have no intelligence on that mysterious individual?" The newcomer was Shimura Danzo. Despite Danzo's rudeness, Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged. After decades, he had grown accustomed to it. He shook his head, expressing disappointment. The Hyuga clan reported no suspicious activity, and both the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans found nothing of note. Danzo's expression darkened upon hearing this news. His tone filled with anger as he proclaimed, "It appears this is the sinister plot of the Uchiha." Hiruzen furrowed his brow, retorting, "Danzo, you must not speak so recklessly." Danzo fixed his gaze intensely upon Hiruzen, insisting, "This is indeed the Uchiha clan's conspiracy. Otherwise, how could an outsider seeking to seize a bloodline limit remain undetected for so long?" "I trust Shursui," Hiruzen asserted firmly. "Hiruzen, have you forgotten the words of our sensei?" Danzo's eyes were filled with conviction. Any Uchiha who awakens the Manjiki Sharingan becomes twisted and extreme. Shursui Uchiha is likely no longer the devoted protector of the village we once knew. The intruder is merely a smokescreen released by the Uchiha, aimed at diverting our attention while Shursui uses his ocular jutsu to control you. allowing them to stage a coup against the village. They have already eliminated a member of the Umbu. This is inconceivable. Hiruzen instinctively countered Danzo's claims, his expression darkening as he continued. I believe in Shirsue's will of fire and trust that the Uchiha would not harm the village. Hiruzen, are you truly willing to endanger the village for your personal beliefs? Danzo gazed at his old friend with disappointment, lamenting how the once great ninja had grown so weak. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage, and I will make my own decisions regarding this matter. Hiruzen unleashed a powerful counterattack, inflicting significant damage on Danzo. You're going to regret this. Danzo spat, slamming the door behind him as he stormed out. Hiruzen sat in his chair, smoking in solitude, his frail figure appearing somewhat forlorn. He had long suspected this matter. After all, a month had passed without a single disturbance in the village. More critically, aside from Shirsue Uchiha, there had been no other witnesses to that fateful night, especially during such a pivotal moment. Despite Shirsue informing him of the Uchiha's plans for a coup and the abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan, Hiruzen understood that sometimes the most insidious lies were woven among threads of truth. He needed to remain wary of that eye's power. Shirsue, Hiruzen murmured to himself, his expression increasingly bitter, his gaze darkening further. Chapter 30. The doomed Shirsue Uchiha come in. Hiruzen rapped the table with his smoking pipe. An Umbu ninja, wearing an animal mask, appeared in the Hokage's office and bowed respectfully. Notify the heads of the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Yamanaka clans, as well as the reconnaissance team members. If there are no updates on the intruder within a week, we will cease the search. Continuing would merely waste the village's resources. We shall proceed as Danzo suggested. In the brief moment of contemplation, Hiruzen had already shifted the blame onto Danzo in his mind. Yes, the Umbu ninja acknowledged and promptly vanished. Truly, they were like shadows, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Time flew by, and a week soon passed. During this time, Naruto immersed himself in the practice of the four-symbol seal, now capable of sealing anything he touched into the sealing space. He could also set up sealing arrays to trap anyone who inadvertently wandered into them. This was not merely due to Naruto's fondness for sealing techniques. Rather, mastering them inspired a clever idea. Regarding Shirsue Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan, he had initially planned to wait until Shirsue and Danzo were locked in a battle that would leave them both vulnerable, allowing him to strike from the shadows and eliminate Shirsue to claim his eyes. However, such a plan would only grant him a single opportunity, necessitating a lethal strike. If he failed to dispatch Shirsue instantly, the risk of facing his Kotoame Tsukumi before his demise posed a significant threat. Now, he envisioned a better method. He could lay out several sealing arrays in the forests surrounding the Naka River and the Uchiha clan's territory, luring Shirsue into them. Once sealed within the sealing space, he would call upon the fourth Hokage to act. With the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, he could swiftly extract Shirsue's eyes. After all, if even Danzo could snatch them with a surprise attack, there was no reason the fourth Hokage could not succeed. He found himself rather pleased with this plan. While Danzo sought Shirsue's life, Naruto only desired his eyes. Allowing Shirsue to live would be acceptable, especially since he could seal him away with the four-symbol seal. He was curious about how Shirsue would react upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi and the higher-ups of Konoha unite to annihilate his clan. What expression would cross his face as he watched his most trusted elders and the prodigy he once favored slaughter his kin? Just the thought of it made Naruto want to taunt him mercilessly. It seems Hiruzen is becoming increasingly impatient. As Naruto practiced the four-symbol seal in his sparsely decorated room, he suddenly entered the sealing space, unable to suppress a laugh. He felt the once watchful Byakugan eyes that resembled spotlights shut off entirely. The Nine-Tails' malicious perception was a formidable ability. In the original story, Naruto could even sense the entire battlefield during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Now, he effortlessly gauged the current situation in Konoha. Kid, ready to act? In the sealing space, the Nine-Tails shifted its gaze from the manga on the floor to the suddenly appeared Naruto. The sealing space had evolved since the past. It now contained a sofa, coffee table, bookshelf, desk, and refrigerator. Over the past 2 weeks, Naruto had sealed nearly everything from his home into this space, leaving only his bed and a few items that could not be sealed behind. However, there was no concern about items becoming trapped within the sealing space. What could be sealed could also be unsealed. Now, the sealing space functioned much like a storage room, proving quite convenient. Naruto's sudden arrival caught the attention of Minato Namikaze, who was seated at the desk, engrossed in his own manga. He offered no advice to Naruto, merely gazing at him with a complex expression, saying, "Naruto, I have no right to advise you, but I hope you do not allow hatred to blind your eyes completely. Hatred should not extend to the innocent." He was aware of the actions taken against Naruto by the Hidden Leaf over the years, harboring a similar resentment within. While he longed for mutual understanding, he lacked Ashura's chakra, thus he could accept whatever Naruto chose to do regarding those past grievances. Nevertheless, he still hoped that Naruto would establish his own boundaries and refrain from unnecessary slaughter. As for the thoughts of the fourth Hokage, Naruto paid little mind. As long as he was willing to assist, that sufficed. However, the notion of boundaries had become somewhat nebulous for Naruto in his current state. He had appeared in this world out of nowhere, even with the memories of the past 4 years fused within him. Once the influence of Ashura's chakra was suppressed, he felt no sense of belonging to the Hidden Leaf. He was a solitary, unencumbered individual, with goals solely focused on enhancing his strength and seeking amusement. He would pursue beneficial endeavors, and even engage in those that might not serve his interests. Though the desire to annihilate the Hidden Leaf lingered in his heart, it was far less intense than it had been over a year ago. With the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan and the mastery of the Nine-Tail Strength, the thought of destroying the village seemed as effortless as crushing an insect. As the saying goes, with a higher vantage point, one sees further. With his growing power, his mindset had shifted somewhat. At times, he pondered the inherent abnormalities within the ninja world. Why were the nobles of the 5 great nations, despite their insignificance, able to control most of the world's resources, while the 5 great shinobi villages, possessing the strongest military might, fought fiercely over meager resource distributions? With a perspective far beyond that of this world, he found himself increasingly weary of the stagnant ninja realm. "Fear not, fourth Hokage. My actions will only benefit Uchiha Shursui and the Uchiha clan, never harm them." Naruto smiled, for after all, it could not possibly be worse than the annihilation of a clan. "Then, that is reassuring," the fourth Hokage replied, uncertain of the truth in Naruto's words. Yet he had no choice but to trust him. "Let us prepare for action. I will set up the sealing techniques. Once I seal Uchiha Shursui, you shall promptly remove his eyes." Naruto earnestly instructed the fourth Hokage, adding, "Be cautious. If you inadvertently fall victim to Uchiha Shursui's Kodoame Tsukumi, I will have no choice but to make you disappear." "I understand," the fourth Hokage replied, nodding earnestly, for he certainly did not wish to vanish at this moment. Naruto's current disposition was somewhat erratic. Should anything untoward occur, he could subtly steer the situation. "Indeed," Naruto acknowledged, and then his form vanished into the ceiling space. As his consciousness returned to his physical body, he immediately performed the shadow clone technique, conjuring an identical clone before him. He smiled at the clone, instructing it to lie on the bed and ponder. He then utilized the transformation technique to assume the appearance he had worn during his previous encounter with Uchiha Shursui. His eyes spinning with the 3 tomo, adorned in the newly modified 3-eyed cat mask. Vortex mask, making a grand entrance. His figure gradually faded from sight. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage remained stunned in the ceiling space. "Is that the Sharingan?" Chapter 31, Preparations. Naruto, you. The fourth Hokage, recovering from his stunned expression, hesitantly called out to Naruto, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "What is it?" Naruto, who had been observing the surroundings near the Uchiha compound, was drawn to the sudden tone of the fourth Hokage, puzzled by its meaning. It's just you, you're." The fourth Hokage was evidently making a great effort to speak, his face flushed, yet something seemed to block his words. The fourth Hokage's behavior struck Naruto as peculiar. He initially suspected a problem with his chakra. Seeking a secure location, he entered the ceiling space to assess the situation. "Ha ha ha, you've made my day." The Nine Tails, who had been watching the fourth Hokage while pretending to read a comic, could no longer contain his laughter. The fourth Hokage's reaction was more entertaining than the comic itself. "Kurama, what is the fourth Hokage's issue?" Naruto inquired, realizing that Kurama was aware of the situation. A mischievous smile graced Kurama's face as he replied, "This guy is doubting whether he has been cuckolded after seeing your eyes, huh?" The fourth Hokage, red-faced, struggled to find his voice, knowing that such a notion was impossible. After all, Naruto's hair and eyes were identical to his own, and no one else in the Hidden Leaf bore such a resemblance. However, the Sharingan was a different matter. He lacked the Uchiha bloodline. Could it be that Kushina had an ancestor from the Uchiha clan? The fourth Hokage's remarkable intellect suddenly sparked. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan had intermarried not only with the Senju clan, but also with the Uchiha clan? Naruto then realized that he had not used his Sharingan in front of the fourth Hokage for quite some time, as his training had mostly involved Kakashi and Might Guy or honing sealing techniques, leaving no opportunity to showcase it. This is not my own eye, Naruto stated bluntly. Unwilling to concoct an excuse, for Uchiha Shisui was the priority. The fourth Hokage snapped back to reality, while Naruto's words instigated an unsettling thought in him. It was not the situation he had imagined. Oh, I see. Haha, I wasn't thinking too much about it. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head in defense. Well, I found several good locations. I will proceed with the sealing now, Naruto stated flatly before disappearing once more. The fourth Hokage, witnessing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, offered an awkward smile. With these seals, it should suffice. Naruto exhaled deeply, completing the final step of one seal. To be on the safe side, he had set up 4 seals, one by the banks of the South River, where he often used malevolent perception to monitor situations throughout the hidden leaf, thus knowing well where Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi frequently met in secret. He arranged 3 seals along the necessary route from the Hokage building to the Uchiha compound, forming a triangular trap, ensuring that with a slight nudge from him, Uchiha Shisui would undoubtedly walk into one of the seals. Danzo, let us commence our actions. Shisui, it has been over a month since we received any information regarding the intruder. What is the status from your end in the security department? In the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, admiring the bustling streets of the hidden leaf below. With Sarutobi facing away from Uchiha Shisui, he could not discern the latter's expression, but he could sense the discontent in Sarutobi's deep voice. Uchiha Shisui felt a twinge of bitterness at the third Hokage's dissatisfaction. The Uchiha Security Department had been diligently searching for clues regarding the intruder over the past month, while Shisui himself had been quietly probing the sentiments within the Uchiha clan. Yet to no avail. Now, Uchiha Shisui had begun to doubt whether the assailant truly belonged to the Uchiha clan. However, if they did not, how could they wield the Manjiki Sharingan? It was known that without Uchiha lineage, even possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan was a formidable challenge. Even the son of the White Fang, the genius ninja Kakashi Hitaki, found it difficult to utilize even a single 3-tomo Sharingan, let alone the Manjiki Sharingan. I apologize, third Hokage, but we have no leads from the security department either. Uchiha Shisui's heart raced with anxiety, as he could not see the third Hokage's expression. I see. Pressed his lips together, his gaze deep and contemplative. It could not continue in this manner. The investigation into the intruders had to be temporarily suspended. Lord Third, Uchiha Shisui expressed his concerns. What if more villagers are harmed? We cannot squander the resources of Konoha any longer, replied Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have withdrawn all investigators today. This matter will henceforth be entrusted to your security department. I have faith that the Uchiha clan can safeguard Konoha. Though Sarutobi's voice was subdued and calm, it resonated within Uchiha Shisui's heart like thunder, transforming his previously anxious expression into one of fervent excitement. Sarutobi's words had allowed Shisui's anxieties to settle. Entrusting such a significant task to the security department was undoubtedly a testament to the third Hokage's trust in the Uchiha clan. Moreover, it presented an opportunity for the Uchiha to protect Konoha. Should they manage to identify the intruder and ensure the village's safety, it would undoubtedly enhance the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. He resolved to return and disclose the identity of the intruder to clan leader Fugaku. Seeking his assistance in the investigation, they would certainly uncover the Uchiha involved. They must seize this opportunity. Rest assured, Lord Third, the Uchiha will fulfill your mandate. Shisui's voice brimmed with excitement as he slightly lifted his gaze towards the slightly stooped figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi nodded appreciatively, then hesitated before commenting. Shisui, have you utilized your eyes? Uchiha Shisui paused, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied, I apologize, Lord Third. The security department has been preoccupied with investigating the intruders, so I have not found an appropriate opportunity. Sarutobi's gaze sharpened at Shisui's response. Were they using the intruders to divert attention? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi's brow. He hoped he had not been manipulated. Recalling the words of his mentor, Tobirama, and the inherent darkness of the Uchiha, he assured himself that he was unaffected before continuing. It's all right, Shisui. I have always believed in your will of fire and the Uchiha clan's love for Konoha. Whatever you must do, act boldly. After this incident concludes, I will promote the achievements of the Uchiha clan in the name of the third Hokage to ease the tensions between our people. Thank you, Lord Third. The excitement in Shirsue's eyes was impossible to conceal. He nearly prostrated himself in gratitude. In that moment, the flames of the will of fire blazed within him, and Sarutobi's image loomed larger than life. Indeed, the third Hokage had been tirelessly working for the Uchiha's integration into Konoha. Very well, Sarutobi nodded. You may take your leave. Yes, I shall inform clan leader Fugaku of this news immediately. Shursui, perhaps your will of fire is genuine. But the safety of the entire Konoha and the land of fire rests upon my shoulders. I cannot afford to gamble. As night descended, the last rays of the sun lingered on the horizon. It is time. In a secluded grove, Naruto appeared silently, perched upon a large tree, gazing towards the Hokage building. Although he could not see, he sensed Uchiha Shursui departing the Hokage building and heading towards the Uchiha district, while several figures concealed their presence between them. Danzo Shimura was also prepared, yet regrettably, one was in the light while the other lurked in the shadows. Naruto's three tomo began to swirl rapidly, aligning into a pair of vertical pupils before vanishing once more. As darkness enveloped the land, the last remnants of sunlight faded, and a cold moon ascended. Its light filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, resembling shattered mirrors. The forest grew even more serene. Rustle. Uchiha Shursui moved swiftly, a hint of urgency in his demeanor as his clothing brushed against the branches, producing faint sounds. Since the fourth Hokage's sacrifice, the Uchiha had finally found an opportunity to integrate into the village, and Shursui was determined not to let this chance slip away. He hastened to return to the Uchiha clan, intending to inform clan leader Fugaku and convene a clan meeting for a secret investigation. Understanding Fugaku's character, he sensed a latent inclination towards a coup, yet his indecisiveness left Shursui with little hope for such an endeavor. As long as he communicated the third Hokage's intentions and his own observations, he could prevent the coup. Fugaku would undoubtedly support his plan. However, the other elders were a different matter. They harbored an almost fanatical obsession with the Mangekyou Sharingan. Should they become aware of the true circumstances, their resolve for a coup would only strengthen. Thus, he could only rely on Fugaku and his close friend, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shursui felt trapped, a fervent idealist living in a realm of his own fantasies. He envisioned a future where the Uchiha were accepted by the village, where Konoha's citizens no longer feared them, and where the higher echelons of the village no longer ostracized the Uchiha. He pictured Itachi as the Hokage. Intense emotions manifested in his eyes as the three tomo began to swirl, morphing into the shape of a singular blade. Yet, fantasies are but fragile bubbles. When the harshness of reality bursts his imagined paradise, what would ensue? Whoosh! A flurry of wind pierced through the air as several shuriken were launched toward him from various angles, leaving him with no escape. However, with the insight provided by the Mangekyou, there was no way he would fall victim to mere shuriken. In an instant, Shursui drew his own shuriken, deflecting all that came his way. Yet before he could regain his footing, 5 figures clad in black cloaks and adorned with animal masks surrounded him. A barrage of shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, and explosive tags rained down upon him. These fiends. Uchiha Shursui's expression shifted to one of alarm. The cold demeanor and emotionless killing intent of his assailants resembled that of soulless machines, prompting Shursui to suspect their true motives. The dust clouded by the explosive tags and smoke bombs engulfed the area, but Shursui, having anticipated this, had already performed the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. He reappeared atop another tree, his expression grave as he regarded the 5 figures before him. The animosity directed toward the Uchiha clan was extraordinary. Their sudden ambush here could only be an attempt to incite discord between the village and the Uchiha. A ruthless glint flashed in Shursui's eyes as an ominous feeling surged within him. He needed to return to his clan swiftly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shursui swiftly formed seals with his hands and unleashed a massive fireball toward the 5. These root ninjas were no ordinary foes. They were elite, handpicked by Danzo himself for this ambush. The 5 quickly responded, forming the same jutsu to counter the fireball. Water release, water severing wave. Water's advantage over fire was a conclusion drawn long ago by the second Hokage. 5 torrents of water merged in the air, coalescing into a towering wave. Sizzle! The fireball collided with the colossal wave, creating a thunderous explosion, and a cloud of steam erupted at their point of contact. Until the assault ceased, neither side could gain the upper hand. The attack had concluded, and Uchiha Shursui was preparing to launch another offensive. Suddenly, 8 ninjas clad in umbu uniforms and adorned with animal masks emerged. At the center of these umbu ninjas, the mastermind had also appeared, Shimura Danzo. His right eye and hand wrapped in bandages, the latter suspended against his chest, leaned on a cane, presenting a seemingly frail figure that nonetheless commanded attention. Uchiha Shursui halted his hand signs and descended to the ground, glaring intensely at Shimura Danzo, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do, Danzo?" Danzo gestured for the 8 root ninjas beside him to cease their advance, and continued toward Uchiha Shursui. After 2 failed ambushes, he had acknowledged that his primary plan had faltered, and now he was set to execute his secondary strategy. He had initially hoped to spare one of his Sharingan. "Stop! What are you really after?" Uchiha Shursui could not contain his demand as Danzo closed the distance between them to mere 5 steps. Despite Danzo's frail appearance, his strength was not to be underestimated. Danzo paused, having reached an adequate proximity. "Shinra Tensei, truly a formidable power," Danzo remarked, his gaze inscrutable, seemingly complimenting Shursui. Yet the latter felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils contracted sharply. This information had only been disclosed to the 3rd Hokage and Itachi. How did Danzo come to know? Had the 3rd Hokage and the Fire Shadow advisors conferred on this matter? Do you genuinely believe that merely possessing a pair of eyes can alter the relationship between the village and the Uchiha? Danzo continued. Even if you controlled Uchiha Fugaku and persuaded the clan, the village would never accept you. His left eye narrowed, half of his face concealed in the shadows of the foliage, betraying the greed hidden within. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan and the effects of Shinra Tensei rekindled his hopes for the Hokage position. Shursui's brow furrowed at Danzo's words, responding, "The 3rd Hokage has already assured me that change will come." "Humph," Danzo scoffed. "Even with the 3rd Hokage's support, the village's suspicions of the Uchiha will not dissipate overnight." "I understand, but as long as we invest sufficient time, what if there are many in the village with deep-seated suspicions like mine, who refuse to alter their opinions?" "Uchiha Shursui, what then?" Danzo interrupted, his gaze icy as it bore into Shursui. "Do you wish to use Shinra Tensei to control us?" "No. Uchiha Shursui attempted to explain, but his eyes widened in shock. Danzo had cast aside his cane and lunged at Shursui, his left hand clawing toward Shursui's right eye. "I shall claim your Sharingan for myself." Chapter 33. A Farewell Gift Genjutsu Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Shursui grasped Danzo's left hand, using the Genjutsu of his Sharingan to immobilize him. Shursui then turned his attention to the root ninjas poised to attack once more, speaking in a grave tone. "This is merely a simple Genjutsu. It will be dispelled shortly." Danzo's appearance extinguished the excitement within Shursui like a bucket of cold water. Despite the 3rd Hokage's backing, the village's perceptions could not be altered so swiftly. Just as he was about to turn away, he sensed that Danzo had broken free from his Genjutsu. Not good. Uchiha Shursui's heart raced in alarm. Bang! He suddenly felt a powerful uppercut strike his abdomen, rendering him rigid. Bang! 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 Shursui's face absorbed 3 brutal punches. "You are a necessary sacrifice on my path to becoming Hokage." Danzo seized Shursui by the hair with one hand and hurled him into the air, his left hand reaching for Shursui's right eye, drawing a narrow line of blood through the air with precise, fluid motion. As Shursui's feet finally touched the ground, he immediately leaped back, clutching his right eye in disbelief as he stared at Danzo. He could not fathom how Danzo had accomplished this. Naruto, who had been silently observing from the shadows, furrowed his brow. He had warned Shursui about Danzo possessing a Sharingan. How could he have fallen prey? Could it be that Shursui was entirely unaware of the technique Izanagi? Danzo, with an impassive expression, unraveled the bandages from his head, revealing his increasingly gray Sharingan. It dawned on Shursui that Naruto had previously informed him that Danzo also possessed a Sharingan. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that after Orochimaru's experiments and Danzo's repeated investigations into the Uchiha clan's territory, he had gained knowledge of the Uchiha's ultimate ocular techniques and was now capable of using them at will. Izanagi. This ability allowed one to negate unfavorable events that occurred within a certain time frame, transforming them into non-existent occurrences while manifesting only favorable outcomes, even altering death itself. The cost, however, was the loss of one three-tomo Sharingan. Danzo had long been prepared to employ this ocular technique. To him, Sharingan was merely a consumable resource. Upon escaping Uchiha Shirsui's Genjutsu, he had launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Shirsui. With a successful strike, Danzo declared, "This will serve as a replacement for my eye. Now, I require your other one as well." His shadowy gaze fixated on Uchiha Shirsui, the greed in his eyes now laid bare. "Damn it!" Shirsui gritted his teeth. His expression filled with fury as he looked at Danzo and the 13 root ninjas. Yet, having lost one Sharingan, he found himself unable to muster the strength to resist. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Shirsui swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful jutsu that rivaled many high-level techniques. Water style, Water Chaos Wave. The 13 Umbu simultaneously released torrents of water directed at Shirsui's fireball. A massive mist enveloped the surrounding forest, and amidst the haze, Uchiha Shirsui seized the opportunity to hastily flee towards the direction of the Nagakawa River. He needed to find Itachi. His remaining eye could not fall into the hands of the village or the Uchiha clan. It represented his last hope. After him, Danzo's voice was devoid of emotion. Resolute in his determination to acquire the other eye, 13 figures vanished in unison, pursuing the fleeing Uchiha Shirsui, leaving Danzo alone at the scene. Yet before Danzo could depart, a raspy, fragmented voice, imbued with a trace of mirth, suddenly echoed. "Danzo, your performance has truly entertained me. It was quite the spectacle." The unexpected voice sent a jolt through Danzo's heart, nearly causing it to stop. Someone in the ninja world had managed to approach him without his notice. Whirling around, he beheld a figure donned in a three-eyed cat mask and a flowing white robe standing before him. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Uchiha Shirsui did not lie. "Who are you?" Danzo's face was etched with wariness. For this individual had not only emerged unscathed from a confrontation with the peak of Uchiha Shirsui, but had also remained undetected within Konoha for so long, now appearing silently at his side. "This is quite troublesome. Me? I am no one of consequence," came the voice laced with amusement, reminiscent of one who had just witnessed a splendid performance. "Although it required some extra effort on my part, your diligent display has brought me great satisfaction, and I have already selected a gift for you. How does despair feel?" Danzo's singular eye widened in shock as an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped his heart. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned himself meeting his end at the edge of a blade. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and a spike of earth erupted from beneath, hurtling straight towards his face. Observing the abrupt emergence of this earthen projectile, Shimura Danzo's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, as he had not perceived any signs of ninjutsu being invoked. What manner of technique is this? He hastily leaned back, his aged spine emitting a disconcerting creak, narrowly avoiding the thrust of the spike. However, he had no time to dwell on the excruciating pain in his lower back, for several more spikes soon followed, and even the surrounding trees extended their branches to ensnare him. Would release? Shimura Danzo evaded with great difficulty, his body now marked with multiple lacerations from the spikes, blood pouring forth as his face was etched with shock. But then, an intense pain struck him. "Ah!" Danzo cried out in agony as a sword, seemingly materializing from thin air, severed his left arm. The immense force sent his arm spiraling through the air, leaving a trail of crimson arcs in its wake before it landed at Naruto's feet, his palms slowly unfurling to reveal a Sharingan. The old man's Sharingan, enduring the torment. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze fiercely upon the eye that now adorned his severed limb. That eye was his hope of becoming Hokage. How grotesque, Shimura Danzo. Naruto bent down to retrieve Uchiha Shirsui's eye, absorbing it directly with the ocular technique of his own right eye. An overwhelming surge of ocular power flooded into his vision, igniting a warmth within his eyes, as if a transformation was underway. He sensed the eye's technique, one that could subtly influence the perceptions of others. Yet due to insufficient energy, his eyes did not undergo the final evolution. Is another eye still required? Naruto pondered with a hint of confusion. "You despicable wretch. Where have you taken my eye? Return it to me." Shimura Danzo, sprawled on the ground, felt the agony of his severed arm and the dread of Naruto's unknown capabilities, leaving him too fearful to act, only able to emit impotent roars of rage. Observing Danzo's pitiful state, akin to a defeated dog, Naruto decided it was time to conclude this performance. He was pressed for time to acquire another eye, sensing that his Sharingan would evolve further as a result. Elder Danzo, consider this a parting gift. Chapter 34. Yakushi Nanoyu, once a wandering priestess, was among the top intelligence operatives of the Root organization and also a premier medical ninja of Konoha. If the original storyline were to unfold as anticipated, she would soon meet her demise at the hands of Yakushi Kabuto. After completing Shimura Danzo's orders, Yakushi Nanoyu chose to sever ties with Root, taking on the role of director at a private orphanage. However, leaving Root was not a matter of mere choice, especially after she had developed vulnerabilities. Following her departure, Danzo threatened to withhold funding from the orphanage if she did not continue to serve Root, even resorting to using the children for human experimentation. To protect the orphanage, Nanoyu reluctantly re-entered the fray, clandestinely serving Root once more, with today's task being to assist Danzo in implanting Shirsue's eye. Sighing at the sight of Uchiha Shirsue fleeing in the distance, Nanoyu felt a pang of anguish. To safeguard a group of children, she was compelled to harm another child, which tormented her conscience. Even though Shirsue had grown formidable, to the point where even their dozen-strong team might struggle to subdue him, he still seemed like a child in her eyes. So Navi, despite wielding immense power, his innocent mindset rendered him a mere pawn of Konoha's higher-ups, utilized against the Uchiha until the exposure of his eye, after which he would lose his significance as a piece on the board, with the eye itself becoming their new instrument. As a member of Konoha's Root, having long executed their repugnant tasks and witnessed various human experiments, Nanoyu had not succumbed to Danzo's brainwashing. Instead, she had gained clarity regarding the true nature of Konoha's elite. The so-called will of fire had long since decayed, revealing itself as a vile tactic employed by these remnants to siphon sustenance from the new leaves. Yet, she found herself powerless, having lost her previous faith and resolve. The orphanage still required funding, and Kabuto remained in Danzo's grasp. Nanoyu and several other Root ninjas once again advanced, hurling shuriken and kunai towards Uchiha Shirsue. Shirsue quickly utilized body flicker technique to evade. However, upon reappearing on the ground not far away, he could not help but lean against a nearby tree, bent over and gasping for breath. Having lost a Sharingan, fleeing relentlessly, and repeatedly employing body flicker, he was now exhausted. A golden opportunity. The leading Root ninja halted a short distance from Shirsue. You have no chance left, Uchiha Shirsue. The surrounding Root members drew kunai wrapped in explosive tags. I'll aim for his lower body, avoid striking the eye. Without allowing Shirsue a moment to speak, they launched their kunai at him. I still have things I must accomplish. Images of villagers coexisting harmoniously with the Uchiha flashed before Shirsue's eyes, and his once vacant gaze suddenly widened. The three tomos spinning as a single-edged shuriken materialized. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the forest, thick smoke enveloping everything in its vicinity. The 13 Root members swiftly retreated beyond the smoke's reach, wary of a potential ambush due to the obscured visibility. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the smoke in all directions. The surviving Root ninjas quickly shielded their faces, seeking to avoid being swept away by the gale and to evade Shirsue's ambush. Susanoo 99. From the earthy haze, countless green chakra arrows surged forth. Take cover. Many Root members were struck by the chakra arrows, while only a few managed to leap aside to evade the barrage. What is this? The remaining Root ninjas stared, transfixed, at the unfolding spectacle. As the smoke cleared, a colossal, verdant figure, adorned with a single red tomo, materialized before them. Those unfamiliar with the Manjiki Sharingan could not comprehend the nature of this apparition. Beneath the emerald giant, Uchiha Shirsue gasped for air, blood tears streaming from his eyes. His body swayed unsteadily until he bent over, hands resting on his knees, and, having exhausted his strength, the green apparition dissipated. A golden opportunity. The few Root ninjas who had avoided the attack, seeing Shirsue in a weakened state, drew forth their explosive-tagged kunai once again. Yet, just then, boom. A cataclysmic roar tore through the air, as if to shatter the eardrums of all present, prompting them to turn in shock. The sun was rising. No, it was a massive, sun-like sphere of blinding white light expanding outward from the center of the explosion. The brilliance illuminated the sky, transforming night into day in an instant. The shockwave surged forth like an invisible beast, obliterating all in its path, leaving naught but devastation. Trees splintered, ignited, and turned to dust under the immense pressure, while the ground trembled, casting debris and dust into the air, creating a chaotic cloud. The shockwave generated by the explosion formed visible ripples in the air, spreading at an astonishing speed, uprooting trees and tearing the earth apart. Under the dual impact of the heat wave and shockwave, everything in the vicinity was obliterated in an instant. Several root ninjas stood dumbfounded. Even Uchiha Shursui forgot to flee. What kind of jutsu could wield such power? They all inevitably recalled the Night of the Nine Tails. Naruto had not exerted his full strength in this jutsu. Otherwise, they would not be standing here in awe, but would instead have matured into adults. He merely wished to test the potency of this technique. And judging by the current results, it was indeed quite impressive. As for whether Shimura Danzo would survive, he was uncertain, yet he secretly hoped for his survival. What if Danzo died, and Konoha grew stronger as a result? Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the courage to eradicate the Uchiha clan. However, he did not regret his actions. Danzo's expression earlier had been rather amusing. Let us hope that Danzo survives. Suddenly, a root ninja's expression changed dramatically as they realized Danzo's position. After the explosion, he hurried toward the epicenter. Quickly, save Lord Danzo. Almost all the root ninjas left the location, leaving only Yakushi Nan and Uchiha Shursui behind. Shursui came to his senses and also wanted to check the situation. Although Danzo had indeed ambushed him and taken his eyes, it was impossible for him to unleash such a terrifying jutsu within the village. Only Konoha's enemies would dare to do so. Aren't you coming? Shursui suddenly noticed Yakushi Nan still standing there, and he was somewhat perplexed. Nan's emotions were equally complex. Despite her affiliation with the root, she might be the only one within it who secretly hoped Danzo would perish in this explosion. My target is your eyes. Yakushi Nan's cold, neutral voice rang out, leaving Shursui momentarily stunned. No, seriously? Just now, so many of you couldn't handle me, and now it's just you left. Are you really going to step forward? You cannot stop me. Shursui sighed. Although the root ninjas obeyed Danzo, they were also part of the Umbu, a crucial force for the village. If it were not for this, he truly would not want to engage them. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward Yakushi Nan, but unexpectedly, the fireball vanished into thin air mid-flight. What is happening? Both thought simultaneously. Immediately, beneath their feet, inky patterns began to spread across the ground, enveloping them like writhing serpents. Then, Shursui and Nan both disappeared without a trace. Chapter 35. Danzo. Damn masked man Shimura Danzo was indeed alive, albeit in a rather unfortunate state. When several root ninjas reached the explosion's epicenter, they found Danzo at the center of an enormous pit, bloodied and barely alive, with only an arm remaining. The one exposed pale arm slowly closed one of its 3 Sharingan. Lord Danzo, are you alright? A few root ninjas hurriedly surrounded him. One stepped forward to tend to Danzo's wounds, while the others remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential sudden attacks. They did not question Danzo's distinct and somewhat grotesque right arm, nor did they show fear of the horrific traces left by the explosion. They were root ninjas, fiercely loyal to Danzo, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Coughing violently, Danzo struggled, and one of the root ninjas quickly handed him a water flask. He tilted his head slightly to drink, still haunted by the memory of the masked man with the cat face and that ominous black sphere. He could swear he had never felt so close to death before. The perilous crisis had awakened the last remnants of potential within his aging body, allowing him to grasp at the final straw of salvation. With every ounce of strength, he broke free from the bandages constricting his right hand. After several failed attempts, just before the explosion erupted, he finally managed to use Izanagi to evade the attack. Danzo's face bore no joy of survival. Instead, fear lingered at the edge of death, coupled with the agony of his severed limb, rendering him pale as a ghost, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. What about Nan? Danzo inquired, frowning. His grievous injury required a skilled medical ninja for proper treatment, and whether he could have a new arm reattached depended solely on Orochimaru. The root ninja attending to Danzo was taken aback, glancing around but finding no sign of Yakushi Nan. She might have been knocked unconscious by that green giant, and did not follow us. The root ninjas had been startled first by Uchiha Shursui's Susanoo, then by the massive explosion, and finally, upon realizing the epicenter was Danzo, they had no opportunity to consider anyone else's situation. The green giant? Danzo was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened in fury, teeth clenched as low growls escaped his lips. He recalled what the Green Giant was, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had once told them that the true strength of the Manjiki Sharingan lay not only in its bizarre ocular techniques, but also in the ability to manifest giants. The third power, Susanoo. That was an ability mastered by Uchiha Madara, the very same power that had co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. And it had slipped through his fingers. No, my Koto Amatsukami, my Manjiki Sharingan. With a pained wail, Danzo's head tilted, and he fainted. Lord Danzo, Lord Danzo, Lord Danzo. This scene terrified the root ninjas, who hurriedly called Danzo's name. Upon closer inspection, they realized he had merely fainted from overwhelming emotions. The position of Hokage was something Danzo had longed for throughout the years, a dream he could never attain. Yet, due to a moment's hesitation in his youth, he could no longer reach even a fragment of that dream. He had tirelessly pursued it, enduring countless storms and adversities, establishing the route to shield Sarutobi Hiruzen from various burdens, and even attempting to assassinate Hokage, only to face failure, leaving him unable to lift his head before Hiruzen ever since. Now he was just a breath away from his dream. If he could obtain Koto Amatsukami and the Manjiki Sharingan, becoming Hokage of Konoha would merely be a matter of his resolve. In his view, with those eyes, unifying the ninja world was not beyond possibility. Ultimately, it was all for naught. Damn masked man. What was that? A reconnaissance ninja of the route suddenly detected a large number of ninjas approaching from two directions. It was evident that one party comprised the Hokage and numerous clan ninjas arriving from the Hokage Tower, while the other was a contingent of Uchiha clan members coming from the Uchiha compound. He hurriedly informed those around him about the arrival of Lord Hokage. The expressions of his companions turned grave as they glanced at Shimura Danzo's injured arm, hastily rewrapping it with bandages. After a brief discussion and a round of affirmations, they ultimately resolved to maintain silence until Danzo regained consciousness. After all, with the tongue curse seal in place, they could not divulge any information detrimental to Danzo. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by clan ninjas, and Uchiha Fugaku, leading the Uchiha clan members, arrived at the scene. Both sides were taken aback by the vast crater before them, which certainly did not resemble the effects of any known ninjutsu. After a moment of mutual gazes between the leaders, Uchiha Fugaku slowly lowered his head and led the Uchiha ninjas to stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Fugaku chose to bow in submission, the glacial gaze beneath Hiruzen's Hokage hat betrayed no warmth. Fugaku's mood was equally dismal. The anger within his clan towards the Hokage lineage had reached a boiling point. Many clan members frequently overheard loud discussions about the Uchiha from the Sarutobi clan on the streets, while Hiruzen maintained a facade of congeniality. Indifferent to the mounting pressure on the Uchiha, the voices of the radical faction grew increasingly pronounced. Had he rashly taken a stand behind Hiruzen earlier, his standing within the clan would have been jeopardized. Hiruzen quickly reined in his emotions, turning to gaze upon the unconscious form of Shimura Danzo sprawled on the ground. Danzo's state was indeed dire. His garments were reduced to tattered remnants, and though his body was swathed in bandages, blood continued to seep from his wounds, rendering him a ghastly sight. Particularly grim was the sight of his severed arm, which evoked a profound sense of sorrow within Hiruzen. His right arm had already been rendered useless in battle, and now the left had been taken from him as well. Alas, his old friend. What transpired here? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, surveying the root ninjas. This crater could very well serve as a tourist attraction. The capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan were indeed terrifying. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret. One of the root ninjas stepped forward and spoke. Lord Hokage, it is Danzo-sama who was directly involved in this conflict. We should prioritize his treatment. Hiruzen then noticed that none of the root ninjas bore any injuries, while only Danzo appeared on the brink of death, which struck him as peculiar. Danzo had personally engaged in battle with Uchiha Shisui. This seemed out of character for his old friend, yet with so many witnesses present, he could only nod and reply, "You should take Danzo to receive medical attention. The rest of you will accompany me to the Hokage Tower for a meeting." No one voiced any dissent. A village advisor in such a critical condition, coupled with the magnitude of the explosion within Konohagakure, was no trivial matter. Fortunately, it had occurred in the woods rather than in the commercial district. The implications of such an incident in a more populated area were too horrifying to contemplate. Feigning nonchalance, Hiruzen's gaze swept across the Uchiha clan members who had gathered, but he failed to spot Uchiha Shursui among them, prompting a wave of unease to wash over him. Chapter 36. Within the sealed space in the dimly lit sealed space, Uchiha Shursui, the subject of Hiruzen's concerns, knelt on the ground, clutching his empty eye sockets. Nearby, Yao Shirinayu, with her incredulous golden waves of hair and glasses, looked on in disbelief. Just moments ago, when Shursui was sealed away, the sudden change in scenery had instinctively heightened his alertness, but his weary body, depleted chakra, and waning ocular power could not keep pace with his own consciousness. All he perceived was a flash of golden light before his remaining eye vanished. Is this sufficient? Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, gazed at the bloodied, still warm eye in his hand with a bitter expression. He was no saint. His title of the Yellow Flash had been forged on the battlefield, compelling the other 4 ninja villages to issue orders to abandon missions upon encountering him. This reflected Minato's decisive nature. When he removed Shursui's eye, there was no hesitation, even more resolute than Danzo. Yet, this act of seizing the bloodline of a friend still stirred a sense of guilt within his otherwise sunny disposition. As Minato pondered, a surge of chakra rippled through the air, and another figure clad in umbu attire appeared before him. This was not part of the plan. Fourth Hokage? As Minato hesitated over whether to extract the other ninja's eyes as well, a trembling feminine voice broke the silence. He turned to the newcomer, noting that her mask was unfamiliar, suggesting she was a recent addition. Who are you? Although uncertain of how Naruto would handle her, Minato inquired politely. Yao Shirinayu hesitated before removing her mask. Concealing her identity before the fourth Hokage served no purpose. It has been a long time, Lord Fourth. I am Yao Shirinayu. She felt a surge of nostalgia, astonished that the fourth Hokage was still alive. Ah, it's you. Minato recognized the orphanage director who frequently sought supplies from the Hokage Tower, though he was surprised to learn of her affiliation with the root. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Director Nayu. I am not truly alive. This is merely a fragment of my chakra. Minato's response caught Yao Shirinayu off guard. She had not anticipated he would remember her, yet it was the other revelation that astonished her even more. Chakra? Can one exist in such a manner after death? This requires special means. But how did you become a root ninja? Minato smiled, willing to engage in conversation, particularly since the only company here was a large fox and Naruto was preoccupied with training. He felt rather bored and saw this as an opportunity to learn more about the outside world. Yao Shirinayu wished to explain, but her words were abruptly interrupted. Fourth Lord Fourth? Why? Do you covet the power of the Manjiki Sharingan as well? At that moment, Uchiha Shursui, still clutching his eye sockets in anguish, could no longer contain his cries. Though he did not understand why the fourth Hokage was still alive, he recognized the unmistakable flash of yellow light from earlier. It was indeed him. Yet, this realization only deepened his torment, for even compared to the current Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had always been a true ally of the Uchiha clan, his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, being a close friend of the current Uchiha clan leader's wife. But now, even such a Hokage was intent on taking his eyes. Yao Shirinayu snapped back to reality upon hearing Shursui's exclamation, now realizing that Minato was holding a bloodied eye in his hand. She displayed an expression akin to having seen a ghost. One must understand that the fourth Hokage is a person of remarkable tolerance and warmth, treating the villagers with the nurturing embrace of spring and confronting enemies with the merciless chill of winter. Could it be that he would engage in actions reminiscent of Shimura Danzo? I apologize, Shursui, but I have compelling reasons for my actions, spoke Minato Namikaze, his tone imbued with regret as he glanced at Uchiha Shursui, recalling Obito, who could be considered Shursui's junior director now. Please attend to Shursui's treatment. He requested of Yakushi now. Certainly, she replied, though her curiosity about Minato's reasons was palpable. However, it was evidently not the time for inquiries. She had observed her surroundings closely. Despite the dimness and the accumulation of water that made the place resemble a sewer, she noted that the water beneath her feet appeared wet but offered no sensation upon contact. Standing in it did not render her feet damp. Behind Minato loomed a massive iron cage, the contents of which remained obscured, yet she was certain it imprisoned something significant. Oddly, she also perceived the sound of pages turning. Approaching Uchiha Shursui, Yakushi now enveloped her hand in a layer of green chakra, positioning it near his eyes. This was the healing palm technique, a highly advanced medical ninjutsu that required exceptional talent, allowing one to enhance the healing abilities of wounds or afflicted areas through the emission of chakra from the palm. Fourth Lord, could you share your reasons with me? As the gentle warmth of chakra flowed from his eye sockets, Shirsue's emotions calmed considerably, and he yearned to understand why the fourth Hokage had taken his eyes. Minato remained silent for a moment before finally shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. However, someone will inform you soon. Upon hearing this response, Shirsue fell into silence, clearly dissatisfied, yet powerless to challenge the situation. With his eyes gone, he had no recourse but to remain silent. The ceiling space was enveloped in an eerie stillness, the sound of pages turning growing more pronounced. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Minato felt compelled to break the silence. Director now, I'm still unaware of your reasons for joining Root. As far as I understand, Root is not a favorable place. Yakushi now, who was treating Uchiha Shirsue, offered a wry smile. I have always been a ninja of Root. Despite the constraints imposed by her tongue-tied predicament regarding the cursed seal, Yakushi now recounted her experiences over the years. The atmosphere grew even more somber. Eventually, it was Shirsue who shattered the silence. Though Yakushi now had just pursued him, she was now treating his wounds, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight. Is Shimura Danzo not afraid of retribution from the third Hokage? His words were laced with anger, recalling how Danzo had just stolen one of his eyes. Yet, his perspective was naively simplistic, as he believed Hiruzen Tsurutobi could rectify the situation. Minato pondered for a moment. Having reviewed Naruto's memories, his previous admiration for Hiruzen Tsurutobi had waned. Shirsue, Danzo is merely an advisor. Root is merely a part of the Umbu. Fourth Lord, what do you mean? Shirsue seemed perplexed, clearly unaware of Minato's implication, as his trust in Hiruzen Tsurutobi was unwavering. Yakushi now regarded Minato with a complex expression, recognizing his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. Minato, observing Shirsue's bewilderment, found himself at a loss for words. Hadn't Shirsue just been manipulated by Hiruzen Tsurutobi? Shirsue, Danzo is just an advisor without significant power. Everything he does is known to the Hokage. In other words, many of his actions are conducted with Hiruzen Tsurutobi's tacit approval. Root exists solely to carry out tasks that the Umbu cannot, much like how Danzo suddenly ambushed you to seize your eye. That is impossible. Shirsue instinctively refuted Minato's statement. Continuing, I clearly proposed using my eyes to resolve the conflict between my clan and Konoha. The third Hokage agreed to my plan and wished to change everything. Perhaps he too has his reasons, and it could be that Danzo is obstructing him. Observing Shirsue's somewhat delusional state, both Minato and Yakushi now were left speechless. What a foolish individual, a cold voice suddenly echoed, and a pair of blood-red eyes, resembling torches, glimmered from the other side of the door. Yakushi now turned to see a massive crimson fox emerging from the previously dark space. And Nine Tails. She gasped in shock, quickly covering her mouth. Her eyes filled with disbelief and palpable concern. The enormous fox, with its vibrant fur and fierce countenance, coupled with its 9 swaying tails, unmistakably signified its identity as the Nine Tails. Though she had not been present during the Nine Tails rampage, she had heard numerous accounts of the devastation it wrought upon Konoha. Yet, the Nine Tails before her did not display any intent to harm. It lay there, exuding disdain and contempt. Yakushi now suddenly noticed a book lying at the Nine Tails' feet, realizing that the sound of pages turning had originated from it. Can tailed beasts read? Hey, you woman, what do your eyes imply? The Nine Tails glared menacingly at the astonished Yakushi now, causing her to quickly lower her gaze. I apologize. After all, this was the Nine Tails, the most formidable of the tailed beasts, sealed only at the cost of the fourth Hokage's life. Being subjected to its fierce gaze was undoubtedly terrifying. However, she soon discerned the peculiar circumstances surrounding them, the strange space, the fourth Hokage, and now the Nine Tails. Was this perhaps the sealing space where the Nine Tails was contained? Were they sealed alongside the Nine Tails? Could it be that he was the host of the Nine Tails? As an astute intelligence officer, she quickly pieced together their predicament, though she still harbored doubts. If she recalled correctly, the current host of the Nine Tails was merely a 6-year-old child. Could such a young individual truly manage this? Kurama. Do not frighten her, Minato interjected. After all, Naruto had specifically sealed the Nine Tails here for a reason. It would be best for the beast to temper its demeanor. Fourth, do not refer to me by that name in front of outsiders. The Nine Tails bellowed, as if struck at a tender spot, its outrage evident. Given that name's association with the most powerful tailed beast, It indeed dampened the atmosphere. Witnessing the Nine-Tails' sudden outburst, Yakushi now found herself even more incredulous. This legendary creature appeared to be far more lively than she had anticipated. The Nine-Tails is here? What does this mean? Fourth Lord, isn't the Nine-Tails already sealed? Uchiha Shursui, who had been engulfed by an overwhelming deluge of information, has reappeared, only to find himself on the brink of being consumed once more. Humph, those foolish Uchiha youths. Still blissfully unaware of the cunning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails, with a tone dripping with disdain, suddenly recalled the detestable Uchiha Madara. It was truly laughable that this Uchiha descendant, sharing his ocular prowess, could be so naive. What do you intend? Shursui felt a throbbing headache. Humph, young Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as noble as you imagine. He is fully aware of all the misdeeds committed by Shimura Danzo, be it human experimentation or using fellow villagers as test subjects. Hiruzen turns a blind eye to it all, as long as it does not tarnish his heroic image or threaten his power, allowing Danzo's actions to persist so he can maintain his position as Hokage. Perhaps, should the Uchiha clan ever become a threat, he would even tacitly permit Danzo to annihilate them. The thought of watching Uchiha Madara's clan perish is rather amusing. A malevolent smile crept upon the Nine-Tails' face, and Minato Namikaze gazed at him in astonishment, realizing the Nine-Tails possessed a wealth of information about Konoha and was quite sharp-tongued. Yakushi no Nai also felt puzzled. This information, known only to a few high-ranking officials in Konoha, was supposed to be exclusive to the root, as every root ninja bore a curse mark preventing them from leaking information. How did the Nine-Tails acquire such knowledge? The source of this intelligence was, of course, Naruto. Previously, he could only voice his thoughts before the Nine-Tails, and since they were essentially one, they shared everything, venting their frustrations on whoever crossed their path. Shursui's mind, however, was in disarray once more. Human experimentation, collusion with the Rain Village. Was this truly Konoha's doing? Just as Minato wished to interject further, another voice resonated in the space. Huh, I never expected this sealing space to become so lively. Everyone turned to see a golden-haired youth, resembling Minato, materialize out of thin air, holding two eyeballs in his hands. Chapter 38. Danzo, this is all Uchiha's fault. Within the Hokage Building's conference room, the long table was filled with representatives from various ninja clans. The atmosphere stifling and suffocating, each face bearing a solemn expression. At the head of the table sat Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with the Hokage's conical hat, his head bowed in contemplation. Flanking him were his advisors, Nara Shikaku and Midoriya, both gazing at Hiruzen, who had always been their leader, while Danzo's seat remained conspicuously empty. Further down the table sat the heads of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, namely Inuzuka Taka, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza, exchanging glances as they were united in their kinship, usually rallying behind Shikaku when addressing external matters. Following them were the heads of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, and the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, both of whom showed no inclination to engage with others, preferring to ponder in silence. Behind them were representatives from the Oil and Inuzuka clans, as well as some civilian ninja representatives. In a sense, the seating arrangement reflected the current state of interest distribution among Konoha's clans. Midoriya and Nara Shikaku, being longtime friends of Hiruzen and his advisors, were well placed, while the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans had aligned themselves firmly with the Hokage since the fourth Hokage's tenure. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, on the other hand, appeared to prioritize their families, one exhibiting a haughty demeanor and a notorious reputation in Konoha, while the other remained steadfastly neutral, representing a faction that cared little for who held the title of Hokage. Hiruzen had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner. He was aware of Danzo's ambush against Uchiha Shursui and had even orchestrated today's opportunity for a surprise attack himself. However, it was apparent that a third party had intervened. The explosion had illuminated all of Konoha in that instant. Could it be the Uchiha? Hiruzen removed the Hokage hat from his head, placing it on the table before him. Though subtle, the action made an audible sound that captured the attention of all present. With a serious countenance, he scanned the faces around him, finally resting his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, do you know where Shursui is at this moment? Shursui? Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed involuntarily. Why inquire about Shursui at this juncture? Is the third Hokage attempting to suppress the Uchiha clan? Suppressing his rising anger, Fugaku replied. I have not seen Shursui within the clan today. If the third Hokage wishes to summon him, I can send someone to search. Hiruzen frowned slightly, nodding in agreement. Please do. The timing of the explosion coincides with Shursui's departure from the Hokage building, and it occurred on his way home. This statement elicited a wave of surprise among the attendees, and Fugaku's expression darkened, as the implication directly linked the explosion to Uchiha Shursui. You die? Fugaku suddenly called out to a short-haired Uchiha seated at the back, arranged for people to search for Shursui and ascertain his whereabouts. Understood. Uchiha Yadai promptly rose and exited the conference room. The major clans had sent not just their leaders, but also many elite members to the meeting, primarily to facilitate urgent arrangements if needed. Let us wait for Elder Danzo to arrive before continuing the discussion, Hiruzen concluded, and silence fell once more in the room, as the attendees were unclear about the current situation. Even the other two advisors lacked sufficient information, speculating that Hiruzen and Danzo had likely engaged in some clandestine activities. Nara Shikaku, however, had a nagging suspicion, as they had previously been trusted allies of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and were somewhat aware of the murky dealings among the higher-ups in the village. Danzo's objective might very well be Shursui's eyes, but before he could act, he had been ambushed by an unknown assailant. Though he had pieced together some of the puzzle, Shikaku remained silent. For he was a wise man and had learned to keep his mouth shut after accepting the benefits offered by Konoha's leadership. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was receiving treatment, had regained consciousness and was making his way to the Hokage conference room. Although his severed arm was a grave injury, it was not insurmountable for a ninja. What truly caused his unconsciousness was the sheer frustration of witnessing his opportunity to become Hokage slip away. Now that he was awake, he needed to inform Hiruzen about the masked man with the cat-like visage. Such a dangerous individual lurked within Konoha, and immediate investigation was imperative, especially concerning the Uchiha clan. Having just acquired Uchiha Shursui's eyes, the timing of this mysterious appearance could not be a mere coincidence. Crucially, he had received intelligence that both Uchiha Shursui and Yakushi no Nai had gone missing, alongside a root member who had lost an eye. The implications were clear. Only those who had lost their eyes would require new ones. In Danzo's mind, he had already concluded that Uchiha Shursui was connected to the masked man, who was equally coveting Shursui's eyes. Bang! Upon arriving at the door of the conference room, Shimura Danzo did not bother to knock. Instead, he forcefully kicked the door open. Given that both his hands were incapacitated, using his foot was a rather normal course of action. Under the disapproving gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo strode briskly to his designated seat within the chamber. Hiruzen, the situation is extremely urgent. What? The words of Danzo caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard, suppressing his initial urge to reprimand him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The others present turned their inquisitive eyes toward Danzo. The one who ambushed me is none other than the masked man encountered by Uchiha Shursui. Danzo's expression was grave as he continued. That individual possesses not only wood release, but also a large-scale destructive ninjutsu. We cannot allow such a perilous figure to remain hidden within Konoha. Danzo spoke with fervor, his face reflecting the seriousness of the matter. The senior officials of Konoha present wore solemn expressions, astonished to learn that the massive crater spanning 100 meters was indeed the result of a ninjutsu, exhibiting destructive capabilities far exceeding those of an ordinary shadow-level ninja. Does this mean that the intruder has been lurking in Konoha all along, and that he acted immediately after we let our guard down? Mito Kaze and Nara Shikaku exchanged trivialities, already preparing to slack off. Danzo, do you have any idea why that individual targeted you? Nara Shikaku inquired. If the intruder indeed had a goal, it should pertain to the bloodline limit, and targeting Danzo seemed illogical. Was it perhaps because Danzo had acquired Uchiha Shursui's eyes? That is a possibility. The last time he appeared was indeed for Shursui's eyes. Before Danzo could respond, Nara Shikaku was already deep in thought. His words caused Danzo's expression to stiffen momentarily, and at that instant, the other high-ranking officials of Konoha turned their scrutinizing gazes toward him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Danzo quickly discerned the warning in his old friend's eyes and swiftly concocted an excuse. I suspect that Uchiha Shursui may be colluding with that intruder. Therefore, I have been covertly monitoring Shursui. I never anticipated that the moment the village's defenses were relaxed, he would act. It appears this matter is indeed connected to Uchiha Shursui. I propose a thorough investigation of the Uchiha clan. Inside the Hokage building, a heated debate ensued. While within Naruto's ceiling space, a different kind of lively scene unfolded. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The moment Yao Shidu saw Naruto appear, despite having anticipated it, a wave of shock washed over her. The primary reason was Naruto's astonishingly young age. Although he was taller than children of his age, he was still likely not yet 6 years old. Uchiha Shursui, with his two dark, hollow eyes, had grown somewhat numb to the events of the day. He had experienced a whirlwind of emotions, from great joy to profound sorrow, and now, he was devoid of the capacity for further astonishment. Ignoring their astonishment, Naruto handed 2 eyeballs to Yao Shidu and gestured toward the still kneeling Uchiha Shursui. Miss Yao Shidu, please assist him in replacing his eyes. These eyeballs had been extracted from a comatose root ninja. Initially, Naruto had sealed Yao Shidu with the intention of transplanting her eyes into Shursui. But he was taken aback to find that the random root ninja he sealed was actually Yao Shidu. As the adoptive mother of the dream master of the ninja world, she deserved better treatment, prompting him to return and procure another pair. Very well. Yao Shidu promptly accepted the eyes from Naruto and began the eye transplantation procedure for Uchiha Shursui. Do not question why an eye surgery could occur in a ceiling space devoid of anything else. It is well known that in the world of Hokage, eyes can be hot-swapped. The so-called eye replacement surgery merely involves removing the old eyes and inserting new ones, followed by a meticulous adjustment using medical ninjutsu. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze approached Naruto, presenting the eye belonging to Uchiha Shursui. Thank you. As Naruto accepted the eye, he could still feel its warmth and sense the deep yearning within it. He had a premonition that upon absorbing this eye, his Manjiki Sharingan would undergo further evolution. Although his Manjiki Sharingan could restore its visual power, it did not mean his eyes were the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Rather, it was akin to Uchiha Obito's situation, where he utilized Senju Hashirama's cells to counter the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, while Naruto relied on his Uzumaki lineage. It is worth noting that Nagato could even provide the Rinnegan. Thus, a mere pair of Manjiki Sharingan was quite manageable. The 3 Tomo in Naruto's eyes began to rotate, transforming into a pair of vertical pupils as a vortex formed in his hand, engulfing the eye he held. Vice-Ravana, a rather domineering and powerful ability, allowed him to convert any chaotic, mixed, or repulsive energy he absorbed into the most suitable power for himself. Even if Uchiha Shursui's eyes were not from a direct blood relative, through Vice-Ravana, he could still compensate for the flaws of the Manjiki Sharingan. Minato Namikaze observed this spectacle with curiosity, refraining from interrupting. As the Sharingan merged with a stream of in-released chakra, Naruto felt the intense heat emanating from Shursui's eyes, even more fervent than before. It felt as if a great fire was searing his eyes, or as though something was breaking free from its shell at the position of his original eyes. He sensed that his eyes were undergoing a metamorphosis, nurturing a new power. The process was swift, and within mere minutes, Naruto felt that he had completely absorbed the ocular power from Uchiha Shursui's eyes. His vertical pupils began to rotate slowly, with the patterns within them undergoing slight changes. As the final form solidified, the appearance of his eyes did not differ greatly. They remained a pair of crimson vertical pupils, now adorned with 2 additional black rings encircling them, reminiscent of the iconic Rinnegan. It seemed the conditions for the evolution of the Rinnegan lay in the union of Ashura and Indra's powers. As a reincarnation of Ashura, if he could find an opportunity to absorb some of Uchiha Sasuke's strength, could he not synthesize the Rinnegan? With the eternal Manjiki Sharingan now in his possession, Naruto felt a newfound clarity in his vision. He could perceive the subtlest movements of those present and even predict fragments of the future. Furthermore, his ocular power was no longer bound by the limitations of the traditional Manjiki Sharingan, enabling him to wield the complete form of Susanoo. This sensation was exhilarating. Naruto, how do you feel? Minato, who had been attentively observing Naruto, noticed the changes in his eyes and inquired with concern. Naruto shook his head, his smile radiant. I feel unprecedentedly well. This pair of eyes feels just like that bastard Uchiha Madara's. The Nine-Tails squinted, fixated on Naruto's eyes, and spoke. Ha ha ha, Kurama. The next time we encounter Uchiha Madara, I'll help you deal with him. With his powers now amplified, Naruto felt invincible, acutely aware that the allure of the Sharingan could easily lead one to arrogance. That Uchiha Madara fellow has long perished. The Nine-Tails scoffed coldly. suddenly realizing that even if he could not defeat both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it would still be quite satisfying to see them both were down and perish. Alas, he was unaware of their resting places, and a restless desire stirred within him. Chapter 40. The Fate of Yakushi Nan. Such an arrogant brat. The Nine-Tails disdainfully chuckled before turning back to his manga. Truly, the fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki, and the Nine-Tails? When Uchiha Shursui donned his eyes and once again beheld the light, his face bore an unmistakable expression of astonishment. Why is this happening? Uchiha Shursui could not comprehend the motives behind the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki's actions towards him. This visage may seem foreign to you, but what if it is not? Naruto twisted his mouth into a wicked grin, transforming into a hooded figure adorned with a cat-faced mask. Uchiha Shursui, this form should not be unfamiliar to you. It's you. Uchiha Shursui's countenance shifted drastically as he instinctively placed his hands before him, ready to form hand seals. Smack! Minato Namikaze materialized beside him, gripping one of his hands. The fourth Hokage? Uchiha Shursui finally regained his composure. The Jinchuriki was the child of the fourth Hokage. Naruto dispelled his transformation, gazing at the bewildered Uchiha Shursui and inquired, "Do you regret it?" "What do you mean?" Uchiha Shursui was puzzled by Naruto's words. "Do you regret placing your hopes in Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Uchiha Shursui's expression faltered, his teeth clenched in silence for a moment. Perhaps the third Hokage was unaware. Or perhaps he had his own burdens to bear, right? It seems you will only awaken to reality when you witness the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage would never do such a thing. He promised me. Observing Uchiha Shursui's self-deceiving and despondent demeanor, Naruto chose not to engage further. Without the Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui posed little threat. When he finally witnessed the night of the massacre, it would be his last opportunity. Naruto then turned to Yakushi Nan and asked, "So, what is your choice?" Yakushi Nan hesitated, her thoughts drifting to the children in the orphanage. "What will happen if I refuse? Do you believe you are worthy of my trust?" "I understand." Yakushi Nan wore a self-deprecating smile. Both her fate and that of the orphanage had never truly been in her hands. "This is not a dreadful ending, Miss Nan. To become a competent leader, Naruto felt he must demonstrate greater empathy towards his subordinates. Indeed, after encountering Yakushi Nan, a sudden desire to establish a faction surged within him. Pursuing power without purpose would merely lead to becoming a hollow vessel of strength. Upon attaining sufficient power, he yearned to engage in meaningful endeavors. Reforming the shinobi world was not difficult. It merely required subduing everyone and reconstructing order. Moreover, was there not much unresolved within the Hokage ranks? Individuals like Kurenai and her daughter, Zabuza and Haku, Yakushi Nan and Yakushi Kabuto, all possessed their own merits. He could seize opportunities to bring these individuals under his banner. Perhaps. Yakushi Nan's response was somewhat lackluster. While working en route, she had some freedom to tend to the orphanage, but henceforth, her liberty might be lost. Naruto discerned Nan's thoughts, but chose not to comment further. He continued, "Do you remember Yakushi Kabuto?" Kabuto? Hearing that name from the Jinchuriki surprised her. The Jinchuriki possessed a wealth of intelligence regarding various villages, suggesting that Kabuto had likely been operating in the shadows of Konoha for some time. Goodness, how old is he? Yakushi Nan could not fathom that Naruto knew these things through the original storyline. She nodded to signal her understanding. "How long has it been since you last saw him?" Yakushi Nan replied with uncertainty, unaware of Naruto's intention. "Danzo sends me a photo of Kabuto every so often." "Is that so?" However, photographs can be easily faked. For instance, one could gradually alter the individual in the photo to resemble another. Naruto's words left Yakushi Nan momentarily stunned, but she quickly grasped the implication. A foreboding feeling rising within her as her complexion paled. "You mean to say?" Naruto replied, "Long ago, Shimura Danzo sent you a photo that was not of Yakushi Kabuto. The Kabuto in your mind has long since been replaced by another. I suspect that even if the real Kabuto stood before you now, you would hardly recognize him." Why would Danzo do such a thing? Though Yakushi Nan questioned it, she swiftly arrived at an answer. This was indeed within Danzo's capacity. Now that Kabuto's abilities surpassed hers, she held little value to root. For someone privy to numerous secrets of the organization, death would be the most fitting end. Her final worth would likely be as a stepping stone for Kabuto. "Perhaps your next mission. Have you received the assignment to infiltrate a Wagakure?" "Yes, next month." Kabuto is currently in a Wagakure. Once you arrive there, Your mission will transform into eliminating the traitor spies of the village. Since you no longer know Kabuto's true appearance, you will strike without hesitation, only to be slain by Kabuto, whose strength now far exceeds your own. That shall be your fate, an abandoned pawn of Konoha. Naruto calmly articulated Yakushi Nan's destiny, shocking both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui, who stood by. Danzo's actions were akin to compelling a child to kill their nurturing mother. Indeed, the darkness of the shinobi world was truly formidable. Is that really so? Yakushi Nan forced a smile. If that were the case, Kabuto would likely descend fully into darkness. Thus, I assert that this is not an unfavorable conclusion for you. Naruto reiterated this sentiment, and this time, Yakushi Nan's expression reflected less resistance. Though Naruto had not presented concrete evidence, such matters seldom required extensive proof. Serving Danzo was akin to walking a tightrope. That man could betray even his own kin. So why would he hesitate against a pair of orphaned mother and child? She had not seen Kabuto in years. Manipulating the situation was a simple task for Danzo. Naruto-kun, what about Kabuto? Having learned this information, Yakushi Nan found herself consumed by worry. You need not fret. Kabuto is far more capable than you realize. And you shall meet again in the future. After all, Kabuto has been a pivotal character from the beginning of the Shippuden arc to the very conclusion. And he was one of the instigators of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Without his Edo Tensei, a significant portion of high-level combat prowess would have been absent, making the Fourth Great Ninja War considerably more arduous. Is that so? If that is the case, I can find some solace. Yakushi Nan had intended to inquire further about the orphanage, but thought better of it. She understood that while Naruto's strength was formidable, caring for a group of orphans would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. It must be said that the Nine-Tails' malicious perception is indeed a remarkable ability. Although Yakushi Nan wore a satisfied expression, her emotions were entirely transparent to him. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the orphanage for you. I cannot assist with funding, but at the very least, their safety shall not be compromised. Upon hearing this, Naruto sensed a reduction in Yakushi Nan's worries. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I look forward to your continued support. A genuine smile finally graced Yakushi Nan's face. Indeed, let us support each other henceforth. Naruto, what are your intentions moving forward? The eyes of Minato Namikaze brimmed with pride. Naruto's willingness to assist in rescuing the pharmacist Nanuyu revealed his inherently bright spirit. He resolved to train earnestly and await the opportune moment. Soon, the wheels of fate would begin to turn. Chapter 41. The Wrath of the Uchiha. Within the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan, having just concluded a meeting at the Hokage's office filled with indignation, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly summoned an urgent clan assembly upon returning home. Clan leader, Shisui is nowhere to be found. He may have already encountered trouble. This matter undoubtedly implicates Danzo Shimura. Furthermore, it is not solely Danzo. The higher echelons of Konoha must be complicit, or else they would not allow Danzo to tarnish our Uchiha name so brazenly. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Today it is Shisui. Tomorrow it could be all of us Uchiha. Those permitted to voice their opinions at the clan meeting were not ordinary members. Most had awakened their Sharingan and were esteemed Uchiha elites. Their unified stance compelled even Fugaku, the clan leader, to take heed. The events of the day had indeed struck a nerve with the Uchiha. Shisui's disappearance and Danzo's attack had led to accusations of treason against the clan, with claims of collusion and intent to rebel, prompting a thorough investigation into the Uchiha territory. If it were merely Danzo's unfounded provocations, it would be one thing. However, the tacit approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha higher-ups to Danzo's assertions was alarming, as they planned to dispatch Anbu to investigate the Uchiha grounds the following day. This was no longer mere exclusion. It was a direct affront to the Uchiha clan. Typically, the primary role of the security department was to maintain order and stability within the Hidden Leaf Village, to establish regulations, and to apprehend those with criminal tendencies. Now, to suspect them of treason was utterly absurd. This time, even many conservatives could no longer tolerate the situation. Clan leader, are we truly to allow those individuals into our territory? They are humiliating us, the Uchiha. As emotions ran high, the Sharingan flared in the eyes of the clan members, exuding a chilling aura of hostility. Under the scrutiny of these crimson gazes, Fugaku felt the weight of the moment. His usually stern expression now tinged with shadows of frustration and disquiet. He was also incensed by the day's events. The higher-ups had completely cast the Uchiha as outsiders. Yet, he instinctively felt a chill, as if plunged into an icy abyss. When Danzo accused the Uchiha of insurrection, his conviction was unwavering, as if he had already established it as fact. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction bore little surprise. Reflecting on a clan meeting over a month prior, Fugaku realized that someone had leaked sensitive information about the clan. Someone had clandestinely informed Konoha's leadership about the radical faction's plans for a coup, which prompted Hiruzen to seize this opportunity to suppress the Uchiha once more. Fugaku's thoughts drifted to Shisui, the embodiment of the conservative faction, whose steadfastness had always been a bulwark against rebellion. It was precisely Shisui's presence that had fostered a belief in the potential for reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village. In the past, he too had harbored such hopes. Yet, as he gazed upon the former allies of the conservative faction, their expressions now fierce and filled with murderous intent, he realized the gravity of Shisui's disappearance at this critical juncture. He then cast a sidelong glance at Itachi, his eldest son, the sole Uchiha member currently in the Umbu, and also one of the suspected traitors. Though Itachi wore a similarly somber expression, Fugaku discerned no trace of anger within him. Itachi, what are you truly thinking? Even in the face of such humiliation, you remain unperturbed? A wave of fatigue washed over Fugaku. As both clan leader and father, he felt inadequate. Silence, Fugaku commanded, stifling the clamor of the clan members. If this continued, they would achieve nothing useful by nightfall. The fate of Shisui remained uncertain, and until the truth was uncovered, they must refrain from rash actions. Upon his pronouncement, the gathered Uchiha turned their gazes towards him, their expressions a tapestry of disappointment, frustration, and fury. He was acutely aware of their sentiments, yet as a Uchiha, he too felt seething anger at the treatment of the clan. However, as leader, he had to maintain composure. The Uchiha were already under suspicion from the Konoha leadership. Any impulsive move now would provide them with the opportunity to strike. To instigate a coup, one needed the requisite strength, and with Shisui's absence, the prospects seemed grim. Fugaku turned to Itachi and inquired, Itachi, as a member of the Umbu, have you heard any news of Shisui? Under the weight of collective gazes, Itachi shook his head. Have you heard any information regarding the higher-ups' actions against the Uchiha? This time, Itachi hesitated momentarily. Recalling the recent orders from the third Hokage to closely monitor the movements within the Uchiha clan and report the proceedings of each clan meeting to the Konoha leadership. While he harbored concerns for Shisui and suspected Danzo might be covertly targeting him, he was also reminded of Shisui's warnings and the will of fire. He could not act against the village for the sake of his clan. No. Fugaku fell into silence, his expression a complex amalgamation of disappointment and concern for his son. He had initially hoped Itachi's position within the Umbu would allow him to provide invaluable intelligence about the Konoha leadership. However, it appeared the outcome had reversed. Itachi, do you even care for our clan? The assembled Uchiha, all elite members, noticed Itachi's fleeting moment of hesitation, their gazes now fixed on him with animosity. Itachi remained silent. If Shisui could not sway these arrogant individuals, how could he? Fighting would resolve nothing. A coup would only weaken Konoha further and sow seeds of hatred. Itachi, you must enough. Several clan members attempted to voice their dissent, but Fugaku's furious shout silenced them. His Sharingan spun with ferocity, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that subdued the assembly. His power eclipsed even that of the Sharingan. This was the fearsome presence of Fugaku. The Uchiha clan, unlike the Hyuga, revered strength and the pursuit of power. Mere lineage was insufficient for the position of clan leader. Each Uchiha leader had to possess the ability to dominate their kin, coupled with a formidable reputation. Fugaku embodied this ideal. The room fell silent, all eyes glaring at Itachi. Furrowed brows marked Itachi's face, but he was less concerned about the opinions of his kin and more contemplative of another matter. The pressure he felt from his father was reminiscent of Shisui. Chapter 42, The Powerlessness of the Uchiha Chief. Are we truly going to allow those dark forces to invade our clan's territory unchecked? Uchiha Hakadai spoke, a respected elder within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the room, taking in the expressions of anger and disappointment etched on the faces of his kin. With a heavy heart, he replied, "This is not the time for a coup." There was a profound sadness in Fugaku's gaze, yet within the depths of his eyes, a flicker of acceptance shone through. To instigate a coup is no simple affair. It demands bloodshed and sacrifice, a daunting endeavor, especially for the Uchiha. They were not merely contending with a handful of Konoha's higher-ups. but also the vested interests that lay behind them. Throughout the three great ninja wars, the Uchiha clan had served as Konoha's mainstay, suffering immense losses and a depletion of their ranks. They had yet to recover, while Konoha's leadership had thrived, rejuvenating their resources over the years. The Sarutobi clan alone posed a significant challenge, and with the additional pressures from the Kurama and Mito clans, their situation became even more precarious. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had always aligned with the Hokage's faction, while the Aburame clan had also secured their share of power within Konoha's hierarchy. Coupled with the Uchiha's habitual arrogance, garnering support from other ninja clans within the village was a daunting task. Thus, the prospects of a coup from the Uchiha clan were dim from the outset. Moreover, with the loss of Shisui, their formidable strength had further diminished, leaving them with even fewer opportunities. Damn it! Hokage clenched his teeth and fists, fully aware that even if they resolved to stage a coup, timing was vital. With Danzo's ambush and Shisui's disappearance, alongside the recent death of another Umbu member, the village was now under strict martial law. The possibility of a coup had evaporated entirely. Hokage, when the Umbu arrive tomorrow, ensure that several clan members accompany them to reassure the villagers and prevent any disturbances. Additionally, keep a close watch on them to thwart any underhanded tactics or unjust accusations. We must continue our search for Shisui, but discussions of the coup must be set aside for now. Meanwhile, within the Hokage Tower, the meeting had concluded, leaving only two individuals in the office. Hiruzen, what did you summon me for? Shimura Danzo's countenance was grim, his tone laced with irritation. He had rushed to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his wounds only hastily bandaged, and now, his left arm was seeping blood anew due to his agitation. Danzo was enveloped in a cloud of negativity. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded Danzo's discontent and, with piercing eyes, directly inquired, "Where are Shisui's eyes?" The fate of Uchiha Shisui was of little consequence to Hiruzen, but the eyes themselves were of paramount importance. It was critical that the Manjiki Sharingan and Kotoame Tsukumi did not fall into Danzo's hands, given his history of assassinating Hokages. The eyes. Danzo's expression faltered momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brow before his face contorted into a mask of rage as he roared, "That damned masked bastard. He stole my eyes." This time, it was Hiruzen who frowned, incredulous. "Is what you said in the meeting room truly accurate?" Danzo's grotesque visage morphed into disbelief, followed by a deeper fury, a true master of transformations. "Do you think I would jest about such matters?" he retorted, his voice hoarse. Coughing slightly, Hiruzen felt a pang of discomfort. "I assumed you might withhold information to suppress the Uchiha. However, if that were the case, how did Shisui vanish after the masked man attacked you?" "I'm uncertain, but it is highly probable that Shisui is still alive." Danzo's countenance remained sour. "Not dead. Do you possess intelligence regarding Shisui?" Danzo shook his head. "One of my root members had their eyes removed while unconscious. They were likely taken for Shisui." The masked man coveted Shisui's eyes, but did not intend to take his life. Why take the eyes but spare Shisui? Hiruzen's brow furrowed, a headache brewing. It seemed the masked individual was someone familiar with Shisui, someone who understood the significance of his eyes. Shisui had mentioned that besides himself, only Itachi Uchiha was aware of the Manjiki Sharingan. However, given the close bond between Itachi and Shisui, coupled with his character and intellect, he had no motivation to act against Shisui. Who could it be? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Hiruzen. Taking a deep breath, he asked gravely, "Danzo, is that masked man the same one who incited the Ninetales incident?" The memory of that fateful night remained vivid, as his wife had perished amidst the chaos. The masked man who orchestrated the Ninetales disaster possessed an arcane space-time ninjutsu, allowing him to infiltrate Konoha undetected and extract individuals with ease. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this individual also wielded a Sharingan. For anyone knowledgeable about the Manjiki Sharingan, this was an irresistible temptation. Danzo paused, contemplating the comparison. They should not be the same person. Their styles are vastly different. The one who claimed to be Uchiha Madara attempted to project an aura of indifference, yet he came across as a coward hiding behind a mask. In contrast, the masked man with the cat-faced mask exuded an air of superiority, as if he were watching ants scurry about, finding their actions comical. His demeanor was calm and aloof, reminiscent of a true harbinger of death in the ninja world. If the masked man had been responsible for the Ninetales incident, then Minato Namikaze would have never succeeded in sealing the beast. Hiruzen's frown deepened. the weight of anxiety settling heavily upon him. Alas, what a tumultuous time we find ourselves in. Chapter 43. The Mightiest Delusion. September, 54th year of Konoha. Half a month had passed since the explosion in the Konoha forest. Although the village remained under strict martial law, with ninja squads patrolling the streets, the villagers' panic had largely subsided. Consequently, Konoha welcomed its annual celebration, the opening of the Ninja Academy. This day brimmed with hope, as countless parents, filled with aspirations, sent their children off to the academy, yearning for their offspring to rise to greatness, much like planting seeds in spring, hoping to see them blossom 6 years hence. However, not all students would have the privilege of becoming ninjas. Even among those who did, many would likely only earn the title of nin upon their sacrifice, for this was ultimately a world where bloodlines held paramount importance. At his residence, Naruto awoke with a long yawn, shaking off the remnants of sleep. He pulled back the curtains to glimpse outside, where the sun shone brilliantly. In his hazy vision, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a white-haired figure darting through the trees, arriving swiftly at his window. "Hey, one-eyed uncle, long time no see." Naruto greeted Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, replied lethargically, "Today marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy. You are already late." "Oh, well, I overslept because I was exhausted from yesterday," Naruto sheepishly admitted. Naruto wore a face devoid of any embarrassment. His recent lifestyle had become rather chaotic. Each day, he immersed himself in the ceiling space, diligently studying the Flying Thunder God technique alongside Minato, only resting when fatigue overtook him, leading to a blurred sense of time. It must be acknowledged that mastering the Flying Thunder God was indeed far more challenging than ceiling techniques, and 2 weeks was insufficient for him to fully comprehend it. Kakashi remained silent, allowing their 3 gazes to meet for a moment. He then retrieved a small yellow notebook from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Naruto. "What is this?" Naruto inquired with curiosity as he accepted it, discovering that the cover depicted a man and woman joyfully chasing each other. The bold red title reading Paradise of Affection. Naruto's mouth twitched as he returned it, stating, "I'm not interested in this kind of thing." Kakashi's expression shifted to one of incredulity. He had witnessed Naruto use a transformation technique to enter the adult section of the bookstore with the sole aim of acquiring this very book. Initially, he had worried that exposure to such material might lead to Naruto's premature maturity, given that the book contained content unsuitable for children. However, upon reflection, aside from a few inappropriate plot points, the book could be considered a significant literary work. Perhaps the immense pressure from the village had piqued Naruto's interest in such matters. Rather than suppressing Naruto's curiosity, which could lead him astray, it would be wiser to gently guide him. After all, Paradise of Affection was still a relatively wholesome read, lacking excessively scandalous content. If you wish to read it later, I can help you purchase it. No more transformations. Many things are still too mature for you. Now, hurry to school. After speaking, Kakashi left the book on the windowsill and vanished from sight. Naruto gazed at the book, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration. "Damn you, Ninetales." He brought the book inside and promptly stored it within the ceiling space, hurling it towards the Ninetales' head. Yes, this book was precisely what the Ninetales had demanded to read, likely sparked by Kakashi's constant reading. Naruto couldn't fathom the reasoning behind the tailed beast's whims. "Ha ha ha, what a surprise. The latest volume. That white-haired one isn't too bad for you," the Ninetales cackled, using chakra to catch the book midair, placing it down to read with great interest. The other 3 were similarly drawn to the Ninetales' antics, unable to suppress their amused expressions. "Is the Ninetales for real?" "Naruto, the Ninja Academy is quite good. You might make some excellent friends there," Minato remarked. Having graduated from the same academy and met Kushina there, he held a fondness for it. "All right, I'll wash up and head over," Naruto replied nonchalantly. He had no objection to attending the Ninja Academy. His training took place within the ceiling space, allowing him to practice anywhere. Once he had sufficiently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he anticipated it would be time to confront the Uchiha massacre. Soon, he completed his preparations and dressed neatly. He wore a white hooded sweatshirt adorned with a black pattern along the sleeves, paired with loose knee-length pants, and black ninja shoes that revealed his small toes. This outfit was chosen with Minato's assistance, who had suggested it based on his own childhood attire. Hoping to create a parent-child look, Naruto had no objections. He was indifferent to clothing and would wear anything, even the orange and yellow outfit from the original series. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Naruto felt a sense of confidence in his appearance. Gone was the insecurity he had felt at this age in the original work. His looks were quite appealing, inheriting Kushina's facial features and Minato's golden hair and sky-blue eyes, embodying a charming youthfulness, coupled with the newfound confidence emanating from within. He presented a striking image, reminiscent of the fourth Hokage. In the ceiling space, Yakushi-nan spoke up, aware of the unfolding scene outside. Minato, who was admiring his son with pride, was momentarily distracted and curiously asked, "Did you know me from before, Nan?" He didn't recall meeting her in his youth, as she had already been the orphanage director by the time they first encountered each other. Nan shook her head with a smile, responding, "Fourth Hokage. I am a root ninja." Minato understood and resumed observing his son, pondering how pleased Kushina would be if she were present, and when Naruto would finally break the seal completely. In Konoha, where the leaves danced, the flames of the village continued to burn brightly, illuminating the path for new sprouts. The youth represented the hope for the future, while the older generation remained dedicated to trusting and protecting them, ensuring their healthy growth. Their sacrifices were not in vain. They would always safeguard the next generation, becoming the pillars of the village's future. By the time Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was nearing its conclusion. As the final words left his lips, the young faces in the audience radiated fervor, some shouting passionately, others weeping, all expressing their dreams of sacrificing their last drop of blood for Konoha. The strongest Jinjutsu is indeed terrifying, Naruto thought, observing the chaotic scene of children and parents. He couldn't help but scoff internally before making his way towards the classroom. He was aware of his assigned class, a prestigious one indeed, filled with the finest young talents from various ninja clans, along with some outstanding civilians. Just then, a voice called out to him, "Naruto, you are late." Chapter 44. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. Iruka Umino gazed at the golden-haired boy before him with a complex expression. Although the Hokage had informed him about Naruto's background, he instinctively recalled the loss of his parents during the Nine-Tails incident, the resentment bubbling to the surface. He reminded himself that Naruto was merely a child, innocent of any wrongdoing. The true culprit was the Nine-Tails within him. Taking a deep breath, Iruka adopted a serious demeanor. "Naruto, today is the first day of school. You need to explain your tardiness." Sensing the sudden shift in Iruka's demeanor, Naruto regarded him with curiosity, already aware of the man with the scar across his nose. Iruka Umino was a decent teacher, he thought. "I was training in jutsu yesterday and stayed up too late, so I woke up late," Naruto replied, giving Iruka the respect he deserved. Iruka frowned, remembering the Hokage's words about Naruto's exceptional abilities despite his young age. Though only about 6, Naruto had trained diligently and was already stronger than the average nin, with talent surpassing that of Kakashi at 8. Iruka couldn't help but sigh, realizing the Hokage had presented him with a challenging task. With Naruto's strength, what was the point of sending him to the academy? As a nin who wasn't a combat specialist, he worried about how to discipline Naruto without being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, several children had begun to notice their interaction. "Excuse me, can I go to the classroom now?" Naruto asked, eager to leave the awkward situation behind. Iruka snapped back to reality, questioning, "Why are you in such a hurry to get to class? The Hokage is still giving his speech." "It's too boring. I want to get a good seat," Naruto replied. He sought a suitable spot in the classroom to nestle into slumber. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, it was merely a repetitive chant of the will of fire, devoid of substance. Naruto's bluntness rendered Iruka momentarily speechless, his expression growing increasingly solemn. "Naruto, the teachings of the Hokage regarding the will of fire are profoundly significant for you all." Naruto had already turned away, raising a hand in a casual wave to Iruka, saying, "It's fine, uncle. I'm well acquainted with the Hokage. I comprehend those principles." His figure swiftly vanished into the plaza, leaving Iruka in a state of disarray. "That fellow is indeed rather impolite. He is the one, Isn't? Yes, indeed, my parents warned me to steer clear of him. Undoubtedly, getting close to him would result in being devoured." A chorus of whispers arose among the crowd. Most of the children who witnessed the scene began exchanging hushed remarks, though a few were distinctly different. "Shikamaru, is that Naruto Uzumaki?" inquired a chubby boy adorned with swirling patterns on his cheeks, addressing the lethargic pineapple-haired boy beside him. "Well, my parents instructed us to look after him at school, but he seems quite difficult to approach." Shikamaru yawned, and then glanced toward the polished podium where the third Hokage stood, pondering how much longer the speech would drag on. Perhaps I should offer him some chips later, Akimichi Choji mused, his gaze lingering on the snacks in his backpack before his attention was drawn to Yamanaka Ino's presence. Her golden ponytail swayed gently in the breeze, her mouth slightly agape, cheeks flushed, and eyes sparkling. Ino was utterly captivated. "Ino, are you all right?" Choji asked, concern evident as he patted his friend's shoulder. Ino snapped back to reality, wiping her mouth and bashfully admitting, "I didn't expect there to be another handsome guy besides Sasuke, and he looks a bit mischievous." Choji scratched his head in a goofy grin, while Shikamaru maintained his typical disinterest, secretly lamenting, "Girls are truly troublesome." Two others exhibited a different attitude toward Naruto. One was a porcelain-skinned girl with black hair and white eyes, who gazed happily at Naruto's departing figure. The class assignments had been announced long ago, and she was in the same class as Naruto. She desired to forge a genuine friendship with him. The other was a cool boy with black hair and dark eyes, adorned with tousled bangs. Uchiha Sasuke scrutinized the direction Naruto had vanished, his expression grave, ignited by a fierce spirit of competition. This blonde-haired boy was formidable, and more importantly, his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, also deemed him a strong contender. As an Umbu, Itachi had certainly learned about Naruto's prowess from his colleagues. At merely 6 years of age, possessing the strength of a Chunin, he was undoubtedly the most gifted student of his cohort. Ahem. On the podium, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, amplifying his voice with chakra, drawing the attention of the multitude of students back to him. His face bore a constant smile, seemingly unaffected by Naruto's antics. "Children, the village is our shared family. Every villager living within our village should be regarded as kin. We ought not to harbor animosity or ostracize anyone. If a family member strays from the path, our duty is to guide them, not to harm them." By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his speech, Naruto had already been sprawled in the classroom for over half an hour. He occupied a seat in the last row by the window, the bright sunlight casting a golden glow upon his blonde hair, infusing him with an air of youthful vitality. The volume of Hiruzen's speech was so pronounced that even within the classroom, Naruto could hear it clearly, undoubtedly enhanced by some extraordinary means. At times, Naruto found it perplexing how a mere proclamation of the will of fire could brainwash individuals into such fervor, with platitudes devoid of substance compelling children to willingly march into battle, their parents offering no objections. It was as if the very essence of illusion had taken hold. Perhaps the absence of compulsory education in the ninja world contributed to this phenomenon. As knowledge diminished, the will of fire became increasingly credible. Naruto sat in a daze. Having focused solely on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique lately, his daily routines thrown into disarray. This school life, though, provided a rare chance for relaxation, only to be disrupted by a cacophonous voice. "That guy is indeed hiding in the classroom, not only repugnant, but also so uncouth. Tuya, keep it down. Have you forgotten what the Hokage said?" "Right, and he is the one. My aunt saw him with her own eyes. Am I mistaken? The Hokage is still speaking. That guy just ran off. Without the Hokage, he would have been driven out of the village long ago." Naruto could easily discern that this dialogue was directed at him. Yet, upon hearing it, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. It had been quite some time since he had endured such remarks. He lifted his head and turned to look. 3 boys were seated near the door, gazing in his direction. The one in the middle, wearing an arrogant expression, was likely the one named Tuya, as the 2 flanking him appeared far too timid. "Hey, you disgusting brat, what are you staring at?" Upon noticing Naruto's gaze, Tuya stood up and pointed an accusatory finger at him. This type of child was probably a spoiled brat from a privileged family, or simply a mischievous kid who had never faced consequences, exuding an air of invincibility. Had he not noticed that other children were cautioned by their families to avoid associating with Naruto? This boy, however, stood out defiantly. Naruto regarded Tuya, whose appearance reeked of a typical lackey, reminiscent of the spirited youths from his past life. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech concluded, the students were gradually returning to the classroom, and Tuya's commotion naturally attracted the attention of others. In an instant, the 4 of them became the center of attention. Tuya, relishing his newfound status, could not help but shout again, "What are you looking at? You orphan without a father or mother. If it weren't for the Hokage's kindness, treating everyone in Konoha as family, you ungrateful wolf would have been expelled long ago." After Tuya's outburst, a murmur of hushed discussions arose around them. "He is so bold. Will he really be devoured? I heard from my mom that he can transform into a 9-tailed fox." Noticing the fearful expressions of his classmates, Tuya pounded his chest, assuring them, "You needn't worry, we're in school. The Hokage will surely protect us. If he dares to harm us, the Hokage will expel him from the village." "How amusing," Naruto remarked, unable to contain a smile, his gaze calm as he said, "Do you believe you are of such importance?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand, mimicking a shooting gesture directed at the boy named Tuya. This action astonished the surrounding children, who were confused by Naruto's intentions. Yet Tuya seemed to perceive it as a grave insult, his eyes turning a furious crimson, panting heavily. "I'll break your finger. And Naruto, please calm down." The voice of Minato Namikaze, sealed within the space, broke in, and the other two also wore expressions of uncertainty. The sealed space and Naruto's inner self are intricately intertwined. Whenever the malevolence within Naruto intensifies, the sealed space distorts into darkness. Now, the sealing chamber has begun to exhibit signs of distortion, rust creeping up the sealing door, causing the three individuals present to change their expressions dramatically, while only the Ninetales remained amused, engrossed in a novel. Although the remarks made by the boy named Higashio were indeed excessive, even Minato Namikaze found himself tempted to retaliate. Nonetheless, he hoped for a modicum of restraint from Naruto. Ignoring Minato's counsel, Naruto gazed at the approaching Higashio with a sinister smile, embodying the impetuosity of youth. Bang! A sound akin to a gunshot escaped Naruto's lips, and a tempest suddenly swept through the classroom, drawing countless leaves in through the window, which swarmed towards Higashio. "What is this?" Higashio instinctively raised his arms to shield his eyes, trying to avoid being blinded by the debris. After what felt like an eternity, the gale subsided, and he lowered his arms to reveal a visage twisted in rage. The words he had yet to utter were caught in his throat. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld an unfathomable sight. Countless red foxes emerged from the shadows behind Naruto, lunging at him and voraciously gnawing at his flesh, his eyes, and even his internal organs, leaving him to suffer in agonizing torment. Fortunately, the child's willpower was insufficiently strong, and the illusion soon rendered him unconscious from the overwhelming pain. Despite being a child, Naruto had little patience for such behavior, which ultimately led to his premature summons to the office for a reprimand. As he followed the grim-faced Iruka out of the classroom, not a soul dared to whisper any further about Naruto. The once boisterous Higashio suddenly collapsed, writhing on the ground and emitting cries of despair. Ultimately rolling over with eyes rolled back, foam emerging at his mouth, his body convulsing and motionless, an image that left a lasting psychological scar on the assembly of 6-year-olds. Chapter 46. Damn Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly exhausted and unwell. The events of the past 2 months had been overwhelming. It was peculiar, for despite having only been 2 months, it felt as though several years had passed. First, Naruto's unexpected rampage, followed by the assassination of the Umbu, then the Uchiha coup, and now the emergence of a terrifying masked figure, all while he grappled with Naruto's issues. Since the turmoil caused by the Ninetales, he hadn't felt this fatigued in years. He truly felt aged. What struck him the most was the figure seated across from him, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. "Naruto, you promised your grandfather you would not employ ninjutsu against the villagers." Hiruzen's expression was grave as he momentarily regretted his decision to teach Naruto ninjutsu prematurely. Naruto, however, appeared indifferent, retorting, "I'm not using ninjutsu. I'm employing jinjutsu." Hiruzen suddenly found himself at a loss for words, astonished that Naruto would dare to counter him. Could it be that his recent busyness had prevented him from fostering a bond with Naruto? Wait, when did Naruto learn jinjutsu? Hiruzen's demeanor grew increasingly severe, and with a cold tone, he inquired, "Who taught you jinjutsu?" "Nobody taught me. I taught myself." "Self-taught?" Hiruzen's voice rose in disbelief. Having never heard of anyone self-learning jinjutsu before, how did you manage that? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at the elder and replied, "I stumbled upon the realization that chakra flows in a systematic manner within each person's body. I wondered what would happen if I attempted to interfere with another's chakra flow, guiding it according to my will, and thus I learned." Hiruzen was taken aback, suddenly recalling how Naruto had isolated himself at home for the past month, prompting him to ask, "Is this the technique you've been researching for the past month?" Naruto nodded in affirmation. Hiruzen pursed his lips in contemplation, exhaling a heavy sigh after a long silence. "From now on, you are forbidden from using ninjutsu or jinjutsu on your classmates." "What about taijutsu?" Hiruzen's forehead creased with tension as he gritted his teeth. That is also prohibited. Naruto frowned. So I can only endure bullying and insults? Hiruzen was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Naruto's newfound cleverness. Once he regained his composure, he reiterated, "You may only use taijutsu to defend yourself. Do not harm your comrades, understood? Fine. Can I go to class now?" Observing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, Hiruzen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, reflecting on the stark contrast to the obedient Naruto of yesteryear. Lost in thought, Hiruzen began to ponder the reasons behind Naruto's drastic personality shift, eventually fixating on the day 2 months prior when Naruto returned home from the back mountains. It seemed that everything had begun from that day. Naruto's transformation, the emergence of the masked figure, everything stemmed from that moment. Damn Danzo. He certainly could not associate the masked figure with Naruto. After all, he had watched Naruto grow up, and although his strength had surged rapidly, it was still unrealistic to expect him to confront Shisui and nearly kill Shimura Danzo. What he needed to contemplate now was how to bridge the gap in their relationship. Naruto's birthday seemed to be approaching. By the way, next month is your birthday, isn't it, Naruto? Hiruzen suddenly donned a warm smile, leaving Naruto perplexed. Are you so quick to change your demeanor? Are you a master of disguise? Do you mean to say that the Hokage wishes to celebrate my birthday with me? Hiruzen's smile grew even more benevolent as he replied, I will prepare a surprise for you. Last time, he had shared the story of the 4th Hokage. This time, he would reveal the connection between the 4th and Naruto. After concealing it for so long, it was time for Naruto to know. Really? Then I shall eagerly await the Hokage's surprise. Naruto smiled in return. As Naruto stepped into the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the room, akin to transitioning from a bustling marketplace into a cold morgue, where even the corpses still emitted faint breaths. Irika, too, was taken aback. He had anticipated that Naruto would at least take a few days off or switch classes, yet here he remained in their class, leaving Irika to feel that his teaching career was destined for bleakness. Though the atmosphere was deathly quiet, Naruto was not one to dwell on his surroundings. He strode directly to the podium, standing beside Irika. Hello, everyone. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I believe you all know me by now. I'm also delighted to meet you. His sunny disposition mirrored that of Minato Namikaze, and the confidence radiating from his face added to his charm. Except for those who had just witnessed Higashi's grim fate, the other students found it challenging to associate Uzumaki Naruto with the rumored demon fox. Some of the more appearance-focused children even began to harbor a flicker of affection for him, regardless of gender. Most people tend to gravitate towards things that are aesthetically pleasing and bright. With a smile gracing his face, Naruto squinted his eyes as he surveyed the students below, recognizing several familiar faces, such as the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi sitting together, a boy accompanied by a small dog, a girl with cherry-pink hair, and a timid little girl with white eyes who bravely smiled up at him despite her apprehension. Hinata had indeed changed a bit. While still surveying the room, Naruto suddenly felt an intensely burning gaze upon him. Following the line of sight, he was startled to see Sasuke. But why did Sasuke's gaze seem so off? Could it be that the Indra chakra had triggered his brother complex? That did not align with his character. Naruto, if you've finished your introduction, please take a seat. The sound of Irika's cough brought Naruto back to consciousness. He proceeded to return to his previous spot, as it was a place he had occupied before, and it was unlikely anyone else would choose to sit there. Today, apart from Neji, Lee, and Tenten, the other members of Konoha's 12 young elites had also gathered. Why does it feel like someone is missing? Chapter 47, Caged Birds. Are you ready to soar towards the sky? 1 year had passed since Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy in Konoha, marking the year 55 of the village's existence. In the third training ground, the sounds of flesh colliding echoed as 2 figures engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes. Despite her rapid breathing, Hinata had unleashed 16 consecutive palm strikes against Naruto's defenses, maintaining a fluidity in her movements that showed no signs of faltering. Sitting nearby, Sasuke wore a stoic expression, his dissatisfaction evident as he watched the ongoing duel. He couldn't help but mutter, why does Naruto always spend so much time playing with that girl? Hey Sasuke, Hinata actually defeated you last time. If you're bored, we could practice, Neji remarked, finding amusement in Sasuke's disgruntled demeanor. It seemed Sasuke harbored some unusual feelings towards Naruto. Over the past year, Neji had undergone significant changes. Initially, he resented Hinata for her lack of talent despite her prestigious lineage. which placed her above all the branch family members. He had harbored animosity towards her, feeling it was unjust to put his life on the line to protect her. However, after witnessing Hinata's determination and the effort she invested, as well as her astonishing progress, he found himself unable to sustain his hatred. Though he still harbored strong resentment towards the main family, his hostility towards Hinata had diminished. The principal catalyst for this transformation was Naruto. "Do you believe in destiny, Hyuga?" Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued by the talented member of the Hyuga branch family he had chanced upon. "What do you want?" Neji replied, eyeing the blonde boy who stood taller than him and was closely associated with his clan's heiress, his gaze guarded. The child of the Hokage might not necessarily become Hokage, but the child of the scapegoat would inevitably become the scapegoat. Birds confined in cages for too long forget how to soar. "Are you one of them, Hyuga? Are you looking for death?" Niji's temples throbbed with anger. The notion of a caged bird was his greatest aversion. Ignoring Niji's ire, Naruto gazed around the street. "Look at the piece bought at the cost of your father's life. How beautiful it is, bastard." Niji charged forward, channeling chakra into his palm, aiming for a vital point on Naruto's shoulder. However, before his hand could make contact, Naruto retaliated with a swift punch to Niji's face, sending him tumbling across the ground until he came to a halt, clutching his swollen cheek, staring at Naruto in disbelief. He had never been struck like that before. Do those who believe in destiny also yearn for a sudden favor from it? "Caged bird, if you wish to soar again, seek me out." Although Naruto expressed this sentiment, Niji had yet to see any opportunity for liberation. Training alongside others had indeed improved his abilities faster than practicing alone. There's no point in sparring with you. Only Naruto is my true rival." Niji reminisced about the past when he heard Sasuke's cold voice. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sasuke had never emerged victorious against him, so how could he speak with such bravado? Sasuke wasn't one to shy away from loss. But he found every practice session with Niji particularly frustrating. The gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan was insufferable. Even a slight touch during close combat would leave him reeling for a while. At a distance, he was limited to using a single fireball technique, which had never successfully hit anyone. Thus, he preferred training with Naruto, where he felt most at ease. "Fine, just wait," Niji scoffed before lapsing into silence. Observing the movements of Naruto and Hinata, their brief exchange had not escaped Naruto's notice. Even while engaged in practice with Hinata, he found it easy to multitask. He noticed that Sasuke seemed to be taking a rather misguided route, likely influenced by the growing rapport Naruto had cultivated with him over the past year. From the beginning, Sasuke had harbored an intense fighting spirit towards Naruto, and without understanding why, he had clumsily beaten Sasuke in a few encounters. From that point on, Naruto's life revolved around eating, training, and sparring with Sasuke. Strangely, Sasuke's fondness for him seemed to be increasing. However, this was not entirely disadvantageous for Naruto. During this period, he had discreetly absorbed Sasuke's chakra. Yet, he could not discern why. Although Sasuke's Sharingan appeared slightly stronger, it remained largely unchanged. Naruto attributed this to Sasuke's current weakness and the low purity of Indra's chakra within him. He decided to wait until Sasuke awakened his Sharingan to experiment further. If that failed, he would reveal his true identity, deliver a swift blow to Sasuke's abdomen, and begin chanting, "Sasuke, admiration is the farthest distance from understanding." Then, he would dramatically defect on the spot. He wondered if, at that moment, Sasuke would activate his Mangekyo and proclaim, "No matter who the opponent is, it matters not. If my arm is severed, I will kick him to death. If my leg is broken, I will bite him to death. If my neck is snapped, I will glare him to death. If I have no eyes, I will curse him to death. Even if I am torn apart, I will do it. I must bring Naruto back." A chuckle escaped Naruto's lips at the thought. Just as he was suppressing his laughter, he suddenly felt the strength in Hinata's palms diminish. Upon closer inspection, he found her utterly exhausted, each breath a laborious effort, sweat streaming down her cheeks like a small creek. Her movements slow and sluggish as if wading through mud. As another palm strike came his way, Naruto stepped back, choosing not to take it head-on, and as Hinata stumbled, he moved forward to catch her. Naruto-kun," Hinata exclaimed in surprise as he suddenly embraced her, her face turning crimson as she struggled to regain her balance. Naruto, however, lifted her effortlessly and began walking towards the onlooking pair. "All right, Hinata, you're too tired now. I'll take you to rest. And Naruto-kun, I can walk on my own." Despite the significant change in her demeanor, Being suddenly embraced by the person she admired left her flustered. Naruto remained silent, channeling purified Nine-Tails chakra into her. Meanwhile, Sasuke, watching Naruto approach, stood up in astonishment, eager to engage with him. In response, Naruto couldn't help but deliver another decisive blow to Sasuke. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the clouds painted the sky in fiery hues. The four of them walked home, their shadows stretching long behind them. Sasuke was the first to depart, aware that the Uchiha clan's territory was unwelcoming to outsiders, especially after a thorough search by the Umbu a year ago, which had only heightened their paranoia. After declaring a semblance of victory, Sasuke dashed away. After a while, they reached the Hyuga estate. Naruto-kun, I'll head back now. After a reluctant farewell to Naruto, Hinata walked towards the figure waiting for her at the gate, a small head peeking out from behind the door, gazing at Hinata with surprise while showing a toothy grin at Naruto, which amused him. I should be on my way, Neji chuckled, also heading towards the Hyuga family's entrance, feeling a twinge of regret as he still lacked answers. Wait, Neji, Naruto's voice suddenly rang out. Upon turning back, Neji found himself engulfed in a monochrome world. It was Naruto's genjutsu, and Neji quickly realized his situation. Are the caged birds ready to take flight again? Neji widened his eyes, and as a gentle breeze swept over him, he instinctively closed them. When he opened them again, Naruto had vanished, and the illusion was broken. Neji, are you coming for dinner tonight? Hinata's mother, Keiko, reappeared at the threshold. Neji hesitated, pursing his lips before walking towards her. Next time, I may not return. Chapter 48. The caged bird inside the Hyuga clan's patriarchal residence. The atmosphere during dinner was notably different from usual. It was less solemn and more lively. Neji, eat more of this. It's good for your health. And this one is beneficial for your eyesight. This too. It aids in recovering from injuries. Madam, that is quite enough. You must address me as aunt. At the dining table, Keiko was in high spirits, continuously serving Neji, seemingly neglecting her own two daughters. Keiko and Niji's mother were sisters, but because Keiko held the status of the heir to the Hyuga clan, she was not marked by the caged bird curse. This unfortunate circumstance created a painful barrier between them. The clan's traditions transformed once close siblings into adversaries. In the past, Hisashi would often bring Neji over for visits and shared meals, but since Hisashi's death, Neji had not returned. Therefore, Keiko was delighted by his presence today. Hinata and Hanabi, the two young ones, had no objections. In fact, Hinata felt relieved that others wouldn't scrutinize her appetite. Hanabi, only 2 years old, secretly climbed onto Hinata's lap, resting against the soft cushion behind her. Ah! Hinata exclaimed, startled by Hanabi's sudden appearance, her expression turning slightly stern. Hanabi, I'm still eating. Why did you come over? Hanabi looked up at her sister, her small mouth pouting, her cherubic face filled with grievance, tears welling in her eyes, leaving Hinata momentarily flustered. Sister, you play with that blonde boy every day during your break and have no time for me. Realizing Hanabi's feelings, Hinata set down her utensils and turned Hanabi around to face her, explaining, Sister isn't playing. She's training with Naruto-kun, and Neji and I is with us too. I want to train too. Hanabi insisted stubbornly. No, why not? You're still too young. You need to wait another year. Then I can train with you after a year? Yes, after a year you can. If you don't believe me, ask Neji and I. As Hinata reassured Hanabi, she inadvertently pointed to Neji. Hanabi looked over at Neji with her innocent, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Neji, taken by surprise at being mentioned, instinctively met her pure gaze. Feeling a sudden twinge in his heart, he recalled Naruto's parting words earlier, understanding their implications and realizing what Naruto intended to do. Free from the caged bird's constraints, he could not remain in Konoha. They would soon leave the village. He had questioned Naruto's words, pondering if they were mere jest. Yet over the years, only Naruto had presented him with a glimmer of hope to soar once more. Despite the fragility of that promise, he chose to believe. Those who merely wait for salvation are unworthy of it, so he resolved to reach for the sky. Yet, inexplicably, as he approached freedom and prepared to shed the caged bird's bonds, he felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Perhaps this was what Naruto meant. After staying in a cage for so long, one forgets how to fly. Determined, Neji gazed back at the expectant eyes before him, a smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor as he gently nodded. Yes, after a year, Hanabi will be able to train with us. Yay. I'll make sure to give that blonde boy a good thrashing. Hanabi, You must call him Naruto and I. No, no. He.S. just a blonde. Outside the door. Hayashi Hyuga could hear his daughter's playful laughter from afar. After taking some time to compose himself, he adjusted his emotions. Now, not only was Konoha facing significant upheaval, but the Hyuga clan was also on the brink of calamity. Hinata's elder brother, Niji, had suddenly appeared in the clan's territory after months of absence, and most critically, the caged bird curse had ceased to function. If this information leaked, the Hyuga clan would be in grave danger. Upon returning home, Naruto found himself greeted by Minato Namikaze and Hinata's brother, Niji. Minato could leave Naruto's sealed space, but only in the form of a shadow clone, and only by borrowing the chakra of the Nine Tails. Otherwise, with his current chakra, he would likely vanish after a single misstep. Initially, Naruto was uncertain about how to address the caged bird issue, considering it a secret technique vital to the survival of the Hyuga clan, one that had been in use for centuries. Finding a solution was anything but simple. After exhausting all possibilities, Naruto decided to take a different approach. Instead of trying to resolve the caged bird curse, he aimed to sever its connection to the outside world, rendering it incapable of affecting the individual. The best choice for achieving this effect was a sealing technique. Fortuitously, Minato was an expert in sealing techniques. For nearly half a year, he had been researching the caged bird seal within Naruto's sealed space, with Hinata's brother, Niji, serving as the subject of study. Though directly capturing someone for research felt inappropriate, Naruto was flexible with his moral boundaries. After months of tireless research, fueled by the chakra of the Nine Tails, Minato finally devised a sealing technique capable of restraining the caged bird curse. However, this method did not completely eliminate the curse. It still existed along with its various negative effects. For instance, if the individual died, their Byakugan would be instantly destroyed, and any forceful extraction would also result in destruction, along with the lingering presence of the mysterious one-degree angle. As for how to resolve these drawbacks, it seemed that only by reaching the moon to obtain the Great Rinnegan or seeking Orochimaru's assistance in the future might provide clarity. What is the situation? Naruto inquired, curious about the two. The results exceeded our expectations. The caged bird technique no longer functions when initiated by the main family, Minato replied, maintaining a sunny smile. Though Hinata's brother, Niji, wore a complex expression. Since the effects are so favorable, why do you look this way? Naruto turned to Niji. Niji, hands clasped over his abdomen, bowed slightly before Naruto, saying, I apologize, Naruto-sama. I am simply still adjusting to the sudden absence of the caged bird's constraints. Hinata Natsu is a traditional ninja from the Hinata branch family. Despite possessing the strength of an average jonin, she willingly accepted the role of a servant to the main family. Nearly a decade spent as a maid has confined her to a life within a cage. You all return to the sealing space, Naruto said, not wishing to interfere too much, as it was merely a matter concerning a maid. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two individuals, and with a swirl of dark patterns, they vanished from sight. He then retrieved the three-eyed cat mask from the sealing space, and, upon donning it, also disappeared from the spot. Chapter 49. Uchiha time rewinds to the moment the four parted ways. Sasuke walked alone on his way home, feeling the gazes of others upon him, particularly the scrutinizing eyes directed at the Uchiha clan. This year, the reputation of the Uchiha had plummeted in the village. Incited by the higher-ups in Konoha, the security department now resembled a powder keg, seeking to endure yet unable to suppress their frustrations, yearning to explode but restrained by Uchiha Fugaku. This oppressive atmosphere had rendered the enforcement of the security department far more violent than before. Thus, as Sasuke traversed the streets, he felt significant pressure. Fortunately, due to the Uchiha's notorious reputation, there were scarcely any commoners remaining near the clan's territory, as they had all relocated over the past year. Sasuke gradually lifted his head, revealing his bruised face. Ah, little Sasuke, have you been hurt? A melodious female voice rang in his ears. Following the sound, Sasuke turned his head to see a girl clad in a purple coat and trousers, her long, smooth black hair cascading down her back. A teardrop-shaped beauty mark rested beneath her right eye, and her gentle smile added to her charm. Sister Izumi, Sasuke greeted obediently. She was one of the few friends of his brother, Uchiha Itachi, and indeed, his only friend within the Uchiha clan. Would you like some dango, little Sasuke? Uchiha Izumi asked, retrieving a skewer of three-colored dumplings from a paper bag in her hand and offering it to him. Thank you, Sister Izumi. as Sasuke accepted the dumplings. A mischievous expression flickered across Izumi's face. Since little Sasuke has accepted the dango from his sister, you must tell me how you got hurt. Given the deteriorating situation of the Uchiha in Konoha, she feared that Sasuke might have been bullied by peers outside. Sasuke's smile faltered slightly. Only his parents and brother knew about his sparring with Naruto, and he had not disclosed it to anyone else. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader and the younger brother of the clan's prodigy, he carried his own pride. If outsiders learned that he was consistently defeated by a peer, he would feel utterly humiliated among the Uchiha. No, it's nothing. I just accidentally fell. Sasuke fabricated a clumsy lie. Izumi certainly did not believe him. After all, who could sustain such bruises from a mere fall? Sasuke, if anyone bullies you outside, you must tell your sister. I'm quite strong now and can help you. Izumi insisted earnestly, gazing intently at Sasuke. Feeling embarrassed, Sasuke stammered, I understand. Observing Sasuke's reluctance to speak, Izumi felt helpless. This was the nature of the Uchiha clan. By the way, little Sasuke, hasn't your brother been home for a while? Hum. While munching on the dumplings, his cheeks puffed out, he answered her question. However, Izumi's expression dimmed as she stared at the paper bag in her hands. Lost in thought. Here, you can have all of these dango, little Sasuke. I must leave for something, she abruptly declared, stuffing the bag into Sasuke's arms before turning and dashing away. Confused by the sudden gesture. Sasuke glanced at the paper bag in his hands and then at Izumi's retreating figure, finding her rather peculiar. He shrugged it off and resumed eating the dumplings. All in all, Sasuke had become somewhat of a darling among the Uchiha, unlike his brother Itachi, who exuded hostility towards their kin. With his charming and adorable appearance, coupled with decent talent, he continued walking until he reached the entrance of the clan's territory, where another pair of concerned faces awaited him. Little Sasuke, why are you hurt again today? Inquired a kind-hearted middle-aged couple. Uncle Shiaki, Auntie Jean. Sasuke greeted them politely, scratching the back of his head bashfully. I accidentally fell while training. Seeing the considerate Sasuke, the couple's affection for him deepened. They retrieved some snacks and beverages from their shop, packed them into a bag, and handed it to him. Take these, little Sasuke. You need to eat well to grow tall. Thank you, Sasuke said after a round of polite refusals. Finally, he left with the bag in hand. Arriving at his doorstep, burdened with items, he found it somewhat inconvenient to open the door. He considered calling for his mother to assist him, but was suddenly met with the sounds of a heated argument from inside. Itachi, where have you been these days? I've been on a mission for the Umbu. Have you forgotten that it was the clan that raised you? Are you still a part of the Uchiha? The Uchiha is part of the village. Enough. Sasuke recognized the voices inside. Aside from his brother and father, the other two belonged to Uchiha Tiho and Uchiha Inaho. Frequent visitors to his home and reputedly formidable ninjas within the security department. Yet, it puzzled him why they often quarreled with his brother. As Sasuke pondered outside, Tiho and Inaho exited the house. Captain, we'll take our leave for now. Please do not forget about Elder Shana's matter, Tiho said. His face still flushed with anger, though he refrained from expressing it further due to the clan leader's presence. Uchiha Fugaku merely nodded, and upon noticing his younger son outside, his brow furrowed slightly. Tiho and Inaho also noticed him, their expressions shifting. Sasuke, has someone been bullying you in the village? Inaho, known for his fiery temperament, immediately ignited with anger upon seeing Sasuke's injuries. Tell me, and I will capture them all. Sasuke quickly shook his head. I just fell from a tree while training. Inaho appeared skeptical and was about to inquire further, but Tiho pulled him away. Watching the two depart, Sasuke let out a quiet sigh. Though they meant well, their stern demeanor reminded him too much of his father. Come inside, Fugaku said, glancing at Sasuke's bruised face, understanding the underlying circumstances without needing to speak. Sasuke dashed into the house, where he immediately spotted his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Without hesitation, he set his belongings down and rushed toward him. Brother. Itachi's previously somber expression brightened upon seeing his younger brother, a rare smile gracing his features. He had returned home merely to check on Sasuke, not expecting to encounter those two earlier. Sasuke. Itachi embraced him, but as he noticed the bruises on Sasuke's face, a flicker of crimson ignited in his eyes, quickly extinguished. Did you lose to Naruto again? Sasuke's expression shifted to one of disappointment, but soon brightened again. Brother, you're back. Can you train with me tomorrow? That way, I can get stronger and defeat him. Itachi hesitated, and after a moment's reflection, shook his head, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead. I'm sorry, Sasuke, perhaps next time. As his gaze shifted, Itachi found himself kneeling before the higher-ups of Konoha. Chapter 50. A meeting inside the Hokage office of the Hokage building. A voice echoed, Hizashi, do you truly intend to wait any longer? If the Uchiha launch a coup, Konoha will suffer tremendous losses, and other ninja villages will seize the opportunity to reignite war against us. Zhuangzi Xiaochun found herself restless. After years of idling, she had never been this proactive. Trust in Itachi emerged within her, for she perceived a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Sarutobi Hizashi was not in a hurry, while Zhuangzi Xiaochun glanced at Danzo, who, as usual, was hunched over, eyes shut, utterly motionless. This left not only Zhuangzi Xiaochun perplexed, but also Mito Tenjin, as the two individuals who typically exhibited the most urgency were now surprisingly calm. If there's nothing amiss, then I shall take my leave, declared Shimura Danzo. Casting a sidelong glance at the quietly smoking Sarutobi Hizashi, their gazes momentarily intertwining before drifting apart. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, yet neither felt the need for excessive dialogue. Zhuangzi Xiaochun and Mito Tenjin exchanged glances, both recognizing their mutual confusion. It seemed they had taken the wrong medicine today. However, their anxiety was futile. Despite the presence of 3 advisors in Konoha, the Hokage's word remained paramount. If the Hokage chose to disregard counsel, no amount of advice from the advisors would bear fruit, leaving only Shimura Danzo to enact seemingly unilateral decisions, with the usual leaders of the meeting maintaining their silence. Zhuangzi Xiaochun and Mito Tenjin resigned themselves to their usual inaction. Since there was nothing pressing, I shall take my leave, Danzo stated, rising unsteadily to depart. Hizashi, since you find this inconvenient, allow me to handle it. The route exists for such purposes. Moreover, I find myself in need of a Sharingan. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly as Sarutobi Hizashi, in that moment, opened his own. Upon Itachi's departure from the Hokage building, he was similarly halted by a root ninja. Inside the Uchiha Police Force's prison, an entirely different conversation was unfolding. Shan, what exactly compelled you to summon me? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, regarding the gaunt, aged man before him, his brow furrowed. Had it not been for this man's repeated requests for Inuzuka and Nara to seek him out, he would not have come. Uchiha Shan, a member of the Konoha police force during the second Hokage's reign, was a cunning individual, having inherited Uchiha Madara's will, and was pivotal in dragging the Uchiha clan into despair. He had once incited rebellion among his kin, but was ultimately apprehended by the second Hokage's Umbu before his plans could come to fruition. Fugaku, do your eyes truly see the future of the Uchiha? The harsh voice reverberated within the dark cell, yet within those murky eyes resided a menacing glint. This gaze tightened Fugaku's heart, yet he maintained his composure. What do you mean by that? I am the clan leader. Huh? You wish to enlist Itachi in your rebellion. Yet that boy has already allied himself with Sarutobi Hizashi. Are you not aware? Uchiha Shan had initially spoken pleasantly, but his tone shifted abruptly as he stood, fixing Fugaku with an unyielding stare. You place the clan's hopes upon a traitor. What are your true intentions? Uchiha Shan's roar interrupted Fugaku's retort. Fugaku fell silent. He understood that a coup would yield no benefits for the Uchiha. Even if successful, the sacrifices required would be unimaginable. He merely hoped to exert pressure on Konoha to alleviate the Uchiha's plight. How do you know this? Why, I informed him, came a sudden voice from behind, causing Fugaku to momentarily freeze before swiftly drawing a kunai to strike. His attack, however, met only empty air. You certainly have a fiery temper, Fugaku. The mocking voice emerged again, and Fugaku turned to see a figure in a cat-faced mask standing beside Uchiha Shan. You. Fugaku recognized the individual, specifically the mask, crafted by Danzo himself. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this masked figure was indeed connected to the Uchiha. Shan, do you truly intend to drag the Uchiha into despair once more? The one dragging the Uchiha into despair is you. Itachi, your own son, is the blade that strikes at the Uchiha, and you are the one truly wielding that blade. Uchiha Shan confronted Fugaku, and despite his age, he exuded an aura that rivaled Fugaku's, a testament to his inheritance of Madara's will. You, Fugaku faltered, his Sharingan capable of glimpsing the future, yet unable to foresee the ultimate outcome. It seems Fugaku has exhausted his temper. Now we may converse. With Fugaku rendered speechless, Naruto, who had been observing, finally spoke. What do you wish to discuss? Fugaku fixed his gaze on Naruto, uncertain whether the latter had employed a body flicker technique or an illusion. He suspected he could not easily best him. I come to offer you a modicum of hope for the Uchiha. After laying the groundwork over 3 chapters, the forthcoming chapters would begin to deliver tangible returns. Chapter 51. Hatred following a calm and friendly negotiation. Uchiha Fugaku ultimately agreed to relinquish all Uchiha clan ninjutsu scrolls and any wealth they could carry away in exchange for Naruto's assistance. On the day of the Uchiha massacre, Naruto would ensure the survival of 20 Uchiha children. Given such a condition, resembling an act of robbery, Fugaku initially recoiled, his eyes burning crimson, breathing heavily, until he caught sight of the black orb in Naruto's hand. Suddenly, he recognized that they were already on the brink of a coup. Should they succeed, they would possess everything. Should they fail, they would have nothing. Wealth and scrolls were merely external possessions. Fugaku regained his composure. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a fragment of the future. If the terrifying chakra contained within that black orb were unleashed, a tremendous explosion would engulf the entire Uchiha territory, leaving nothing behind without the need for a coup. It was the first time he had witnessed such a terrifying vision. The individual could have simply seized everything, but was still willing to extend a hand of assistance. Within a hidden chamber of the Uchiha territory, as Naruto surveyed the room filled with scrolls, his calm expression betrayed a glimmer of excitement. With this vast array of ninjutsu, he could later seek out the Sarutobi, Zhuanqi, Mito, and Shimura clans, though perhaps not the latter, as Danzo's household seemed lacking. Such resources would solidify the foundation of a ninja village. All the Uchiha clan's years of accumulation were contained here. Fugaku, you need not feel ashamed. Did you not already understand that a coup among the Uchiha could never succeed? Naruto reassured the frustrated Fugaku. The eyes hidden beneath the mask began to shift, 3 tomo appearing. Sharingan, you are also of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he did not doubt. Only an Uchiha could master the Sharingan flawlessly. Soon after, a realization dawned upon him. Since you are also a member of the Uchiha clan, why has Naruto's pair of 3 tomo Sharingan become so perilous? Interrupting Uchiha Fugaku, he stated, Fugaku, a transaction is a transaction. These items are exchanged for the continuation of the Uchiha's legacy, which is quite fair. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists, his body beginning to tremble slightly. Has the Uchiha clan truly lost all hope? Naruto cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Fugaku before striding towards a pile of scrolls, the dark ink gliding across his hands. As the clan leader, you fail to control your subordinates, and as a father, you cannot properly educate your own child. In every aspect, you seem rather unqualified. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, struck at a sensitive point. However, you can rest assured, while the Uchiha of Konoha may be no more, the 20 individuals you select will establish a brand new Uchiha in an entirely new location. Only then did Uchiha Fugaku ease his tightly clenched fists, a glimmer of relief appearing in his eyes. Perhaps your vision extends further than mine and Itachi's. Well then, farewell. The masked figure before him suddenly vanished, and Uchiha Fugaku realized that the entire room of scrolls had completely disappeared. Space-time ninjutsu, or perhaps a sealing technique. Uchiha Fugaku did not return home immediately. Instead, he made his way to the prison once more. Elder Shana, do you intend to come out? Although Uchiha Shana was older, he possessed a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan and extensive ninja experience, still holding the strength of AJ Nin, making him a formidable asset. However, Uchiha Shana shook his head, gazing at the scroll in his hands. That masked man mentioned that only 2 individuals attacked the Uchiha. One is your son, and the other is also an Uchiha, targeting the security department. What? Uchiha Fugaku struggled to comprehend the presence of so many traitors within the clan. Could one person truly dismantle the security department? Uchiha Shana's hand tightened around the scroll, veins bulging, as he spoke in a low tone. That fellow claims to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? By now, he must be over 100 years old. Uchiha Fugaku's voice faltered, considering how long it had been since the first Hokage's demise. And Sarutobi Hiruzen had served as Hokage for decades. Humph. A self-proclaimed jester dares to tarnish Lord Madara's name? Uchiha Shana snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Though these eyes may not foresee the Uchiha's future, they can still aid in purging some calamities. Chapter 52. Transcription Seal Naruto, what ninjutsu are you researching now? Perhaps I could assist you. Observing Naruto nestled among a mound of scrolls, engrossed in one, Minato could not suppress his curiosity. He yearned to strengthen his bond with Naruto. It resembles a sealing technique, but I doubt you can be of much help. Naruto replied nonchalantly, no longer minding Minato's proximity, having grown accustomed to it over the year. Minato had indeed aided him significantly and would not oppose his current endeavors, merely offering a few words of caution, which Naruto would dismiss if they proved ineffective. Is that so? Minato's curiosity piqued further as he leaned closer, believing his talent in sealing techniques to be quite commendable, as evidenced by his success in sealing the caged bird. That is the transcription seal, a technique exclusive to the Uchiha, unique to the Sharingan. After a prolonged silence in the sealing space, Uchiha Shursui finally spoke up, both men's gazes widening in surprise. He had observed the Uchiha's plight through Naruto's perspective throughout the year, growing increasingly withdrawn under the weight of despair. As if he had not uttered a word in a month or two, they had nearly forgotten his existence. Meanwhile, Yakushinan had already been released by Naruto to assist him with various tasks. Naruto had placed a flying thunder god mark on her, ensuring her protection while preventing any rash actions. If you wish to learn this, I can assist you. It will save you considerable time. Uchiha Shursui approached the two, his gaze complex as it settled on Naruto. Although Naruto had kept him confined, without him, Shursui doubted he would have survived the emotional turmoil he faced. A selfless offering. Naruto regarded Uchiha Shursui with interest and inquired, "What do you desire?" Uchiha Shursui clenched his teeth and replied, "I hope you can further assist the Uchiha." After a moment of silence, as Shursui grew impatient, Naruto finally spoke. "I cannot save so many. The Uchiha commoners hold no value to me." Uchiha Shursui's expression turned bitter, yet Naruto's subsequent words offered a glimmer of hope. "However, I can provide you with an opportunity when the time comes. You may save whomever you can reach at the location of the Flying Thunder God formation." "Really? Truly?" The light returned to Uchiha Shursui's eyes. Naruto produced a scroll, stating, "This scroll contains a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. You may exchange them." A pair of ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan posed no threat to Naruto now. "Thank you, thank you." For several consecutive days, Naruto immersed himself in studying the transcription seal, even canceling training sessions with Sasuke, Hinata, and Neji. This left Sasuke and Hinata feeling quite dejected, while Neji speculated that Naruto was preparing for something significant. The practice of the transcription seal was not overly complex. However, Naruto had other matters demanding his attention. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the world, and the full moon hung high. Naruto stood atop a rooftop, eyes closed in quiet anticipation. The night breeze rustled his clothing, bringing a refreshing chill. It was a splendid evening. The surroundings were peaceful, and the populace lay ensconced in sweet dreams. When the final light extinguished among the orderly array of buildings, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay the territory of the Sarutobi clan, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained at the Hokage building, and a few ninjas on missions. Most of the Sarutobi clan was present. Such exceptional talents. What a pity. Naruto, do you truly intend to proceed with this? Today, Minato was somewhat verbose, primarily due to the harm involved in Naruto's intended actions. Fourth Hokage, the Sarutobi clan has drained enough blood from this leaky ship called Konoha. It is time for them to pay a price. In a flash, Naruto vanished. Reminiscent of the yellow flash of his past, the Sarutobi territory was protected by barriers, and outsiders would inevitably be detected. Yet Naruto's Flying Thunder God combined with the reverse Flying Thunder God technique rendered him nearly invincible. He could mark the location with the Flying Thunder God seal from a distance, allowing for instantaneous travel within the Sharingan's perception range. Naruto darted around the Sarutobi territory, swiftly locating the estate housing the clan's primary assets. Perched upon a rooftop, he surveyed the area and noted that only 3 Sarutobi Nin were stationed as guards. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly is trusting, leaving such a small contingent to protect it. That is because your abilities are rather unique for anyone else. Simply crossing the outer sensing barrier would be quite challenging. Any unfamiliar chakra passing through that barrier would be detected, not to mention the defensive barrier present. Seeing that Minato could not persuade Naruto, he decided to refrain from further attempts. Is that so? The Sarutobi clan is indeed impressive. Setting up a barrier across such a vast territory must not be simple. They likely utilized resources from the barrier division. Hearing Naruto's sardonic thoughts, Minato felt somewhat speechless. Well then, time to get to work. Naruto leaped directly from the rooftop, the sound of his descent immediately capturing the attention of 3 Sarutobi elite ninjas. "Who goes there?" one of them questioned. "Good evening, gentlemen. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight," Naruto replied with a cheerful smile as he stepped out of the shadows. However, upon seeing his face, the 3 ninjas' expressions changed instantly. "It's the masked man. Sound the alarm," they exclaimed in unison, reaching for their ninja tool bags to retrieve signal flares. "How dull," Naruto sighed, his eyes glowing with a crimson slit. The 3 ninjas stood frozen in place, unable to move. "Now, I can do as I please." Hee. A small black sphere gradually formed in Naruto's hand. It was the Great Spiral Sphere, crafted with his ocular technique. The process was slow due to the need to blend both yin and yang chakra from the external world. The rewriting seal could only bind the caster's ocular technique within another's eyes, setting the conditions for detonation. Thus, Naruto created 3 of these spheres, sealing one in each of the ninjas' eyes. As for the detonation condition, he contemplated the signal flares on their bags, deciding it would be triggered by the sight of a distress signal. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Sarutobi Hizashi would see the Uchiha's plea for help, followed by the explosive chaos among the Sarutobi clan. "Do you 3 know how to open this barrier?" Naruto directly inquired. "At the main gate. A small door can be opened in the barrier. Then open it for me." "We cannot perform that technique." "How troublesome." "Who knows how? Only the elders and the Hokage are aware." "Where are the elders?" At that very moment, Uchiha Itachi wandered alone through the forest of death, the mottled shadows of the trees distorting his icy expression. "Hee. Uchiha Itachi, are you waiting for me?" A figure clad in a black robe materialized before him, wearing a yellow and black patterned mask that revealed only one eye. Upon seeing this figure, Itachi instinctively clenched his fists, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Years prior, this very person had slain his comrades, awakening his Sharingan. "What's wrong? Were you not waiting for me?" Uchiha Obito scoffed. "If not, I shall take my leave." "Damn it." Itachi suppressed the hatred swelling within him and stated coldly, "I require your assistance. You are aware of my conditions. I will join your organization." Itachi's tone was devoid of warmth. Joining the organization would also allow him to gather intelligence for Konoha. "Leave the Uchiha of the security department to me," Obito replied, his tone now markedly indifferent. "You know what I intend to do?" Itachi questioned, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Heh." Obito chuckled darkly, striving to project an air of authority. "This is the fate that the Uchiha deserve. I foresaw this when the Uchiha clan betrayed me. The weak do not merit my company." Itachi's brows furrowed tightly. He had never believed this man to be Uchiha Madara. How could the illustrious Madara choose to live beneath a mask? Yet, now, despite his skepticism, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards this figure. "Can you handle the security department?" Itachi still harbored doubts. "It's merely a security department," Obito replied with an air of nonchalance, though internally, he brimming with confidence. With the power of Kimui, he could achieve absolute surprise attacks against unsuspecting ninjas, save for the likes of the late Minato Namikaze. "In that case, we shall act 3 days hence, following the conclusion of the Uchiha clan meeting. You will handle the Uchiha of the security department." Upon stating this expressionlessly, Itachi noticed a smirk creeping onto Obito's masked face. "No problem. Just don't let me down." 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Yet in this tense atmosphere, each moment felt like an eternity. "Itachi, the clan meeting is imminent. Where are you headed?" Uchiha Fugaku questioned sternly, watching his son prepare to leave. Despite glimpsing the future, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "I have a mission with the Umbu," Itachi replied, his expression unyielding, devoid of emotion. "Itachi, what are your true feelings about the clan?" Fugaku pressed, struggling in vain. Itachi offered only his back, a shadow of darkness enveloping his gaze. "Itachi, how far can your eyes truly see?" Fugaku pondered, suddenly interrupted by his wife's voice behind him. "Fugaku, why hasn't Sasuke returned yet?" He has likely lost track of time due to his training. At the root base of Konoha, Itachi stood before Shimura Danzo, his head bowed, obscured by his hair, seemingly grappling with a significant decision. Today, the Umbu that had been monitoring the Uchiha clan had retreated to a considerable distance. While they could not observe the clan's internal activities, they could easily detect any comings and goings, like setting the stage for a performance. "It seems you are not yet prepared, Uchiha Itachi," Danzo remarked, hunched over as he gazed at the sun sinking behind the mountains, awaiting the unfolding events. Taking a deep breath, Itachi spoke with unprecedented determination. Rest assured, after tonight, the Uchiha clan will cease to exist. This night, he would join forces with Uchiha Madara to massacre the entire Uchiha populace, bearing the weight of their slaughter upon his shoulders, ultimately defecting from Konoha. The Uchiha clan would vanish, leaving behind only Sasuke, burdened with the hatred of his fallen kin. That is for the best, Danzo mused. Glancing at the list in his hand, a sense of excitement brewing within him. It detailed the intelligence of all Uchiha ninjas. After tonight, he would fulfill the uncompleted wishes of his late mentor, Tobirama Senju. Itachi raised his gaze, locking his cold eyes onto Danzo's. I hope you do not forget our agreement. Fear not. After tonight, he will be the only Uchiha left in Konoha. You need not worry about him. I hope so. Father, what must we do? In the Hokage's office, two Umbu figures knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were none other than his eldest son, Sarutobi Shin, and his daughter-in-law, the vice leader of the Umbu, and parents of Konohamaru. You need not concern yourselves too much, merely patrol outside. If anyone escapes, send them to the route. Danzo had already reported every detail of the intelligence to him. He need not take to the forefront. His role was merely to serve as a safeguard. Should Itachi fail to eliminate all the Uchiha, Danzo's route would act first, with his Umbu serving as the final insurance. If all went smoothly, he would merely need to confront Itachi, confirming his status as a rogue ninja. Understood, Father, they replied in unison before departing the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, silently smoking his pipe, a foreboding sense of dread settling in his heart. For tonight, he too would become isolated. On Hokage Rock, Naruto sat cross-legged, watching a dark figure rushing desperately toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Gazing at the emerging full moon, Naruto gradually rose to his feet, extending his arms as if to embrace the entirety of Konoha. Allow me to stir this tempest. This night, Konoha loses not merely a Uchiha. As darkness descended, the resplendent moon ascended into the night sky. The Uchiha clan meeting had concluded, and all clan members had departed from the South East Shrine, leaving only Fugaku Uchiha standing for a moment. He cast a glance back at the secret chamber behind him before slowly departing. Within the Uchiha territory, a shadow draped in moonlight perched atop a towering utility pole, the lines on his face resembling two tears. His blood-red Sharingan silently observed all that transpired within the Uchiha. Forgive me. Chapter 54. The Annihilation in Progress. What a splendid performance this is. Obito Uchiha appeared where Itachi Uchiha had previously crouched, arms crossed, quietly watching Itachi's every action. In mere moments, Itachi's face and body were splattered with blood. Droplets cascading down his cheeks accentuated the malevolence of his crimson Sharingan. Knock, knock, knock. Itachi, drenched in blood, stepped out of a courtyard and rapped on the neighboring door. Is that you, Koyuki? A surprised voice came from the other side. The door swung open swiftly to reveal a kindly face, though the old man's initially joyful expression faltered upon seeing Itachi, only to be replaced by shock at the sight of his blood-soaked form. Itachi, why are you covered in so much blood? Are you hurt? Come in quickly. I have medicine for your wounds. The old man stepped aside to allow Itachi entry, turning to call for his partner to fetch the remedy. However, just as she turned, a long sword pierced through her chest. The woman gazed in bewilderment at the small portion of the blade protruding from her body, smeared with blood and glimmering ominously in the moonlight. She attempted to warn her partner, but blood surged from her throat, stifling her voice. Before collapsing, she struggled to look back at her assailant, but all she saw were the emotionless Sharingan eyes lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, Koyuki has not returned yet. Old lady. A startled voice rang out as an elderly man emerged from the house, staring blankly at the scene of his partner's collapse. Just as he prepared to scream for help, Itachi ensnared him in a genjutsu, rendering him immobile before swiftly severing his head. Something feels amiss. Itachi scrutinized the list, pondering for a moment before ultimately retracting it, preparing to move on to the next household. Yet at the doorway, he encountered an unwelcome figure. Father. Inside the secret chamber of the South East Shrine, 19 youthful figures, some even mere toddlers, gathered, the eldest merely 5 years old, the youngest not even 3. Many of the children were engaged in hushed conversations or various ninja games, as children of this age can find joy in any setting. Beside them stood a gentle, mature woman, one of the reasons these children could play so happily. Aunt Makoto, when can we go home? However, not all were content. Little 4-year-old Koyuki leaned against Mikoto's embrace, her eyes wide with concern. Mikoto's previously distracted expression returned to warmth as she smiled gently at the girl, soothingly replying, "Do not worry, Koyuki, it won't be long before we can leave." Just then, the door to the secret chamber creaked open, and a figure entered. Mikoto, recognizing the newcomer, rose with Koyuki in her arms, her expression tinged with sorrow. "Inahoshi, you've come." A flash of pain crossed Inahoshi Uchiha's face as he spoke. "You have worked hard, Lady Mikoto. At least I do not have to witness that hellish scene." Mikoto shook her head slowly, her tone laced with melancholy. Inahoshi pursed his lips, recollecting the sight of corpses strewn across the clan grounds, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mikoto chose not to speak further, instead turning to the other children. Her warm smile returning as she said, "Children, how about we play a game with Annie next?" Upon hearing about the game, the previously impatient children brightened with anticipation. "Aunt Mikoto, will there be rewards after the game?" A bold little boy raised his hand eagerly. "Of course, but the rewards are limited. Only the top-ranking children will receive them." "What kind of game is it?" "The game involves seeing who can keep their eyes closed the longest. The first child to open their eyes will be out, and the reward will be an abundance of snacks for an entire year." At this, many children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the Uchiha children were tempted by the prospect of endless treats. "Do you all want to play?" Mikoto prompted with a smile. "Yes, we want to play. I want to be first. I am the first." Watching the children in their playful chaos, Inahoshi felt a sense of comfort. At least, hope for the Uchiha still existed. "If we are to play, then let us begin. I will count to 3, and everyone must close their eyes." "All right. 1, 2, 3. Once all the children had their eyes closed, Inahoshi retrieved a box of incense from his ninja tool pouch and slowly lit it. Mikoto and Inahoshi fell silent, patiently awaiting the children's slumber, which would facilitate their subsequent plans. "When will he arrive?" Mikoto asked as she laid all the children down on their beds. Inahoshi pushed open the door, glancing at the moonlight outside, estimating the time. "It should be before he could finish." A shuriken suddenly flew towards them. Inahoshi's eyes widened in shock as he drew a shuriken of his own and dashed out of the secret chamber, shouting, "Enemies!" Hearing the commotion, Mikoto instantly shifted into a combat stance, her Sharingan flaring to life. However, when she burst through the door, she was met with disbelief. Inahoshi had been struck down instantly, and as she turned to face the assailant, her incredulity deepened. The fourth Hokage? Chapter 55. I am Uchiha Madara. Itachi Uchiha has left with Fugaku Uchiha. Should we intervene? Beneath a street lamp, a carnivorous plant sprouted, revealing a half-black, half-white bald head. "No need. He will resolve it himself. We merely need to fulfill our own tasks." Obito Uchiha spoke in a flat tone, his brows furrowing beneath his mask as he continued. "Have you yet to uncover the identity of that masked man?" Obito was inquiring about Naruto Uzumaki. The explosion that occurred in the Konoha forest a year prior had not escaped anyone's notice. The entire shinobi world was aware of the attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. However, others lacked the comprehensive intelligence that Obito possessed. He sought to recruit this individual into the Akatsuki, yet despite the passage of time, he had yet to uncover the man's identity. Zetsu shook his head, his tone peculiar as he replied, "No, but my clone did discover an intriguing individual." "Who?" Obito asked with curiosity. "Shursui Uchiha. He is still alive?" Obito was taken aback, having thought Shursui vanished from Konoha a year ago. "Yes, he is currently heading toward the Uchiha clan grounds." Both Obito and Zetsu furrowed their brows in unison, an ominous premonition settling within them. Does he intend to interfere as well? Indeed, his initial target was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. We must hasten our pace. Uchiha Obito moved swiftly towards the security department. Uchiha Itachi followed his father, Uchiha Fugaku, into a thicket of trees. "Itachi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was icy as he scrutinized his son. Though he had anticipated this day, witnessing it firsthand filled him with profound sorrow. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged. His demeanor as detached as ever. He had resolved that even in the face of his own father, he could wield his sword without hesitation. "Father, are you aware of what the Uchiha clan is doing? Do you intend to eradicate all your kin?" Uchiha Fugaku roared, his voice hoarse. "Have you forgotten that you are also an Uchiha?" Uchiha Itachi's expression was devoid of turmoil as he replied flatly, "I have not forgotten. Therefore, after tonight, I too shall depart from Konoha." When the Uchiha chose to stage a coup, their destruction became inevitable. Father, the downfall of the Uchiha is a consequence of your own actions, and I can no longer allow you to plunge Konoha into darkness. What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku was infuriated by Itachi's words. After years of mediating relations between Konoha and the Uchiha, he could hardly fathom that his own son had turned into such a beast. Father, this may be the last time I address you as such. You are too formidable and must remain here. Once the battle concludes, I will reveal to you the future I have seen with my own eyes. Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope pattern, crimson light illuminating the skeletal shapes surrounding him. Meanwhile, at a distance, several masked ninjas had discreetly set up a barrier to avoid alarming the villagers residing in the Uchiha territory. Uchiha Obito hurried towards the security department, weaving through the trees. Uchiha Obito suddenly grunted as several kunai shot towards him from the shadows of the trees. Such stealthy attacks are difficult for an average person to counter. However, when the kunai struck him, they merely passed through his form, embedding themselves into the tree behind him. Uchiha Obito halted, glancing towards the source of the kunai. In that shadow, he beheld a pair of Sharingan adorned with 3 tomo. Such vibrant eyes, he mused, genuinely impressed. What a pity, they are far too weak. He dashed towards Uchiha Izumi, the chains on his wrist clinking melodiously as he sought to reclaim the eye. Uchiha Izumi was startled by Obito's sudden movement. Her attack had clearly struck, yet it bore no fruit. Without hesitation, she turned to flee. However, even with her 3 tomo, the freshly graduated Uchiha Izumi could not hope to outrun the kaleidoscope-wielding Uchiha Obito. In no time, Obito caught up with her. Beneath the pale moonlight, the Sharingan he revealed exuded a chilling aura of death. Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over her. Under the kaleidoscope, all else is but an ant. Regret washed over her for her earlier ambush. She had initially been instructed by Elder Shun to seek out Inari at the South-East Shrine, but encountered an Uchiha intruder en route, prompting her ill-fated attempt at stealth. This eye is wasted on you. Uchiha Obito's chain shot towards Uchiha Izumi, who hastily drew her kunai to defend herself. Clang, 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 clang. She struggled to fend off each blow, her hands growing numb with every impact. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Uchiha Izumi formed hand seals. Her talent for ninjutsu was modest, with a greater aptitude for taijutsu, and her ninjutsu repertoire was limited. Fire release, great fireball technique. A modest fireball soared towards Uchiha Obito, yet he did not flinch. The jutsu passed right through his form. What? Uchiha Izumi gasped, shocked that her ninjutsu had no effect. In that instant, the chains ensnared her body. Oh no. A tremendous force yanked her towards Uchiha Obito. He raised his hand, mimicking a heart-pulling gesture. This power could easily penetrate her form. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. 3 kunai engulfed in flames hurtled towards Uchiha Obito. Alarmed, he entered a phasing state, causing the chains that bound Uchiha Izumi to fall away, and she plummeted from the sky. A shadow darted through the air, catching her before she hit the ground. Shui? The narrowly escaped Uchiha Izumi felt more shock than relief upon seeing Uchiha Shursui. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Shursui lowered Uchiha Izumi to the ground. Having sprinted all the way from Hokage Rock, he was undoubtedly fatigued. Uchiha Shursui, I can't believe you, who had been missing, has reappeared. Although Uchiha Obito's tone was one of surprise, it remained remarkably calm. Who are you? Uchiha Shursui inquired, eyeing the masked figure before him with annoyance. Was it a trend for dangerous individuals to don masks these days? Humph, I am Uchiha Madara. Chapter 56. You dare call yourself Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara? Upon hearing this name, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi were momentarily taken aback. Such an ancient name. This man, leveraging the reputation of others, is hardly credible with such a relic of a name. Haha, are you merely a coward hiding behind a mask to frighten others? You resemble more a circus clown. It must be said, spending time with Naruto had sharpened Uchiha Shursui's wit. Uchiha Izumi was also slightly stunned. The Uchiha Shursui of the past would not have spoken in such a manner. Shursui's words rendered the face beneath Obito's mask grim. It had been long since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Boy, do not confuse ignorance with bravery. Have you ever witnessed me at the height of my power? Uchiha Obito's right eye behind the mask suddenly glowed a deep crimson, the tomo beginning to whirl. A complex shuriken pattern materializing in his gaze. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui felt a jolt of alarm. Why did all these masked individuals possess kaleidoscope Sharingan? Shirsue's eyes too began to shift, though they remained as mere three-tomo Sharingan. Now it was Uchiha Obito's turn to be astonished. Was it not reported that Uchiha Shirsue's eyes had been plucked and replaced with ordinary ones? Damn it. Zetsu, your intelligence is lacking. Uchiha Obito was drenched in sweat. While his Kimyui was formidable, the risk of using it against a threat like Shirsue was unnecessary. Boy, your talent is commendable. I am willing to offer you a chance. Should you wish to join my organization, seek me out. After uttering these words, Uchiha Obito turned once more towards the security department. Watching the figure depart, Uchiha Shirsue exhaled a sigh of relief. Facing a kaleidoscope Sharingan while possessing only three-tomo was undeniably daunting. Izumi, how is your condition? Uchiha Shirsue inquired about her well-being. I am fine, not injured. Uchiha Izumi instinctively replied. Although she had nearly perished, she truly had sustained no significant harm, merely a tingling in her hands. You should be able to make your way to the South-East Shrine, correct? Yes, I can manage, Shirsue. I never imagined you were still alive. If Itachi were to know, do not mention that scoundrel. As Uchiha Izumi's words hung in the air, Uchiha Shirsue abruptly interrupted her, his expression contorted with an unsettling ferocity. Shirsue, Izumi stammered, bewildered, unsure of what she had said to provoke such a response. Uchiha Shirsue struggled to rein in his emotions. His voice low and grave. Uchiha Itachi has betrayed the clan. He is currently slaughtering our civilians. I must rush to their aid. How? How is that possible? Itachi. Izumi found it hard to accept this grim reality. I lack the time to elaborate. Head to the Nanha Shrine. If you encounter Uchiha Itachi, flee immediately. I must go. Shirsue, now pressed for time, vanished without another word, his speed unparalleled even without the use of his Manjiki Sharingan. Left behind, Uchiha Izumi staggered in a direction not toward the shrine, but to her home, where her mother awaited. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito finally arrived at the security department, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of unease, far greater than he had anticipated. Why is it so eerily quiet here? He pondered at the entrance, noting the oppressive darkness within, which struck him as unusual for this hour. Zetsu, sense anything? Understood. Zetsu emerged, closing his eyes to focus, only to find an impenetrable barrier obstructing his perception. There's a barrier. I cannot discern what lies inside. Obito frowned, realizing that what he had thought would be a simple task was fraught with complications. Could someone have leaked my information? Should we proceed? Zetsu inquired. Obito responded with a scoffing chuckle, brimming with arrogance. Of course we'll proceed. What of it? With Kamui at my disposal, I am invincible. Zetsu retreated into the ground, aware of his lack of combat abilities. As Obito stepped into the lobby of the security department, the door slammed shut behind him. He immediately felt the weight of countless Sharingan fixated upon him, flickering embers igniting in the darkness. Instantly, he entered a state of intangibility. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Multiple fire dragons surged toward him, only to pass through his form harmlessly, detonating against the ground and transforming the area into a fiery inferno, illuminating the hall where over a dozen Uchiha with Sharingan stared intently at him. Quite the spectacle, Obito remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he witnessed the futility of their ninjutsu. Just as he considered reverting to a tangible state, several Uchiha began forming hand seals once more. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Flames surged forth again, compelling Obito to maintain his intangibility. Do you truly believe such tactics will affect me? Obito mocked. Though despite his derision, he felt the cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. His intangibility could only last for 5 minutes before he would revert to his physical form. Humph, you dare claim to be Uchiha Madara? A voice, aged and commanding, rang out. Obito turned towards the source, where a gray-haired elder sat, lined with wrinkles. Uchiha Shinjitsu? Obito frowned, his voice steady. I am indeed Uchiha Madara. At this proclamation, Shinjitsu rose from his chair, his murky eyes glaring at Obito with fury. You wretched creature, you dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara? Absurd. Team 3, unleash the fire technique. Yes, fire release, great fire dragon technique. With Shinjitsu's command, several Uchiha began to form seals, reigniting the flames that had yet to extinguish. Obito's expression shifted to one of alarm. This elder was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. Chapter 57. Mere grains of sand. Obito's face, concealed beneath his mask, contorted in distress. This was the significance of intelligence in a ninja's battle. He had been cornered by this elder. Do you think this will deter me? Obito's voice dripped with icy defiance as he regarded Shinjitsu as one would a mere specter, mere grains of sand, unworthy of Madara's attention. Shinjitsu's voice was laced with mockery. Fool, you are utterly oblivious to the true terror of the Manjiki. Obito gritted his teeth and charged at Shinjitsu, determined to send this old man to the Kamui dimension. Eager to witness his humiliation, continued to unleash the fire technique. Shinjitsu bellowed, undeterred, his eyes wide as Obito approached. He retrieved a kunai from his pouch, aiming for Obito's heart. Maintaining his intangibility, the two collided, and Obito slipped behind Shinjitsu, using him as a temporary shield against the flames while he regained his corporeal form. Simultaneously, he pressed his hand against Shinjitsu's back. Old man, are you prepared to utter your last words? Obito's tone bore a hint of triumph. He believed he had the upper hand. Yet, feeling the flames approaching and the firm reality of Shinjitsu behind him, a cunning smile crept onto Shinjitsu's face. The explosive tags affixed to him detonated simultaneously, their blinding light capturing Obito's undivided attention. What? After 7 years, Obito had fallen into the same trap again. Mistakenly believing that without the flying thunder god technique, he could escape this very same ambush. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted, the force of the detonated tags reducing the security department to ruins, with all Uchiha members having vacated prior to the blast, suffering only minor injuries from flying debris. Amidst the rubble, Shinjitsu re-emerged, his left Sharingan fading to a grayish hue. He had preemptively activated his Anaji, a desperate gamble for his life. Initially, he had doubted the success of this plan, only to be surprised by the apparent inexperience of this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Yet, concern still etched his brow. Elder Shinjitsu. Who exactly is this individual? A dozen Uchiha encircled him, their expressions turning to shock upon witnessing Obito's condition. Half of his body had been obliterated, yet no blood flowed. Instead, an unidentified white substance oozed from the severed edges, coalescing to seal the wound. Thus, despite his grievous injuries, Obito remained alive, his consciousness intact. The mask on Obito's face had been partially blown away, revealing his anguished expression, with his soul eye fixated on Shinjitsu, who loomed above him. Damn it! To be reduced to this by an old man. Curse it, I have once again miscalculated. Zetsu, who had been observing from a distance, could not help but vent his frustration. Obito's unreliability was maddening. He found himself longing for the competence of the true Uchiha Madara. Zetsu split into two forms. Black and white. You distract them, I will handle the rescue. Understood. White Zetsu replied promptly, clapping his hands together. Spore technique. Before the battle had even commenced, he had already unleashed spores into the surroundings, which had swiftly adhered themselves to the Uchiha clan members nearby. What on earth is this? Observing the sudden emergence of white, swollen forms on their bodies, several younger Uchiha members gasped in shock. This entity is absorbing chakra? Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, astonished to witness the spores grow into humanoid shapes as they consumed chakra. It bore a resemblance to the wood release of Senju Hashirama. Maintaining composure, he reassured himself that this entity could not absorb a substantial amount of chakra. The atmosphere quickly settled. After all, they were elite Uchiha, and upon seeing the doppelganger-like entities, they began to comprehend the situation. Without expending much effort, they swiftly eradicated the spores. This is bad, Elder Shana. The masked man has vanished. Uchiha Tetsuka, who had been among the first to neutralize the doppelganger spores, soon realized the gravity of the situation. The Uchiha Obito, who had been writhing on the ground, was nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? No one was near him. The elite Uchiha present were taken aback. The masked man's earlier state clearly indicated he could not have fled on his own. This meant that someone had stealthily bypassed their Sharingan's perception and abducted him. Elder Shana's previously calm expression turned grim. He had anticipated eliminating a future threat to the Uchiha clan. Elder Shana, what shall we do now? Uchiha Tetsuka's expression mirrored the seriousness of the situation, particularly concerning the Uchiha's standing in Konoha. Taking a deep breath, Elder Shana addressed the assembly of elite Uchiha. Speaking in a grave tone, all of you, proceed to the south shrine immediately. And what about you? Me? The Uchiha have been patient for far too long. I shall confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and demonstrate the Uchiha's resolve. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Uchiha Itachi gazed upon the lifeless body of Uchiha Fugaku, tears streaming down his cheeks. Itachi could never have brought himself to slay Fugaku under normal circumstances. However, Fugaku had come with the intent to die, knowing that his proud son had taken the lives of so many of their kin. How could he possibly continue to exist in such a world? Itachi recalled his father's poignant words. Itachi, I do not wish to fight my own child. If this is the future you foresee, then I entrust Sasuke to you. A flicker of sorrow crossed Itachi's usually calm eyes as he contemplated his father's last request. Raising his gaze, he calculated the time. Sasuke should be arriving soon. Itachi lifted his father's corpse and utilized the body flicker technique to hasten his return home. Aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to, those civilians would be managed by root operatives. However, Itachi was disheartened to find that his mother was not at home. Just as Itachi had finished arranging the scene, a child's voice rang out from outside. Daddy, Mommy, there's so much blood outside. Uncle and Aunt are hurt. Chapter 58. Sarutobi Shino returning to the moment of the father-son clash. Root and ANBU ninjas lurking outside the barrier felt a wave of dread wash over them as they beheld the battle within. This was no longer a conflict between mere mortals. It had transformed into a clash of titans. Uchiha Fugaku radiated blue chakra, his Susanoo enveloping him like a malevolent spirit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi donned a crimson Susanoo, wielding the ten-fist sword, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. The two charged at one another, and upon collision, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, threatening to rend the very fabric of space within the barrier. Those outside the barrier trembled. Should Uchiha Fugaku emerge victorious, they would stand no chance against such a monstrous force. This vantage point is quite entertaining. A voice laced with mockery suddenly echoed near the root operatives, causing even those who had been awed by Susanoo's terrifying presence to feel a chill of fear. An enemy, one of the root shouted, and the others turned toward the source of the voice. A man with a three-eyed cat mask stood before them. Shadow binding technique. A member of the Nara clan among the roots swiftly formed hand seals. It was night, his domain, and the shadows beneath him connected with Naruto's success. Feeling the restraints encroach upon his body, Naruto realized the technique was not as formidable as it seemed. As long as his chakra or physical prowess was sufficient, he could easily break free. Body flicker technique. Just as Naruto was contemplating the shadow binding technique, another root operatives moved in, this time from the Yamanaka clan. Suddenly, Naruto felt an intrusive consciousness attempting to invade his mind. The sensation was unbearable, prompting him to deliver a swift kick towards the offending ninja, sending him off to meet the Nine Tails. All set. To the others, Naruto appeared to be under control. Attack quickly. The root ninja who had cast the shadow binding technique shouted to his comrades, finding their delayed reactions exasperating. Right. Only then did the root ninja spring into action, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. These four root ninjas evidently operated as a well-coordinated team. Two controlled the situation while the other two focused on output, and the two output ninjas even had enhancements to their techniques. Still, they were ultimately lacking against Naruto. It seems this is their limit. Beside them, however, is a significant presence. Disappointed, Naruto shook his head and effortlessly broke free from the shadow binding technique's grasp. A vast vortex materialized, absorbing the two ostentatious ninjutsu aimed at him. Lacking any special bloodline limit or physique, the chakra they possessed held little value for Naruto. It was insufficient even for him to form a single Rasengan. Consider it a token of our first encounter. A small black sphere, no larger than a fingertip, coalesced upon Naruto's index finger. Miniature spiraling sphere. Naruto then activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. The three remaining conscious root members stared blankly at the ever-expanding black sphere, only to be met with silence as a crater several meters wide was left in its wake. Captain, what just happened over at Root? Despite the diminutive size of the miniature spiraling sphere, its explosive force was still considerable, capturing the attention of the ANBU team nearby. Sarutobi Shino, puzzled, turned to look in the direction of the recent explosion and quickly made a decision. You two, investigate the situation and report back to me immediately with any findings. Understood. The two responded in unison before heading toward the site of the explosion. However, time passed, and no word returned from them. Shino? Sarutobi Shino's wife spoke up, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Yes, they must have encountered an enemy. A grave expression deepened on Sarutobi Shino's face. As the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his Anbu were not ordinary shinobi. They were all elite. At the very least Jonin. For two of them to be silently dispatched was a feat even he could not achieve, unless the adversary possessed strength comparable to his father. Ayari, you should go to the Hokage building and inform my father of this. I suspect that explosion was caused by that masked man from a year ago. Sarutobi Shino urged his wife to leave first, believing he could manage to escape unharmed due to his elite Jonin strength. Ayari hesitated, but, trusting in her husband's abilities, nodded in agreement. In that case, be cautious. Your status is different from other shinobi. After Ayari finished speaking, she leaped onto the branches. Yet, just as she took off, an air bullet pierced through her chest, sending her tumbling from the tree. Ayari, Sarutobi Shino, who had been watching his wife depart, let out a frantic shout, racing madly toward the spot where she had fallen. When he finally located his wife, she had already succumbed to death. Sarutobi Shino felt as if his heart would leap from his chest, the desire for slaughter surging within him. Who could it possibly be? Show yourself. Suddenly, a heavy object fell before him. It was one of the umbu he had previously sent. Sarutobi Shino stepped forward and seized the man by his collar, demanding an explanation. Bear, what is happening? The man, referred to as Bear, could only cough, revealing that one of his arms had been severed. Sarutobi Shino, deputy minister of the Konoha Umbu, son of the Hokage, quite the esteemed figure, a voice echoed from above. Upon looking up, Sarutobi Shino beheld a figure cloaked in a white robe, adorned with a three-eyed cat mask. It's you. Sarutobi Shino's eyes widened with fury as he cast aside the umbu member. Why did you kill Ayari? Huh? Naruto appeared caught off guard, as if he had stumbled upon a joke. You wish to obtain the right to bear arms without the resolve to be slain? Sarutobi Shino. You cannot be so naive. Bastard. Sarutobi Shino barked in anger, unleashing a jutsu that Naruto was all too familiar with, multi-shadow clone technique. Three figures appeared beside him. Interesting, thought Naruto, recalling the renowned technique of Sarutobi Hizashi, albeit missing one clone. The original and clones, a total of 4, formed different seals simultaneously. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Lacking lightning release chakra, Sarutobi Shino could not integrate lightning techniques into this jutsu. Yet the sheer force of the gathering chakra around him was nothing short of awe-inspiring, an impressive spectacle as the 4 techniques merged, gathering power like a brewing storm. Then I shall respond in kind. A planetary black sphere materialized in Naruto's palm, mimicking the nine-tailed beast ball as he concentrated chakra, transforming it into a radiant beam. Let us call it Void Flash. Both parties readied themselves. Naruto stood to the left, Sarutobi Shino to the right. Yet, as their powers collided, Sarutobi Shino collapsed into slumber. The residual force of the Void Flash cleaved the forest in two. The umbu known as Bear, witnessing the endless chasm, instinctively gulped. Surely, this was akin to a humanoid-tailed beast. Is your codename Bear? Bear nodded subconsciously. Go inform Sarutobi Hizashi. If he desires his son, he must come to the Uchiha clan grounds personally. Chapter 59, The Night of Annihilation concludes. The night was eerily silent due to the overwhelming presence of participants at the training grounds, causing Sasuke to wait a considerable time for his turn. However, he was fortunate to receive guidance from a capable J-Nin for his fire release training, yielding commendable results. Regrettably, he lamented the absence of Naruto during practice, feeling disappointed. Akin to his brother, who was perpetually occupied. Upon arriving at the clan entrance, he discovered the streets were desolate. The usually present Uncle Handburn was absent from his shop front. Curiosity compelled Sasuke to peek inside, only for his eyes to widen in shock as the acrid scent of blood assaulted him, inducing a wave of nausea. The sight of Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jong's corpses evoked a profound fear within him. He retreated step by step before fleeing towards home, the wretched stench of blood trailing relentlessly behind him, accompanied by distant sounds of conflict. Sasuke wished to disregard everything. He yearned to return home to inform his parents about Uncle Handburn's fate. Bursting through the door, he exclaimed in a panic, "Dad! Mom! There's so much blood!" Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jong. However, before he could finish, the overwhelming scent of blood engulfed him. Staring blankly ahead, he struggled to comprehend the horrifying scene before him. The once quaint and tidy living room was now stained with blood. His father lay lifeless on the floor, blood oozing from his wounds. His beloved brother stood in the room, wielding a long blade, drenched in blood, his face marked with streaks that were indistinguishable as either blood or tears. "Father, brother, you didn't do this. Where are the enemies?" Despite the evidence that Uchiha Itachi was responsible for their father's murder, as well as Uncle Hanburn's, Sasuke instinctively rejected this conclusion. "Oh foolish brother, are you still deceiving yourself?" Itachi's cold voice shattered the psychological defenses Sasuke had constructed. His eyes, filled with confusion, bewilderment, and terror, settled upon Itachi. "Is this not enough to stimulate you?" Itachi mused, believing Sasuke would awaken his Sharingan. It seemed necessary for him to witness the truth firsthand. The three tomo in Itachi's eyes began to swirl, morphing into a complex kaleidoscopic pattern, and a single tear of blood trickled from the corner of his eye. He pulled Sasuke into the Jinjutsu, deliberately including their mother, Uchiha Mikoto, within its confines. Yet, the flow of time between the world of Tsukuyomi and reality differed. Even though Sasuke experienced the harrowing scene of Itachi slaying their parents multiple times in the Jinjutsu, only an instant passed in the real world. Following his furious roar, Sasuke's eyes widened as tears streamed down, gradually turning crimson, with a single tomo appearing in each eye. "Why did you do this?" Itachi's tone remained devoid of emotion as he replied, "Why? To test my capacity, to attain even greater power." "Capacity?" Sasuke paused, struggling to comprehend why. For such a trivial reason, Itachi would annihilate their parents and countless clansmen. He incredulously retorted, "For such a trivial reason, you killed our parents? You slaughtered so many of our kin." Itachi merely regarded him with cold indifference. "You damn bastard." In a fit of rage, Sasuke withdrew a kunai from his pocket, launching it towards Itachi with surprising speed. Bang! The kunai barely grazed Itachi's clothing before he effortlessly kicked it back, the impact leaving Sasuke dizzy and disoriented. Attempting to rise, he found himself unable to steady himself. Itachi's frigid, emotionless voice echoed once more, "Foolish brother, in your current state, you possess no value even for me to consider killing. If you wish to slay me, then harbor your hatred, loathe me, and live on in your own wretched way." With that, Itachi turned and departed, only glancing back once as he reached the street. That single glance froze him in place. Naruto, adorned with the three-eyed cat mask, was pulling Uchiha Sasuke out by his collar. Noticing Itachi's gaze, Naruto appeared unfazed, waving cheerfully at him. "What's this? Care for a cup of tea?" He gestured towards the Uchiha clan leader's residence behind him. Itachi clenched his fists, the previously concealed Sharingan reappearing. "What do you intend to do with Sasuke?" Itachi unsheathed his long blade, charging toward Naruto. He had already overexerted his Manjiki Sharingan today. His vision was beginning to blur, and he could not afford to utilize its powers recklessly any longer. "Is that how you intend to approach me?" Naruto was somewhat taken aback as he raised his hand and unleashed a jutsu, causing Uchiha Itachi's form to disperse into a flurry of crows. Could it be a shadow clone? Turning his gaze towards Sasuke, he noticed that Uchiha Itachi had indeed appeared at his side, attempting to seize the Uchiha Sasuke from his grasp. However, Naruto would not allow Itachi to succeed so easily. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and, with Sasuke in tow, materialized 10 meters away. How swift! Itachi was momentarily startled, and the kaleidoscopic patterns within his eyes emerged as he endeavored to pull Naruto into the realm of Tsukuyomi. Just as the illusion took hold, Naruto felt a fleeting blur before he found himself bound to a cross. What an insidious ability! Observing Itachi, who wielded a sharp blade, Naruto reflected upon the situation without a hint of anxiety. "You should not target Sasuke. You will come to regret this decision." Itachi lunged forward, plunging the blade toward Naruto's abdomen. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed, yet the cry of agony did not emanate from Naruto, but rather from Itachi himself. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi had become the one bound to the cross, while Naruto had assumed the role of the blade wielder. What on earth is happening? Itachi could scarcely believe the unfolding reality. This was supposed to be his domain. Tsukuyomi was indeed terrifying, yet what is conjured from fantasy remains mere illusion. And I possess the power to manifest those fantasies into reality. The three tomo appeared in Naruto's eyes, swirling and transforming into a vertical slit. How is this possible? Itachi sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from those eyes. "Uchiha Itachi, You harbor the ambition to create a world, yet you have entrusted it to delusion. Ultimately, Itachi savored the taste of his own ocular technique. When he regained consciousness from Tsukuyomi, only 3 seconds had elapsed in reality. Panting heavily, Itachi knelt upon the ground, drenched in sweat. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from a nearby street. "Uncle Yang, Brother Tiawa, this way. The shrine is closer from here." The voice belonged to Uchiha Shursui, and though it was not loud, it carried an urgent tone, guiding others while harboring a fear of being overheard. Both Naruto and Itachi turned their heads in unison, discovering Uchiha Shursui leading a group of dozens of Uchiha clan members. Among them were both young and old, ninjas and civilians alike. They were both astonished. Naruto was surprised to find that most of the security department's ninjas were still alive, including Uchiha Izumi, who appeared utterly dazed. It seemed that Uchiha Obito's single-eyed prowess was not as formidable without the advantage of information. Itachi, however, was stunned, his mind shaken. He had not anticipated Shursui's survival. Meanwhile, Shursui's group had also noticed the commotion involving Naruto. "Shursui, it seems you have worked hard," Naruto remarked, observing the throng following Shursui, which included a dozen ninjas and around 20 ordinary clan members. Shursui appeared battered and worn, as if he had recently engaged in a fierce battle with the Root and Umbu ninjas. Shursui hurriedly approached, bowing in apology, gritting his teeth as he said, "I apologize." Lord Naruto, unsure how to address Naruto, he feared that bringing such a large group might provoke Naruto's ire. "Rest assured, I will honor my promise. For every person you bring, I shall save one." "Thank you, my lord." Shursui glanced at Itachi, who lay on the ground, staring vacantly at him. A flicker of complexity crossed his gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by a glint of hostility. "How do you intend to deal with Uchiha Itachi?" Shursui's voice trembled slightly. Itachi regarded Shursui with a complicated expression. Although Shursui had once harbored unwavering faith in the will of fire, he had always placed the clan and the village on equal footing, and now, Itachi's actions were unforgivable in his eyes. "Leave his eyes. As for the rest, let the Uchiha handle it." "Thank you, my lord." Genuine gratitude shone on Shursui's face. Itachi lowered his head, breathing heavily, fingers gripping the ground tightly. "I'm sorry, Shursui, but I have my own reasons to continue on this path." Red rib-like structures emerged beside him, and massive claws lunged toward Naruto. With a swift leap backward, Naruto evaded the attack, but just then, a green figure whirled towards him. Konoha's whirlwind. Recognizing the force behind the attack, Naruto felt a smirk tug at his lips as he leaped again with Sasuke in tow, while Might Guy's kick left a deep crater in its wake. Observing the commotion behind Might Guy, Naruto noticed a significant number of individuals approaching, led by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Flanked by an array of Umbu ninjas and ninjas from various villages, advancing with fierce intent. A smile crept onto Naruto's face. It seemed a new cast of characters was about to take the stage. Chapter 60. At this moment, is it not a jest? "Itachi, are you alright?" Might Guy stood before Uchiha Itachi, adopting a combat stance. Itachi staggered to his feet, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, his gaze vacant and blurred. He could only ascertain the identity of the newcomer through his voice. "Is that you, Guy-senpai?" "Yes, I, along with the Hokage and others, have arrived. Do not worry. We will avenge the Uchiha." Might Guy's declaration left Itachi momentarily dazed. The Uchiha's vengeance? However, before Itachi could clarify, Might Guy charged at Naruto. "You scoundrel! Not only have you invaded Konoha, but you have also slaughtered the Uchiha clan's civilians. I will not spare you. Hand over the hostages." Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy twirled and kicked toward Naruto. Faced with Might Guy, who was still grappling with the situation, Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance. Guy was an exceptionally straightforward individual. While Naruto did not particularly dislike him, he also did not hold him in high regard. Nonetheless, the past month spent training alongside Guy had been quite enjoyable. Naruto responded in kind, evading and parrying as he kept Sasuke safe in his grasp. Might Guy spun like a top, causing the surrounding Uchiha ninjas, who were contemplating whether to intervene, to become dizzy. "Shursui, should we assist?" Uchiha Tetsu inquired cautiously, leaning towards Shursui. After all, Shursui was the one most familiar with this masked man. They had merely joined forces with Shursui after encountering him amidst a fierce battle against Root to protect their clan. However, Shursui shook his head, stating, "No need." He understood Naruto's strength well, Perhaps Naruto was considering their past friendship. Konoha's rising rock. After a powerful exchange of kicks with Naruto, Might Guy unexpectedly twisted his body to deliver a powerful elbow strike. Recognizing the familiar move, Naruto felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He too raised his elbow, channeling chakra into it, and collided with Guy midair. Might Guy was momentarily stunned, crashing to the ground and landing in a deep pit, dazed and confused. What a familiar feeling, though the strength was significantly greater and their physiques were entirely different. The sensation during their clash felt undeniably real. Naruto landed as well, tossing Sasuke to Uchiha Shursui, and remarked to Might Guy, "It seems you've calmed down." Might Guy rose from the pit, his expression toward Naruto complex, and he noticed Naruto passing Sasuke to Shursui, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Shursui? Senior Kai? It has been a long time since we last met." Uchiha Shursui caught Sasuke and politely greeted Might Guy. What on earth is happening here? Might Guy first glanced at Uchiha Shursui and then at the Uchiha members behind him, before shifting his gaze to Uchiha Itachi and the approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grim expression, reluctant to speak. Not only was his demeanor sour, but his attire bore numerous damages as well. That old fool, Uchiha Shikuro, had intended to perish alongside him, bound with explosive tags. Fortunately, he was stopped in time. Otherwise, he would not have made it here today. The other shinobi were hesitant to voice their thoughts, aware that the situation was quite disgraceful. Narashikaku slightly shook his head, pondering. It is one thing for the third Hokage to lose his composure, but to handle matters so poorly is another. Only Might Guy's good friend Kakashi could no longer bear the sight, and spoke up. "Kai, the Hokage's orders are solely to capture the masked intruder in Konoha." Since Might Guy was neither of the shinobi clan nor a member of the Umbu, he was entirely oblivious to the Uchiha affairs. "It was I who killed the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Itachi, who was recuperating in the background, finally spoke. Might Guy's expression changed dramatically as he stared incredulously at Uchiha Itachi. "What is the meaning of this?" Coughing violently, Uchiha Itachi explained, "The Uchiha clan attempted a coup. To ensure peace in Konoha, I had to put a stop to it." "You wretched beast, Uchiha Itachi. Wasn't the Uchiha's choice for a coup forced upon them by the village?" Uchiha Tetsuhiko erupted in anger. "Your arrogance and pride blinded you to the village's needs," Uchiha Itachi retorted. "You who could kill your own father. Can there be anyone more selfish than you?" Uchiha Tetsuhiko seethed with rage, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strangle this treacherous wolf. "Enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained silent for a considerable time, interjected, casting a dark gaze at Naruto. "I never intended to ostracize the Uchiha. I genuinely wished for their integration into the village. The events leading to this point have completely taken me by surprise." "Enough of this talk," Naruto cut in, digging into his ear. "No need to speak of such things now. You might just deceive yourself, strongest Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further, yet he restrained himself, for his son remained in the enemy's grasp. Releasing a slow breath, as if to expel his pent-up frustrations, he said, "Today, far too many lives have been lost. Continuing this fight would only lead to unnecessary sacrifice. Perhaps we can sit down and discuss reconciliation." "Reconciliation? Ha ha." Naruto laughed heartily, doubled over in mirth. At this moment, "Are you jesting?" The Uchiha behind him wore expressions that suggested they would gladly devour Sarutobi Hiruzen this night. The Uchiha clan nearly perished at the hands of Uchiha Itachi and Madara, and Sarutobi Hiruzen still dared to speak of reconciliation. "How about this, Hokage? Let us play a game," Naruto proposed, raising a finger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "After this game, if you are willing to consider reconciliation, I would be more than happy to do so." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. A sense of foreboding surged within him. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this masked man's game. The proposal elicited unusual expressions from the Uchiha members behind him, while Uchiha Shursui remained composed, understanding that Naruto's nature was rather malevolent. Perhaps it was related to the sealing technique from a few days prior. What game? After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to gauge Naruto's intentions. If matters were to escalate, it seemed Uchiha Itachi would be of little aid. It was unexpected that the Uchiha still possessed such a significant number of capable members. Had Uchiha Itachi and the Root acted without preparation? Rest assured, it is a most intriguing game, Naruto replied with a light chuckle, slapping his right hand on the ground. A man resembling Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared before them. "Nishinobu." Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively exclaimed, recognizing his most cherished son. But that is not all. Naruto retrieved 5 cylindrical objects equipped with pull rings, 5 different signal flares for requesting aid. Come now, Hokage, make your choice. Chapter 61. The game. Come now, Hokage, make your choice. You may select only one of these 6 items. Naruto tossed both Nishinobu and the signal flares before Sarutobi Hiruzen, extending his arms in anticipation of the Hokage's decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he could rescue Nishinobu directly, for the choice appeared fraught with peril. What do those signal flares signify? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to inquire. Destruction. Each signal flare represents a shinobi clan. Care to test one? Naruto's words sent a chill through everyone present. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Naruto with a dark expression. Rather than my explanation, why not witness it for yourself? Naruto picked up one of the signal flares, pulled the pin, and launched it into the sky, where it exploded into a crimson light. Moments later, amidst the horrified gazes of those present, a colossal roar emanated from afar, as if the very earth trembled. The crowd stared in terror toward the source of the sound, witnessing a fiery inferno reaching toward the heavens. A blinding white light illuminating the sky, with dust swirling around. Vaguely, they could see an area being engulfed by destructive forces. This is what you call destruction? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. Even the other shinobi accompanying him and the remaining Uchiha members displayed looks of disbelief. In an instant, the Konoha shinobi were overtaken by seething anger. You scoundrel! They could already faintly hear the wails and alarms emanating from the village, and in that moment, the Konoha shinobi felt an overwhelming fury. Hokage, it seems that is Elder Tinari K. Haru's clan territory. An Umbu ninja whispered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed dramatically as he urgently inquired, is Elder Tinari K. Haru within the clan? The Umbu shook his head, responding, Elder Tinari K. Haru and Elder Mito Manin are currently in the Hokage building. That is a relief. Upon hearing this answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, but then glared at Naruto with gritted teeth. Can I know which signal flares represent which clans? What? Are you prioritizing your own family, Hokage? Naruto laughed heartily, yet his words thrust Sarutobi Hiruzen into a predicament. He regretted asking that question. He had indeed considered the priority of safeguarding his family, but now, feeling the numerous piercing gazes behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dilemma. The position of Hokage is equally an art of compromise. Others support him as Hokage, and thus he must provide benefits to them. Yet at this moment, with his own family facing annihilation, how could he continue to support Sarutobi Hiruzen? Naruto held 4 signal flares in his hands, and no one dared to wager that one of them belonged to their clan. Observing this scene, Naruto felt a surge of joy and cheerfully remarked, in that case, allow me to offer you a small hint. He picked up one of the flares from the ground. What are you doing? I haven't chosen yet. Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, urgently trying to intervene. Naruto shook his head and replied, I merely wish to kindly inform you that this one belongs to the Sarutobi clan. Thank you very much. Sarutobi Asuma nearly ground his teeth in frustration, for he knew that if he wished to remain Hokage, he could not choose that one. Shikaku, Haichi, do you think you can restrain him? Hearing Sarutobi Asuma's whispered words, Yamashiro Haichi and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Hokage-sama, now is not the time to put us in a difficult position, Shikaku said with a wry smile. Even though they were steadfast supporters of the Hokage, they dared not agree to such a request, as a mistake could lead to dire consequences. Hokage-sama, would a mere moment suffice? Uchiha Itachi spoke up, his physical condition deteriorating. If he continued to use the Manjiki Sharingan, it might leave him with irreversible repercussions. However, the power he had just exhibited could not be allowed to continue unchecked. Sarutobi Asuma and the others looked at Uchiha Itachi with expressions of astonishment. After estimating the distance, Sarutobi Asuma nodded. I will casually choose one when I approach. Itachi, find a way to restrain him for an instant, and then we will all strike together to eliminate him. What about the signal flares? Inquired a leader of a minor clan. Sarutobi Asuma shook his head, saying, the signal flares are not the key, they are plentiful. The true issue lies with him. Do you all understand? Sarutobi Asuma turned to the silent representatives of the various clans. Naturally, everyone nodded in unison. The Hokage had placed his own family aside. They would certainly face repercussions if they hesitated. Once prepared, Sarutobi Asuma took a deep breath and looked at Naruto. "Oh, have you made your choice?" Naruto, having noticed Sarutobi Asuma's gaze, had overheard their conversation. "I am ready to choose now." Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, stepping toward Naruto. Just before he got close, Naruto kicked Sarutobi Shinji in front of Sarutobi Asuma. "What does this mean?" Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed. "He is part of the selection. If you are unwilling to choose him, then you shall take matters into your own hands. This way, he can have a swift end." With that, Naruto threw a handful of shurikens. "You bastard!" Sarutobi Asuma glared at Naruto, shouting, "What grievance does Konoha have against you that has led you to harbor such enmity?" Sarutobi Shinji was his most cherished son, the deputy head of the Umbu, and if all went well, he would become the 5th Hokage. Naruto fell silent, then suddenly spoke. "Do you truly wish to know? Are you afraid to reveal your true self?" Sarutobi Asuma, suppressing his anger, gestured with his hands behind his back. Although in a blind spot, he guessed the opponent's intentions. "Oh, wanting to know everything. That won't do, 3rd Hokage. You are far too greedy. As punishment, let me show you the despair of Konoha." Though he spoke with respect, there was no trace of it in his tone. Sarutobi Asuma, who had been glaring at Naruto while secretly signaling, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing that familiar title. "You are..." Naruto had already removed his mask. "Naruto. How can it be you?" Sarutobi Asuma's eyes nearly bulged out, and the expressions of others were equally incredulous, unable to fathom that such a terrifying act could be perpetrated by a mere child. Only Kakashi and Might Guy, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly regained their composure. They were responsible for protecting and monitoring Naruto, and they had certainly noticed his peculiar behaviors, though they rarely reported to Sarutobi Asuma. As for Might Guy, after that elbow strike, he had begun to suspect Naruto's identity. Though they had only trained together for a month, Naruto had left a profound impression on him. Among the youth, there was no one else who shared his level of martial prowess. "Why is it impossible for me to be me?" Naruto suddenly grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. "I am the Nine Tails." Boom. A violent and terrifying chakra erupted from Naruto, as 4 tails wildly danced behind him, and a colossal fox apparition emerged in his wake. To the eyes of all present, it was as if they had once again witnessed the overwhelming presence of the Nine Tails, instilling unparalleled pressure. "Curse the fox! Stop him!" someone shouted. They saw Naruto had already drawn the signal flares with his chakra. "Stop, Naruto!" Sarutobi Asuma yelled, swiftly forming hand seals. However, it was all too late. Naruto's gaze was icy as he lightly waved his finger, simultaneously releasing all 4 signal flares. The brilliant light ignited the Uchiha district like fireworks, while an even more dazzling glow illuminated the entirety of Konoha. Naruto understood that these 4 massive Razengans could not obliterate Konoha, unlike the original Naruto, who possessed the full power of the Nine Tails along with the Book of the Moon. He could not generate enough force to annihilate the village entirely. Yet, that was fine. At least there were a few friends he cared about within Konoha, far removed from the Sarutobi and Mito clans, and they would not face much danger. However, the sudden decline of Konoha would undoubtedly attract the envy of the other 4 great ninja villages, and the next battlefield would likely be within the Land of Fire, where true suffering would descend upon Konoha. Naruto, Uzumaki. Sarutobi Asuma let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes filled with regret and fury, as if he wished to tear Naruto apart. "I should have locked you away. As a tool devoid of thought, your inherently wicked nature cannot be redeemed. For the sake of Konoha, I must keep you here." 5 Nature Transformation, Great Multi-Wave Technique. Sarutobi Shinji had already been tossed aside by Sarutobi Asuma, as 5 figures of Sarutobi Asuma stood before Naruto. One was conjuring a fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Another was wielding a dazzling lightning release, Thunderclap. One was gathering a terrifying wind release, Vacuum Sphere, while the last 2 formed seals, revealing the heads of Water and Earth Dragon Bombs. Even if the same ninjutsu yielded different results in different hands, Sarutobi Asuma's 5 nature transformations exuded a pressure reminiscent of a true ninja hero. "At least it's slightly better than your useless son." Naruto raised his hand, palm facing Sarutobi Asuma, as black and blue chakra coalesced, enveloping the small black sphere with his 4 tails. 2 beams of ninjutsu shot forth simultaneously, colliding in midair and bursting forth with radiant light. When the brilliance faded, Sarutobi Asuma barely managed to evade Naruto's assault, while Naruto remained motionless in his place. The disparity in chakra was starkly evident. No matter how powerful Sarutobi Asuma's five nature techniques were, Naruto could simply rely on compressed chakra to defend himself. Powerful as a brick. The gate of opening. Naruto, I cannot allow you to harm the village any longer. A voice, filled with unrestrained fury, erupted, and suddenly, a green figure enveloped in a mist of emerald chakra materialized before Naruto, launching a side kick directly towards him. Naruto attempted to evade by sidestepping, yet he found himself momentarily ensnared, a slender shadow binding him to Narashikaku. Though it lasted but an instant, it rendered Naruto incapable of employing his usual evasive maneuvers. He could feel the fierce wind generated by Might Guy's kick against his cheek as his form vanished from sight. What? Guy exclaimed in astonishment, only to find himself striking empty air, causing a nearby building to collapse. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. Recognizing Naruto's method as a former comrade of Namake's Minato, Narashikaku immediately discerned the technique. Naruto reappeared near the Uchiha clan, observing the eager faces of the Uchiha. You must head to the south shrine first, he commanded. Uchiha Te, who had been ready to engage, froze momentarily and instinctively asked, why? Naruto cast a cold glance in his direction. You would only hinder us. In that brief moment, a piercing sound filled the air. Kakashi surged forward, employing his lightning cutter aimed at Naruto's chest. With a hand enveloped in tailed beast chakra, Naruto grasped Kakashi's attack effortlessly. He retaliated with a punch to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him crashing into a multitude of buildings, which subsequently fell silent. Naruto merely regarded Kakashi with a deep gaze, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Just as he prepared to strike, he felt the sensation of restraint once more, this time more intense, as several ninjas from the Nara clan executed the shadow imitation technique in unison. Seize the opportunity, Shikaku shouted. A group of cloaked oil ninjas had already begun their hand seals. With a buzzing sound, a swarm of black insects erupted from their sleeves, surging towards Naruto. The dark cloud enveloped Naruto's tailed beast cloak, but in an instant, it became wildly aggressive, turning on each other. Within moments, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the black bugs. How could this be? The oil ninjas gasped in shock, their eyes turning crimson as they collapsed, convulsing. Brutality, cruelty, hatred. You simply do not comprehend the power of the Nine Tails chakra. A blue chakra sphere coalesced in Naruto's hand as he vanished, reappearing above the heads of the oil ninjas, ready to strike. Damn it! Morning Peacock. As Guy witnessed his teammates being dispatched, he began launching punches from a distance. A barrage of shockwaves and flames hurtling towards Naruto, forcing him to rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. Observing Naruto's incessant dodging, Uchiha Te hesitated. Glancing at Uchiha Shursui, who was preparing to depart. Are you sure we don't need to assist? Shursui shook his head. It's unnecessary. Naruto can handle it. Our priority is to ensure the safety of our clansmen. Naruto's true trump card was yet to be revealed. As he noticed the panic etched on the faces of over 20 Uchiha civilians, Shursui rushed forward to reassure them, intending to lead them away. This scene was promptly noticed by the Umbu, who reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was regaining his composure. Lord Hokage, what about the Uchiha? Hiruzen frowned. Ignore them. Our immediate concern is Uzumaki Naruto. He possesses the Flying Thunder God and the power of the tailed beast, making him the greatest threat to the village. Chapter 63, The Daytime Tiger. Everyone, be mindful of the Flying Thunder God seals on your feet and bodies. Narashikaku shouted once more, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Naruto's movements. Strange, why is his Flying Thunder God technique more agile than the fourth S? Shikaku. Every time Naruto appears, there is initially no Flying Thunder God seal until he executes the technique. He materializes from thin air. A sensory ninja approached him, reporting his recent discovery. What? Shikaku exclaimed in disbelief, realizing Naruto could mark the seals from a distance, explaining the remarkable agility of his technique compared to Minato's. In that case, we have no means to counter him unless we utilize large-scale ninjutsu or possess absolute speed. The gate of shock opened. Might Guy entered the third stage, his previously green chakra steam transforming into a brilliant blue. The proud azure beast of Konoha. This time, at close range, Guy matched the speed of the Flying Thunder God. Boom. Naruto, unwilling to evade, faced Gaia's iron-like fist crashing against his elbow, sending waves of pain coursing through him. It felt as though his bone might shatter. The human elbow is exceptionally hard, its resilience surpassing most metals and serving as a potent point of force, which is why Naruto employed an elbow strike. Only thus could he barely contend with Gaia's finely honed physique. "Uncle Guy, this may be our final encounter." A smile lingered on Naruto's face, though his sharp teeth and slit pupils presented a more feral visage. Bang, bang, bang. "Naruto, you shouldn't have done this." Gaia's expression twisted into a grimace. Opening the seventh gate was an immense burden, and his face was no longer human. "Shouldn't have? That depends on my desire." Naruto's tone was audacious, yet he had the audacity to back it up. Bang. Following another strike, Guy refrained from advancing. "Naruto, this blow will not be easily received." The blue steam around Guy became denser, his aura surging once more. He assumed a stance for a straight punch aimed at Naruto. Naruto did not flinch. Facing Gaia's ultimate strike, he had no intention of dodging. He was not Night Guy, after all, and had no need to evade. Guy was the challenger. Black ribs emerged around Naruto, swiftly entering the second stage. With the appearance of armor, he ascended to the third stage. Daytime Tiger. As Guy unleashed his punch, the air around it compressed before explosively dispersing towards Naruto, taking the form of a tiger that tore through his Susanoo. This concentrated, high-speed assault was immensely powerful. When it collided with Naruto's third-stage Susanoo, the resulting shockwave forced Konoha ninjas, unable to intervene, to stagger backwards, with the weaker ones even being sent flying. Even Minato, far away at the South Shrine, felt the disturbance, his previously tranquil brow furrowing. Only Hiruzen remained steadfast, fixated on the battlefield. In that moment, he resolved to act. The black Susanoo, absorbing the brunt of the attack, was sent flying dozens of meters away, a massive gash appearing where it was struck. The internal black ribs fracturing under the impact. Clouds of black chakra fragments scattered through the night sky, gradually transforming into twinkling starlight before fading into the ether. Regrettably, Gaia's most powerful strike, although it shattered Naruto's Susanoo, left him with only minor injuries. "Uncle Guy, I acknowledge your strength. In the realm of taijutsu, I would deem you the strongest." Naruto articulated the sentiment he had long wished to express, but Guy had already collapsed, rendered unconscious. "Shikaku, find a way to slow his speed. I only need to catch him." Hiruzen whispered to Nara Shikaku as he gripped his monkey staff and approached Naruto. "Understood," Shikaku replied. Amaterasu. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi seized the opportunity for a surprise attack, unleashing his final assault before succumbing to unconsciousness. The black flames surged towards Naruto's Susanoo, instantly enveloping it and fiercely consuming the ethereal defense. Observing the ominous flames, Naruto felt an unusual sensation. Was this truly the so-called strongest flame that could incinerate anything? He mused that even if it burned for days on end, it might not extinguish him, for his ocular power and chakra were boundless. Nonetheless, Naruto decided to dismiss the Susanoo, opting to retain only the cloak of the tailed beast, as the presence of the flames felt unsettling. As the Susanoo vanished, the Amaterasu flames, deprived of fuel, gradually dissipated into the air. "Naruto, I didn't expect you to possess the Manjiki Sharingan," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked gravely. "Is that Shirsui's eye? Why should I divulge that to you?" Naruto replied with a mocking grin. "Indeed." Hiruzen lowered his head, but the staff in his hand suddenly elongated and thickened, lunging towards Naruto. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto evaded the strike, reappearing behind Hiruzen, ready to press a Rasengan against his back. Hiruzen's staff retracted in an instant, its rear extending towards Naruto's abdomen. Reacting instinctively, Naruto dodged, yet the chance for a surprise attack on Hiruzen was lost. Staff of the Monkey King. Hiruzen's staff began to whirl before Naruto, summoning a tempest aimed at ensnaring him. Naruto swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God to evade. Hiruzen persisted with his assault, relentlessly swinging the staff in a series of powerful strikes. Naruto sidestepped the sweeping motion of the staff, countering with a strike from his tail. Hiruzen leaped back, simultaneously swinging the staff again, prompting Naruto to retreat. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. At that moment, the Watching Leaf Ninja unleashed their jutsu, combining flames and gales to form a fiery tornado. Naruto encircled his body with his four tails, successfully blocking all the incoming attacks. Mind Disturbance Technique. Naruto sensed an interference in his thoughts, as if something sought to compel him to surrender. Humph, he scoffed, his eyes three tomos swirling, causing all of the Mountain Clan ninjas to suffer backlash. At that juncture, the remaining Umbu had completed their hand seals. Jinjutsu, Dark Realm. This technique, said to be specifically designed to counter the Uchiha, would shroud the battlefield in complete darkness, obscuring the enemy's vision. Even Naruto's sight would be momentarily hindered by the simultaneous casting of this Jinjutsu by several Umbu. However, it proved ineffective against him, as his Ninetales malice perception rendered him unscathed. I see. It's the corpse demon seal, Naruto realized, understanding why he felt Hiruzen was preparing something. Hiruzen, you wish to perish like a hero? That cannot be allowed. Chapter 64. From this moment forth, Hiruzen, you wish to perish like a hero? That cannot be allowed. Naruto's eyes, with their swirling tomos, transformed into the vertical pattern of the Manjiki, overlapping with the vertical eyes beneath the tailed beast cloak. Vines erupted from beneath him, spiraling and entwining rapidly to coalesce into a complete humanoid form. This technique could be termed Sharingan Wooden Man technique. Standing atop the wooden figure's head, Naruto crossed his arms, surveying the stunned crowd below, even Hiruzen momentarily halting his actions. Having witnessed the full power of Senju Hashirama, Hiruzen understood the might of would release. Otherwise, he would not have seized the heaven-concealing technique from Danzo. Yet, even with the heaven concealing, one could not manifest such a formidable wooden construct. For a moment, Hiruzen ceased his movements. Even if he desired to perish alongside Naruto, he found it impossible. While the others remained in shock, Naruto was not idle. The wooden figure raised its fist, crashing down upon the assembled ninjas. Look out, defend yourselves. Cries of alarm erupted, but it was too late. The wooden fist had already descended upon them. Earth style, earth flow wall. In an instant, 3 earthen walls, adorned with canine visages, erupted from the ground, overlapping to shield the crowd. After a prolonged period of inaction, Kakashi finally intervened, reluctant to confront Naruto, knowing Naruto could escape at any moment with his flying thunder god. Thus, he had decided to remain passive. However, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. The wooden figure's fist shattered 2 of the earthen walls, but was halted by the 3rd. Meanwhile, its other hand reached for the unconscious Uchiha Itachi, needing to reclaim his eyes. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A ferocious fire dragon surged forth, blocking the wooden figure's arm in midair. Hiruzen understood the significance of the Manjiki Sharingan. Konoha must retain this power, for Naruto had inflicted substantial damage. He envisioned Konoha engulfed in flames, and Uchiha Itachi, with his Manjiki, was a vital asset to the village. Yet, while Hiruzen managed to obstruct the wooden construct, he could not impede Naruto. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God, appearing beside Uchiha Itachi, a massive bird materializing beneath him, lifting both himself and the unconscious Itachi into the air. What is this? Summoning technique? The Umbu ninjas and Hiruzen looked up in astonishment, questioning whether this was indeed a summoning, though they sensed no life emanating from the bird. Naruto assessed the situation at the Nanga Shrine, casting a glance at the multitude of ninjas below, a smile flickering across his face. Everyone, it seems today's game is coming to an end. Blame the 3rd Hokage. We could have had more fun. The expressions of the ninjas below shifted dramatically, as Hiruzen grew frantic. Should Naruto depart like this, the fate of Konoha would simply hinge on the whims of the enemy. Naruto, are you truly going to escape just like that? Escape? Haha. Hiruzen, your overconfidence is quite amusing, Naruto retorted with derision. Aside from Might Guy, none of you have the qualifications to compel me to take things seriously. Curse you, Naruto. Hiruzen's eyes ignited with hatred as he bellowed. Monkey King, go. Hiruzen pointed his staff at Naruto, the once short rod extending towards him. Yet, before it could reach Naruto, a man clad in a white robe and wearing a mask appeared out of thin air, delivering a swift kick to the Monkey King and instantly appearing on the back of the great bird. Why are you wearing a mask? Naruto inquired, curious about the pure white mask adorning Namake's Minato's face. Minato cast a complex glance at the crowd of ninjas below, softly replying, I was once their Hokage. It is better to keep my identity concealed. And allies, Hiruzen and the Konoha ninjas felt a wave of despair wash over them. Had all the Uchiha been relocated? Have they all been transferred? Naruto inquired softly. Minato nodded, saying, it has been completed. Is it time to depart? It is time to conclude. Naruto retracted the tailed beast cloak, taking a step forward and addressing the scene below. Hiruzen, should you survive this encounter, then prepare to witness the despair of Konoha. In a fleeting moment, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the majestic bird beneath Naruto to soar higher into the sky. Damn it! Watching Naruto and his companions diminish into a mere speck, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not restrain himself from striking the ground in frustration. Naruto's departure signified that the village of Konoha would now live in perpetual fear of him, and those elite ninjas who had once witnessed Naruto's formidable power would likely lose their courage to confront him again in the future. Lord Hokage, Naruto has left. Our immediate priority should be to reassure the villagers, Narashikaku remarked as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. No matter how astute one may be, they seemed utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen, coming to his senses, pondered the aftermath of the two explosions. What had become of Konoha? He suddenly felt a wave of apprehension. He was the architect of this calamity. Had he heeded Danzo's counsel from the outset? Would the outcome have been different? Why hadn't Naruto eliminated him while he had the chance? Suddenly, something fell from the sky. With a startled cry, the crowd looked up to see the once tiny black expanding rapidly into view, resembling a small planet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion paled, and he shouted, "Quick, come here, adamantine prison." He hurled the adamantine staff forward, which instantly multiplied into numerous rods, forming a cubic cage. Kakashi, carrying Might Guy on his back, rushed to join them. If this was indeed the method Naruto had employed to create such a detonation, they would have no chance of escaping the blast radius and could only brace themselves for impact. Together, they unleashed their defensive ninjutsu: Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, Water Release, Water Barrier. The moment the great spiraling sphere landed, it erupted with a powerful shockwave, engulfing unsuspecting ninjas who were unable to defend themselves. Dissipating them into the air, a hemispherical light shield enveloped the entire Uchiha clan territory, rendering the world silent. No one knew the fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. As they ascended higher into the sky, their perspective broadened. Konoha, once bustling and teeming with life, was now unrecognizable, marked by broken walls and three colossal craters that marred the earth like scars. Namikaze Minato foresaw the grim future awaiting Konoha and could only exhale a soft sigh. Naruto, have you truly left? Go ahead, calm the Uchiha down. I have someone to fetch. The chapter of Konoha had come to a close, and for the next few days, I would need to double my efforts as a humble law student preparing for exams. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 65. Birds are born to soar. Chaos reigns supreme. Within Konoha, pandemonium erupted, painting a scene of despair. A multitude of villagers dashed through the streets, desperately fleeing towards the shelters, as flames engulfed the surroundings, and debris from collapsed buildings scattered everywhere. Panic spread like wildfire through Konoha, with people running in all directions, their cries and screams echoing in the air. Some children wailed in terror, while adults clutched them tightly, seeking safety. The streets were a tumultuous mess, with individuals jostling against one another. Some were even knocked to the ground, trampled underfoot. Many shopkeepers, unwilling to abandon their belongings, hastily shut their doors and cowered inside, trembling in fear. Though Naruto's great spiraling sphere detonated solely within the territories of the three major ninja clans, its devastation extended far beyond, obliterating surrounding structures and plunging nearly the entirety of Konoha into disorder. This chaos surpassed even the tumult of the Ninetales attack. The primary catalyst of this turmoil, however, was the incapacitation of the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mobilized nearly all of Konoha's Anbu and several clan leaders, leaving only Tsunade and Mito Menju as advisors, along with two small teams of Anbu at the Hokage Tower. Both advisors were bewildered by the explosion that had nearly engulfed all of Konoha. They had believed they were merely responding to a disturbance, managing an urgent situation, yet no one had informed them of the gravity of the crisis. Having served as advisors for decades, they had never witnessed such a spectacle, especially Tsunade, who nearly fainted upon learning that her own home had been destroyed. And before Mito could offer consolation, he received news that his own residence had also been obliterated. With no orders from above, the subordinates were paralyzed, and the Hokage Tower fell into a state of paralysis. Ultimately, Shimura Danzo took charge of the Hokage Tower with the root organization, slightly alleviating the villagers' panic. What is the situation at the Hokage's office? Danzo inquired of his subordinates, seated beside Tsunade and Mito, both of whom appeared pale and devoid of life. In front of Danzo was a man wearing dark sunglasses, marked by a purple tattoo on his right cheek. The Umbu are already assessing the situation. We will have news shortly, replied Yamanaka Inoichi, maintaining a stoic expression. Is that so? Danzo lowered his head, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. With Sarutobi Hiruzen leading most of Konoha's elite into the fray, their fate remained unknown. If they were lost, he would face no competition for the Hokage title. However, if they perished, how could Konoha endure the loss of so many elite shinobi? What are the Hyuga clan doing now? Hyuga Hayashi was currently aiding in the rescue of the injured and evacuating villagers. Upon hearing this, Danzo furrowed his brow. The Hyuga clan had been acting strangely in recent days, as if something had transpired within their ranks. Could it be related to this explosion? Let us go assist them, Danzo declared, rising to his feet, having grown accustomed to his one-armed state. Danzo, are you going to the scene? A hoarse, weary voice called out. It was Mito, who had noticed Danzo's movement. He nodded, offering an explanation. With Hiruzen absent, someone must comfort the villagers. Mito watched Danzo's retreating figure, shaking his head. Even in this moment, Danzo, you are in such a rush. Niji was also troubled. Although he had heard of the extensive destruction wrought by the Nine-Tails attack, he was too young to comprehend it at the time. However, it seemed evident that, despite the chaos, this explosion had eclipsed the terror of the Nine-Tails rampage, leaving the majority of Konoha in ruins. He had witnessed the devastation firsthand. If his memory served him correctly, that area was once the residence of the third Hokage. Hayashi had intended to lead his clan to rescue the victims, only to discover that their efforts were in vain. For the Sarutobi clan's territory had been reduced to a mere pit, likely incapable of sustaining even a single ant. Hayashi had issued orders to evacuate civilians and aid the wounded. Niji had just transported an injured mother and daughter to safety, who happened to be friends of the Hokage's grandson. Yet, from the scene, it seemed that the Hokage's grandson was reduced to mere ashes. He needed to continue aiding other victims. How could such an explosion occur so suddenly, especially at this time? As Niji contemplated the circumstances, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to halt his steps, his expression growing solemn. Could it be that Naruto was responsible? Oh, I didn't expect you to figure it out. A voice emerged suddenly, causing Niji to startle. He looked up to find Naruto standing right before him. Is it really you? Niji felt his throat tighten, fearing he might be mistaken for an accomplice. If you are referring to that desolate ruin, then it is indeed my doing. Naruto boldly admitted this and then inquired, so, do you still intend to leave with a terrorist like me? Niji's expression remained one of confusion. Naruto furrowed his brow and remarked, caution is a commendable habit, but excessive hesitation can be quite off-putting. Ahem, I just momentarily lost my bearings. You, however, managed to pull off such a monumental act without a sound. Niji couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Now he and Naruto were to be considered renegade ninjas. Wait, that's not right. They were not even ninjas yet. Well, that settles it. Do you have anything else to prepare? Could you grant me half an hour? Certainly, in the current Leaf Village. You could wait half a day without issue. With Naruto's assent, Niji hurried towards the Hyuga clan's residence, with Naruto following closely behind. Along their path, the once chaotic crowd instinctively parted for them, as if they had seen nothing at all. Niji did not keep Naruto waiting for half an hour. After a brief flurry of activity at home, he emerged. Ready? Yes. Then let us depart. Just as Naruto placed a hand on Niji's shoulder, the latter spoke again. Wait, is there something else? Naruto asked, somewhat exasperated, wishing Niji would simply say everything at once. Niji's expression grew complex. Aren't you going to say something to Hinata? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto shook his head and replied, there is no need. Why not? Niji could tell that Hinata harbored feelings for Naruto, and Naruto had always been quite considerate towards her. They seemed well suited. He secretly wished to hear Naruto call him brother-in-law. Hinata needs a genuine transformation. Naruto cut off any further discussion, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished, leaving the expansive branch family residence empty. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the wind chimes at the door to tinkle softly. Inside, a pure white ribbon was simply tied to the window, inscribed with a farewell message, birds are born to soar. Even Hinata, resting in the main house a distance away, seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. Even in the dark of night, she could see a pure white bird flying towards the horizon. Chapter 66. First, we must take control of this nation. The Land of Waves is an island nation. While it is referred to as a country, it is more accurately described as a small isle. Economically impoverished and its people living in destitution. More importantly, the Land of Waves is devoid of ninjas. Although it has its own feudal lord, it is governed by a merchant named Kato. This Kato is quite wealthy, reputed to be one of the world's billionaires. And even after plundering the warehouses of the 4 ninja clans in the Leaf, he likely possesses more wealth than they do. Generally, the treasures in a large ninja clan's warehouse consist mostly of jutsu and secret techniques. Naruto had even discovered a sealing book in the Sarutobi clan's repository, which now resides in his sealing space. After all, ninja clans prioritize legacy, while merchants are often driven by profit. This is why Naruto chose to establish himself in the Land of Waves. It conveniently complements the resources he holds. As October approached, the weather remained sweltering. The waves accompanied by sea breezes carrying the salty tang of the ocean. This was Niji's first encounter with the sea, and he found it rather unremarkable, not as awe-inspiring as he had imagined. However, at the entrance of a village, he unexpectedly spotted someone he did not anticipate. Uchiha Sasuke awakened from his stupor, repeatedly shouting about killing someone, insisting he must take revenge. Yet, when he stepped outside, he was met with the sight of his mother and a blonde lady comforting a group of frightened children. Overwhelmed, Sasuke could no longer contain himself and threw himself into Uchiha Mikoto's embrace. Eventually, Mikoto had to soothe her tearful son before he regained composure. After a good cry, Sasuke quickly calmed down, his youthful face showing hints of maturity and reason as he urged his mother to comfort the other children while he wandered about alone. "Sasuke?" Niji instinctively called out, momentarily believing he was still in the Leaf. Sasuke, hearing the voice, turned around and, upon seeing the 2 figures, displayed an expression of delight. Naruto. The reaction made Niji's lips twitch. He had called Sasuke, yet the latter's first instinct was to call out to Naruto. Was he so oblivious? "It seems you've recovered swiftly." "Sasuke." Naruto greeted him, finding the intertwining of their fates quite intriguing. Sasuke hurried over and stopped before Naruto, curiously asking, "Why are you both here?" "I brought you here." Niji indicated towards Naruto. "You are also with me." Naruto smiled, gesturing back at Sasuke. Sasuke wore a skeptical expression and replied, "But my mother said it was the 4th Hokage who brought us here." "The 4th Hokage?" Niji blinked, puzzled. Hadn't he sacrificed himself several years ago? "It was I who had the 4th Hokage bring you here." Naruto chuckled, attempting to provide a simple explanation, but was interrupted by a voice nearby. "Naruto-kun, you've finally arrived." The trio turned to find the blonde lady from earlier. Yakushi-nan felt a sense of relief upon seeing Naruto, for reasons unknown, despite being just a child. Naruto exuded a profound sense of security. A few months prior, being suddenly cast into the Land of Waves had left her feeling adrift for quite some time. "Miss Nan, the Uchiha clan should be calmed down by now, correct?" "Yes, with your display of strength, along with the 4th and Lady Mikoto, the Uchiha have been quite cooperative." Nan couldn't help but smile. She had always heard of the Uchiha's volatile and arrogant nature, their cold and obsessive demeanor. Yet upon arriving in the village, they had behaved remarkably well. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Since the Uchiha were behaving so obediently, he had no intention of resorting to intimidation. "In that case, please notify the Uchiha clan to select a few representatives to hold a meeting." "Certainly." Nan agreed and went off to inform the others. Meanwhile, Niji and Sasuke exchanged glances, each surprised by the other's presence. Naruto patted both of their shoulders, giving them an encouraging look before departing. "Damn, Naruto is actually this strong?" Sasuke clenched his teeth, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. "I must train even harder." Niji, on the other hand, remained significantly calmer, having witnessed the ruins of the Sarutobi clan. He understood that the kind of cataclysmic destruction Naruto could unleash was likely far beyond their imagination. Niji was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a piercing gaze. Turning his head, he found himself staring into the Sharingan of Sasuke. "Hyuga Niji, I want you to assist me in my training." In a modest wooden cabin, the DCOR was stark and simple. Naruto occupied the central seat, flanked by other ninjas. To his right sat Minato Namikaze and Yakushi-nan, while to his left were Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Inabi. "Our strength seems somewhat lacking," Naruto mused inwardly. Although they surpassed several of the 5 great ninja villages in high-end combat power, their functional capabilities appeared rather insufficient. First and foremost, the only medical ninja we have is the pharmacist, Nanoyu. As for perceptive ninjas like Niji and Hinata, they are barely adequate. It seems we must recruit more individuals from other villages. Ahem, let us now discuss our future plans. Naruto spoke with a serious demeanor, and the individuals seated beside him straightened their postures, attentively listening. To begin, I shall articulate our ultimate goal, the unification of the ninja world. Upon hearing this, several present exhibited signs of unease, including Minato Namikaze, who displayed a look of astonishment, having not anticipated such a declaration. However, Uchiha Dao's expression was one of fervor, which surprised Naruto, yet he chose to disregard it and continued. Although our current strength suggests that few among the 5 great ninja villages could pose a challenge to us, compelling them to submit is not our aim. Rather, we seek unification, a grand consolidation. This notion of grand unification, Naruto, to what extent do you intend to realize it? Minato could not help but inquire, for he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the concept of unification, constrained by his limited perspective. Uniformity in literature, standardized transportation. A singular nation within the ninja world, politically cohesive and economically centralized. This revelation left the assembled ninjas astounded, as such a scenario had never been witnessed in the annals of ninja history. According to Naruto, achieving a singular nation would necessitate confronting the feudal lords of the 5 great nations. However, since ninja villages have historically served these lords, wouldn't this be courting disaster? Inevitably, we would face a coalition of the 5 great nations. Others turned their gazes toward Minato, recognizing that he would be more adept at addressing such matters. Naruto, if that is the case, the feudal lords of the 5 great nations. Minato began, aware that he, too, was a traditional ninja, with his position as Hokage contingent upon the approval of the Fire Country's feudal lord. Must you still concern yourself with the opinions of a few insects? Ninjas wield immense power, yet are expected to bow before a cadre of inept individuals? In this extraordinary world, it appears rather absurd. A feudal lord could easily be extinguished by a single fireball. Minato, the system of ninja villages has become antiquated. Since the establishment of the village system by the first Hokage, the ninja world has endured 3 great wars in a mere few decades. Countless ninjas have perished, yet the interests of the feudal lords remain unscathed, which is fundamentally unjust. Minato's expression grew troubled as he continued. But what if the 5 great ninja villages unite against us? Naruto, somewhat perplexed, retorted, have you so quickly forgotten the fate of Konoha? Very well. What should our immediate course of action be? At this point, Minato had no further objections, and neither did the others. For Naruto's current strength rendered him unmatched in the ninja world. While we possess the military might for unification, we lack the talent necessary to maintain it. First, we must take control of this nation. I propose we seize the land of waves, as it is also an island nation, and occupying the neighboring water country would lend credence to our endeavor. Chapter 67. The Death of Itachi Lord Naruto. If we are to proceed with this plan, I advise against targeting the land of waves, spoke Nanu, her voice somewhat subdued. Please, elaborate on your reasoning. Naruto urged her to continue. Based on the intelligence I have gathered over the past 2 months, the land of waves is an exceedingly impoverished nation, devoid of even a feudal lord with sufficient funds. The population largely consists of displaced individuals, often seen amid scenes of starvation. Should we take control of this nation, it would likely be a burdensome endeavor. Is that so? Naruto chuckled lightly. I perceive this as an advantage. Nanoyu was momentarily perplexed. Consider it, a small, impoverished island, where events of significance would likely go unnoticed by the outside world. Moreover, the populace, largely transient and struggling for sustenance, would inherently possess a diminished sense of national identity. Does this not present us with an opportunity to fully commandeer this nation? Yet, if that is the case, we would lack the means to support those displaced individuals. Though we may be short on funds, there are those who are not. Are there not? A mischievous smile graced Naruto's face, and Nanoyu quickly grasped his implication. However, Kato is, after all, a merchant, a tyrant who employs violent means to monopolize transportation within the nation. Can he truly be considered a merchant? Nanoyu, towards friends, we may be as warm as spring, yet towards foes, we must be as unforgiving as winter. Very well. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Nanoyu refrained from further objections and inquired, when shall we initiate our actions? We shall conduct a thorough investigation of Kato's company over the next few days to ensure we do not squander the opportunity. Simultaneously, we may engage with the feudal lord of the Land of Waves, if he is amenable to our demands. That would be ideal. If not, we shall compel him to acquiesce. Let this be our course. Naruto resolved to contemplate how to transform the nation in accordance with the circumstances of the Land of Waves. Lord Naruto, please wait. As Naruto prepared to conclude the meeting, Uchiha Deo hastily interjected. Naruto had assumed Deo would remain silent, yet was pleasantly surprised by his words. Is there something else? It pertains to Itachi Uchiha. A night passed swiftly. As the sun rose, the world was once again illuminated, yet the recently awakened Itachi Uchiha found himself enveloped in darkness, for he had lost his sight. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi suddenly erupted into a fit of intense coughing, feeling as though countless needles were pricking at his throat. Itchy, painful, with droplets of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Enduring the discomfort, Itachi attempted to reach out and ascertain his surroundings, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound, tethered to a pillar, rendering him immobile. Where am I? Have I been captured by Naruto? What has become of my eyes? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled within Itachi's mind. At that moment, a familiar sound of footsteps approached. Itachi Uchiha, you have finally awakened. Sasuke's voice echoed near him, causing Itachi's heart to tighten, leaving him at a loss for words. Itachi, has he awakened? A gentle and familiar voice followed, causing Itachi to tremble all over, managing to utter 2 words with great effort. Mother. Upon hearing her child's call, even the prepared Mikoto Uchiha felt a jolt in her heart. After all, he was her child. She could not comprehend why her typically obedient son would take such drastic actions, yet now that events had unfolded, regret was no longer an option. Had it not been for Naruto, she might have perished alongside her husband at Itachi's hands. Itachi, today you shall come to understand. Mikoto sighed. Witnessing her child being sent to his demise was more agonizing than she had anticipated. Mother, you should leave first. Observing his mother's tearful countenance, Sasuke felt a pang of sympathy, urging her to depart. Yet Mikoto resolutely shook her head, gently patting Sasuke's small head, determined not to appear weaker than her younger son. The weeping child has grown. What will the clan decide regarding my fate? Itachi asked with difficulty, fully aware of his failure, which had inflicted irreparable damage upon Konoha. He had inadvertently dragged Konoha into a quagmire. You shall bear the stigma of slaughtering your kin and perish under the watchful eyes of your entire clan. And I am the one who shall grant you death. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi merely paused for a moment, yet his expression remained unchanged. Those 2 dark abysses gazed at Sasuke, sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi threw his head back and laughed heartily, the scabs around his eye sockets breaking open anew, allowing streams of blood to cascade down, presenting a ghastly visage. So it is you, Sasuke. I never anticipated that you would be the one to bring my life to an end. In that case, let me witness your resolve. Faced with the one who slaughtered our clan, what depth of hatred can you truly muster? With a crack, Sasuke clenched his fists. Never having seen this side of Itachi before, how could he laugh so brazenly, intent on annihilating their entire family? You bastard! With a surge of fury, Sasuke struck Itachi squarely in the face, the force of the blow twisting Itachi's head to the side. Had he not been bound to the pillar, he might have been sent flying. Coughing violently, Itachi expelled a copious amount of blood from the corner of his mouth, finally dislodging a few of his teeth. Yet he maintained a mocking grin. My foolish brother. Shut up. Sasuke retaliated with another punch, causing Itachi's head to tilt once more. Enough. With another blow, Itachi's head swung to the opposite side. Repeatedly, Sasuke's fists connected, swelling Itachi's face, sealing his lips. Itachi had intended to provoke Sasuke further, hoping to elicit more Sharingan manifestations. But it seemed he might lose consciousness before he could finish his taunts. With a soft sigh, Uchiha Mikoto said nothing more, simply uttering, "Let us go." Sasuke untied the ropes binding Itachi to the pillar, dragging him outside. Itachi's chakra was sealed, eliminating any concern of escape, and throughout the process, he refrained from further provoking Sasuke, for it had become meaningless. In the heart of the village, a platform had been erected, upon which Uchiha Itachi was forcibly made to kneel, alongside Uchiha Daikoku and Sasuke. This village had been constructed at the expense of the Yamanaka clan, and only Naruto and his companions dared to approach. The others remained too fearful. Naruto, what is going on? Niji queried, still unclear about the situation. He had asked Sasuke the previous night, but Sasuke had been unwilling to elaborate, leaving him in the dark. Did Hinata not tell you? Naruto responded, puzzled, recalling their earlier conversation that morning. Why would she tell me? Niji replied, exasperated. Well, it seems Uchiha Itachi intended to secretly eradicate the Uchiha clan for the sake of Konoha, but ultimately failed and was captured. Now he is to be executed. Naruto stated lightly, yet for Niji, it was as if thunder had struck. Could such a person truly exist? Even Niji had only contemplated killing members of the Hyuga clan, never imagined annihilating an entire lineage. The Uchiha were indeed as peculiar as the rumors suggested. Uchiha Itachi. Just as Naruto and Niji conversed, Uchiha Daikoku spoke up, with Sasuke standing stoically beside him. I can no longer waste my breath on you, selfish scoundrel. I have no desire to speak, as you are unworthy of listening. However, since you betrayed the Uchiha for the sake of Konoha, we, the 39 Uchiha present, hereby vow to utterly obliterate Konoha in the future. Your eyes shall become the harbingers of destruction. I do not regret my choice. I merely regret not accounting for the variable that is Uzumaki Naruto. Humph. Uchiha Daikoku scoffed. Though displeased, he had anticipated this. Uchiha Itachi was indeed a treacherous wolf. He glanced at Sasuke, his mood lightening considerably. Despite Itachi's villainy, at least his brother was a reasonable individual. Sasuke, is this acceptable? If not, Sasuke shook his head, having approached Itachi, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at his elder brother, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet his resolve unwavering. Farewell, Itachi. Chapter 68. Sasuke's 3-tomo. Izumi's kaleidoscope standing atop the high platform. Sasuke's hands were forming a series of seals before his chest. Gazing down at Uchiha Itachi, who knelt before him, his vision blurred as memories of their time together flooded back, the four of them as a family, joyfully united, now overshadowed by bloodshed. The punishment bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi would be to witness his own gradual incineration in the flames of the great fireball. Wait. Just as Sasuke was about to form the final seal, a soft voice interrupted his actions. Sasuke looked up slightly, stifling his tears, and turned to the speaker. Uchiha Izumi. However, the Izumi before him bore little resemblance to the lively girl he once knew. Her gentle smile had been replaced by a hollow gaze, devoid of the vivacity and cheerfulness of yore. Izumi, is there something you wish to say? Sasuke, Daikoku-senpai, I have one final question for Itachi. May I? Izumi's lifeless eyes turned toward the two, prompting both Sasuke and Daikoku to nod in silent acquiescence. All present were bereaved of family, and while Izumi's pain was no less than theirs, she was nonetheless distinct. Possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan at merely 12 years old, she was more susceptible to extremities than anyone else. Slowly, Izumi ascended the platform, standing alongside Sasuke before Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, did you kill my mother? As her words fell, the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan materialized in her eyes. Although she understood the futility of her inquiry, knowing Itachi had no qualms about slaying his own kin, she asked nonetheless, seeking closure for herself. I'm sorry, Izumi. A deep, hoarse voice emerged from Uchiha Itachi's throat, though he did not provide a direct answer. All present comprehended his implication. Uchiha Hazuki had resided on the periphery of the Uchiha district, having moved back after marrying out, and Itachi had methodically slain each household from the outskirts inward, including Uchiha Hazuki. I see. Izumi's eyes trembled slightly, soon clouded by a veil of tears. Drip drop. Tears cascaded from her eyes, cool droplets pooling on the ground. Her face, once again, bore the semblance of life, no longer the visage of a corpse. Yet, rather than experiencing rebirth, she had already perished once, on the night of the clan's massacre, and now stood poised for resurrection atop this platform. Sasuke, may I join you? Izumi's expression remained stoic as tears flowed freely, for the one she once adored had brought about the demise of her closest kin. The girl named Uchiha Izumi had ultimately been broken. Sasuke, at this moment, would not oppose Izumi's request. They each took a step back, exchanging a silent glance before inhaling deeply. Both raised their hands, forming seals, and unleashed twin torrents of flames toward Uchiha Itachi. The roaring inferno swiftly enveloped Uchiha Itachi, yet it did not end his life outright. Rather, they controlled the output of chakra, ensuring he would perish in agony, thus providing solace to the spirits of the Uchiha who had sacrificed themselves the previous night. Sasuke, take good care of yourself and your mother. amidst the roaring flames. Itachi Uchiha rasped his final words, illuminating both their faces with the firelight, momentarily casting a look of confusion upon Sasuke's visage. Just as he fell into this moment of uncertainty, the brutal, bloody, and nauseating scene of the Uchiha clan's demise resurfaced vividly in his mind. Itachi Uchiha, that man, had personally slaughtered their kin, had taken the lives of their father. Even the children and the elderly of the clan were not spared from his merciless blade. Sasuke's gaze sharpened again with clarity. The spirits of the Uchiha sought redemption, a redemption to be achieved through the suffering and death of this man. The single tomo in his eye finally began to transform, spinning relentlessly. 2 tomo. 3 tomo. It seemed that the stimulation was not as potent as in the original narrative. Naruto, observing Sasuke's eyes, realized that once the 3 tomo emerged, there was little change thereafter. However, this was understandable. The hatred in the original tale had festered for a decade, compounded by solitude. Now, the Uchiha still had many members alive, and even his own mother was still among the living, thus diminishing the intensity of the emotional stimuli. I reckon I might not be a match for Sasuke in the future. Neji couldn't help but express his thoughts. Even with the single tomo, Sasuke could already match him. And now with 3 tomo, he feared he had become outclassed. Rest assured, the Byakugan can also evolve. I will take you to see it someday, Naruto reassured Neji. Patting him on the shoulder, knowing that Neji was likely feeling quite disheartened, suddenly finding himself the weakest among this group of ninjas. The Byakugan can evolve? Neji pondered. Suspicious of Naruto's words, as a member of the Hyuga clan, he was unaware of such a possibility. Do you think I would deceive you? Naruto shot Neji a glance before turning his attention to Izumi Uchiha, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, Neji, that is the true power of the Uchiha. Huh. Neji also turned to look at Izumi. The firelight illuminated her face, where tears had transformed into blood at the corners of her eyes. In the nurturing of blood and tears, amidst the baptism of hatred and suffering, the kaleidoscope Sharingan was birthed. Neji had never seen such eyes, red and black, swirling like a vortex. Everyone present noticed this moment, their expressions filled with shock. For a brief instant, all Uchiha forgot about Itachi, still writhing in the flames. After devastation, the Uchiha once again possessed the kaleidoscope. The flames subsided, and what remained of Itachi was but a pile of ashes. Izumi Uchiha felt the power emanating from her kaleidoscope Sharingan, sensing the formidable ocular techniques awakening within, murmuring continuously. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope? Huh. It has come too late. Time passed, and Itachi's execution had concluded. Naruto, along with the current leader of the Uchiha, Shisui, and Ino Uchiha, gathered in a wooden cabin. Ino's eyes burned with fervor, while Naruto and Shisui maintained a more composed demeanor. Mikoto Uchiha had gone to comfort Sasuke. After all, as the clan leader's wife, she was stronger than many ordinary Uchihas. My lord, as long as you grant me the opportunity for vengeance against Konoha, Izumi Uchiha will become your mightiest weapon. Izumi knelt before Naruto, her delicate face resembling the cold ice atop a mountain, her eyes adorned with strange patterns burning with the flames of hatred. The blood of Itachi alone could not repay the Uchiha's grievances. Naruto smiled and replied, there will be such an opportunity. However, could you first share the abilities of your eyes? The Sharingan is a reflection of the soul, and its powers are diverse. It is not surprising to encounter various abilities. Without hesitation, Izumi disclosed the powers of her kaleidoscope. The technique of my eyes is called Okunanushi. The ability of my right eye allows me to instantly replicate and project any weapon I have seen or used. The left eye can create a fixed barrier, storing the weapons I have replicated within, and can also draw enemies into battle. Both Ino and Shisui displayed surprise at her abilities. Indeed, the kaleidoscope's power was formidable. One could conjure objects from thin air, a pinnacle of ninjutsu, while the other resembled space-time techniques, equally terrifying. Only Naruto wore a peculiar expression. Does your ability require incantations? Am I to invoke sword bones, iron clumps, or glass hearts? What was Izumi thinking when she awakened such powers while killing Itachi? Chapter 69. Zabuza and Haku. Kato, a merchant and president of a shipping company, was no ordinary trader. He was unsatisfied with his wealth and set his sights on the kingdom of waves. For an island nation, surrounded by ocean and distanced from the mainland, maritime routes were its only lifeline to the outside world. Thus, He leveraged his financial power and violence to seize control of all maritime traffic in the Kingdom of Waves. For an island nation like this, controlling the maritime lifeline equated to controlling its wealth, politics, and the very lives of its people. Kato's actions naturally incited resistance from the residents of the Kingdom of Waves. A year prior, a fisherman who claimed to be a hero of the land attempted to negotiate with him through public pressure, demanding the reopening of the shipping lanes. It was nothing short of ridiculous. In the end, Kato had his arms severed and executed in front of the entire island, shattering the spirit of the Kingdom of Waves. And from that moment on, no one dared to oppose him, not even the feudal lord, who was merely a pet in his cage. However, before long, a peculiar foreigner arrived in the Kingdom of Waves. This woman did nothing but gather a group of people to build a manor by the coast. This action startled Kato. A wealthy outsider coming to this impoverished nation and constructing a manor capable of accommodating hundreds had intentions that were all too clear. Kato could never allow another to covet his territory. Over the past 2 months, he dispatched numerous rogue ninjas and wandering samurai to assassinate her, yet each time, they vanished without a trace, leaving no reports behind. This made Kato realize that his opponent was formidable, thus he decided to take more serious measures. One night, at Kato's manor, a grand celebration was underway. Ha ha ha. Today, let us welcome Mr. Zabuza and Mr. Haku to our ranks. Kato boisterously laughed, raising his wine glass towards Zabuza and Haku, who sat nearby, flanked by a throng of subordinates. Zabuza, lacking eyebrows, sported short black hair. With his lower face and neck wrapped in bandages, even as a rogue ninja, he still wore the headband of the hidden mist. Beside him, Haku appeared quite peculiar. Despite being male, he bore a feminine countenance, with long, lustrous black hair and attire that accentuated his delicate appearance. As Kato raised his glass, Zabuza showed no inclination to indulge him, resting his hands on the sofa, the imposing executioner's blade propped beside him, his expression one of clear dissatisfaction. Kato, I have merely accepted your commission. Once the task is completed, we will naturally depart. Zabuza offered no deference, and Haku, seated nearby sipping his juice, remained equally indifferent. Just a mere rogue ninja, Kato's grip on his glass tightened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. So, let us collectively wish Mr. Zabuza a successful completion of his mission. This time, Kato did not raise his glass towards Zabuza, but instead turned to his subordinates beside him. May Mr. Zabuza accomplish his task. This time, the silence was broken, and a chorus of cheers erupted from the many subordinates, considerably lifting Kato's spirits. Humph, such a foolish charade. Zabuza could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. He had initially intended to leave directly, but upon seeing the astonished expression of Bai, who was joyfully sipping his drink, he decided to linger a bit longer. It would serve as a reward for the tool. However, amidst the cheers, no one noticed a group of individuals stealthily observing from a distant hill. Xia, besides the 4 by the entrance, are there any other guards? Uchiha Izumi, wielding a long blade, inquired of the green-haired girl beside him, who was using her Byakugan to observe. Hinata Xia carefully scrutinized the scene and shook her head, saying, There are only those 4. It appears they are holding a banquet, thus gathering everyone together. What a lapse in vigilance. Uchiha Izumi suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. This was the first mission assigned to them by Naruto, and he had anticipated some challenges, only to find it comprised of a mere rabble. Just as Uchiha Izumi was pondering, Hinata Xia suddenly gasped softly. What is it? Uchiha Izumi asked. Hinata Xia furrowed her brow and said, There are 2 noticeably strong chakra signatures within the manor. One of them seems quite formidable, likely on par with Brother Ina. Oh, I had expected a bunch of weaklings. Are there any other suspicious aspects? Uchiha Izumi was eager to test his strength. Hinata Xia shook her head, stating, None. Besides a few gatekeepers, everyone else is within the manor, and there are no irregularities in the surrounding area. Very well, then let us prepare for action. Uchiha Izumi grasped his long sword, tied up his flowing hair, and declared, Kato will be kept alive. We will control him with the Sharingan, as Lord Naruto still requires him. Leave none alive. After finishing his words, Uchiha Izumi leaped down the mountainside, moving swiftly toward Kato's estate, as if traversing flat ground, followed closely by 10 figures. 11 pairs of crimson eyes glowed ominously in the night. In Chapter 70, Zabuza, the first to react within Kato's manor, stood up. As a member of the Mist, Zabuza was particularly skilled in assassination techniques, having silently eliminated countless significant figures, including the fourth Mizukage, making him acutely aware of murderous intent. Though he could not sense chakra, sometimes the aura of killing intent was more palpable. Suddenly, Zabuza stood tall, resting his executioner's blade against his back, his left hand already forming hand seals. Lord Zabuza, Bai immediately set down his drink and drew several shuriken. Mr. Zabuza, may I ask what is happening? After a moment of silence, Kato quickly distanced himself from Zabuza, hiding behind several subordinates. Zabuza cast a scornful glance at Kato, but being the employer, he offered an explanation. Your enemies are approaching. Ninjutsu, mist jutsu. A thick white mist suddenly enveloped the manor. Enemies? Could it be those wretched commoners have hired ninjas to assassinate me? Kato mused in confusion. Mr. Zabuza, you bang. Before Kato could finish his sentence, the manor's door was kicked open. What is this? Uchiha Izumi, leading the charge, immediately spotted the expanding mist. This is the mist jutsu from the village hidden in the mist, Uchiha Tetsu, following closely behind, remarked with utmost respect for Uchiha Izumi. After all, he was the only Manjiki Sharingan user left in the Uchiha clan, not counting Naruto. Mist jutsu? A single fire will take care of that. Uchiha Izumi observed the rapidly encroaching mist and cautioned, control your chakra, conserve your energy. Fire release, great fireball technique. 11 massive fireballs surged toward the mist, vaporizing it in their wake. Zabuza, still within the mist, momentarily lost his composure, cursing under his breath as he realized he had yet to make a move while the situation escalated. Dodge! Zabuza shouted to Bai, then in an instant, he appeared beside Kato, shielding him from the incoming fireballs. Boom! The fireballs exploded in the center of the manor, sending a wave of scorching heat that obliterated the mist, leaving behind Kato's subordinates, charred and barely conscious. With his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Izumi surveyed the area, noting the absence of Kato. Suddenly, he sensed a chill run down his spine and instinctively ducked, glancing back just in time to see a large blade slice through the air where his neck had been. A man wearing a mist forehead protector, half his face wrapped in bandages, emerged, brandishing a drawn sword, with 2 other Uchiha also preparing to engage. Zabuza swiftly transformed into a puddle of water. With his sword sheathed once more, Uchiha Izumi turned to a corner of the manor where 3 figures stood. Why are the Konoha Uchiha here? Zabuza tossed Kato aside, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Izumi, who, despite being the youngest, exuded authority among the group, as the others wore black cloaks while he donned white. We are not from Konoha. Uchiha Izumi's menacing words sent shivers down Zabuza's and Bai's spines, both accustomed to a life of assassination. The blood-red gaze of the Uchiha was particularly terrifying, rendering them both breathless. With 1 Manjiki Sharingan and 10 3-tomo Sharingan, the configuration was such that not even a mere assassin like Zabuza could hope to prevail, let alone the 4th Mizukage. However, Zabuza was no simple foe. He quickly regained his composure, lowering his stance and asking, "What is the purpose of your visit?" He was not arrogant, but rather, he understood that arrogance required strength. Had he sensed even the slightest chance of victory, he would have charged in with his blade. You need not know. In a brief moment, Uchiha Izumi had assessed Zabuza's strength and noted that the male figure possessed an odd ability. We will leave him for now. With that, she drew her sword and charged directly at Zabuza. Damn it! Realizing his opportunity for explanation was slipping away, Zabuza could only curse under his breath and swung his Executioner-S blade in response. Clang! The Executioner-S blade and the longsword clashed, producing a resonant sound. They quickly separated. Bai, you must leave. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. The previously pitch-black night was now bathed in the hues of dusk, revealing a landscape of sandy hills adorned with various swords. Uchiha Izumi stood atop the hill, backlit by the sun, sword in hand, and all Zabuza could discern were his crimson eyes within the shadow. Is this an illusion? Zabuza immediately attempted to dispel the Jinjutsu, but found it utterly ineffective. Uchiha Izumi advanced with her blade drawn, leaving Zabuza no choice but to meet her attack once more. Uchiha Izumi's strikes were swift and powerful. The feedback from the Manjiki Sharingan was terrifying, allowing Uchiha Izumi, despite being merely a ch-nin, to overpower Zabuza, an experienced j-nin, in taijutsu. Their battle concluded swiftly, as Uchiha Izumi, unleashing her full power, swiftly dealt with Zabuza. When Zabuza reappeared at the Kato Manor, A gruesome wound stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. He glanced around at Haku and Kato, only to find them standing there in a daze, evidently ensnared by the power of the Sharingan. How ironic, he mused bitterly, thinking it was merely a minor task, only to find himself embroiled in such chaos. The decapitation blade? Uchiha Izumi picked up the half-broken weapon from the ground and waved it, realizing it was inferior to the sword she wielded, one manifested by Naruto himself, consuming a significant amount of his chakra and ocular power. Though it bore no additional effects, its resilience and sharpness were remarkable, allowing her to cleave the decapitation blade in two effortlessly. What is your true intention? Zabuza grimaced, enduring the pain from his wound as he struggled to inquire. Uchiha Izumi ignored him, handing the decapitation blade to another Uchiha member, instructing, "Leave a few here to clean up the scene, and take the others away. If they resist, eliminate them without hesitation." Understood. Two Uchiha members approached to restrain the incapacitated Zabuza, while Haku and Kato followed closely behind. Meanwhile, several Uchiha began to utilize fire release to clear the area. Zabuza, recognizing the futility of resistance, complied. On their return journey, Uchiha Izumi and her companions fortuitously encountered Uchiha Inahiko and his group, who were similarly accompanied by the vacant-eyed daimyo of the Land of Waves. Both parties exchanged silent, knowing smiles. Chapter 71. Beast, you are not even human, yet you dare to call yourself a sage. As Naruto's plans for the Land of Waves progressed smoothly, Konoha found itself in utter turmoil. The dissolution of Root was the first calamity. All Root members were dispersed and reassigned to various Umbu squads. The Hokage advisor, Danzo Shimura, was also dismissed and left to languish at home. The root cause of this upheaval was Danzo's attempt to leverage Root to usurp power upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen gravely injured and the Umbu suffering significant losses. After his failed coup, he was swiftly ousted. Hiruzen remained alive, yet the loss of the Sarutobi legacy had drastically diminished his strength, and of the elite shinobi he had taken with him, fewer than 10 survived. Hiruzen relinquished the title of Hokage in order to search for Jiraiya and Tsunade throughout the shinobi world. Meanwhile, near a hot spring in the Land of Tea, a lecherous white-haired figure stealthily climbed a high artificial hill, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Lord Jiraiya, a voice devoid of emotion suddenly echoed, startling Jiraiya and causing him to tumble from the hilltop. "You scoundrel!" Jiraiya turned in fury at the person who had frightened him, only to find it was a figure wearing an animal mask, which somewhat tempered his anger. "Is the old man looking for me?" The Umbu ninja nodded, stating, "The Hokage requests your return to Konoha." Jiraiya furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is something amiss in Konoha?" "Konoha has suffered an attack. The Hokage is gravely injured, and nearly half of the Umbu have perished. Over half of Konoha's territory has been devastated." "You jest." Jiraiya initially assumed it was merely another skirmish with a rival village, only to be thrown into confusion at the revelation that half of Konoha had been lost. The Umbu ninja confirmed, "The Hokage has stepped down, and a new Hokage will soon be elected." "Who did this?" Jiraiya's expression darkened. "Unclear. Only upon your return will the Hokage himself provide the details." Sarutobi concealed the truth of the incident, believing that as long as the news of the Jinchuriki remained hidden, it would still serve as a deterrent, delaying other villages' plans against Konoha. Then we bang. Jiraiya's words were abruptly cut off as he transformed into a cloud of white smoke, leaving the Umbu ninja bewildered. "Let us depart at once." "Huh, where are we?" Just moments ago, Jiraiya had been conversing with the Umbu ninja, only to suddenly find himself in an unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar setting. It was a vibrant scene, alive with the fragrance of flowers and the sounds of nature. Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya soon spotted a small green toad with white whiskers and eyebrows beneath him. "Dans, what brings you to seek me at this moment?" Jiraiya asked with curiosity, as he rarely received visits from Mount Myaboku, suspecting it might be related to Konoha's recent attack. Dans frowned, sighing, "Shall we eat first? Your mother prepared food for you." Jiraiya hesitated but then resolutely replied, "Konoha is in a dire situation. I must return promptly. Let us discuss the matter at hand." Dan sighed again, stating, "In that case, follow me. This matter pertains to the prophecy of the Great Elder." Prophecy? Jiraiya was instantly alert, recalling the prophecy given to him by the great sage of the Toads. "Your disciple will bring change to the world. It remains uncertain whether this change will usher in peace or destruction." He had tirelessly pursued this prophecy, yet Jiraiya's spirits dampened as he lamented not having found the prophesied child, mourning the loss of the two disciples he once held in high regard. However, he quickly regained his composure, intrigued as he turned to Dans. Is there a new prophecy from the great sage? Dans nodded, then shook his head. There should be a new prophecy, but it did not specify. It only instructed me to bring you forth. I see. Then why the constant sighing? Dans hesitated before replying. The great elder is not in good spirits. He seemed angry when he awakened today. Angry? Why would he be angry? Well, I suppose we shall find out. Jiraiya placed Dans on his shoulder and hastened towards the abode of the great sage of the toads. Before long, the duo arrived at the grand hall where the great sage resided, immediately spotting a massive orange toad adorned with a string of prayer beads and a scholar's hat. Seated upon a chair marked with the character for sage. Beside the great sage sat a small green toad. Dans and Jiraiya exchanged glances, with the latter observing the great sage before shaking his head. The great sage has fallen asleep again. Dans sighed, accustomed to the routine, and leaped onto the platform opposite the great sage, calling out loudly, "Great elder, young Jiraiya has arrived." The sound echoed throughout the vast hall, resounding with chakra-enhanced intensity. Jiraiya's expression reflected exasperation, as this was a recurring occurrence with the great sage. Yet, upon that resounding call, the great sage's eyelids fluttered, slowly rising to regard Jiraiya. Apologies. Age has caught up with me. I tend to doze off when I close my eyes. By the way, who are you? Even Jiraiya had grown accustomed to this peculiar greeting. Great sage, I am Jiraiya. Ah, I remember now. It is young Jiraiya. A peculiar expression crossed the great sage's face as he remarked, Young Jiraiya, your mission has been accomplished. Jiraiya was taken aback, puzzled as to what mission he had completed. Did it pertain to the search for the prophesied child? But he had no disciples left. I implore you, great sage, please clarify. Unable to fathom the situation, Jiraiya decided it was best to inquire directly. The great sage seemed to reminisce. I have witnessed a future, the only future. The prophesied child has made his choice. A great fire will sweep across the world, plunging the entire shinobi realm into war. The 5 great nations will be utterly destroyed, and even the 3 great sacred lands will struggle to survive. Jiraiya's expression darkened considerably. The prospect of the destruction of the 5 great nations and the 3 great sacred lands was a consequence he had never fathomed. Even the nearby frogs, Shinsaku and Shima, were taken aback. Could it truly be that the 3 great sacred lands would face annihilation? These sanctuaries had existed for centuries without encountering such a dire fate. Great Sage Toad, the future may yet be alterable. You summoned me this time with the intention of changing this ominous future, did you not? Frog Maru spoke languidly. The child of prophecy destined to bring about the world's ruin is still but a youth. While he cannot be guided at this moment, there are alternative methods to thwart him. Alternative methods? Jiraiya's brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, he shuddered, his expression grim as he turned to Frog Maru. Great Sage Toad, are you suggesting that while the child of prophecy has yet to develop, we should eliminate him? The ninja world holds no other child of prophecy, or rather, I can discern no others beyond this future, merely a shroud of mist. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, mulling over this revelation before asking, Great Sage Toad, can you discern the child's appearance? Frog Maru fell into a prolonged silence, lost in memory before finally responding. He is a youth with azure eyes who commands the 9 tails. He dwells upon an island, sowing the seeds of annihilation. Unless unforeseen events transpire, you shall encounter him on the day of Konoha's destruction. The mention of tailed beasts, azure eyes, an island, and the annihilation of Konoha weighed heavily upon Jiraiya's shoulders, intensifying the pressure he felt. I understand. I shall exert all my efforts to locate him and prevent his rise. Then I shall take my leave, he concluded. Go, young Jiraiya, and exercise caution, Frog Maru advised. With that, Jiraiya transformed into a plume of white smoke, reappearing before the lurking Umbu. The Umbu, eager to speak, found Jiraiya already hastening towards Konoha. Great Lord, did you perceive anything else? Shinsaku inquired of Frog Maru. Frog Maru cast a fleeting glance at Shinsaku and remarked, I saw him standing amidst the ruins of Myaboku Mountain, uttering blasphemous claims. Sage? Beasts, you are not even human. Yet you dare to call yourself a sage? Chapter 72. The scheme of the Land of Waves. The year 55 of Konoha marked the heaviest burden since its founding, drawing perilously close to destruction. It was during this tumultuous time that Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage and princess of the Land of Fire, returned to her beloved Konoha after years of absence, assuming the role of the fifth Hokage amidst impending doom. What did you say? Naruto attacked Konoha? Jiraiya gazed incredulously at Tsunade, seated in the Hokage's chair. Indeed, this is what the old man himself declared. Naruto has acquired the power of the Nine Tails and Flying Thunder God, along with a jutsu akin to the Tailed Beast Bomb, yet significantly more formidable, a troublesome situation. Tsunade explained, rubbing her temples. Just a few days into her tenure as Hokage, and already she felt overwhelmed by a cascade of crises. It seemed as though the elders had dragged her into this predicament, yet she was the only one left in Konoha capable of assuming such a position. The village could not endure a day without a Hokage. But why would Naruto do such a thing? He is the son of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya struggled to comprehend the situation. Tsunade glanced at him with a bemused expression, considering how a man nearing 50 could still possess a somewhat youthful demeanor. Have you not returned in all these years? A flicker of guilt crossed Jiraiya's face as he nodded. Then take a look at these, Tsunade said, retrieving a stack of documents from her drawer and sliding them across the table to Jiraiya. As he perused the pages, his expression darkened with each document, culminating in a furious slam of the final page onto the table. That damn Danzo. How dare he humiliate Minato's child? Tsunade regarded him with the incredulity reserved for the oblivious. Do you truly believe that Danzo alone could wield such influence? Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue but ultimately fell silent, a sense of desolation washing over him. Oh, old man. Does the Umbu possess any intelligence on Naruto's current situation? Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade shook her head. The crux of the issue is no longer Naruto. We must first address the matters concerning the three great ninja villages. Sunagakure has already begun amassing troops at Konoha's borders. While Konoha faced dire straits, the situation for Naruto was markedly favorable. Utilizing the Sharingan's control, he swiftly acquired the title of daimyo from the Land of Waves. While the former daimyo continued to live a life of luxury, albeit relocated to an undisclosed location. Kato, too, remained alive, now a puppet under Naruto's influence. With his company thriving as a world-class shipping enterprise, more than capable of sustaining the Land of Waves. After all, Naruto appeared as a daimyo. Yet the population of the Land of Waves barely surpassed several tens of thousands, fewer than that of Konoha village. Consequently, Naruto instituted a centralized governance system, the most efficient method for managing a small nation. Although the upper echelons were lacking, he established a rudimentary organizational structure. Naruto served as the leader of the Land of Waves, with three executive bodies: the Social Affairs Bureau, the Military Affairs Bureau, and the Financial Affairs Bureau. The Social Affairs Bureau was responsible for cultural and public welfare activities within the Land of Waves, overseeing issues such as promotion, education, and healthcare, led by Yakushi Nanaka. The Military Affairs Bureau, the military arm of the Land of Waves, was tasked with maintaining public order and enforcing decrees. Although its members were predominantly Uchiha, it also included Zabuza and Haku as external personnel, with Uchiha Izumi at the helm, directly reporting to Naruto. Meanwhile, the Financial Affairs Bureau served as the economic hub, responsible for auditing the identities of individuals entering and exiting the Land of Waves, as well as managing foreign personnel. Currently lacking qualified financial staff, the responsibilities fell to Naruto, while the task of auditing foreign visitors was handled by subordinates from Kato's company. Upon becoming the new daimyo of the Land of Waves, Naruto announced this change to the populace, yet it elicited little concern. The existence of a daimyo was merely a formality to them, as their primary worry remained whether they would have enough food for the next day. The foremost issue to resolve was the sustenance of the Land of Waves populace. In the conference room of the daimyo's estate, Naruto clasped his hands beneath his chin, speaking earnestly. The Land of Waves was ill-suited for agricultural cultivation, relying primarily on fisheries for sustenance. Fishermen would catch fish along the coast and sell their catch in the urban areas. However, due to Kato's prior control over the shipping routes, many fishermen had lost their vessels, resulting in a significant food shortage. Even in better times, relying solely on fishing was insufficient to provide adequate nourishment. Yakushi Nanaka apprised Naruto of the current state of food supply in the Land of Waves. Fear not regarding the food situation. With Kato's company in operation, the Land of Waves is not lacking in financial resources. As a top-tier shipping company, transportation is relatively convenient. In this context, addressing the issue of hunger should prove quite manageable. From now on, whenever Kato's fleet is out, they must return with ample non-perishable food supplies. Of course, this is merely a temporary solution. We must also research crops suitable for cultivation in the land of waves. As he spoke, Naruto suddenly recalled a remarkably capable individual, someone with experience in governance and formidable research capabilities. In the entire ninja world, only one person came to mind. Let us first bring that serpent here. It will indeed save us considerable effort. It appears that the industrial level in the land of snow is quite advanced, particularly in the realm of chakra technology. As a few individuals observed Naruto, who suddenly fell into contemplation mid-conversation, they exchanged glances, wanting to remind him but hesitant to interrupt, ultimately choosing to wait in silence. My apologies, I was just pondering some matters. Naruto quickly regained his focus and addressed Yakushi Nanoyu. Nanoyu, have the locations for the ninja school, hospital, several seafood processing plants, and the ninja tool manufacturing facility been determined? Yakushi Nanoyu nodded, producing a map and laying it upon the conference table, highlighting several locations with her pen. For the ninja school, there happens to be a vacant plot near the Cardo Manor, which is suitably sized and secure for construction. The hospital can conveniently be built adjacent to it. The seafood processing plants will be established along the coastal areas, while the ninja tool manufacturing facility can initially be placed near this small iron mine in the hills. Once the iron resources are depleted, it can be relocated to the coastal region. The group examined the locations Nanoyu had chosen, acknowledging them as the best options currently available within the land of waves. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let us proceed according to this map. Please draft a suitable recruitment plan within the next few days. If it meets our criteria, we will make it public. Those who participate in labor and complete their respective tasks will receive appropriate food. Of course, more effort will yield more rewards, while less effort will result in less. Those who do not labor shall receive nothing. The cost of food will also be deducted from their monthly wages. We aim to provide employment for all the unemployed in the country. If there are insufficient positions, they can be assigned to road repairs, bridge building, or land reclamation, essentially, as long as there is work to be done." "Understood," Yakushi Nanoyu replied, as this was inherently her duty. Should anyone attempt to exploit the system or cause unrest over food, let Izumi handle it. "Yes," Uchiha Izumi responded promptly. "Let us proceed with this plan, while also enhancing the scrutiny of individuals entering and exiting the land of waves. The shinobi world is likely to experience turmoil during this period. Nanoyu, Izumi, please remain. The others may take their leave." "Yes. In the future, I shall strive to summarize such plot lines more succinctly." Chapter 73. Orochimaru Naruto-kun. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Lord Naruto, do you have any instructions?" The two spoke simultaneously, yet their tones were entirely different, perhaps out of habit. Yakushi Nanoyu continued to address him as Naruto-kun, to which Naruto had no objections. Rather, he felt quite pleased. After all, apart from Neji, Sasuke, and the late Minato Namikaze, everyone around him, like Uchiha Izumi, referred to him with a formal title, which felt rather peculiar. "Do you wish to see Yakushi Kabuto?" Naruto, releasing his thoughts, directly inquired of Nanoyu. "Kabuto, is Naruto-kun planning to bring him here?" A spark of excitement flickered across Yakushi Nanoyu's face, a rare expression for her. Even Uchiha Izumi, who stood nearby, was taken aback. She had never witnessed Nanoyu in such a state, always appearing as the composed older sister. Naruto nodded with a smile, saying, "Yakushi Kabuto is indeed a rare talent, and we currently find ourselves in need of such individuals. This will also afford you the opportunity to meet him in person." Yakushi Nanoyu calmed her emotions and asked with curiosity, "Do you know where Kabuto is now? I recall you mentioning he was on a mission in the Hidden Stone Village. But based on your implication, that mission was likely aimed at me. I assume he is no longer there. As for Yakushi Kabuto, he should currently be in the company of Orochimaru," Naruto replied thoughtfully. Following the original narrative, Yakushi Nanoyu had perished at Kabuto's hands over a year ago, leading Kabuto into a spiral of self-doubt and eventually aligning himself with Orochimaru, who had sought to recruit both Kabuto and Danzo. However, since Nanoyu had been preserved, although some variables would arise, Orochimaru would undoubtedly find other means to acquire Kabuto. Since we aim to engage Orochimaru, we must also ensure Kabuto's presence. With both of them, the Land of Waves will vastly surpass the 5 great shinobi villages in biotechnology. "Orochimaru?" A look of concern crossed Yakushi Nanoyu's face. She had not anticipated Kabuto's association with him. Her impression of Orochimaru was not favorable. Despite being one of the legendary three, his demeanor was cold and serpentine. Lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Izumi was equally astonished. While she had not heard of Yakushi Kabuto, she was aware of Orochimaru, one of the legendary three and a formidable rival to the fourth Hokage, a notorious rogue ninja. To be associated with such a figure indicated that Yakushi Kabuto was no ordinary character. Do you feel confident in dealing with Orochimaru, Naruto-kun? Rest assured, there is no cause for concern, Naruto replied with a calm smile. He still possessed a trump card that he intended to play. Utilizing it against Orochimaru would not be in vain. He desperately needed Orochimaru's strength. Currently, he had reached a bottleneck in his own power. Previously, he had absorbed Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan, which had only slightly increased his ocular prowess and granted him two relatively ineffective ocular techniques. The benefits were minimal. Though he had also tried to absorb Sasuke's chakra after he awakened his Sharingan, the reaction was negligible. He could not simply consume Sasuke despite his lowered standards. After all, Sasuke had bared his soul to him, and Naruto could not reciprocate with treachery. However, if Sasuke were to awaken the Manjiki and still prove inadequate, he could always extract some flesh for his own enhancement. In recent days, he had perused the entire sealing book, filled with an array of water-style jutsu. After learning a few, he found them largely ineffective, rendering further study pointless. Currently, his options for enhancing his strength were exceedingly limited, and Orochimaru could provide substantial assistance. At this juncture, Orochimaru was likely beginning his research on cursed seals, which are intrinsically linked to natural energy. In the original narrative, Jago was the source of these cursed seals, possessing a natural ability to absorb natural energy and achieve sage transformation. However, his transformation would lead to uncontrollable rampages. Sage transformation is a form of sage mode, which Naruto must master, as it enables one to harness natural energy to bolster both offense and defense. Additionally, it expands the range and perception of taijutsu attacks and allows for the amalgamation of natural energy with one's chakra to create senjutsu chakra, dramatically enhancing the potency of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Orochimaru's research on the cursed seals, derived from Jago, closely resembles sage mode. With that in mind, I wish for your endeavors to proceed smoothly, Naruto-kun. Observing Naruto's serene expression, Yakushi Nanoyu felt her worries dissipate. After their prolonged collaboration, she understood that Naruto was not one to embark on uncertain ventures. Very well. During my absence, please take particular care of matters here in the Land of Waves. I understand, Yakushi Nanoyu replied earnestly, nodding. Lord Naruto, do you require my assistance in accompanying you? Uchiha Izumi interjected, feeling that although her strength was currently inferior to Naruto's, she could still be of considerable help. You remain in the Land of Waves while the situation in the ninja world is tumultuous. Your presence here serves as a safeguard. During my absence, it is imperative that you report significant matters to Yahiko and refrain from taking any unilateral actions. After all, while it is acceptable to let the Uchiha clan engage in battle, their demeanor in daily affairs and management leaves much to be desired. Although they have somewhat tempered their behavior following the massacre of their clan, they still present a chilling facade that instills fear in others. Understood. Uchiha Izumi, though somewhat disappointed, acquiesced. Very well, you may proceed. Naruto has completed his directives. Indeed, for the time being, the arrangements concerning the Land of Waves are sufficient. The infrastructure here is woefully inadequate. It must be established before I can recruit a new cadre of talent to commence the next phase of planning. Orochimaru has likely joined the Akatsuki, though it remains uncertain whether he has defected. In any case, I shall first pay a visit to the Land of Rice. Chapter 74. Orochimaru, your power is too dangerous. Nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning lies a nameless small nation known as the Land of Rice. Sandwiched between two great powers, the Land of Rice finds itself in a precarious position, similar to the Land of Rain. It has been a battleground during several ninja world wars, with countless innocent civilians suffering as a result. Villages have been razed, farmland lies fallow, and people are displaced. This grim environment is precisely why Orochimaru chose to establish a ninja village here. Amidst the brutality, few would concern themselves with his experiments, and he has an ample supply of test subjects. Beneath a certain area of the Land of Rice, there exists a relatively rudimentary underground base. Emerging from a laboratory within this base, Orochimaru wore a satisfied expression, his spirits elevated since his defection from Konoha and subsequent affiliation with the Akatsuki. Recently, a significant surprise had come from a certain individual named Go, whom Kimimaro had brought, akin to a mobile treasure trove, providing him with substantial gains. His long-standing interest in natural energy, especially the Sage mode that enhances one's abilities after absorbing it, had begun to bear fruit, though he had yet to locate the entrance to the Dragon Cave for further study. However, Go, possessing a natural affinity for absorbing natural energy, presented an exceptional opportunity for research. His progress in this area had been promising. Yet, with the impending meeting time set by the Akatsuki, he had reluctantly departed the laboratory, which sparked thoughts of leaving the organization. Initially, his curiosity about Pain's Rinnegan had drawn him to the Akatsuki, but it had become a hindrance to his research. Orochimaru-sama. A silver-haired man with round black glasses approached him, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Ah, do you bring important intelligence, Kabuto?" Orochimaru inquired, a smile gracing his face, though one half was shrouded by his hair, giving him an air of insidiousness. Kabuto produced a scroll from within his robes and presented it to Orochimaru. "This is intelligence from Konoha." Orochimaru accepted the scroll and skimmed its contents, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Well, it seems a remarkable event has transpired. A formidable figure has emerged in the ninja world. His chilling laughter echoed, laced with an intense wariness. As the favored disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was acutely aware of the old man's strength. Although age had dulled his edge, he remained a force to be reckoned with, particularly after he had decimated a significant portion of Konoha, an ability he had only witnessed in one other, Pain, who claimed to be a god and wielded the Rinnegan. Is my former mentor still alive? According to the intelligence, he remained so, though he had not left the intensive care unit, rendering detailed information elusive. Is that so? I had hoped he could meet a more dignified end, Orochimaru mused, returning the scroll to Kabuto as he turned toward the lounge. Pay it no mind. Go feed the lab rats. However, just as he intended to depart, his steps faltered, and he gazed upward at the ceiling of the underground base, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Orochimaru-sama, what is? A thunderous rumble interrupted Kabuto's inquiry, transforming his countenance. What is happening? Has Konoha engaged in conflict with the Cloud Village? No, this is aimed at us. Orochimaru's vigilance heightened as he observed the trembling ceiling, sensing an approaching force. Boom. Orochimaru's expression abruptly transformed, his serpentine pupils quivering violently. The ceiling began to vanish piece by piece, blinding sunlight piercing into the dark underground base. As the ceiling fully disappeared, he discerned a figure silhouetted against the glaring light. Orochimaru-sama. Three youthful voices resonated, as three individuals appeared before Orochimaru, encircling him protectively. Go, Kimimaro, and Karen. All five of them gazed upward, expressions somber. Naruto had merely intended to test his luck in the land of rice, as the timeline for the Uchiha clan's massacre had shifted slightly due to his presence, but the variance was minimal. Thus, Orochimaru should still be affiliated with the Akatsuki during this time frame. To his surprise, he had indeed encountered him, saving him considerable effort. What manner of person are you? Karen, still resembling a young girl, directed her ire at Naruto, indignant that he dared destroy her beloved Orochimaru's base, vowing not to forgive him. A kunai formed from crystal appeared in her hand. How lively it is. Orochimaru, you have saved me a great deal of trouble by gathering such talented individuals, Naruto remarked, descending slowly, nodding in satisfaction at the group. You scoundrel. Karen was incensed, perceiving Naruto's demeanor as though they were mere possessions. Just as she prepared to charge forward, Orochimaru placed a firm hand on her shoulder. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru regarded Naruto's youthful visage intently. Without a mask, Naruto's identity was instantly recognizable to him. Is what transpired in Konoha connected to you? Orochimaru squinted, unable to suppress the urge to lick his lips, his apprehension deepening. The power Naruto had displayed was astonishing. Nearly 10 meters of ground had vanished in an instant. He planned to escape. Orochimaru, while I would prefer to persuade you verbally, hiss. Two enormous black serpents materialized behind Naruto, their gaping maws poised to strike. Yet before they could reach him, two equally massive iron swords appeared, descending to impale the serpentine heads into the ground. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly, a more genuine smile breaking through as he suggested. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this properly. However, your power is far too perilous. Naruto's eyes widened dramatically. A torrent of potent ocular energy surging from his gaze into Orochimaru's mind, rewriting certain elements. Orochimaru's eyes widened as well, his pupils constricting sharply. His instincts as a powerful being sensed a change, yet he could discern nothing. What just transpired? Orochimaru was momentarily entranced. Orochimaru-sama? This time, it was not only Honlin who felt anxious, but even the usually composed Junmaru and Shugo experienced a surge of panic. Lord Orochimaru, defeated by a mere gaze? What have you done to Lord Orochimaru? Honlin shot a furious glare at Naruto, brandishing a crystalline kunai as she charged forward. Yet, her neck was firmly grasped by a pair of large hands. Lord Orochimaru. Hearing Junmaru and Shugo's exclamations, Honlin turned her head with great difficulty. Her face flushed with anger. Her eyes met Orochimaru's, filled with murderous intent. What are you planning to do to him? Chapter 75. Preparing to undermine the Akatsuki organization. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation was a powerful jutsu devised by Orochimaru himself, allowing him to transfer his spirit into another's body, thus objectively achieving his goal of immortality. However, it also left him with a significant weakness. Each use of this technique inflicted damage upon the caster's soul, resulting in a period of vulnerability before and after the reincarnation, necessitating a time of rest for the soul's recovery. If the soul faced significant rejection from the new vessel, it would remain in a state of weakness indefinitely. It was evident that Orochimaru had indeed used the impure world reincarnation, for despite his attempts to conceal it with ninjutsu, Naruto could discern Orochimaru's feminine essence at a glance. Moreover, Orochimaru had fallen victim to genjutsu before, having been instantaneously defeated by Uchiha Itachi's gaze in the original narrative. And now he found his perception altered once again by Naruto's eyes. Of course, Naruto merely modified a portion of Orochimaru's understanding, making him perceive Naruto as his master without altering his inherent pursuit of immortality and passion for research. This exemplifies the terrifying power of the Kodoame Tsukumi. Lord Orochimaru, please remain calm. Honlin's actions stem from her concern for you. Junmaru and Shugo immediately distanced themselves from Orochimaru, regarding him with caution, though none dared to take action. Meanwhile, Honlin felt as though her throat were being crushed. Her face grew increasingly flushed, and her consciousness began to fade. Lord Orochimaru. Enough, release her. Naruto interjected. Recognizing that Honlin's crystalline ninjutsu was formidable, at least surpassing that of White's ice ninjutsu, as she had managed to temporarily seal the three tails in the anime. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru promptly loosened his grip on Honlin's neck, allowing her to collapse to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The stale air flooded her lungs, a precious relief. And her awareness gradually returned to normal as she began to cough violently. As a tool, do not show disrespect to the master. Orochimaru's cold gaze bore down on Honlin, who instinctively shrank back in fear, stifling her cough and looking up at him with a pitiful expression. I understand. Upon receiving her response, Orochimaru shifted his attention to Junmaru, Shugo, and Kabuto. And you? Understood. The three responded in unison. Satisfied, Orochimaru nodded, turning to Naruto with a smile. Master, what else do you require of us? Naruto, feeling awkward under Orochimaru's cold smile, recognized it as part of his character and replied, Let's tidy up and follow me. I will provide you with a better research environment. Understood, but please wait a moment. There is a considerable amount of data here. After speaking, Orochimaru turned to the other four, instructing, You four, quickly organize the research materials here. Understood. After responding, the four sprang into action. Although they knew Orochimaru was undoubtedly under the control of that detestable blonde, they also wished to assist him in breaking free from this control. However, if they intervened, they would certainly be dealt with by Lord Orochimaru. Exchanging glances, Junmaru, Shugo, and Honlin comprehended the unspoken understanding. Exercise restraint. Only Kabuto remained indifferent, perceiving it merely as a change of leadership. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a surge of chakra emanating from the void ring on his left pinky, an occurrence that also alerted Naruto. What is it? Naruto inquired. Noticing it was the Akatsuki's ring, Orochimaru explained, It is time for the Akatsuki meeting. The leader is summoning members to participate. He then looked at Naruto with a questioning gaze. Naruto felt a flicker of thought within, nodding in agreement. Go ahead and attend. Accept any tasks presented. Orochimaru found a place to sit and utilized Pain's technique, converting chakra into thought waves. After a brief delay, Orochimaru's consciousness manifested in a cave. This was a technique only achievable with the Rinnegan, the lantern illusion technique. Upon Orochimaru's appearance, 5 figures were already present, each standing atop tall stone pillars at a distance from one another. Though their faces were obscured, certain physical traits allowed for identification. The tallest pillar bore Pain, the leader, while the others included Konan, Zetsu, Kakazu, and Sasori, indicating the nascent Akatsuki organization, still lacking in strength. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Pain spoke, "You are late, Orochimaru." Unfazed by Pain's tone, Orochimaru chuckled softly. Hee, there was a minor incident at the experimental base, causing a delay. Pain furrowed his brow, but refrained from further reprimanding him. Given the current shortage of members in the Akatsuki, despite Orochimaru's apparent disloyalty, he remained one of their own. Choosing to overlook it, Pain addressed the group, stating, "The ninja world is on the brink of chaos once more, yet our organization still lacks sufficient power and urgently requires new members. Therefore, I have several tasks for you." The members straightened, adopting attentive postures. Before the introduction of the atmosphere group, Akatsuki meetings maintained a semblance of seriousness. First, concerning the mysterious individual who destroyed Konoha, Zetsu. "Please share your intelligence." At this, everyone's gaze shifted towards Zetsu, during which Orochimaru's expression subtly shifted, unnoticed by anyone. Based on the chakra signatures from the battle scene, it is highly likely that the one who destroyed Konoha is a Jinchuriki from Konoha, named Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage. Currently, he is merely 7 years old, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek. Not only does he possess the chakra of the 9 tails, but he likely also masters the Flying Thunder God technique, accompanied by approximately 20 elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo. This is the intelligence I have gathered thus far. Having finished, Zetsu promptly fell silent, his presence within the Akatsuki being notably minimal. Hee, only 7 years old. How fascinating. Orochimaru let out a peculiar laugh, and the other members expressed their astonishment. His intelligence should be quite valuable in the underground trade. He certainly qualifies as a potential addition to my collection. Enough. Pain interrupted. Continuing, this is a long-term task. Anyone who encounters the 9 tails Jinchuriki must immediately report to me. His power is too formidable. He must be captured as early as possible. Understood. The group responded in unison. Next, I will assign you each specific tasks. In the village of Mist, a new member has joined our ranks. However, due to the village's policies, it is necessary for one of our members to assist with the arrival of Scorpion. This task has been assigned to you. Originally, this responsibility should have fallen to the individual who claims to be Uchiha Madara, but what perplexes Pain is that this individual has not made an appearance in several days, allowing Zetsu to offload the task onto them. Scorpion's illusion manifests as a hunchbacked old man. He does not immediately agree, but emits a raspy laugh before stating, "I hope the new member is formidable. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee he won't become part of my collection upon our meeting. Rest assured, the new member's prowess will not disappoint you." Pain, evidently accustomed to Scorpion's history of eliminating numerous partners, reflects that the Akatsuki organization is an elite team. For those lacking in strength, elimination is merely a consequence. Pain then turned his attention to Orochimaru and Kakazu, proclaiming, "The cult of the Land of Rivers has succeeded in their immortality experiment, resulting in a subject named Haiden. Orochimaru, Kakazu, you two shall recruit him by any means necessary and bring him before me." Haiden's induction into the Akatsuki has 3 variations. As fan fiction, one must naturally choose the most advantageous scenario. Furthermore, wishing everyone a joyful mid-autumn festival. May happiness abound. Cheers. Chapter 76. A preemptive strike to my surprise. Haiden and Kakazu are to make their entrance so soon. As the Akatsuki meeting concluded, Orochimaru relayed the meeting's details to Naruto, leaving him astonished. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. He had initially set out merely to persuade Orochimaru to return, rectifying the technological deficits of the Land of Waves. However, it now appears that the economic shortcomings may also be addressed. As for Haiden, the notion of immortality indeed holds significant research value, and in the future, should the need for human experimentation arise, Haiden would provide ample material. This outing has proven to be remarkably fruitful, as a genuine smile graced Naruto's face. "Do you require my participation in this task?" Orochimaru inquired of Naruto's opinion. Naruto nodded, stating, "Both of these individuals are rare talents, and with Haiden on board, you will no longer lack experimental subjects. Immortality? That is indeed intriguing." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru could not resist licking his lips, for the pursuit of eternal life presented a tremendous allure. "Lord Orochimaru, everything has been prepared." While the two conversed, Kimimaro, Yugo, Guren, and Kabuto stood before them, bearing an assortment of scrolls, neatly arranged. Orochimaru glanced at Naruto again, his expression uncertain. If they were to execute the Akatsuki's task, these four could not accompany them, lest they become a liability. Naruto, observing the anxious expressions of the four, said, "Orochimaru and I have a few matters to attend to. We shall send you away for now." Without granting them a chance to speak, Naruto began to set up the Flying Thunder God technique. The three, Kimimaro, Yugo, and Guren, hesitated, their hearts filled with apprehension, yet they dared not show it, casting pleading glances at Orochimaru, fearful that parting from Lord Orochimaru would lead them to become test subjects, despite the fact that they seemed to have been mere subjects from the start. Kabuto, however, appeared resigned to his fate. Orochimaru paid no mind to their expressions, but rather watched with curiosity as Naruto prepared the Flying Thunder God technique. He had witnessed Minato Namikaze use it before. It allowed for the transportation of objects or individuals within the array to another location. After Minato's sacrifice, only the fourth Hokage's guard team, Team Genma, could employ it. It seemed that Naruto had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and was quite proficient in its use. In a short time, Naruto completed the setup and smiled at Kimimaro and the others, instructing, "Step onto the array." The four approached hesitantly, with Kabuto displaying a worried expression. Although he had accepted his fate, the thought of being transported to an unknown place filled him with unease. "Fear not. As long as you behave once you arrive, no one will trouble you. Moreover, Kabuto, you will discover your true self there." Before Kabuto could inquire further, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Farewell. A flash of light blinded them, and when their eyes opened again, they found themselves under the scrutiny of several crimson eyes. After witnessing their disappearance, Naruto turned to Orochimaru. Smiling, "It is time for us to depart." Kakuzu, an elite ninja from the village of Waterfall, had been tasked with assassinating the first Hokage of Konoha. Within the Land of Fire, he engaged in a fierce battle with Senju Hashirama, ultimately succumbing to Hashirama's would-release techniques, after narrowly escaping with his life. Upon returning to his village, he was betrayed by the higher-ups and severely punished for his failure, imprisoned within the village's confines. Unwilling to accept his fate in captivity, Kakuzu harbored a burning hatred as he broke free, seizing the village's treasured secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear. With this technique, he extracted the hearts of all the village's high-ranking officials, becoming a rogue ninja and simultaneously acquiring a prolonged life. Thus, life became merely a string of numbers for him. As he endured the betrayal of his village and the death of everyone he knew, Kakuzu lost his sense of purpose, ultimately choosing to pursue an unending relationship with wealth. Only money would not betray him, possessing a lifespan akin to his own, and the accumulation of wealth knew no bounds. Thus, his life's goal became solely the pursuit of riches, which is why he assumed the role of treasurer within the Akatsuki, even though it seemed that the money he earned did not belong to him. Outside a small village near the Land of Water, at the outskirts of Hidden Village. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking twigs echoed, carried by a gentle breeze, as two figures emerged from the woods. Ahead lay the designated meeting place agreed upon with Kakuzu. Orochimaru gazed at the distant silhouettes of thatched roofs, commenting, "Shall we venture into the village?" Naruto, sensing the peculiar chakra within the village, shook his head, replying, "Use your snakes to draw him out." Understood. Orochimaru bit his fingertip and pressed his hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu, a cloud of smoke erupted, and numerous small snakes surged forth, inundating the village in a wave. "Allow me to take the lead. A single Kakuzu does not require your intervention, my lord," Orochimaru volunteered, as a subordinate naturally ought to alleviate the leader's burdens. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto nodded in agreement. He had initially considered dispatching their opponent with a single move, akin to the original story. However, since Orochimaru had taken the initiative to showcase his skills, he decided to observe. Before long, Orochimaru sensed the numerous small snakes he had summoned perishing en masse, and a figure clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe emerged from the village. hurtling toward them like an arrow. Kakuzu's appearance was unmistakable, draped in fabric that concealed his form, with only his green, glimmering eyes visible. Upon exiting the village, Kakuzu immediately recognized Orochimaru and Naruto, his brow furrowing at the sight of outsiders. Nevertheless, he opted to take action, intending to teach this reckless snake handler a lesson. If he were to perish, it would be justified, as the provocation had originated from the other party. Threaded fist. In midair, Kakuzu's hands detached, the wrists separating from the arms, entwined with numerous black threads, hurtling toward Orochimaru and Naruto. Observing this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smirk as he stepped forward, raising his hands in response. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several large snakes erupted from his sleeves, coiling around Kakuzu's threaded fist. When the two entities made contact in the air, there was no collision. Instead, they became entangled. Kakuzu's tentacle-like fists were tightly ensnared by several large serpents, rendering him unable to advance or extricate himself, thus plunging both into a state of intense struggle. Kusanagi. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, revealing a small serpent within, which launched a sharp, long sword from its gaping maw. Kakuzu's expression shifted dramatically as he severed the black thread connected to his arm and dodged the incoming sword by sidestepping. Orochimaru, your head is worth quite a fortune. Kakuzu's voice was hoarse and chilling as he used the black thread on his arm to shed his red, cloud-patterned black robe, unveiling his patched skin beneath. At that moment, countless black threads sprang to life, writhing like tentacles, emerging through the stitched openings in his skin, bursting forth from behind him, accompanied by the swirling threads. White masks adorned with blue and red stripes materialized on either shoulder. Demonic illusion, earth grudge fear, fire release, head-scorching technique. The red-striped fire mask on Kakuzu's right shoulder unleashed a torrent of flames, rapidly expanding to envelop everything around him, resembling waves surging from a tempestuous sea, crashing towards Orochimaru. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru similarly summoned several serpents into his sleeves, forming hand seals with both hands, accumulating wind chakra, and after a fierce contraction and explosion, he conjured a tempest that swept through much of the dense forest before them. Chapter 77. Renegotiating terms. Though the wind aided the flames, as long as the gale was sufficiently strong, it could thwart the fire's spread, and Kakuzu's fire jutsu was halted by the storm. This guy cannot be subdued with merely one mask. After the tempest subsided, both combatants emerged unscathed, prompting Kakuzu to furrow his brow. He was once more gathering chakra within, while the frenzied black threads retrieved the severed arm that had fallen to the ground, reattaching it to his body. What a convenient ability. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed at this sight. Humph, Orochimaru, don't blame me if you perish here. Combine ninja technique, strange face blazing flame. The two masks on Kakuzu's shoulders began to amass chakra simultaneously, unleashing both the fire release, head-scorching technique, and wind release, pressing damage, instantly creating a vast sea of flames. Orochimaru's gaze shifted slightly. In this moment, he recognized a familiar silhouette. I've witnessed techniques more formidable than yours. The long sword previously shot by Orochimaru suddenly reanimated, aiming for Kakuzu's back, while Orochimaru himself was engulfed by the flames of Kakuzu's combined jutsu. Naruto had already concealed himself to observe the spectacle. Kakuzu was astonished that the sword launched by Orochimaru could still move, and was even more shocked that Orochimaru would risk mutual destruction to eliminate him. Despite having been part of the Akatsuki for some time, this was likely their first encounter. Why did Orochimaru harbor such murderous intent? Could it be that he coveted the bounty on his head? Caught off guard, Kakuzu barely had time to employ Earth Release for defense as the sharp Kusanagi sword pierced through his heart. Staggering, he half-kneeled on the ground, and the blue mask of wind chakra on his shoulder quickly withered and fell, resembling a puddle of mud. The heart that had been pierced was the one infused with wind chakra. However, Kakuzu's true body suffered no significant harm. After merely catching his breath, he stood once more, pulling the Kusanagi sword from his back. First glancing at Orochimaru's charred corpse on the ground, he then turned to Naruto, who was perched on a tree watching the unfolding drama, finding the latter's appearance somewhat familiar. Orochimaru is dead. Are you not going to make your move? Naruto wore a look of lingering fascination. The battle between these top-tier warriors was indeed captivating, and the sprawling sea of flames was a sight to behold. This guy isn't so easy to kill. However, If an ordinary ninja were unaware of your 5 hearts, they might struggle against you. Yet, if this information is revealed, Kakuzu's strength would barely reach the level of a Kage, akin to a diminutive Hirazini Sarutobi. You hail from Takigakure? Kakuzu's expression darkened. Earth Grudge Fear was a secret technique exclusive to Takigakure, known only to its upper echelons. Without waiting for Naruto to respond, he unleashed a torrent of black threads, ensnaring Naruto once more. It seems a good beating is necessary before we can converse properly. Naruto's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Kaku, where he had already formed a wind release, Rasengan. What? Against the Flying Thunder God technique, those unfamiliar would often meet a swift demise. Yet, those who understood could fend off a few attacks, as it was a targeted assault. Kakuzu had no opportunity to react, directly struck by Naruto's wind release, Rasengan. Even with Earth Release, Earth Spear for defense, his back erupted, 3 hearts obliterated simultaneously, and the fire mask on his shoulder wilted, falling to the ground, leaving him with only a single Earth-affiliated heart. Naruto landed beside him, observing Kakuzu, who lay on the ground, his breath faint. He could not resist lightly prodding the limp black threads on Kakuzu's body with his foot. Can we talk now? Kakuzu coughed, despite his severe injuries. No blood flowed from him. All his organs had been replaced by black threads. After a bout of coughing, he spoke in a fragmented manner. Losing 4 hearts has dealt a substantial blow. Are you sent by those from Takigakure? Kakuzu, I have come specifically for you. Gurgling sounds suddenly echoed, drawing both their gazes. Orochimaru's charred corpse opened its mouth wide, and an unscathed Orochimaru emerged from within, initially planning to find an opportunity for a sneak attack to showcase his prowess. He hadn't anticipated Kakuzu's swift defeat. Orochimaru approached with a cold demeanor. He had intended to use the Great Serpent technique as a decoy to ambush Kaku, but was surprised that Kakuzu had directly attacked Naruto. What was meant to be a protracted battle had concluded in mere moments. You're not dead. Kakuzu gasped, his urgency causing another fit of coughing. This guy can survive even more than you. Naruto quickly infused a bit of light chakra into Kakuzu to prevent him from coughing himself to death. After a considerable pause, Kakuzu regained his composure, casting a complex gaze at both of them. What is your true intention? He had realized that they were not there to kill him, nor were they affiliated with Takigakure. Rather, it seemed they had lured him out for a discussion, much like the initial encounter with Pain. Kakuzu, how do you find the treatment you receive from the Akatsuki? What do you mean? Naruto smiled. After all these years working for the Akatsuki, have they ever paid you a salary? Do you get any vacations? Do you have social security benefits? Salary? Vacation? Social security benefits? Kakuzu appeared bewildered. Having lived nearly a century, he was encountering such terms for the first time. Previously, he only needed to concern himself with bounties. Hearing this, Naruto could not help but regard Kakuzu with a look of pity. It seemed he truly was working for free. You little brat. Although Kakuzu did not comprehend the meaning behind Naruto's gaze, he was acutely aware that he had been insulted. Naruto averted his gaze, realizing he could not let such a valuable employee escape. Shifting the topic, have you ever considered changing jobs? Only then did Kakuzu respond, asking, are you trying to recruit me? He had thought Naruto was targeting the Akatsuki, only to discover that he was indeed focused on him. In the Land of Waves, there exists a path that bears minimal risk, yet promises substantial profit, Naruto remarked with a smile. The Land of Waves? Isn't that place notoriously impoverished? Kakuzu questioned with skepticism. Behold this employment contract from the Land of Waves. What do you think of the compensation? Naruto then produced a contract, tossing it beside the still-lying Kakuzu. What is this? Kakuzu inquired, taking a cursory glance at the document, his eyes widening in astonishment. He could only discern 2 lines. Kato Company. Monthly salary, 10,000,000. He instantly rose to his feet, staring blankly at the string of numbers, which surpassed his earnings from 6 months combined. Are you serious? Do you have any idea how much 10 million is? It would take a chest to contain it. Even I might not earn that in half a year. Kakuzu was familiar with Kato Company, one of the foremost shipping firms in the ninja world capable of affording such remuneration. However, this individual, of course. Kato Company is now under the jurisdiction of the Land of Waves, and I am currently the daimyo of the Land of Waves. If you agree, you will become the Minister of Finance for the Land of Waves, overseeing its entire wealth. What do you say? Naruto continued, smiling, unperturbed by the possibility of Kakuzu absconding with the funds. After marking him with the Flying Thunder God technique, escape would be impossible. As for Kakuzu's capabilities, he knew he would meticulously monitor every transaction, keeping a vigilant watch over the finances. But I don't handle money. I have entrusted all my finances to the organization. Kakuzu gulped, his expression revealing hesitation and reluctance as he clutched the contract. Naruto's smile deepened with meaning as he reassured, you need not manage the finances. Merely ensure that money is not squandered. Wasn't Orochimaru also motivated by money? Kakuzu abruptly shifted the topic to Orochimaru. Orochimaru attempted to speak, but was preempted by Naruto. Essentially, Orochimaru is inclined towards research, which requires substantial funding, and I happen to have an abundance of it. I see. For reasons unknown, Kakuzu felt a sense of relief. At least this alleviated some of his psychological burden. After all, this individual possessed terrifying strength, and with his 4 hearts gone, refusing could result in dire consequences. My former employer was quite formidable. Oh, so you refer to him as your former employer? Naruto remarked with a slight twitch of his lips, maintaining a calm demeanor. Do not worry, I will take care of it. With that, Naruto extended his right hand towards Kakuzu. So, to a pleasant collaboration, Mr. Kakuzu. To a pleasant collaboration. Kakuzu echoed, extending his hand to shake, his speech slightly stammering. It was his first formal agreement, feeling somewhat uncharacteristic for a ninja. By the way, I still do not know your name. Uzumaki Naruto. What? Chapter 78. The Dark God's Ritual after a moment of contemplation. Kakuzu accepted the reality that the Akatsuki sought to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet he found himself in servitude to the very Jinchuriki they sought. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. The trio ventured into a nearby village, and Naruto was taken aback by its appearance. He had initially sensed it was merely an abandoned settlement, but upon entering, he discovered it was suffused with a nauseating stench. Most of the buildings were thatched cottages, constructed with earth and stone, embodying an archaic architectural style. At the village's center stood a conspicuously large and incongruous figure, a massive coiled statue, adorned with enormous bat-like wings, which was the source of the fetid odor. As they approached, they noticed that the statue lacked facial features. The area where the face should have been was blank. And at the statue's base lay the true origin of the repugnant smell, a pool of viscous crimson liquid resembling mud, with fragments of bone faintly visible within. Orochimaru and Kakuzu, both seasoned veterans of the battlefield, maintained their composure, while Naruto could not help but furrow his brow, recognizing the malevolent influence of a cult. Upon my arrival, I inspected the village. The rooms here are coated in dust, likely untouched for an extended period. Kakuzu, noticing Naruto's changing expression, discreetly offered an explanation to prevent misunderstandings. Hehe. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a dark god's experiment. To obtain immortality, one must resort to dubious methods. Orochimaru interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Kakuzu. Whether it be the cursed technique or the reanimation of the dead, all are methods of questionable morality. They have become almost inhuman. Let us confront Haiden directly, Naruto declared, striding towards the direction of the hot water village. In such an environment, there was little opportunity for rest. Hot Water Village, known as a haven for those wishing to forget war, was devoted to peace. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, it had believed peace had arrived, channeling its abundant natural resources into economic development, which resulted in a decline in military strength. Now, the entirety of Hot Water Village, including the surrounding areas, was devoid of life. Beneath Hot Water Village lay a secret base. Unlike Orochimaru's facility, this one primarily served as a site for sacrifices. At this moment, within this subterranean haven, there stood a towering, faceless idol of a dark god, markedly different from those outside. It loomed majestically, unlike the coiled forms outside. Its wings stretched wide as if to take flight. Without glancing at the blood pool at its feet, one might not recognize it as a dark god statue. In the blood pool, many corpses lay submerged, each clad in black robes with strings of triangular silver necklaces floating above them. These were the followers of the dark god. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as a man with slicked-back gray hair, lavender eyes, and a bare torso entered, kneeling before the dark god statue, cradling a necklace in his hands as he prayed. This man was Haiden. Not long ago, the dark god's cult had sacrificed the entire population of Hot Water Village and neighboring settlements, granting Haiden the gift of immortality. Yet, after acquiring this power, He had slain other cult members. Their gazes had turned greedy, devoid of the previous piety. Their faith in the Dark God had become tainted, rendering them unworthy of receiving the Dark Lord's blessings. Thus, Haydn offered them as sacrifices to the Dark God. He would come here daily to pray for a time, and upon concluding his prayers, he would pierce his own heart, offering his blood to the Dark God. At that moment, Haydn suddenly opened his eyes. A mischievous grin creeping onto his formerly devout face. New offerings had arrived. Outside the underground base, Naruto and the others had entered Hot Water Village. Along the way, the bizarre statues became increasingly numerous, and the stench grew ever more unbearable. Fortunately, all three were exceptional skilled ninjas, possessing unparalleled chakra control. Otherwise, approaching this place would have been impossible. However, upon stepping into the village, their brows furrowed in unison, each sensing an oppressive weight, as if something heavy pressed upon their hearts, causing their breaths to quicken slightly. Naruto activated his Sharingan to survey the surroundings, simultaneously sensing for any enemies. He detected that the village was enveloped by an unfamiliar energy, reminiscent yet unclear in nature. How intriguing, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes alight with fervor, a sign of deep interest in something that had captured his attention. Naruto and Kakuzu gazed at Orochimaru with inquisitive eyes. Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips, stating, "This aura is remarkably similar to a little white mouse I recently acquired. It is not merely chakra. It is a blend of natural energy and chakra, referred to as sage chakra." Sage chakra? Kakuzu was taken aback. Having lived nearly a century, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Naruto, however, understood that aside from chakra, the only other energy in the ninja world was natural energy. His familiarity stemmed from his recent encounter with J-Go, whose essence bore a striking resemblance. That fool Haydn must have integrated the natural energy from this place into his own body during his Dark God experiments, thus achieving immortality. I am now curious, what remains of his humanity? A chilling smile crept across Orochimaru's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he continued to sense the abundant natural energy surrounding them. This natural energy is so dense that, given time, it could become a sanctuary, a sanctum for the Dark God. Haha, I quite enjoy the words of this dark and twisted man. Would you care to join our Dark God cult? I could appoint you as the deputy leader. Haydn, who had just emerged from the underground base, felt greatly satisfied upon hearing Orochimaru's words about the future sanctum of their Dark Lord, and could not help but extend an invitation to Haydn. The quality of the sacrificial offerings this time was exceptionally high, so the absence of Orochimaru would not disappoint their Dark Lord. They could offer him later when the need arose. You speak of a Dark God? I am quite intrigued to investigate what you refer to as this Dark God. Orochimaru's fervor was unmistakable, his gaze fixed on Haydn as if he were a rare treasure, far more valuable for study than J-Go. What are you saying, you scoundrel? Haydn's expression twisted into a snarl as he brandished his enormous three-sectioned scythe, charging toward the three with ferocity. You blasphemer of our Dark Lord. I shall place your head upon the altar. Oh, you choose to approach us rather than flee? Wind release, wind spear. Wind release, great breakthrough. Secret technique, land's grievance. Chapter 79. The Grass Village. The battle commenced and swiftly concluded. Haydn indeed possessed an immortal body, yet he lacked regenerative capabilities, with his arms severed. They required stitching to be of any use. Now, all that remained of Haydn was his head still attached to his torso, incessantly cursing. Damn it, this pain is unbearable. You gloomy pervert, stitching monster, fox imp. I will kill you. You blasphemers of our Dark Lord will undoubtedly be cursed, Haydn spat out. Kakuzu, sew his mouth shut. Naruto found Haydn's incessant rambling rather grating and wished to silence him. Kakuzu obediently unleashed several black threads that flew towards Haydn's mouth. You scoundrel, you cannot, MMPH. Upon witnessing the black threads approaching his mouth, Haydn struggled violently. He needed to promote the Dark God's teachings, and without the ability to speak, how could he spread the faith? Struggling proved futile, and soon his mouth was entirely sewn shut, leaving no gap behind, only muffled sounds escaping. Naruto, no longer wanting to watch, sealed him away into a space of confinement. This left the Nine Tails and Minato, who were leisurely existing in the ceiling space, utterly astonished. It had been quite some time since a new guest arrived. Where did you put him? Kakuzu's eyes widened at the sight. There was no sealing scroll involved. I have a sealing array on me, So I directly sealed him into the space, Naruto replied. What? Such a convenient ability exists? Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, could you obtain one for me? If he possessed such an ability, he would no longer need to store all his money within the organization. He could keep it all on himself and count it whenever he pleased. I'll arrange one for you when the opportunity arises, Naruto promised. Then turned to the eagerly expectant Orochimaru, saying, rest assured, he will be your dedicated test subject. Once we return, I shall hand him over to you. I too have many thoughts regarding immortality. Do you have any other matters, my lord? Orochimaru discerned Naruto's intent. Since we have reached the land of rivers, we might as well resolve matters here once and for all. However, this perilous place need not persist. The natural energy here feels peculiar. It requires a significant amount of flesh and blood to sustain such a dark god, which cannot be anything virtuous. A large bird appeared beneath the three, lifting them into the air as a small black orb descended. The land of grass, situated in the northern region of the land of rivers, lay beyond the land of rain. The territory of the land of grass is also quite small, nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire, rendering its status even more insignificant. More critically, throughout several ninja world wars, the land of grass has displayed a tendency to waver. Before the wars began, it consistently acted as a vassal to Konoha, yet once conflict erupted, it often chose to provide conveniences to Iwagakure. The infamous Battle of the Canopy Bridge exemplified this. The grass village directly facilitated Iwagakure's access, enabling them to reach the Canopy Bridge, ultimately leading to Minato's team being dispatched to obliterate the bridge. After the Third Ninja World War, the grass village re-established diplomatic relations with Konoha, restoring their previously amicable and peaceful neighborly ties. Yet, as Iwagakure now prepares for war with Konoha, how will the land of grass choose this time? My lord, are you heading to the grass village for the Paradise Box? In the air, Orochimaru casually dispatched several shuriken that pierced the clouds, unable to suppress his curiosity about Naruto's purpose. He had always been a person of insatiable curiosity. Their traversal over the land of rain was conspicuous. While the other three great ninja villages remained watchful, Sunagakure had already made its move. Do not be deceived by Sunagakure's frequent alliances with Konoha. They are typically the first to betray Konoha. As the saying goes, one's own poverty is indeed alarming. But the success of allies is even more distressing. Though Sunagakure belongs to the 5 great ninja villages, due to geographical circumstances, it is arguably the most arduous of the 5. Not only has Konoha seized a significant portion of mission opportunities, but even the Daime of the Wind Country occasionally reduces Sunagakure's funding. Now, observing Konoha's opulence, it would be remiss not to take a bite while Konoha is embroiled in internal chaos. Thus, as Naruto and his companions soared through the skies above the land of rain, they simultaneously captured the attention of both Sunagakure and Konoha. Both sides feared the trio might be spies sent by the other, prompting them to hurl shuriken at Naruto and his companions. However, Naruto flew at such a height that the shuriken reaching them posed little threat. Naruto nodded and replied, indeed, the Paradise Box is also one of our goals, though it is merely a secondary objective. Merely a secondary objective? Orochimaru could not help but express his astonishment. After all, it was a legendary tool of the Sage of Six Paths, rumored to grant anyone's dreams. What Orochimaru did not realize, however, was that the fulfillment of dreams was a mere fabrication. Should one truly wish, only a creature named what would manifest. Moreover, the strength of the character Wu is not particularly high, although it is rumored that the Grass Ninja Village nearly attained world domination due to him. His portrayal in the original work does not even reach the level of the tailed beasts. His true objective lies with K-Rin. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, K-Rin possesses an exceptionally powerful Uzumaki bloodline, which, in terms of lineage, is even stronger than Naruto's. She inherently possesses remarkable physical healing abilities, and after being absorbed by the Grass Ninja Village for several years, she has awakened the Kagura Heart and Adamantine Sealing technique. This innate talent speaks volumes. Even if she could only utilize these 3 skills, she would still be an almost omnipotent support-type ninja, indeed a rare prodigy. However, boss, flying so conspicuously in the sky might draw too much attention, don't you think? Kakuzu, observing the densely packed ninjas below, couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. He is a traditional ninja, and when the opportunity arises, he usually prefers to infiltrate stealthily. After all, a ninja's chakra is finite. And once encircled by a host of enemy ninjas, there is little hope for survival. Did you not see that even the third Raikage perished amidst the siege of a ninja army? Naruto merely smiled and replied, "It's fine. It makes little difference to me. This way is even faster." Nara Suigetsu, a Nin of the Nara clan and the current acting clan leader, stood outside the tent, gazing up at the distant shadow in the sky. "Hayashi, can you discern the figures above?" Nara Suigetsu inquired of the Byakugan-wielding ninja beside him. When Hige Hayashi retracted his Byakugan, his expression turned grim. "Lord Suigetsu, I can only confirm that one of the chakra signatures belongs to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Upon hearing this, Nara Suigetsu's expression shifted. "Are you certain you did not misidentify?" "I am certain," replied Hige Hayashi with a bitter smile. How could he mistake the chakra of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? That little blonde had always taken their clan's princess on adventures. Regrettably, due to his defection, the current situation of Lady Hinata is far from favorable. Nara Suigetsu's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward the direction from which the figure had departed. That direction seemed to lead toward the Grass Ninja Village and the Rock Ninja Village. "Bring forth the news of the Jinchuriki's appearance to Lord Hokage immediately, and dispatch 2 teams of ninjas to gather intelligence." Chapter 80. Rin and her mother. The trio swiftly arrived near the Grass Ninja Village. As war loomed closer, the current state of the Grass Ninja Village was anything but tranquil. Below, the Grass Ninja Village Hospital, though termed a hospital, was merely a thatched hut, and the so-called doctor was nothing more than a red-haired woman. Within this humble abode, a group of over 10 Grass Ninja gathered, encircling Rin and her mother. "What do you want from us?" Rin's mother asked, her hollow, murky eyes fixated on the Grass Ninjas surrounding them. She sensed that their visit today was not merely to seek her healing services, but bore ulterior motives. The Grass Ninjas remained silent, their gazes fixed ominously upon the mother and daughter. Rin's mother caught sight of her frail daughter beside her and suddenly understood the purpose of their presence. Panic and fear flooded her foggy eyes as she extended her scarred, emaciated arm to shield Rin behind her. "You promised me that as long as I provided treatment, you would not harm my daughter." Feeling the predatory stares of the Grass Ninjas, Rin's expression turned to one of sheer terror. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village's mood grew impatient, his countenance darkening. A mere medical tool dared to defy his intentions. The leader spoke in a low, stern voice. "Uzumaki, do not forget your place. If it weren't for the Grass Ninja Village sheltering you, you would have perished long ago. The village granted you the chance to live, and you owe it to repay your debt. It is your obligation." The leader's eyes glinted with danger. The Fourth Great Ninja War was imminent, and relying solely on Uzumaki would hardly suffice to support the village's medical needs. Their arrival was to ascertain whether Uzumaki still held any value. Upon witnessing the threat in the leader's gaze, K-Sway's heart sank. The two were utterly alone in the Grass Ninja Village, and if they forcibly took Rin, she had no means to resist. I can still manage. You can continue to bite me. I can still heal." Uzumaki-Sway's voice trembled as she spoke, acutely aware of her deteriorating health. The Grass Ninja Village was a place rife with chaos, often erupting into conflict. Over the years, she felt her vitality waning and feared she would not endure much longer. However, as long as she drew breath, she could not allow harm to befall Rin. "Mama, Rin attempted to assert that she could also be of help, but was abruptly embraced by Uzumaki, who covered her mouth and gritted her teeth, saying, "If you need treatment, continue to bite me." The leader of the Grass Ninja's expression darkened considerably as he signaled to an injured Grass Ninja beside him. The Grass Ninja, bearing a gash from a shuriken on his abdomen, had sustained the injury while gathering intelligence on the Sand and Leaf villages. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, otherwise, he would not have returned to the Grass Ninja Village. Understanding the leader's cue, the Grass Ninja stepped forward, grasped K-Sway's bite-marked arm, and savagely bit down like a hyena. Ugh! Uzumaki clenched her teeth, yet the pain in her arm elicited a cry from her lips. As her vitality ebbed, she suddenly felt her vision blurring, and the surroundings began to spin. The previously firm grip she held on Rin weakened. The Grass Ninja leader, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of disappointment. The injured ninja's wound had barely healed, and Uzumaki had lost her value. Rin, who had been nestled in her mother's embrace, immediately sensed the change, her eyes filled with profound fear as she confronted the unthinkable outcome. Stop biting her. Kei-rin broke free from her mother-esque grasp, pushing aside the grass ninja still gnashing at Kei-sui, spreading her arms to shield her mother. Uzumaki Kei-sui collapsed to the ground, her consciousness fading. You wretched little brat. The grass ninja, irate at being pushed away, had his wounds still unhealed and was furious at being interrupted by a mere child. If you wish to bite, then bite me. Kei-rin, though still terrified, summoned her courage. That is what you said. The grass ninja, upon hearing this, ceased his anger, grinning as he seized Kei-rin's frail arm and hoisted her up. No, please. The now diminished Uzumaki Kei-sui hazily witnessed the scene, desperate to intervene, but devoid of the strength to even raise a hand. In the depths of Kei-rin's fearful gaze, the grass ninja opened his mouth wide to bite down. Thud. Kei-rin, with her eyes tightly shut, did not feel the anticipated pain. Instead, upon hearing a scream, she sensed something warm splattering on her face, and the body that had lifted her suddenly fell, landing beside her. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of the grass ninja, clutching his severed arm in agony, the dismembered limb lying before her. 3 silhouettes simultaneously emerged within the confines of the thatched hut, rendering the already cramped space even more congested. The palpable aura of menace that enveloped them intensified the atmosphere, particularly for the grass ninja, who was still clutching his arm in anguish. It was as though he had suddenly found himself unable to utter a sound, as if a hand had gripped his throat. Who are you? The village leader demanded. Quickly regaining his composure, he drew his weapon, his expression one of vigilance as he regarded the trio. His actions prompted the other grass ninjas to react, each brandishing an array of weapons, their eyes filled with apprehension as they focused on Naruto and his companions. Naruto paid them no heed, instead directing his attention to the mother and daughter, Karui and her mother, who had taken refuge beside Uzumaki Kasumi, the latter also watching the newcomers warily. At that moment, Uzumaki Kasumi was in dire condition. Her life force had been nearly depleted. Without prompt intervention, her survival would be in jeopardy within a day or two. Naruto approached her with a layer of red chakra infused with the yang attribute of the 9 tails. Stepping closer to Uzumaki Kasumi, Karui immediately stood protectively in front of her mother, tears brimming in her eyes as she trembled. Please, don't harm my mother. I'll do anything. Naruto, taken aback, gently patted her head, channeling a small amount of 9 tails chakra into her as he reassured, rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. However, your mother's condition requires immediate attention, or she may not survive. The warmth of his presence rendered Karui momentarily speechless. Naruto then positioned himself directly before Uzumaki Kasumi, infusing her with chakra. To the astonishment of those present, her complexion visibly brightened. 3 of you seem to underestimate our grass ninja village, the village leader seethed, barely concealing his fury. The audacity of these 3 in disregarding his words while treating the 2 women from the Uzumaki clan before them was infuriating. Despite the palpable intimidation emanating from the trio, the grass ninja leader felt bolstered by their numerical superiority, with over a dozen comrades at his side. They could not afford to lose those women. After all, they were prized possessions of the grass ninja village. Are you attempting to forcibly seize them? Do you consider the Uzumaki clan mere bloodbags? Such a lamentable use of their abilities, Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at the bite marks on Uzumaki Kasumi, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. He had yet to study the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and was taken aback by the reckless disregard displayed by the grass ninja village. We have sheltered them, and how we utilize them is our prerogative. Should you fail to return those 2 women, do not blame us for resorting to violence. The grass ninja leader was poised for confrontation, as were his comrades. Despite the overwhelming pressure from Naruto and his companions, the numbers were in their favor, 14 against 3. To act? How audacious! Orochimaru's lips curled into a chilling smile as he swiftly formed hand seals. Serpent's hidden shadow. A multitude of small serpents erupted from the sleeves of Orochimaru's garment, lunging toward the necks of the nearby grass ninjas. Fire release, ghost lantern. The ever-vigilant grass ninja leader immediately countered with a jutsu, as he saw Orochimaru forming seals, conjuring several balls of ghostly fire that barely managed to repel a few of the small serpents aimed at him. Yet, the cacophony of cries around him became deafening. As he witnessed his comrades collapsing, a look of terror spread across the grass ninja leader's face. How is this possible? Just one jutsu. And you are a rogue ninja from Konoha? Orochimaru, Realizing the identity of his opponent, the grass ninja leader finally understood. The legendary Sanmin had remained elusive since the Third Great Ninja War, which explained why he only recognized him upon witnessing the jutsu. Humph, to withstand a single attack. You possess some measure of strength, Orochimaru taunted. How is that possible? The grass ninja leader barely finished speaking before Orochimaru's voice echoed ominously behind him. And before he could turn around, he lost consciousness. Orochimaru licked his lips, a small serpent returning to his sleeve. His gaze fixated on the fallen grass ninja leader with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. This one seems to possess a unique bloodline. A unique bloodline? It must be the dragon's rebirth technique, allowing one to share their life force with another at the cost of their own life, Kakazu mused. Observing the grass ninja leader's white hair. Having spent time imprisoned in the land of water, he had gained insights into the conflicts between the small ninja villages, and he was vaguely aware of the grass ninja village's information. To trade one's life for another's? That is indeed an interesting bloodline, Orochimaru remarked. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at Naruto, who was tending to Uzumaki Kasumi. My lord, may I study this individual for a while before ending his life? Naruto merely cast a fleeting glance at the grass ninja leader, replying, You may take him, but do ensure he does not die too easily. Understood. Orochimaru summoned a large serpent, which promptly swallowed the grass ninja leader before vanishing. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance. I am Kasumi, and this is my daughter, Karui. May I inquire your name? Uzumaki Kasumi spoke respectfully, with Naruto's chakra aiding in her recovery. Although her life force remained critically low, her consciousness had returned, allowing her to move with some difficulty. Naruto smiled at her, saying, Fear not, we will not harm you. I am Uzumaki Naruto. You may not recognize my name, but I believe you are familiar with Uzumaki Kushina? A look of surprise crossed Uzumaki Kasumi's face as she regarded the yellow-haired Naruto, realizing he too was of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina, I recall she went to Konoha. Are you? Naruto did not respond to her inquiry, but instead urged, Come with us. Your life force is critically depleted. Even with my assistance, you may not survive much longer. Is that truly possible? Before Uzumaki Kasumi could voice her thoughts, Karui's excitement bubbled over, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed expectantly at Naruto. Can we really leave this place? Of course, Naruto replied, unable to resist ruffling her red hair, which, though somewhat coarse, felt pleasantly textured. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Uzumaki Kasumi's heart ached, and she turned to Naruto, performing a deep bow. Thank you, Lord Naruto. Thank you, Lord Naruto. Karui echoed, mimicking her mother's gesture. There's no need for such formality. As members of the Uzumaki clan, we are bound to assist one another. For now, rest and recuperate, Naruto said, helping Uzumaki Kasumi to her feet before addressing Orochimaru and Kakazu. You two ensure the safety of these mother and daughter. I have business in the land of water. Understood. They both nodded solemnly, recognizing the gravity of Naruto's command. As Naruto prepared to depart, a thought struck him. Ensure that all the undesirables within the grass ninja village are dealt with. With that, Naruto vanished from sight. In the land of water, within a dimly lit chamber, the atmosphere was heavy with shadows, illuminated only by the flickering light of a few candles on a long table. Seated beneath the glow were 13 figures. At the head of the table sat the enigmatic leader of the land of water, Wu Wei, flanked by 6 peculiar individuals on either side, each adorned with bizarre masks representing the 12 zodiac signs. The Lord of Wu Wei spoke regarding the box of ultimate bliss, emphasizing the need for early planning. Seated at the long table, the individual adorned with a tiger mask spoke in a deep yet urgent tone. Currently, the Sand-Hidden Village had already confronted the Leaf Village in the Land of Rain, and an official declaration of war was merely a matter of time. When that day arrives, the Rock-Hidden Village would undoubtedly join the fray, and once the Fourth Great Ninja War erupted, the Grass Ninja Village would inevitably become a battlefield between the Leaf and Rock Villages. We must harness the power of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, for the sake of the Ghost Lantern City and the Grass Ninja Village. Indeed, the Leaf Village is currently weakened and would struggle against the 4 major ninja villages. By utilizing the power of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, perhaps the Grass Ninja Village could seize the opportunity to replace the Leaf Village and rise as one of the new 5 major ninja villages. With the conclusion of the tiger-masked figure's words, 3 others voiced their agreement, stirring the emotions of those present. Particularly, when one of them mentioned the prospect of becoming one of the 5 major ninja villages through the Box of Ultimate Bliss, several attendees began to breathe more rapidly, recalling how the grass ninja village once nearly claimed dominion over the ninja world. Only Wu Wei, seated at the head of the table, maintained a stoic expression, his demeanor unchanged by the words of his companions, his gaze tinged with indifference. Opening the box of ultimate bliss requires a significant amount of chakra. Who do you believe is most suitable to open it, and who will make the wish? Upon Wu Wei's inquiry, the high-ranking members of the grass ninja village appeared delighted, as they finally managed to sway him. The earlier tiger-masked figure spoke again, stating, "I observe that the son of Lord Wu Wei, Mukai, possesses a remarkably abundant amount of chakra, demonstrating the potential of a jonin. He is the most suitable candidate to open the box of ultimate bliss, while the opportunity to make a wish should be entrusted to Lord Wu Wei. As long as it benefits the grass ninja village, we will accept any wish made." Indeed, Mukai's chakra reserves are indeed the most formidable within Ghost Lantern City. He should possess enough chakra to open the box of ultimate bliss. Furthermore, if it is Lord Wu Wei making the wish, we have no objections. The others began to echo their agreement, as it was merely a matter of vocal support. This time, Wu Wei's expression showed a flicker of emotion. Thinking of his exceptional child, his gaze softened considerably, feeling that if it were him, there should be no issues. Then let Mukai take charge tomorrow. However, merely relying on Mukai alone may not suffice to appease that creature. As the 13 individuals continued their light-hearted banter, a sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted, causing everyone to tense up and look up in unison. A figure in white robes stood upside down on the ceiling. Chapter 82. Wu Wei, the Intruder. The grass ninjas present were not to be trifled with, and upon spotting Naruto, they immediately sprang into action, preparing for combat. Several chains lashed out towards Naruto, while others raised their hands to immobilize him. Yet, with a flash of golden light, Naruto vanished from his original position, evading their attacks which landed harmlessly in empty space. With a swift movement, the sound of blade piercing flesh echoed in the chamber as Naruto materialized behind a grass ninja, a long sword in his hand, piercing directly through the ninja's heart. Such incredible speed. The grass ninjas were astounded, yet before they could regain their composure, only Wu Wei remained alive in the dim room. The grass ninja village was a notably weak ninja village, possessing little more than adept diplomatic skills, and the elite of Ghost Lantern City were of mixed capabilities, with a few even being chunin. The sight before Wu Wei left him utterly astonished. The swiftness with which 12 grass ninjas were dispatched reminded him of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once obliterated 50 rock ninjas on the battlefield, a scene he had observed from afar. Did they truly believe such meager strength could secure their position among the 5 great ninja villages? Naruto flicked the blood from his sword and turned his gaze to Wu Wei. Instantly, Wu Wei felt a surge of anxiety. The fact that Naruto had effortlessly eliminated all the high-ranking members, leaving only him, suggested that there were ulterior motives at play. Ghost Lantern City had always maintained a neutral stance in the ninja world, and the grass ninja village was exceedingly weak. Despite its poor reputation, no one took it seriously. The only thing that drew outsiders' attention to Ghost Lantern City was one singular item. Wu Wei forced himself to remain composed, maintaining a neutral expression as he addressed Naruto. "Is your objective the box of ultimate bliss?" "The box of ultimate bliss was indeed my initial goal, but I have now acquired an additional target," Naruto replied, satisfied with Wu Wei's demeanor, which remained relatively composed. The Land of Waves also required a place to confine criminals, and as the population grew, so would the number of unruly individuals. A prison would be a reasonable choice, rather than resorting to indiscriminate measures. Wu Wei had been the lord of Ghost Lantern City for a considerable period, possessing ample management experience. The 2 jutsu he mastered were well suited for overseeing powerful criminals. But most importantly, he sensed the other party's vulnerability. Naruto's gaze intensified the pressure on Wu Wei, who had already accumulated chakra in preparation for a hasty escape, while simultaneously remaining vigilant of his surroundings to avoid a sudden ambush. "You need not fear me so greatly. Without my intervention, your son Mukai, who possesses considerable talent and a fondness for ramen, would likely meet his demise soon." "Mukai? What does that have to do with him?" Hearing his son's name made Wu Wei's heart race, sweat beading on his brow as he feared for his child's safety. "Why so serious?" Naruto chuckled, approaching Wu Wei slowly. "The box of ultimate bliss is not merely a wish-granting machine. It serves as a cage for a monstrous entity. Should it not be appeased, any chakra offered to it will be devoured, as will any wish made. transforming the wisher into a beast. With Mukai's meager chakra, it likely wouldn't even suffice to satisfy the creature's hunger. And no, this cannot be. Wu Wei's forehead glistened with more sweat. If Naruto's words held any truth, he had nearly delivered his child into the jaws of a monster. However, he could not simply take Naruto's word at face value. Are you deceiving me? Wu Wei was about to challenge Naruto when he noticed 3 Tomo appearing in the latter's eyes, causing him to fall into a trance. Verbal manipulation was too cumbersome. Rather than arguing, it would be more effective to let him witness the creature firsthand. In a secluded corner of Ghost Lantern City, a towering tree stood, its branches lush and vibrant. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Beneath the tree, an array of colorful flowers swayed gently with the breeze, and a few butterflies flitted about, contrasting sharply with the otherwise grim and oppressive environment, making it hard to believe this was within Ghost Lantern City. Underneath the grand tree, 2 small figures could be seen. A white-haired girl sat cross-legged, her grass ninja headband adorning her head, her lavender eyes glancing furtively at the boy standing before her, her expression betraying hesitation. Meanwhile, a black-haired boy with a bun hairstyle, also wearing a grass ninja headband, was engaged in experimenting with ninjutsu. Brilliant flames rose slowly from the ground, hovering in the air and swirling gently around him, moving in sync with his every gesture. He glanced back at the white-haired girl, a smug smile gracing his face. Longja, I can already skillfully use the ghost lantern technique. Humph, it's just the ghost lantern technique. It's nothing special, Longja retorted, rolling her eyes, but her expression quickly reverted to one of concern, her earlier hesitation resurfacing. Wugo discerned that Longshi was in a state of discontent and took a seat beside her. Longshi, why have you been so glum today? She inquired. Hesitating, Longshi replied. I overheard an elder say that one must use their chakra to unlock the box of ultimate bliss. Oh, is that what you mean? Wugo's expression turned nonchalant. She did not perceive the act of utilizing her chakra as perilous. As the son of the city lord, he bore the responsibility that came with his lineage. A proud smile graced his face as he proclaimed, once we unlock the box of ultimate bliss, our strength as grass ninjas will surely ascend to new heights. However, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the box of ultimate bliss harbors ill intentions. Otherwise, why has the village of grass ninjas refrained from opening it all this time? Longshi voiced his concerns. If the box were truly as powerful as rumored, Grass Village would not have fractured. So this is what troubles you. Fear not. If I must unlock it, my father will surely be by my side. With him present, all will be well. Wugo brimmed with confidence, as she had unwavering faith in her father, the lord of Ghost Lantern City and the most formidable ninja therein. Such confidence is commendable, albeit somewhat misguided. A sudden unfamiliar voice echoed above them. As they glanced upward towards the source, they were met with a pair of crimson 3 Tomo Sharingan, and then darkness enveloped them as they succumbed to unconsciousness. At the far end of the secret chamber lay a colossal box, its surface adorned with a visage of a terrifying demon. This was the box of ultimate bliss. Amidst a haze, Wu Wei regained consciousness. You scoundrel! What business do you have with me? Wu Wei's voice resonated with fury and resentment. His normally impassive countenance contorted in rage upon spotting Longshi and his son Wugo on the ground. Were it not for the constraints upon him, he would have acted without hesitation. Naruto stood nearby, calm and composed, holding a struggling prisoner whose mouth was sealed. Rest assured, I do not intend to use your son as fodder for that thing. However, the ensuing commotion may be considerable, and it would be safer for you to remain here. With a wave of his hand, Naruto released Wu Wei from his restraints, restoring his freedom of movement. What are your intentions? Wu Wei inquired. Feeling the chakra within him return to normal, he rushed to check on Wugo and Longshi, relieved to find them merely unconscious, yet he remained perplexed by Naruto's motives. Naruto smiled and remarked, Lord Wu Wei, you are a man of great capability, and I happen to lack individuals of your caliber. Therefore, I hope you will make the right choice. Wu Wei gazed at his still unconscious child, his expression bittersweet as he questioned, if I refuse, will you not let us go? Oh, it seems you have yet to grasp my sincerity, Naruto replied with a tone of regret, leaving Wu Wei bewildered, for he perceived no sincerity. Naruto continued without affording Wu Wei a chance to speak. To demonstrate my goodwill, let me show you the true nature of the box of ultimate bliss. Naruto's true aim in revealing the box was not merely to astonish Wu Wei, but to test the true power of the creature contained within. Only by understanding this could he better ascertain the box's potential as a strategic weapon. Moreover, engaging here in Grass Village alleviated his psychological burdens. As he spoke, a massive wave of chakra erupted from Naruto, enveloping him in the chakra of the Nine Tails, a colossal red fox apparition materializing behind him. Its eyes transformed into those of a demon fox, exuding a formidable aura. With the full release of Naruto's chakra, the entire chamber began to tremble, the air seeming to tear apart. Wu Wei stared in astonishment at the spectacle before him, sensing Naruto's terrifying strength. He could guarantee that had Naruto sought his allegiance at that moment, he would have acquiesced without a second thought. Naruto was not displaying his chakra for mere show. He was channeling it into the box of ultimate bliss. Wu Wei realized that Naruto was dead serious, for the chakra he was supplying far surpassed what Wugo alone could muster. In fact, it was likely that the entire Grass Village could not withstand it. While this amount of chakra might seem vast to others, for Naruto, who possessed the greatest chakra reservoir in the ninja world, it was trivial. He could replenish it with but a few breaths. As the box absorbed sufficient chakra, it began to transform. The entire structure quaked violently, spinning as the ground trembled, threatening to collapse the chamber. Wu Wei hastily led Wugo and Longshi to escape, emerging above the chamber just as Naruto brought the prisoner to the ground. The earth's tremors attracted the attention of the guards and prisoners of Ghost Lantern City, who turned their gazes toward the commotion. Just then, a beam of light shot forth from the chamber into the sky, and the box of ultimate bliss broke through the earth, revealing itself to all. What is this? The prisoners were filled with confusion. Even the guards were in shock, having believed the box to be mere legend, not realizing it truly existed beneath Ghost Lantern City. Now, let us commence with the wishes. Naruto unsealed the prisoner's mouth and cast him before the box. Faced with the terrifying visage of the box, the prisoner nearly lost his soul, scrambling to kneel before Naruto, pleading for mercy. Master, please spare me. I will never kill again. I have an elderly parent and young children waiting for me to care for them. Observing the weeping prisoner, Naruto's expression remained unchanged as he recounted the legend of the box of ultimate bliss. This box, known as the box of ultimate bliss, is said to be the ultimate weapon from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Once opened, it grants a single wish. It is rumored that Grass Village nearly used this weapon to unify the entire ninja world. Although I have opened the box, I am willing to grant you the opportunity to make a wish. What say you? But why do you not wish for something yourself, my lord? As Naruto elaborated, the prisoner's eyes flickered with interest, though skepticism lingered in his mind. Naruto's demeanor grew cold as he fixed the prisoner with a piercing gaze, retorting, "Do you believe I am negotiating with you?" The prisoner felt a chill run down his spine, silencing him as he timidly approached the box, eyes filled with terror at the demon face before him. The guards, who had been closely observing the box, were also puzzled, casting bewildered looks at Wu Wei, questioning why a prisoner was before the box. "Lord Wu Wei, will you not make a wish upon the box?" One guard called out, prompting others to join in. "Lord Wu Wei, why allow that prisoner to approach the box? The fate of Grass Village rests upon it. How can we permit a prisoner to wield such power?" The murmurs echoed around, most expressing the hope that Wu Wei would utilize the box to restore the greatness of Grass Village. It is merely the present state of inactivity. Not only has he begun to doubt the true purpose of the Bliss Box, but even if he steadfastly believes that the Bliss Box can indeed fulfill their wishes, he is currently unworthy of its use. The prisoner, upon witnessing the guards of Ghost Lantern City in such a state, found himself trusting Naruto's earlier words to a degree. Gazing at the grotesque visage before him, fearful of being preempted by another, he fervently articulated his desire. "Power. I wish for the most formidable strength in this world. Then let me escape this wretched place." As his words fell, the Bliss Box emitted a crimson glow. The four masks representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness detached, revealing an abyssal maw that gaped wide. The prisoner, who had just made his wish, barely managed to emit a scream before being consumed by that vast mouth, which promptly sealed shut. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the suddenness of the scene left all present in a state of shock, particularly those who had previously clamored for him to make a wish. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. The expression on Wu Wei's face mirrored his bewilderment as he stared at Naruto. A faint smile indeed graced Naruto's lips. It is not over yet. The once closed abyssal mouth of the Bliss Box suddenly reopened, and a figure emerged from within. It was none other than the earlier prisoner, or rather, the creature named Wu that had taken residence within him. Ha ha ha. Wu burst forth with raucous laughter, his demeanor becoming increasingly deranged. Power. This is the strength I have acquired. Now, I am invincible, even among the entire shinobi world. His gaze abruptly shifted to Naruto, filled with murderous intent. To thank you for granting me this opportunity. I shall be the first to tear you apart. In the face of Wu's threat, Naruto's expression remained unchanged. What? Do you think that possessing a mere fraction of power allows you to bare your fangs at me? Chapter 84 Wu. Naruto's voice bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet Wu's expression shifted. It was not anger at Naruto's mockery that unsettled him, but rather the terror invoked by Naruto's calmness. The creature named Wu could discern the fears within its enemies' hearts, yet it felt nothing but indifference from this individual. This man harbored no fear of it whatsoever, rendering Wu hesitant to take further action. What an insipid ability, it mused. It cannot be said to lack strength. Rather, it is only effective under certain circumstances. In this instance, as long as there is no fear in the heart, my actions remain inscrutable to Naruto. Are you afraid, monster? Wu dared not act recklessly. But Naruto had already made his move. In an instant, his figure appeared behind Wu, his fist raised, brimming with potent chakra. Damn it! Wu's heart raced with dread. It indeed could perceive no thoughts from Naruto, and with no time to evade, it could only raise its right arm in defense. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Wu's arm fractured, the forceful blow propelling it like a cannonball against the thick walls of Ghost Lantern City. A cloud of dust obscuring its form. The onlookers, still reeling from the rapid succession of events, were stunned. The transformation from the prisoner emerging from the bliss box to being struck away by Naruto transpired in mere moments. As they grappled with the reality of the prisoner having acquired the power of the bliss box, they witnessed this youth deliver a single, devastating blow, instilling a newfound fear in their gazes toward Naruto. Cough, cough, damn it. Within the swirling smoke, Wu's voice, laced with fury and fear, emerged. After all, it was a creature that had languished within the bliss box for centuries. How could it be vanquished by a single punch? As the fog dissipated, Wu reappeared before the spectators, its right arm drooping weakly, akin to a wilting willow, while its face was grotesquely contorted, half of it caved in, leaving only a semblance of a head. You wretched fool, you have enraged me. After a roar of indignation, Wu's form began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Its slender body elongated, flesh contorting unnaturally, as large feathers erupted from its being. Ultimately, it morphed into a colossal creature with merely a mouth and no body. Sprouting wings upon its back, a sight that elicited revulsion. Its wings unfurled violently, conjuring a tempest that caused the surrounding structures to tremble, sending many observers tumbling to the ground. Wu opened its cavernous mouth, bellowing in rage, "I shall devour you." Though its gaze was fixed on Naruto, its assault was directed toward the onlookers. With a powerful flap of its wings, Wu unleashed a barrage of feathers, claiming the lives of numerous spectators before they could react. Is this the creature from the bliss box? Wu Wei's expression darkened as he watched the scene unfold, a wave of relief washing over him. He was fortunate not to have unleashed the bliss box using his son. Otherwise, had Wugo obtained such power, would he still be Wugo? Contemplating this, gratitude for Naruto colored Wu Wei's gaze. Naruto, however, paid little heed to Wu Wei's shifting attitude, as he had anticipated this. Wugo held far greater significance to Wu Wei than the entirety of Grass Ninja Village. Take care of yourselves. The ensuing commotion may be quite substantial, Naruto warned. Aware of Wu's intentions, the bliss box could absorb the souls of those slain by Wu, potentially augmenting its power. As expected, the four abyssal mouths of the bliss box whirled with a fierce current, drawing in the souls of those who had perished at Wu's hands. Meanwhile, the chakra emanating from Wu grew denser, yet it refrained from launching an assault on Naruto, choosing instead to take to the skies, seeking more sustenance and employing its aerial advantage for long-range attacks. However, as its form ascended, Naruto's figure suddenly materialized above Wu. It seems I have overestimated you. Naruto's voice dripped with disappointment as his fist, imbued with vast chakra, descended upon Wu's head. Faced with Naruto's unyielding resolve, Wu had no opportunity to react. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding resonated like a thunderous drum, accompanied by the sharp crack of bone. Wu's head, which was merely a mouth, caved in, and its previously rising form was propelled downward at an even greater speed. Boom! Wu's towering form crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to fracture around its landing spot, sending tremors throughout Ghost Lantern City. To Naruto's astonishment, as Wu rose once more, its formerly concave head began to gradually mend. Naruto gazed incredulously at the bliss box, sensing it was channeling chakra to Wu, facilitating its recovery. This bore a resemblance to the tailed beasts. It was not a true living entity, but rather a unique aggregation of chakra. This time, Wu did not remain passive, unleashing a volley of feathers toward Naruto like a rain of arrows. A crimson cloak of tailed beasts enveloped Naruto, with four tails swaying in the air. As Wu's feathers shot toward him, they vanished like a cow sinking into a river, dissipating into countless sparkling particles. Although surprised, Wu did not halt his advance. With a powerful flap of his massive wings, he lunged at Naruto at an astonishing speed, his menacing fangs bared. Intent on biting down on Naruto and dragging him into the paradise of bliss, his true domain. However, as he approached, his advance was abruptly halted. The four tails behind Naruto transformed into four great hands, tightly grasping Wu's limbs, rendering him immobile. The strength exhibited was commendable. Naruto assessed Wu's power, noting it was slightly inferior to the 8th Gate's Might Guy. Despite his agility, Wu's speed was considerably slower. Thus, Naruto decided to observe the healing capabilities of their physical forms. Chapter 85. The true monster with his limbs restrained, Wu flapped his wings frantically, unleashing countless feathered arrows and dark chakra projectiles toward Naruto in a desperate bid to escape. Unfortunately for him, the quality of the Nine Tails chakra far surpassed his own. No matter how fiercely he struggled, the four hands holding him showed not the slightest sign of yielding, while the amassed chakra projectiles were effortlessly blocked by a fleeting shadow of black bones. Naruto's fist began to gather power, a torrent of violent chakra coalescing in his hand, intensifying Wu's struggles. This punch was far more terrifying than any previous assault. As Naruto swung his fist, the surrounding air threatened to tear apart with a sharp crack, as if even space itself could not withstand the force of this impact. As his fist descended, the ground trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing outward, dust swirling into the air. The nearby structures buckled under the strain, collapsing into ruins. However, Wu's situation, facing this ferocious blow, was even more dire. The immense force descended like a colossal mountain, enveloping him entirely. With an earth-shattering impact, Wu felt as though he were trapped in a horrifying nightmare. Under this terrifying force, his skull nearly shattered, akin to a fragile eggshell, on the verge of splintering completely. Simultaneously, his visage, limited to a grimace, contorted grotesquely, resembling a withered chrysanthemum, twisted in a dreadful manner. His body, ideally, should have been sent flying from the force of the punch. Yet his limbs remained firmly bound by Naruto, rendering him vulnerable to the overwhelming impact. The agony was unbearable, and Wu's previously furious, wrathful, and hateful demeanor began to subside, replaced by a genuine sense of fear. Yet, before he could utter a plea for mercy, Naruto's fist struck again and again, delivering blows like one kneading dough. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch echoed with a dull thud, leaving the surrounding prisoners and guards in a state of stunned disbelief, especially those who fervently believed the paradise of bliss could unify the ninja world. The colossal creature, measuring over several dozen meters, was being battered like a mere punching bag, with the young man appearing more monstrous than the beast itself. Bang! With a tearing sound, another punch landed, accompanied by the grotesque noise of flesh ripping apart. Wu's massive form was finally sent hurtling away. Observing Wu's severed limbs, Naruto noted the absence of blood, realizing that his opponent was likely a pure chakra construct. The monstrous facade merely a cloak of chakra. If harnessed, it could serve as a formidable force, and it was remarkably resilient. Naruto gazed in the direction Wu had been propelled, now unrecognizable from his original form. After enduring Naruto's devastating strikes, his body had been pummeled as though it were dough, his limbs torn away, his appearance grotesquely distorted, his head flattened into a disc covered in fist imprints, yet still sporting a pair of wings. Suddenly, a white mist enveloped Wu's form, and his dismembered body radiated a dazzling white light. Not only that, but Naruto's own limbs glimmered with the same brilliance. In an instant, Wu's body exploded, releasing a torrent of white feathers that further demolished the surrounding structures. Fortunately, the spectators had gained experience and swiftly distanced themselves after Wu was struck down. Wu had been physically annihilated. As the white light faded, the figure left behind was the prisoner who had earlier made a wish. Yet, terror filled his eyes as he gazed at Naruto, perceiving him as a true monster. Though he had been mentally influenced by Wu, he had undeniably experienced the explosive aftermath firsthand. "Monster, you are the true monster," the prisoner screamed in terror, desperately attempting to rise and flee. He caught sight of the gaping maw of the paradise of bliss and scrambled toward it, transforming into a streak of light that dashed inside, sealing its mouth once more. Witnessing this, Naruto fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated that the prisoner could revert to normal after being controlled by Wu. If this power could be controlled, or if one could resist Wu's influence, could the wielder also transform? However, mastering such power would undoubtedly be a complex endeavor. After a brief reflection, Naruto decisively abandoned the idea. He was not suited for research. Such specialized tasks were better left to those with expertise, and he suspected Orochimaru would be intrigued by studying this extraordinary phenomenon. Approaching the now tranquil paradise of bliss, Naruto appeared before it, producing a specially prepared sealing scroll that Minato had arranged long ago. The Six Paths ninja tools differed from ordinary ones, requiring stronger sealing scrolls for containment, a task well suited for Minato, who was currently unoccupied. In the distance, Wu Wei, who had been watching the spectacle, approached with his son Wu Gu and Wu Gu's childhood friend, Long Shi. With utmost respect, he bowed to Naruto and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Without your intervention, I would have lived a life filled with regret." Afterward, Wu Wei exchanged glances with Wu Gu and Long Shi, who, having been briefed earlier, awkwardly bowed to Naruto and echoed, "Thank you, my lord." Naruto paid little heed to such formalities and directly stated, "Since Lord Wu Wei has made a decision, let us depart now." He was not soliciting Wu Wei's opinion. The latter understood and promptly nodded in agreement. Having decided to change allegiance, it was prudent to leave a favorable impression on their new employer. Pleased with Wu Wei's swift acquiescence, Naruto enveloped the three in chakra and vanished from sight. Only the dazed prisoners and guards remained, but there was no concern that they would cause trouble. Wu Wei had departed, yet the prison technique remained intact. When Naruto returned to the village of grass with three companions, he was unexpectedly greeted by yet another surprise from Orochimaru. Chapter 86, The Indifferent Father. "What is this?" Naruto gazed at the three figures lying at Orochimaru's feet, their forehead protectors bearing the insignia of Konoha, his expression one of astonishment. Orochimaru smiled and remarked, "While clearing the village of grass, I stumbled upon these three individuals. They appear to be spies sent from Konoha. The one with the sticker on his face is a ninja from the Inuzuka clan. The one wearing sunglasses belongs to the Aburame clan, and the remaining one is from the Hyuga clan. It seems Konoha noticed our movements and dispatched a reconnaissance team, but these three are merely cannon fodder. After drawing our attention, the real reconnaissance team has already departed." Naruto furrowed his brow at Orochimaru's words, responding, "Is that so? They managed to escape from you?" Orochimaru shook his head, casting a sly glance at Kakuzu, saying, "My snakes merely detected their location. I was responsible for defense, while he was the one who acted." Kakuzu's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "The other three were too far away. By the time I reached them, they had already fled, but at such a distance. Even with my mask, they couldn't discern much." Naruto nodded slightly. The exposure of the two did not significantly impact him. He did not expect these two to engage in high-level battles. Special talents must be utilized in unique ways. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Wu Wei, who will henceforth be your colleague." Naruto gestured towards the timid Wu Wei standing behind him, then turned to the equally reserved two youngsters, stating, "These two are family." "Hello, everyone," Wu Wei greeted nervously, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of the two ninjas before him. If he remembered correctly, the cold ninja was none other than the legendary Orochimaru. The green-eyed individual also seemed extraordinary, capable of conversing casually with a rogue ninja of Konoha. More importantly, he had spotted the mother and daughter, Hyuga and Sharon, who had long been treated as blood bags in the village of grass. Although he had not interfered in the affairs of the ninja village for quite some time, he still needed to gauge their attitude towards him. "Colleague. Yet, why do I feel this fellow is somewhat lacking?" Kakuzu squinted at Wu Wei, who maintained a stoic demeanor but was beginning to sweat. Kakuzu's observation was not unfounded. Within the village of grass, even middle-level ninjas could be considered high-end combatants. And Wu Wei, the lord of the Ghost Lantern City, was merely a slightly stronger Genin. His control over the numerous prisoners in Ghost Lantern City relied on the fire release, heavenly prison technique, which could restrict others from gathering chakra. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, even Naruto, who could engage in a back and forth with pain, was unable to break free from this technique, underscoring its terrifying nature. Special talents are indeed different. You all should familiarize yourselves with one another while I make arrangements. The Flying Thunder God technique can transport individuals, but it cannot carry too many at once, especially over such vast distances that span half the ninja world. Should it fail, the consequences are unpredictable. So I will simply set up a Flying Thunder array for stability. Special talents? Do you possess something remarkable as well? Kakuzu's green eyes seemed to gleam with a peculiar light. He recalled the generous conditions outlined in the special talent recruitment contract that Naruto had given him, an astounding salary of 10 million per month, along with various social securities. If this seemingly weak individual was also a special talent, it wouldn't be long before he became quite wealthy, and Kakuzu had a preference for mingling with affluent individuals. I was the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, but I am not sure what makes me special, Wu Wei replied, not out of modesty, but rather genuine confusion after witnessing Naruto's overwhelmingly violent combat scenes and Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. He truly did not comprehend what Naruto saw in him. The Lord of Ghost Lantern City? You? Kakuzu's tone was laced with skepticism as he scrutinized Wu Wei. Is there a problem? Wu Wei furrowed his brow. He had not made any erroneous claims. Could it be that he was not indeed the Lord of Ghost Lantern City? Kakuzu pondered for a moment, while Orochimaru quietly observed. His interest in matters lacking research value minimal. He occasionally cast furtive glances at the white-haired girl standing behind Wu Wei. It was surprising that such a small village concealed not only two survivors of the Uzumaki clan, but also a bloodline family. I've just remembered, Kakuzu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Wu Wei, remaining silent otherwise. This left Wu Wei bewildered, as he felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense scrutiny of Kakuzu's green eyes. Wu Wei swallowed hard and inquired, Did you remember something? Kakuzu's eyes narrowed again, gritting his teeth as he said, You are the son of that bastard, Mujia, aren't you? Father? Wu Wei was taken aback to hear his father's name from the other's lips. After all, his father had perished during the Second Shinobi World War. Do you know my father? Wu Wei's tone was uncertain. If this individual truly knew his father, how old would he be now? That bastard Mujia caused me considerable suffering back then. Kakuzu's words were laced with bitterness, and his gaze towards Wu Wei reflected a measure of anger. Wu Wei felt somewhat lost. But my father has been dead for decades. He sensed Kakuzu was trying to provoke him. I am Kakuzu. I was imprisoned in Ghost Lantern City, and that scoundrel Mujia was the Lord of Ghost Lantern City at the time. Wu Wei fell silent, his poker face revealing no emotion. After much hesitation, he finally uttered 3 words. Are you certain? His disbelief was not unfounded. If he were indeed the son of a prisoner his father had imprisoned, that individual would likely be in their 60s or 70s by now, yet Kakuzu appeared hardly aged. I do not care whether you believe it or not. The debt your father incurred will be repaid by you, his son. Wu Wei was uncertain whether Kakuzu spoke the truth, but one thing was clear. Kakuzu was indeed stronger than him, leaving him at a loss for words. He could only cautiously inquire. Then, Lord Kakuzu, how shall I repay this debt? A smirk crept across Kakuzu's lips beneath his mask, and his green eyes seemed to glimmer even more vibrantly. Your father imprisoned me for 3 years, so for the next 10 years. You shall pay me half of your salary. Chapter 87. Jiraiya, I am the Hokage. Salary? If I am to receive a salary, then Lord Kakuzu is welcome to take it. Wu Wei did not think much of it, and readily agreed. Considering he had been forcibly taken away, it was a blessing not to be exploited as a mere beast of burden. As for the salary, even if there was one, how high could it possibly be? A smile of triumph finally appeared on Kakuzu's face, though his tone remained frigid as he let out a cold snort. In that case, all past grievances shall be forgiven. With that, Kakuzu turned his head away, concealing his expression. Orochimaru, witnessing this exchange, felt a flicker of intrigue but quickly suppressed it. It is well known that for ninjas, research does not require much manpower, but is indeed financially taxing. During his time in Konoha, all his research funding had been provided by the Root organization, and whenever they ran short on funds, Shimura Danzo would pester Sarutobi Hiruzen, which made him realize the importance of financial resources only after the fact. Until his defection, he had not realized the significance of funding. Various advanced, precise, and practical equipment often came with exorbitant price tags. Thus, despite having defected for many years, he only had access to that rudimentary research base in the land of rice. He had grown weary of poverty, which led him to consider exploiting Wu Wei's future salary. However, he recalled Naruto mentioning that funding was never lacking, so he abandoned the idea. Upon witnessing this, Wu Wei could not help but exhale in relief. He could hardly fathom the terrifying strength his father would possess if he were still alive and as vigorous as in his ninja days. Nevertheless, there were no immediate concerns now. After catching his breath, he turned his gaze towards the quiet mother-daughter duo, Karui and her daughter. Miss Karui, regarding the past, Wu Wei began, intending to clarify some matters, but after opening his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. Discussing the past misdeeds of the grass ninja village seemed irrelevant to him, as the land of water had long since severed ties with it. Wu Wei had resided in the land of water for decades and had never even met Karui and her daughter. He only had a vague understanding of the grass ninja village's notorious methods of recovery involving a woman's bite. Yet, dismissing the connection would not suffice, as the land of water had always claimed to be the true successor of the grass ninja village. Should they harbor resentment towards him, he would have no recourse. Moreover, he couldn't help but feel a chill upon noticing the myriad of bite marks on Karui's exposed skin. Ultimately, it was Karui who broke the tension. Lord Wu Wei, please do not take offense. I am well aware that the land of water and the grass ninja village are now two distinct entities. I harbor no ill will towards you due to the situation in the grass ninja village, so please rest assured. Furthermore, your children are quite adorable, she added, a mature and gentle smile gracing her face, though her pallor, a consequence of her diminished vitality, lent her an air of fragility. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Karui. Wu Wei recognized her gesture to ease the situation and felt a surge of gratitude. Karui truly was a woman of empathy and grace. Yet, beneath her composed demeanor lay a profound resentment towards the grass ninja village, for the life there felt akin to hell for her and her daughter. Even though she understood that the land of water and the grass ninja village were no longer intertwined, a flicker of bitterness still lingered in her heart. She was acutely aware of who had saved them. Without Naruto, she might have perished that day, leaving her daughter Karui to face a grim fate. She could not bear to imagine the despair that awaited her 7-year-old daughter. Naruto had rescued them and led them away from despair, and since he needed Wu Wei, she resolved not to complicate matters for him. In that moment, everyone felt a sense of joy, their faces illuminated by knowing smiles. Only the three young ones remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden shift from solemnity to cheerfulness. Just then, Naruto's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Have you all finished your discussions? If so, it's time to hit the road. The group stood atop the Flying Thunder God technique, still holding 3 captives, and in an instant, they found themselves on the other side of the ninja world. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply as she reviewed the recently transmitted intelligence from the Sandsound battlefield. Just as she was about to set down the documents, the door swung open with a loud bang. A scruffy, white-haired man entered. Tsunade, I heard Naruto has appeared. Upon seeing Jiraiya's frantic demeanor, Tsunade's expression grew more severe. Jiraiya, where did you hear that information? Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback by her question, quickly responded, a member of the Umbu just informed me. But that is not important. I have to find Naruto. Tsunade's heart sank at the mention of an Umbu ninja. Why would they divulge such intelligence to Jiraiya? Was it a spy, or was Danzo up to his old tricks? That old fool is nothing but a calamity for Konoha. Tsunade, Jiraiya's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She shot him an exasperated glare and snapped, what do you want to say? Jiraiya's urgency returned, and he declared, I need to find Naruto. No, Tsunade replied without hesitation, her mind made up. She had not intended to inform Jiraiya of this intelligence, yet he had learned of it beforehand. Why? Jiraiya was taken aback by her firm refusal. He had assumed his visit would allow him to depart immediately. Why do you need to find Naruto? I want to bring him back. Tsunade nearly choked on his words. Do you honestly believe you can bring him back? Jiraiya hesitated but asserted, I'm Minato's teacher. If I explain things to him properly enough, Jiraiya, Tsunade interrupted, her voice booming as she glared at him. Are you still so naive? Have you not seen Konoha's current predicament? Even if Naruto were willing to return with you, what about the villagers who have suffered? Jiraiya's expression fell, and he became visibly dejected. He had thought of that, but he had always avoided confronting it. Minato's child was meant to be the village's hero. Seeing Jiraiya in such despair softened Tsunade's anger. Since you're here, I have a mission for you. But Tsunade, I still want to see Naruto. With a forceful thud, Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, cracking the surface. Jiraiya, I am the Hokage now. Alright, what is the mission? For reasons unknown, Jiraiya felt a bit diminished upon hearing her words. You will represent Konoha in negotiations with the Mist Village. We need an ally. Jiraiya, stop being reckless. This mission concerns the future of all Konoha. Understood. Chapter 88. Changes in the Land of Waves. When Naruto returned to the Land of Waves, the entire nation was engulfed in a fervor of construction. As far as the eye could see, the Land of Waves seemed to be ablaze with activity. Although Naruto had been away for less than a month, the transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. The once somber and lifeless country had undergone a stunning metamorphosis, shedding its previous air of stagnation. In the Land of Waves, residents busily moved about, while several transport vehicles carried various materials through the towns, with workers using small carts to transport building supplies to their designated locations. Such scenes had been virtually non-existent in the past. The roads, whether in the central urban area or the outskirts, were merely natural dirt paths. It was treacherous even for pedestrians to traverse them without slipping. As the saying goes, to prosper, one must first pave the roads. Well-constructed and convenient pathways serve as vital foundations for a nation's development. In less than a month, the roads in the Land of Waves had undergone a significant renovation. The previously uneven and muddy paths had been covered with a layer of uniform gravel, rendering them considerably more stable, while many main roads had begun to be paved with stone bricks and concrete. While the roads are being constructed, the schools, hospitals, and factories in the Land of Waves are also undergoing vigorous development. Notably, many ninjas are assisting at these significant construction sites. When steel needs to be smelted, a few skilled Uchiha ninjas adept in fire release utilize their abilities directly, and when laying foundations, numerous Uchiha ninjas trained in earth release come to lend their support. Currently, the Uchiha clan stands as the sole representative of ninjas in the Land of Waves. As a result of these endeavors, the Uchiha clan's reputation in the Land of Waves has flourished, and despite their typically cold and aloof demeanor, they are warmly welcomed by the local populace. Within just half a month, the Uchiha have developed a sense of belonging in the Land of Waves that contrasts starkly with their previous experiences in the Hidden Leaf Village. Every corner of this land, be it urban or rural, radiates with a vibrant and uplifting spirit. Even while engaged in work, the people wear radiant smiles, their eyes sparkling with aspirations and hopes for a new life. They understand that diligent work ensures they can eat well, dress warmly, and gradually improve their lives. This wave of construction resembles a gentle spring breeze, warm and invigorating, bestowing unprecedented vitality upon the Land of Waves. It not only transforms the nation's visage but also awakens a deep-rooted longing for life within its people. Witnessing such scenes and considering the current pool of talent, Naruto is confident that within 5 years, the industrial and living standards of the Land of Waves will surpass those of the 5 great nations, establishing it as a formidable industrial power within the ninja world. The ninja realm has never lacked productivity. It merely lacked the correct application of that productivity. Upon his return, Naruto convened the current high-ranking officials of the Land of Waves. In the brief time apart, the attendees have undergone significant transformations, particularly the members of the Uchiha clan, whose previously icy expressions seem to have thawed somewhat. Yanoyu has also experienced notable changes, primarily due to the arrival of Kabuto, which has brought her immense joy. Seizing the opportunity before the hospital's completion, she opened an orphanage in the Land of Waves, taking in many children who once had to beg on the streets for food and those whose parents were often away working. As she resumed her role as the director of the orphanage, her affability has notably increased. As for Kato, any change in a puppet would likely turn into a horror story. Naruto wasted no time and positioned Orochimaru and others beside him for introductions. Orochimaru requires little introduction, as most are already aware of his reputation. The reactions in the room were largely of surprise, though Yanoyu and Izumi were already informed, leaving only Uchiha Daika somewhat taken aback. Naruto then turned his gaze to Kakuyu, formerly a ninja from the village hidden in the waterfalls, who has faced the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Naruto aptly highlighted Kakuzu's strength, assigning him the role of the financial overseer of the Land of Waves, with all future financial requests requiring his approval. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes lit up. He never anticipated being entrusted with managing the funds of an entire nation, especially one so prosperous. The others, however, were still processing the information. Did he just say he had faced the first Hokage? What a joke. Kakuzu must be older than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without further elaboration, Naruto allowed them to speculate, facilitating the work ahead. He continued, "Yano, please collaborate with Kado to assess the financial situation of the Land of Waves and hand over the relevant responsibilities to him." Both Kakuzu and Yano promptly agreed. "These two are Uzumaki Kasumi and Uzumaki Karen, my fellow clansmen with exceptional medical talents. So Yano, you shall oversee them." Naruto observed Yano, realizing she is an exceptionally competent secretary. With just a few prompts from him, she manages to accomplish many tasks effortlessly. Yano had no objections, relishing her current life. Far removed from the ruthlessness of ninja existence and the treachery of espionage. Completing Naruto's tasks while caring for children, her life now feels like paradise compared to before. These three are the former Lord of Kirigakure, Muai, along with his two successors, Muku and Risha. Naruto's voice paused momentarily as he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then continued, "Yano, please gather some individuals to establish a temporary prison specifically for those causing disturbances. Additionally, allocate a portion of personnel to assist Orochimaru in establishing a research base, with specific requirements to be determined by him." Yano merely smiled nonchalantly. As this was not a significant issue, the population resources of the Land of Waves are quite robust, and the people are resilient, making the current workload manageable.